Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was half human and half dragons? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. In the dimly lit confines of number 4 Privet Drive, young Harry Potter cowered beneath the stairs, his small frame trembling with fear and exhaustion. The cupboard, his meager sanctuary, offered little solace from the relentless cruelty of his Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon Dursley. Uncle Vernon's booming voice echoed through the house like thunder as he berated Harry for the slightest transgressions, real or imagined. "You worthless boy!" he would roar, his face twisted with rage. "You're nothing but a burden, a freak." Aunt Petunia, her thin lips pressed into a disapproving line, would sneer at Harry's every move, her disdain palpable in every glance. "You'll never amount to anything," she would hiss, her voice dripping with venomous contempt. For Harry, each day was a battle for survival, a never-ending cycle of neglect and abuse. His meals were sparse and tasteless, mere scraps thrown to him like a dog. His clothes were hand-me-downs, threadbare and ill-fitting, a constant reminder of his status as an unwanted burden. But it was the emotional scars that cut the deepest, the constant barrage of insults and taunts eroding Harry's sense of self-worth. "Freak!" they would chant, their voices echoing in his ears long after the words had faded away. As Harry timidly washed the dishes in the Dursleys' kitchen, his heart pounding with trepidation, a slip of his fingers sent a pan crashing to the floor with a resounding clang. Instantly, his breath caught in his throat as fear coursed through him like a tidal wave. The sound echoed through the house, a stark reminder of his clumsiness, his inadequacy in the eyes of his uncle. With a thunderous roar, Uncle Vernon stormed into the kitchen, his face contorted with rage, his fists clenched at his sides. "You useless boy," he bellowed, his voice reverberating off the walls. "Can't even do a simple task without causing trouble, can you?" Harry's heart sank as he braced himself for the inevitable punishment, his eyes fixed on the floor, unable to meet his uncle's furious gaze. He knew what was coming, the harsh words, the cruel reprimands, perhaps even a blow to the head. With a swift motion, Uncle Vernon grabbed Harry by the collar of his shirt, yanking him forward with a strength born of anger and frustration. "I'll teach you to be more careful," he spat, his breath hot against Harry's face. And then, without warning, he delivered a stinging slap across Harry's cheek, the force of the blow sending shockwaves of pain rippling through his body. Harry staggered backward, his vision blurred with tears, his cheek throbbing with agony. As he struggled to regain his composure, Harry felt a surge of anger and defiance rise within him, a fierce determination to defy the cruelty of his uncle and prove himself worthy of more than the abuse he endured. With a final, contemptuous shove, Uncle Vernon sent Harry sprawling into the cramped space beneath the stairs, the darkness enveloping him like a suffocating blanket. Harry's breath came in ragged gasps as he struggled to push himself upright, his body aching from the beating he had endured. "Stay there, you worthless boy," Uncle Vernon spat, his voice dripping with venomous disdain. "You're not getting out of there until I say so. And don't even think about asking for food. You'll be lucky if I let you out at all this week." The sound of Uncle Vernon's heavy footsteps receded into the distance, leaving Harry alone in the suffocating silence of the cupboard. Tears stung his eyes as he curled into a tight ball, his stomach gnawing with hunger, his body trembling with exhaustion and pain. Every breath was a struggle, every heartbeat a reminder of the pain that engulfed him like a relentless tide. With trembling hands and a voice choked with tears, Harry whispered a desperate prayer into the void, his words a plea for salvation from the hellish existence that had become his reality. "Please," he begged, his voice barely audible above the sound of his own ragged breathing. "Anyone who can hear me, please help me. Get me out of here, or let me die. I can't take it anymore. I can't." His words trailed off into a sob, his chest heaving with the weight of his despair. In the silence that followed, Harry clung to the fragile thread of hope that still lingered within him, praying that somehow, someway, his plea would be answered and he would find a way to escape the torment of Privet Drive. As Harry's tears mingled with the darkness of the cupboard, his magic stirred within him, a silent plea for deliverance from the endless torment that had become his existence. Unbeknownst to him, His cry for help resonated across the cosmos, reaching out into the vast expanse of space. In the depths of the void, Drakor, a Clintar symbiote, drifted in a state of hibernation, its consciousness dormant yet still attuned to the ebb and flow of the universe. Sensing the distress call of a kindred spirit, Drakor stirred from its slumber, drawn inexorably towards the source of Harry's anguish. Through the vast expanse of space, Drakor hurtled towards Earth, guided by the beacon of Harry's magic, a glimmer of light amidst the darkness of the cosmos. With each passing moment, the symbiote's presence grew stronger, its essence intertwining with Harry's own as it raced towards its destined destination. As Harry succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into a fitful sleep, unaware of the cosmic forces converging around him, Drakor drew closer, its arrival heralding a new chapter in the young wizard's tumultuous journey. And though Harry slept on, his subconscious reaching out for salvation, Drakor approached, ready to answer the call and forge a bond that would defy the bounds of space and time. As the night sky over Privet Drive was shattered by a deafening crash and a blinding burst of light, the residents of the quiet suburban street were jolted from their slumber, their hearts pounding with fear and confusion. In the Dursley household, Uncle Vernon's face paled with terror as he exchanged panicked glances with Aunt Petunia and Dudley. Trembling with apprehension, they huddled together in the safety of their living room, their voices hushed with fear as they speculated about the source of the disturbance. With a heavy hand and harsh words, Uncle Vernon seized Harry by the arm and dragged him from the cramped confines of the cupboard under the stairs. "Get out there, boy," he spat, his voice trembling with fear. "Go and see what's happened. And don't you dare come back until you've checked every inch of the street." Heart pounding with trepidation, Harry stumbled out into the night, his eyes wide with fear as he scanned the darkness for any sign of danger. Every shadow seemed to loom menacingly, every sound a whisper of impending doom. But as Harry ventured further into the street, his senses heightened by the adrenaline coursing through his veins, he soon discovered the true source of the disturbance. There, in the middle of Privet Drive, was a large crater, the ground still smoldering from the impact. Harry's breath caught in his throat as he cautiously approached, assuming it was a meteorite that had plummeted to Earth. The air around the crater was thick with the scent of burnt earth and ozone, the remnants of the intense energy that had accompanied the crash. As he peered over the edge, Harry's eyes widened in amazement and fear. At the center of the crater lay not a rock, but a shimmering, pulsating mass, dark and fluid, unlike anything he had ever seen before. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Harry took a step closer, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end as he felt a strange connection to the entity before him. The mass began to shift and move, reaching out tendrils of dark energy that seemed to sense his presence. In the quiet of the night, Harry's heart hammered in his chest as the entity, Drakor, began to respond to the call of his magic. The symbiote's tendrils wrapped gently around Harry, enveloping him in a cocoon of darkness that felt both alien and oddly comforting. Harry's mind raced with a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions as he realized that this was no mere meteorite, but something far more extraordinary. The symbiote, sensing his desperation and pain, began to merge with him, infusing him with its power and strength. As the bond formed between them, Harry felt a surge of energy unlike anything he had ever experienced. The bruises and aches from his uncle's beatings seemed to fade away, replaced by a newfound resilience and determination. He looked down at his hands, now covered in a sleek, dark substance that shimmered with hints of red and gold. The entity, Drakor, was predominantly black, its form rippling with draconic scales that glinted ominously in the moonlight. Tendrils of Drakor continued to weave around Harry, solidifying their connection. He felt an immense power coursing through him, as if the very essence of the symbiote was merging with his own. Drakor's form took on a more defined shape, sprouting wings that arched majestically from Harry's back, their edges tipped with gold and red like embers in a forge. Harry gasped, a mixture of awe and fear coursing through him as he felt the wings flex and move with his thoughts. The symbiote's presence in his mind was both alien and familiar, a comforting whisper in the midst of his turmoil. Together, they were more than just boy and symbiote. They were a single entity, bound by a shared will to survive and thrive. As Harry took a tentative step forward, the ground beneath him seemed to hum with energy. He felt lighter, stronger, as if the weight of his previous life had been lifted from his shoulders. The memories of the Dursleys' cruelty still lingered, but they were now tempered by a newfound sense of purpose. Instinctively, Harry flexed his new wings, feeling the power within them. He leapt into the air, his movements guided by Drakor's influence. With a powerful beat, he soared above Privet Drive, the wind rushing past him as he flew for the first time. The sensation was exhilarating, a taste of the freedom he had longed for his entire life. As Harry soared above Privet Drive, the cool night air rushing past him, the exhilaration of flight filled his heart with an overwhelming sense of freedom. The rows of suburban homes, once symbols of confinement, now seemed like mere specks beneath him. With Drakor by his side, the world stretched out before him, an endless expanse of possibilities and new adventures. In the silence of the night, a voice resonated within Harry's mind, deep and ancient, carrying with it the weight of countless eons. It was Drakor, announcing himself in a poetic declaration that echoed through their shared consciousness. "I am Drakor, traveler of the cosmos, wings of night and embers glow. I answer the call of a heart in need, bound by fate, together we grow. From the shadows, I bring forth light, a power untamed, fierce and bold. In our union, strength will rise, a tale of courage yet to be told. Through the stars and realms unknown, our bond shall defy time's relentless tide. With wings of fire and scales of night, together, in freedom, we shall abide." Harry felt the words reverberate through his very being, each syllable infusing him with a sense of purpose and resolve. The symbiote's poetic proclamation was more than just an introduction. It was a promise of the journey they would undertake together, a testament to the strength they now shared. As Harry circled back towards number 4 Privet Drive, he knew that his life would never be the same. The bond with Drakor had given him the power to rise above his past and face the future with unshakable courage. No longer a prisoner of his circumstances, he was now a beacon of hope, ready to carve out his own destiny in a world full of endless possibilities. Back on the ground, the Dursleys watched in stunned silence, too afraid to intervene as they witnessed the transformation unfolding before their eyes. Little did they know that the boy they had mistreated for so long was now bonded with a force beyond their comprehension, ready to rise above the darkness that had plagued his life and embrace the boundless horizon of his newfound freedom. Chapter 1. The tranquility of Privet Drive was shattered once more, but this time by the arrival of a squad of wizards and witches clad in official robes, their presence crackling with authority and purpose. At the forefront of this formidable group were two of the most respected figures in the wizarding world. Madame Amelia Bones, the stern and formidable head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, DMLE, and Alistair, Mad Eye, Moody, the grizzled and vigilant head Auror. As they approached the epicenter of the disturbance, Madame Bones cast a keen eye over the scene, her sharp mind already piecing together the fragments of the night's extraordinary events. The massive wave of accidental magic that had rippled through the air was unlike anything she had encountered in years, and she was determined to uncover its source. Beside her, Mad Eye Moody's magical eye swiveled and darted, scanning for any hidden threats or traces of dark magic. His scarred face, a map of countless battles, was set in a perpetual scowl as he muttered incantations under his breath, ensuring no detail escaped his notice. "Keep your wands ready," Moody growled to the team, his magical eye fixated on the crater in the middle of Privet Drive. "Something powerful happened here, and we need to be prepared for anything." Madame Bones nodded, her expression one of steely resolve. "Let's find out what caused this," she said, striding forward with purpose. As they reached the crater, the residual magic in the air was almost tangible, a swirling miasma of energy that hinted at the presence of something extraordinary. Madame Bones surveyed the scene with a keen eye, her mind working swiftly to assess the situation. Turning to one of the Aurors standing nearby, she asked, "What happened here?" The Auror, a young woman with a determined expression, shook her head slightly. "We're still trying to piece it together, Madame Bones," she replied. "There's an overwhelming amount of magical residue here. It's like nothing we've seen before. We're scanning for any traces of dark magic, but so far, it seems to be more accidental, albeit extremely powerful." Madame Bones nodded thoughtfully, her gaze shifting back to the crater. "Accidental magic of this magnitude is rare," she murmured, more to herself than anyone else. "We need to understand the source and ensure there's no ongoing threat." Moody's magical eyes swiveled and focused intently, scanning the area with an almost unnerving precision. He muttered under his breath, the grizzled Auror's senses heightened by years of experience. Slowly, his eye locked onto a trail of residual magic that led away from the crater and towards one of the houses. "It's coming from number 4, Moody growled, pointing with his gnarled finger. "The source of this magic is in there." Madame Bones turned her attention to the unassuming house. "Number 4 Privet Drive," she said, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Let's investigate." She then turned to one of the Aurors standing nearby. "Whose house is this?" she asked, her tone firm. The Auror consulted a parchment scroll in his hand before responding. "It belongs to Vernon and Petunia Dursley," he replied, his voice barely concealing a hint of disdain. Madame Bones' brow furrowed as she processed the information. "The Dursleys," she muttered, a note of recognition in her voice. "I've heard of them. Muggles, correct?" The Auror nodded. "Yes, Madame Bones." Mad-Eye Moody's magical eye widened imperceptibly, and he leaned in to discreetly convey crucial information to Madame Bones. "Madame Bones," H murmured, his voice low but urgent. "Petunia Dursley is the sister to Lily Potter. This is the residence of Harry Potter." Madame Bones' eyes widened in realization as the pieces fell into place. The significance of their investigation took on a new gravity, knowing that they were standing on the doorstep of the boy who had survived the Dark Lord's curse. "Harry Potter's relatives," Madame Bones muttered under her breath, her voice tinged with both concern and determination. "We need to ensure his safety and uncover the truth of what's been happening here." With a nod of acknowledgement to Moody, Madame Bones straightened her posture and turned her attention back to the task at hand. The revelation only reinforced the importance of their investigation, spurring them forward with renewed purpose as they prepared to confront the Dursleys and uncover the truth behind the mysterious magical disturbance. The team moved as one, with Moody leading the way, his magical eye constantly scanning for any potential threats. As they approached the house, the Dursleys could be seen peeking nervously through the curtains, their faces pale with fear and confusion. Madame Bones rapped sharply on the door, and after a moment's hesitation, Vernon Dursley opened it, his eyes wide with poorly concealed terror. What is the meaning of this?" Vernon stammered, trying to muster some semblance of authority. Madame Bones stepped forward, her demeanor commanding and unyielding. "We're with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," she stated firmly. "Are there any magical children in this residence?" Vernon Dursley hesitated, his eyes darting nervously between Madame Bones and the Aurors behind her. "Magical children?" he repeated, trying to feign ignorance. Mad-Eye Moody's magical eye narrowed as he observed the exchange, sensing something amiss. He watched as Dudley, the overweight boy, glanced towards the cupboard under the stairs, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. With a grunt of suspicion, Moody swiftly raised his wand, pointing it at the cupboard. With a sharp flick, Moody cast a revealing spell, and the door to the cupboard swung open. With a creak, revealing the cramped and neglected space within. The dim light illuminated the grim reality. A child had been living in the cupboard for a long time, the walls stained with traces of dried blood, a testament to years of neglect and mistreatment. Madame Bones' eyes widened in horror as she took in the scene before her, her expression hardening with anger and disgust. "What is the meaning of this, Mr. Dursley?" she demanded, her voice laced with righteous fury. Vernon Dursley paled, his attempts to deflect attention crumbling in the face of undeniable evidence. "I can explain," he stuttered, his voice trembling with fear. But Madame Bones would hear none of it. "You will explain everything to the Ministry," she declared, her voice ringing with authority. "This is a clear violation of magical law, and there will be consequences." As Madame Bones surveyed the scene, her anger simmered beneath the surface, fueled by the injustice that had been allowed to fester unchecked for so many years. The revelation that Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world, had been subjected to such mistreatment and neglect in the very place he should have found refuge filled her with a deep sense of shame. Turning her attention back to the Dursleys, Madame Bones' gaze hardened with determination. "Where is Harry Potter?" she demanded, her voice cutting through the tense silence that hung in the air. Vernon Dursley shifted uncomfortably under her piercing gaze, his face flushed with a mix of fear and resentment. He's gone," he stammered, his voice trembling with uncertainty. "Gone?" Madame Bones repeated, her tone incredulous. "Explain." Vernon took a deep breath, his eyes darting nervously as he recounted the events of the night. There was a meteor, he began, his words faltering. It crashed in the street, and Harry, he changed, turned into some sort of winged creature and flew away. Madame Bone's eyes widened in disbelief as she processed Vernon's words. The implications of Harry's sudden transformation were staggering, and she could feel the weight of responsibility settling heavily upon her shoulders. Harry Potter, the boy who had endured so much, was now out there, alone and vulnerable, facing an uncertain fate. "We need to find him," Madame Bones declared, her voice firm and resolute. "We cannot let him disappear into the night. The Ministry will mobilize all available resources to locate Harry Potter and ensure his safety." With that, Madame Bones turned to the Aurors, her orders clear. They would leave no stone unturned in their search for Harry, their determination fueled by the knowledge that time was of the essence. For Harry Potter, the hero of the wizarding world, was now in need of their protection, and Madame Bones would stop at nothing to bring him home. Moody's eye remained fixed on the cupboard under the stairs, his anger simmering into a boiling rage. Every fiber of his being seethed with resentment towards Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the man who had assured him that Harry Potter, the son of James Potter whom Moody had trained himself as an Auror and whom he considered a son, was safe and happy with his mother's sister. As Moody stood there, his thoughts consumed by betrayal and frustration, memories of his interactions with Dumbledore flooded his mind. He recalled the assurances, the promises of protection, and the trust he had placed in the headmaster's word. And now, faced with the undeniable evidence of Harry's mistreatment, Moody's trust in Dumbledore shattered like glass. "He trusted you," Moody growled under his breath, his voice thick with bitterness. "We all did." The weight of his anger threatened to consume him, but Moody knew that now was not the time for recklessness. Harry Potter was out there, in need of their help, and Moody swore to himself that he would do everything in his power to ensure the boy's safety and bring him back to the world where he rightfully belonged. With a deep breath, Moody pushed aside his anger, channeling it into a steely resolve. Dumbledore's betrayal would not deter him from his duty as an Auror and a protector of the innocent. Harry Potter may have slipped through their fingers for now, but Moody vowed that they would find him, no matter the cost. And when they did, Dumbledore would answer for his failures, for the promises broken and the trust betrayed. As Harry soared through the skies with Drakor, the rush of wind against his face and the exhilaration of flight filled him with a sense of freedom he had never known. With each beat of Drakor's wings, they ventured further into the night, their bond growing stronger with every passing moment. "Drakor," Harry called out, his voice filled with wonder and excitement as they soared through the skies. "This is incredible." Drakor's deep, rumbling voice resonated in Harry's mind, echoing with warmth and companionship. "Indeed, Harry," Drakor replied, their thoughts intertwining in a harmonious dance. "Together, we will explore the wonders of this world." As they flew, Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude towards Drakor, the cosmic entity who had answered his call for help. "Thank you," Harry said, his voice sincere. "For being here, for being my friend." Drakor's response was filled with reassurance and affection. "It is my honor, Harry," Drakor replied, their connection deepening with each passing moment. "We are destined for great adventures together, you and I." As they flew, Drakor's thoughts turned to the presence of another entity within Harry's scar, a lingering shadow from his past. "There is something else within you, Harry," Drakor said, their voice tinged with concern. "A presence that does not belong. Shall I rid you of it?" Harry's brow furrowed in confusion. "Another presence?" he asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "I don't understand." Drakor hesitated, sensing Harry's confusion. "Forgive me, Harry," they replied, their tone gentle. "There is much we have yet to uncover about your past. But know this. Whatever challenges lie ahead, I will stand by your side." Harry nodded, a sense of determination rising within him. "Thank you, Drakor," he said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I may not understand everything yet, but I trust you." As they flew through the night sky, Harry couldn't shake the nagging feeling of uncertainty. "Drakor," he began tentatively, "this presence you mentioned, is it bad?" Drakor sensed Harry's unease and replied with a solemn tone. "The entity within you is parasitic in nature, unlike myself, which is symbiotic. It feeds off your strength, weakening you in the process." Sensing Harry's confusion, Drakor continued, A symbiotic relationship benefits both parties involved, enhancing each other's abilities. However, a parasitic relationship is one-sided, with the parasite draining resources from its host without offering anything in return. In your case, this entity is draining your energy, leaving you vulnerable and depleted. Harry's heart sank at the revelation, a mix of fear and anger coursing through him. Weaker? He repeated, his voice tinged with disbelief. But why? What does it want? Drakor's presence radiated with sympathy as they replied, its motives are unclear, Harry. But know this. Together, we will find a way to overcome its influence. You are not alone in this. Harry took a deep breath, his determination resolute. Drakor, he said firmly, can you remove it? Get rid of this entity that's been draining me? Drakor paused, their thoughts swirling with contemplation. It is possible, Harry, they replied after a moment. But it won't be easy. We must proceed with caution. Harry nodded, his trust in Drakor unwavering. I trust you, he said, his voice filled with conviction. Whatever it takes, I want it gone. Drakor's presence filled with determination. Very well, they said. We will confront this entity together, and we will emerge victorious. Drakor landed in a secluded clearing, the air thick with anticipation as they prepared to confront the parasitic entity lurking within Harry. With a deep breath, Drakor summoned all their strength and focused their energy on the task at hand. As Harry watched with a mixture of apprehension and hope, Drakor's form began to shimmer with an otherworldly light. With each passing moment, the energy surrounding them intensified, swirling and coalescing into a vortex of power. With a roar that echoed through the forest, Drakor unleashed their full might, reaching out with tendrils of energy to envelop the parasitic entity within Harry. The air crackled with electricity as Drakor's essence merged with that of the malevolent force, their two beings intertwining in a dance of light and shadow. As the process continued, Harry felt a surge of both relief and unease. Drakor's power was overwhelming, but he couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty about what lay ahead. Would Drakor be able to rid him of the parasitic entity once and for all, or would they both be consumed by the darkness within? But Drakor's resolve was unwavering. With every fiber of their being, they pushed forward, drawing upon their own strength to overpower the malevolent force that had plagued Harry for so long. Slowly but surely, the parasitic entity began to weaken, its grip on Harry's soul loosening with each passing moment. And then, with a final surge of energy, Drakor succeeded. The parasitic entity shattered like glass, its dark essence dissipating into the ether. As the last remnants of the malevolent force faded away, Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders, a sense of freedom washing over him like a wave. Drakor stood before him, their form glowing with a newfound sense of power and determination. It is done, Harry, they said, their voice filled with pride. The darkness within you has been vanquished, and you are free once more. Harry couldn't help but smile, a sense of gratitude filling his heart. Thank you, Drakor, he said, his voice filled with emotion. I couldn't have done it without you. With the parasitic entity defeated and their bond stronger than ever, Drakor turned to Harry, their gaze filled with solemnity. Harry, they began, their voice gentle yet resolute, there is something you need to know. Harry's heart raced with anticipation as he waited for Drakor to speak. Sensing the gravity of the moment, he braced himself for whatever revelation was to come. Your parents, Drakor continued, their voice tinged with sadness, were wizards. They were brave and noble souls who fought against the darkness that threatened our world. Harry's mind reeled with the realization, his thoughts racing as he struggled to comprehend the truth of his heritage. Wizards? He repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. But I'm just me. Drakor placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder, their touch imbued with warmth and understanding. You are more than you realize, Harry, they said gently. You possess great power within you, the same power that flowed through your parents' veins. As the weight of Drakor's words settled upon him, Harry felt a surge of both fear and excitement. The world as he knew it was changing, revealing secrets and possibilities beyond his wildest imagination. But there is something else, Drakor continued, their voice taking on a solemn tone. The man who killed your parents, who sought to extinguish the light they brought into the world. His name is Voldemort. Harry's blood ran cold at the mention of the name, a shiver coursing down his spine. Voldemort, he whispered, the name feeling like a curse upon his lips. Drakor nodded, their eyes filled with empathy. "Yes, Voldemort," they confirmed. "But fear not, Harry. Together, we will stand against him and all who would seek to do harm. You are not alone in this fight." With Drakor by his side, Harry felt a newfound sense of courage and determination coursing through his veins. The truth of his heritage may have been revealed, but he knew that he was not defined by his past. With the power of magic at his fingertips and the support of his loyal companion, Harry was ready to embrace the destiny that awaited him, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with bravery and resolve. As the Aurors led by Moody and Bones closed in on Harry's location, Drakor's senses tingled with awareness. Sensing that these individuals did not intend to harm Harry, Drakor swiftly concealed themselves by merging with the clothes on Harry's body. As Moody and Bones approached, their expressions softened with relief upon seeing Harry unharmed. They had been concerned for his well-being and were glad to have found him safe and sound. "Harry," Moody exclaimed, his voice filled with genuine concern, "are you all right?" Harry's heart raced with fear as Moody's voice cut through the air. He didn't know who these people were, and the thought of being sent back to the Dursleys filled him with dread. "I'm fine," Harry stammered, his voice trembling slightly. He cast a quick glance at Drakor, who remained hidden within his clothes, their presence a source of comfort and reassurance. Bones frowned, her expression softening with concern. "Harry, we're here to help," she said gently, her tone reassuring. "You don't have to be afraid." But Harry couldn't shake the memories of the abuse and neglect he had endured at the hands of the Dursleys. The scars ran deep, leaving him wary of trusting anyone who claimed to have his best interests at heart. Moody's gaze softened with understanding as he noticed Harry's apprehension. "We're not here to send you back to the Dursleys, Harry," he said firmly. "We're here to protect you." Harry's breath caught in his throat at the words, a glimmer of hope flickering within him. Could it be true? Could these strangers actually be here to help him? With a hesitant nod, Harry reluctantly allowed Moody and Bones to lead him away, his thoughts swirling with uncertainty. With Harry now safe in their custody, Moody and Bones retreated to a secluded corner to discuss their next course of action. Both were in agreement that Harry could not go back to the Dursleys, not after what they had witnessed at his residence. "We can't just leave him with those muggles," Bones said, her voice firm with determination. "It's clear they've been mistreating him for years." Moody nodded in agreement, his eye darting around the room as he weighed their options. "We need to find him a safe place to stay," he said, his voice gruff. "Somewhere he'll be protected from harm." Bones frowned, the weight of responsibility heavy on her shoulders. "But where?" she asked, her tone tinged with concern. "We can't just take him to any wizarding household. We need to ensure he'll be properly cared for." Moody's eye gleamed with determination as an idea began to form in his mind, but before they could proceed, he knew there was a crucial conversation that needed to take place. "Before we make any decisions, I need to have a serious talk with Dumbledore," Moody said, his voice grave. "There are some lies he's told about Harry's upbringing that need to be addressed." Bones nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of the situation. "We can't allow Dumbledore to continue hiding the truth," she said firmly. "Harry deserves to know the reality of his past." Moody nodded in agreement with Bones' sentiment, acknowledging the importance of revealing the truth to Harry. "Absolutely," he said, his voice firm. "But in the meantime, can you take him to your home? It's the safest option until we can sort this out with Dumbledore." Bones considered Moody's request for a moment before nodding. "Of course," she replied, her tone resolute. "Harry will be safe with me." With determination burning in his eyes, Moody apparated to Hogwarts, his steps purposeful as he made his way towards Dumbledore's office. Each stride carried the weight of his resolve, his mind focused on the task at hand. As he walked through the corridors of the castle, Moody's thoughts churned with a mix of anger and determination. He was not one to be trifled with, especially when it came to matters of truth and justice. Reaching Dumbledore's office door, Moody didn't hesitate for a moment. With a swift motion, he knocked firmly, the sound echoing through the empty hallway like a warning bell. Inside the office, Dumbledore's calm demeanor belied the storm that was about to descend upon him. He sensed the gravity of Moody's presence, knowing that this was no ordinary visit. As the door swung open, Moody's gaze bore into Dumbledore's, his expression unyielding as he prepared to confront the man who had kept Harry Potter in the dark about his true heritage for far too long. "Albus," Moody said, his voice low and steady, "We need to talk." As Dumbledore greeted Moody with his trademark twinkle in his eyes, his demeanor calm and composed as always, Moody's resolve only hardened further. He stepped into the office, his gaze unwavering, his expression resolute. "Albus," Moody said, his voice firm and unwavering, cutting through the air with a steely edge. "I'm not here for pleasantries. We need to talk, and I won't be swayed by your twinkly-eyed charm this time." Dumbledore's smile faltered slightly at Moody's stern tone, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before he regained his composure. "Of course, Alistair," he replied smoothly, his voice as measured as ever. "What seems to be the matter?" But Moody wasn't about to let Dumbledore's calm facade deter him. He fixed Dumbledore with a penetrating stare, his eye narrowing in suspicion. "You know exactly what the matter is, Albus," he stated bluntly. "It's about Harry Potter and the lies you've been spinning about his upbringing." Dumbledore's expression remained composed, but there was a flicker of unease in his eyes as Moody confronted him. Despite his outward calm, Dumbledore knew better than to underestimate Moody's resolve, particularly when it came to matters of truth and justice. "What seems to be the matter, Alistair?" Dumbledore asked, his voice steady but tinged with a hint of caution. He knew that Moody's visit was not a casual one, and he braced himself for whatever revelation was to come. Moody's voice was sharp and unyielding as he confronted Dumbledore. "You've been keeping secrets, Albus," he accused, his tone brimming with frustration. "Harry Potter deserves to know the truth about his past, and you've been keeping him in the dark for far too long." Moody's voice carried the weight of authority as he addressed Dumbledore. "I just returned from the Dursleys," he began, his words punctuated by a sense of urgency. "And what I found there was nothing short of appalling. Harry Potter has been subjected to years of neglect and mistreatment under their roof." Dumbledore's attempt to feign ignorance was met with a skeptical look from Moody. "Don't play games with me, Albus," he retorted sharply. "You've known about Harry's situation for years, and yet you've done nothing to intervene. It's time to stop pretending and start taking responsibility for your inaction." Dumbledore sighed heavily, his expression pained as he attempted to justify his actions. "I understand your concerns, Alistair," he said, his voice tinged with regret. "But I believe that keeping Harry with the Dursleys was the best course of action for his safety. I had hoped that by keeping him hidden from the wizarding world, he would be protected from those who sought to harm him." Moody's skepticism remained evident as he listened to Dumbledore's explanation. "Protecting him by leaving him with those muggles?" he scoffed. "That's not protection, Albus. That's negligence." Dumbledore's gaze faltered under Moody's scrutiny, a flicker of guilt crossing his features before he regained his composure. "I understand your concerns, Alistair," he repeated, his tone more somber this time. "But please understand that I have always acted with Harry's best interests at heart, even if my methods were not always the most conventional." But Moody wasn't about to let Dumbledore off the hook that easily. "Conventional or not, Albus," he said firmly, "it's time to face the consequences of your actions. Harry deserves better than this, and it's about time you started recognizing that." Moody's voice was firm and unwavering as he made his stance clear. "Under no circumstances will Harry Potter be going back to the Dursleys," he declared, his tone leaving no room for argument. "It's time for him to be placed somewhere safe, where he'll be properly cared for." Dumbledore's expression tightened at Moody's words, but he remained silent, knowing that Moody's resolve was unshakable. "And as for what else you've been hiding," Moody continued, his voice taking on a more accusing tone, "I want the truth, Albus. No more secrets, no more lies. Harry deserves to know the full extent of his past, and it's about time you started being honest with him." Dumbledore's expression was pained as he admitted the truth to Moody. "I must confess, Alistair," he began, his voice tinged with guilt. "Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, was sent to Azkaban without a trial. It was a grave oversight on my part, one that I deeply regret." Moody's eye widened in disbelief at Dumbledore's revelation. "You didn't push for a trial?" he exclaimed, his voice incredulous. "And all this time, you've had custody of Harry because of it?" Moody's voice was sharp as he pressed Dumbledore for answers. "If it wasn't your intention to keep Sirius from Harry, then why has Sirius been rotting in prison for the past 8.5 years?" he demanded, his tone tinged with accusation. Dumbledore's gaze faltered under Moody's scrutiny, his guilt weighing heavily on him. "I was wrong, Alistair," he admitted, his voice heavy with regret. I should have fought harder. For Sirius, but I let fear cloud my judgment. I let the belief that he was guilty blind me to the truth. Moody's expression remained skeptical, his distrust of Dumbledore evident. And now? He pressed, his voice sharp with urgency. What are you going to do to rectify this mistake? Dumbledore's eyes hardened with determination as he met Moody's gaze. I will do everything in my power to ensure that Sirius receives a fair trial, he vowed, his tone resolute. And I will make sure that Harry knows the truth about his godfather. Moody's voice was cold and accusatory as he leveled his gaze at Dumbledore. Tell me. Albus, he began, his tone dripping with contempt, how do you sleep at night, pretending to be a good man, when in reality you're nothing but a Dark Lord in disguise? Dumbledore's expression remained stoic, but there was a flicker of pain in his eyes at Moody's harsh words. I have made mistakes, Alistair, he admitted, his voice tinged with sorrow. But I assure you, my intentions have always been for the greater good. But Moody wasn't about to be swayed by Dumbledore's words. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, Albus, he retorted, his voice laced with bitterness. And you've done more harm than good with yours. Dumbledore bowed his head in resignation, knowing that Moody's accusations held a grain of truth. I understand your anger, Alistair, he said softly, his voice heavy with regret. But please believe me when I say that I am trying to make amends for my mistakes. I will do whatever it takes to set things right, no matter the cost. Moody's voice was firm as he issued his command to Dumbledore. You can start by going to the Ministry tomorrow, he instructed, his tone leaving no room for argument, and relinquishing your guardianship of Harry Potter to Amelia Bones. Dumbledore nodded solemnly, accepting the directive. I will do as you ask, Alistair, he replied, his voice filled with determination. It's time for Harry to be placed in capable hands. With their conversation concluded, Moody and Dumbledore parted ways, each burdened by the weight of their respective responsibilities. And as they prepared to face the challenges that lay ahead, they knew that the road to redemption would be long and arduous. But with courage and determination, they were determined to set things right, no matter the cost. Chapter 2. As Harry arrived at the Bones family estate alongside Amelia Bones, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over him. The sprawling grounds and imposing manor provided a stark contrast to the cramped confines of Privet Drive, signaling a new chapter in his life. Amelia led Harry through the grand entrance hall, her presence exuding warmth and reassurance. Welcome to your new home, Harry, she said with a smile, her voice filled with genuine kindness. You'll find safety and sanctuary here, away from those who would do you harm. Harry nodded gratefully, his eyes taking in the grandeur of his surroundings. The Bones family estate was a far cry from the oppressive atmosphere of the Dursleys' home, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of hope stirring within him. As Harry wandered through the estate, marveling at the beauty of his new surroundings, he suddenly found himself face to face with a red-headed girl around his age. Her eyes widened in surprise as she took in Harry's presence, her expression shifting from curiosity to alarm. Who are you? She demanded, her voice tinged with apprehension. What are you doing here? Harry blinked in confusion, taken aback by the girl's sudden hostility. I'm Harry, he replied, trying to keep his tone calm. Amelia Bones brought me here. I'm supposed to be staying here. The girl's eyes narrowed skeptically, her gaze flicking between Harry and the surrounding estate. I don't believe you, she said firmly, her voice leaving no room for argument. You're trespassing, and I won't hesitate to call for help if you don't leave immediately. Harry's heart sank at her words, realizing that she didn't recognize him or know about his arrangement with Amelia. Please, he pleaded, holding up his hands in a gesture of surrender. I'm not here to cause trouble. Amelia brought me here to stay. You can ask her if you don't believe me. The girl hesitated, uncertainty flickering in her eyes as she considered Harry's words. After a moment of tense silence, she nodded reluctantly. Fine, she said, her voice softer now but still wary. But don't try anything funny. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Amelia Bones appeared, her presence commanding attention as she approached Harry and the red-headed girl. Susan, what's going on here? She asked, her tone authoritative but not unkind. Susan turned to face her aunt, her expression still guarded. Auntie Amelia, I found this boy wandering around the estate, she explained, gesturing toward Harry. He says you brought him here, but I didn't recognize him and thought he might be an intruder. Amelia's gaze softened as she looked at Harry, understanding dawning in her eyes. Harry is not an intruder, Susan, she clarified gently. He's a guest here, under my care. I should have informed you earlier, but things have been rather hectic. Susan's expression softened as she absorbed her aunt's words, her initial apprehension giving way to understanding. I'm sorry, Auntie Amelia, she said apologetically, her voice tinged with sincerity. Turning to Harry, she extended her hand in a gesture of friendship. I'm Susan, she introduced herself with a warm smile. Welcome to the estate. I'm glad we cleared up the misunderstanding. Harry reciprocated her smile, his own relief evident. Thank you, Susan, he replied, his voice steady as he shook her hand firmly. I'm Harry Potter. Harry blinked in confusion at Susan's reaction, her words unfamiliar to him. The boy who lived? He repeated, his voice tinged with uncertainty. What does that mean? Susan's surprise turned to concern as she realized Harry's lack of knowledge. You don't know? She asked, her voice filled with disbelief. It's just. You're famous in the wizarding world. You survived the Dark Lord's attack when you were just a baby. You're the reason he disappeared. Harry's confusion deepened at Susan's explanation, the weight of her words sinking in. I had no idea, he admitted quietly, feeling a mixture of shock and unease. I was raised by Muggles. They never told me anything about any of this. Susan's expression softened with sympathy as she realized Harry's situation. I'm sorry, Harry, she said gently, her voice filled with compassion. It must be a lot to take in. But don't worry, you'll learn everything you need to know about the wizarding world soon. Enough. Harry nodded, feeling a sense of overwhelm at the revelation of his own fame and the mysteries surrounding his past. Thank you, Susan, he said gratefully, appreciating her understanding. I guess I have a lot to learn. With Susan's support, Harry felt a glimmer of hope that he could navigate this new world and uncover the truth about his own identity, no matter how daunting the journey ahead might be. Alone in his room at the Bones family estate, Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of awe wash over him. The spacious surroundings, the soft comfort of the bed, and the absence of the cramped confines of the cupboard under the stairs all filled him with a profound sense of gratitude. As Harry sat on the edge of the bed, his mind still reeling from the contrast between his new room and the cupboard under the stairs, he suddenly felt a familiar presence stirring within him. Opening his eyes, he watched in awe as Drakor materialized once again, his form taking the shape of a draconic head extending out of Harry's clothes. Harry, Drakor's voice resonated within him, a comforting presence in the stillness of the room. I never left. I am a part of you now, bound to you in ways beyond mere physical form. Yes, Harry, Drakor affirmed gently, his voice echoing within Harry's mind. I have always been with you, a silent guardian in the depths of your soul. Harry's heart swelled with gratitude at the realization of Drakor's unwavering presence. Thank you, he whispered, his voice filled with emotion. Drakor's gaze softened, a hint of amusement twinkling in his eyes. There is something else we need to discuss, Harry, he continued, high tone turning more serious. My diet, if you will. Harry furrowed his brow in confusion, unsure of what Drakor meant. Your diet? He echoed, his curiosity piqued. Drakor nodded, his draconic features shifting as he spoke. As a symbiote, I require sustenance to maintain our bond and empower you, he explained patiently. But traditional food is not sufficient for me. I need something more. I need a steady supply of phenethylamine. Harry listened intently as Drakor explained his dietary needs, his confusion growing with each word. Phenethylamine, he repeated, struggling to comprehend. What is that? Drakor's draconic features softened with understanding. Phenethylamine is a chemical compound found naturally in the human brain, he explained patiently. It plays a crucial role as a neurotransmitter, regulating mood, emotions, and cognition. Harry's brow furrowed as he tried to wrap his head around the concept. So, you need this chemical to survive? He asked, his voice tinged with concern. Drakor nodded solemnly. Yes, Harry, he confirmed. Without a steady supply of phenethylamine, our bond may weaken, and my ability to empower you may diminish. Harry's mind raced as he considered the implications of Drakor's words. But, how do we get it? He asked, his voice filled with uncertainty. Drakor's gaze softened with understanding as he sensed Harry's apprehension. There are alternatives, he began gently, his voice echoing within Harry's mind. One possibility is to consume human brains. Harry's eyes widened in shock at Drakor's suggestion, a surge of horror coursing through him. Human brains? He echoed, his voice barely above a whisper. But that's cannibalism. Drakor nodded solemnly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Yes, Harry, he replied, his tone grave. It is not a decision to be taken lightly. But in some cases, it may be necessary for our survival. Harry felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he contemplated the idea of consuming human flesh. The thought of taking another person's life, even for Drakor's sustenance, filled him with revulsion and dread. But there must be another way, he insisted, his voice filled with determination. We can't resort to something so monstrous. Drakor's gaze softened with understanding as he regarded Harry. You're right, Harry, he replied gently, his voice echoing within Harry's mind. We don't need to resort to such drastic measures. Harry felt a sense of relief wash over him at Drakor's words. Is there another way? He asked, his hope rising. Drakor's draconic features shifted into a semblance of a smile. Yes, indeed, he revealed. Chocolate is an excellent source of phenethylamine. Consuming it will provide me with the sustenance I need, without causing harm to others. Harry's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected solution. Chocolate? He echoed, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Drakor nodded, his eyes gleaming with reassurance. Yes, Harry, he confirmed, it's a simple solution, but an effective one. And it ensures that we can maintain our bond without compromising our morals. A sense of relief flooded through Harry as he realized the simplicity of the solution. That's brilliant, he said, a smile spreading across his face. I can definitely handle chocolate. However, Drakor stated, it will take massive amounts of chocolate for me to get the amount of phenethylamine I require for sustenance. Harry's smile faltered as the weight of Drakor's words sank in. Massive amounts of chocolate? He echoed, his voice tinged with concern. But I don't have that kind of money. Drakor's expression softened with understanding as he sensed Harry's apprehension. Do not worry, Harry, he reassured him. We will find a way. You should consider telling Bones and Moody about us, so they can help us. Harry's concern deepened at the realization of the daunting task ahead. I don't know. Drakor, he said, his voice filled with uncertainty, telling Moody and Bones about us. It feels risky. Drakor's gaze softened with understanding as he sensed Harry's hesitation. I understand your concern, Harry, he replied gently. But I believe they genuinely care about your well-being. They may be able to help us find a solution. Harry mulled over Drakor's words, torn between his desire for secrecy and his need for assistance. I don't know if I can trust them, he admitted reluctantly. Drakor nodded in understanding. Trust takes time, Harry, he reassured him. But I believe Moody and Bones have shown themselves to be trustworthy allies. They may be able to offer us the support we need. Harry took a deep breath, his mind racing with conflicting thoughts and emotions. But as he looked into Drakor's reassuring gaze, he knew what he had to do. Okay, he said finally, his voice filled with determination. Let's tell them. Moody arrived at the Bones family estate, his expression grave as he stepped inside. Amelia Bones greeted him with a nod, her demeanor serious as she led him to a private sitting room where they could speak in confidence. Alistair, she began, her voice low and steady. What did Dumbledore have to say? Moody's eye darted around the room, his gaze sharp as he settled into a chair opposite. Amelia. He tried to spin his usual web of half-truths and excuses, he replied gruffly, but I wasn't having any of it. Amelia nodded, her expression solemn. What did you learn? Moody's jaw tightened with frustration. The truth, finally, he growled. About Harry's upbringing, about Sirius Black, about everything Dumbledore's been hiding. Amelia's brow furrowed with concern as Moody's frustration boiled over. Tell me, Alistair, she urged, her voice steady. What about Sirius Black? Moody's eye flickered with a mix of emotions as he recounted the revelations from his meeting with Dumbledore. Sirius Black, he began, his voice heavy with gravity. He never received a trial. Dumbledore kept him locked away in Azkaban without so much as a second thought. Amelia's eyes widened with shock at the news. But why? She asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. If Sirius was innocent, then he deserved a chance to prove it. Moody's jaw tightened as he recounted Dumbledore's excuses. Dumbledore claimed it was for Harry's safety, he explained bitterly. But I don't buy it. There's more to this than meets the eye. Amelia's expression darkened with anger at the injustice. We need to do something, she declared, her voice firm. Sirius deserves justice, and Harry deserves to know the truth. Moody's eye gleamed with determination as he nodded in agreement. We'll find a way to make it right, he vowed, his voice steely with resolve. Moody leaned forward, his expression serious. Dumbledore will be transferring Harry's guardianship over to you tomorrow, he explained, his voice low and urgent. It's the right thing to do, and it's long overdue. Amelia's breath caught in her throat at the news. But why me? She asked, her mind racing with questions. Moody's gaze softened with understanding. Because you care about Harry, he replied simply. And he deserves someone who will protect him, no matter what. As the weight of Moody's words sank in, Amelia felt a surge of emotion welling up within her. I won't let him down, she vowed, her voice filled with determination. Moody nodded in agreement, his resolve unwavering. I know you won't, he said, his voice filled with confidence. Together, we'll ensure that Harry gets the care and protection he deserves. As Moody and Amelia exchanged determined nods, their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a voice from the doorway. Harry stood there, his expression a mixture of hope and uncertainty. Will I be living with you and Susan now? Harry asked, his voice tentative yet hopeful. Moody and Amelia exchanged a glance before Moody turned his attention back to Harry. That's the plan, Harry, he replied, his voice firm yet reassuring. You'll be under the care and protection of the Bones family from now on. Amelia stepped forward, her expression warm and welcoming. We'll make sure you have everything you need, Harry, she said, her voice gentle. You'll be safe here. Harry's eyes widened with relief and gratitude at the news. Thank you, he said, his voice filled with emotion. Thank you both. As Harry's eyes shimmered with relief and gratitude, he took a deep breath before speaking, his voice tinged with emotion. There's something I need to tell you both, he began, his tone earnest. Moody and Amelia exchanged a glance, their expressions filled with concern as they waited for Harry to continue. I'm not entirely human, Harry admitted, his words hanging in the air. I have a symbiotic entity living within me. Moody's eye widened with surprise, while Amelia furrowed her brow in confusion. What do you mean, Harry? She asked, her voice laced with curiosity. Harry took a deep breath, steeling himself before he continued. Drakor came from the meteor that crash-landed in Privet Drive today, he explained, his voice steady despite the weight of his words. When I touched it, Drakor bonded with me, and we've been together ever since. Moody's eye widened with surprise, his gaze flickering with understanding. A symbiotic entity, he murmured, his voice filled with awe. That explains the energy surge we detected. Amelia's brow furrowed in concern as she processed Harry's words. Is Drakor dangerous? She asked, her voice tinged with worry. Harry shook his head adamantly. No, not at all, he replied earnestly. Drakor has been nothing but supportive and protective. He saved me from the Dursleys and has helped me in ways I can't even explain. As Harry spoke, Drakor's presence became tangible, extending out from Harry's shirt in the form of a gooey black dragon head. Moody's eye widened in surprise, while Amelia watched in fascination as Drakor addressed them. Greetings, Madam Bones, Alistair Moody, Drakor's voice resonated, echoing in the room. I am Drakor, the symbiote bonded with Harry. I assure you, I mean him no harm. Moody's gaze flickered between Harry and Drakor, his expression thoughtful. An unusual ally, he remarked, his tone cautious. Amelia studied Drakor with keen interest, her curiosity piqued. What are your intentions, Drakor? She asked, her voice steady. Drakor's draconic features softened with sincerity as he addressed them. My sole purpose is to protect Harry, he replied, his voice echoing with determination. I will do whatever it takes to ensure his safety and well-being. Moody's eye narrowed slightly as he scrutinized Drakor. We'll be keeping a close eye on you, he warned, his tone firm. Drakor nodded in understanding. As you should, he acknowledged. But know this. I am here to aid Harry, not to cause harm. Harry took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts before he spoke. The reason we're revealing this to you is because of Drakor's diet, he explained, his voice steady. He requires a steady supply of phenethylamine to sustain our bond and empower me. Moody's eye narrowed as he processed Harry's words. And how do you plan to obtain this phenethylamine? He asked, his tone cautious. Harry glanced at Drakor, who nodded in agreement before he continued. One alternative is consuming human brains, Harry admitted, his words hanging in the air. Amelia's eyes widened in shock at the revelation, while Moody's expression darkened with concern. That's quite extreme, Amelia remarked, her voice filled with disbelief. Drakor's draconic features softened as he addressed them. There is another option, he interjected, his voice resonating with calmness. Chocolate is an excellent source of phenethylamine. Moody's brow furrowed in thought as he considered Drakor's words. Chocolate? He echoed, his tone skeptical. Harry nodded in confirmation. It's a safer alternative, he agreed, his voice tinged with relief. But it will require massive amounts to sustain Drakor. Moody's eye twitched with a hint of amusement as he processed Harry's words. Ah, yes, he remarked dryly, his tone laced with sarcasm. The classic choice between human brains and chocolate. Decisions, decisions. Harry couldn't help but crack a small smile at Moody's remark, the tension in the room easing slightly in the face of the older Auror's wry humor. Amelia rolled her eyes playfully at Moody's comment before turning to Harry with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Harry, she said, her voice warm. We'll make sure Drakor has an ample supply of chocolate. With Moody's sarcasm lightening the mood and a plan in place to meet Drakor's dietary needs, Harry felt a sense of relief wash over him. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he knew that with Moody and Amelia's support, he and Drakor would face them together, one chocolate bar at a time. Chapter 3. Harry woke up the next morning, his eyes blinking open to unfamiliar surroundings. For a moment, he felt a surge of panic, his mind instinctively searching for the cramped confines of the cupboard under the stairs at Privet Drive. The soft, warm bed beneath him and the gentle light filtering through the curtains were worlds apart from the cold, dark space he had called his bedroom for as long as he could remember. Sitting up, Harry took in the elegant furnishings and the peaceful atmosphere of the room. The events of the previous day rushed back to him, and he remembered that he was no longer at the Dursleys' house. He was at the Bones family estate, a place filled with kindness and care, so different from the life he had known. Good morning, Harry, Drakor's voice echoed softly in his mind, a comforting presence. How do you feel? Harry took a deep breath, letting the reality of his new situation settle in. It's strange, he admitted. I'm not used to waking up in a place like this. It feels like a dream. Drakor's warmth and reassurance filled him. It is real, Harry. You are safe here, and you are not alone. Feeling a renewed sense of hope, Harry got out of bed and began to get ready for the day. As he looked at his reflection in the mirror, he couldn't help but notice the absence of the bruises and aches that had been a constant part of his life. He smiled slightly, knowing that things were finally starting to change for the better. After taking a shower, Harry felt refreshed and more awake. He returned to his room and opened the wardrobe, only to be confronted with the reality of his old life. A collection of ill-fitting hand-me-downs that had once belonged to his cousin Dudley. The clothes were far too large for his slim frame, the sleeves hanging past his hands and the trousers pooling around his feet. He sighed, feeling a pang of self-consciousness as he picked through the oversized garments. Despite the kindness and warmth of the Bones household, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment at his shabby attire. Drakor, Harry murmured, glancing down at the draconic symbiote who had merged with him. Is there anything you can do about these clothes? Drakor's presence stirred, and Harry felt a wave of reassurance. I can help with that. Drakor's voice resonated in his mind. Hold still. Harry watched in amazement as the ill-fitting hand-me-downs began to morph. The fabric shifted and transformed, becoming a brand new set of jeans and a button-down shirt that fit him perfectly, along with a nice pair of leather shoes. The clothes were comfortable and looked stylish, a far cry from the oversized rags he had been used to wearing. You won't ever need other clothes again, Drakor explained. I can morph into any kind of clothes you need. Harry looked at himself in the mirror, feeling a surge of gratitude and relief. Thank you, Drakor, he said softly, his voice filled with appreciation. This is amazing. "It is my pleasure, Harry," Drakor replied warmly. "Now, let's face the day." Feeling more confident and ready, Harry headed downstairs to join Amelia and Susan for breakfast, eager to start his new life in a place where he was truly cared for. As Harry descended the stairs and made his way to the dining room, the smell of a delicious breakfast filled the air. He entered to find Amelia and Susan already seated at the table, a spread of food laid out before them. A small figure moved about the kitchen, and Harry's eyes widened in shock as he took in the sight of a house elf for the first time. The house elf, with its large, bat-like ears and big, round eyes, was bustling about, preparing more food with quick, efficient movements. Harry froze, his mind racing with questions. He had never seen anything like it. "Good morning, Harry," Amelia greeted him with a warm smile. "I trust you slept well?" "Why yeah," Harry stammered, his eyes still fixed on the house elf. "I did. But, what is that?" Susan chuckled at his reaction. "That's Mipsy, our house elf. She helps around the house." Mipsy turned to face Harry, giving him a polite bow. "Good morning, Master Harry Potter, sir," she said in a high-pitched voice. "Mipsy is very happy to be serving you breakfast today." Harry blinked in surprise, feeling a mix of curiosity and unease. Thank you, Mipsy," he managed to say, trying to be polite. Amelia gave him an understanding look. "It's all right, Harry. House elves are magical creatures that help with household chores. Mipsy is a valued member of our home." Harry nodded slowly, still taking it all in. "I've never seen a house elf before," he admitted as he took a seat at the table. Susan smiled. "There's a lot you'll be learning about the magical world, Harry. And we'll be here to help you every step of the way." As Harry settled into his seat, he couldn't help but notice Susan eyeing his clothes with a smile. "Nice outfit, Harry," she said appreciatively. "You clean up well." Harry felt a flush of pride. "Thanks," he replied. "It was a gift from a friend." He glanced meaningfully at Amelia, hoping she would understand the silent message about Drakor. Amelia caught his look and nodded subtly, her expression thoughtful. "It's always good to have friends who can help you out," she said warmly. "Especially in times of change." As they began their breakfast, Amelia watched as Harry carefully served himself small portions. Noticing his gaunt frame and the way his clothes seemed to hang on him, she couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. "Harry," Amelia began gently, "you're welcome to have as much as you like. There's plenty of food here." Harry hesitated, his eyes darting up to meet hers. This is how much I usually got to eat at the Dursleys," he said quietly, his voice almost a whisper. Susan's fork clattered onto her plate, her eyes widening with shock and sympathy. Amelia's expression darkened with anger, but she kept her voice calm and soothing. "Harry, you don't have to worry about that anymore," she assured him. "You're safe here, and we want you to be healthy and happy. Please, eat as much as you need." Amelia watched as Harry tentatively added more food to his plate, a small smile forming on her lips. Once he seemed more settled, she decided it was time to broach a difficult subject. "Harry," she began gently, "there's something important we need to discuss. It concerns your godfather, Sirius Black." Harry looked up, confusion evident in his eyes. "My godfather?" he echoed. I didn't know I had a godfather." Amelia nodded, her expression serious. "Yes, Harry. Sirius Black is your godfather. He was a close friend of your parents, and they trusted him deeply. However, after the tragic events that led to their deaths, he was imprisoned in Azkaban, the wizarding prison, without a trial." Harry's eyes widened in shock. "But, why?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. "Why would they put him in prison without a trial?" Amelia sighed, her expression tinged with regret. "It's a long and complicated story, Harry. There were accusations that he betrayed your parents to Voldemort, but there's reason to believe he was wrongly accused. Unfortunately, he was never given a chance to defend himself." Harry's mind raced with this new information. The idea that someone who might have cared for him had been locked away unjustly was both infuriating and heartbreaking. "What can we do?" he asked, his voice filled with determination. "We're working on that," Amelia assured him. "Mad Eye and I are determined to get to the bottom of this. We will make sure Sirius gets the fair trial he was denied. In the meantime, you need to focus on getting stronger and adjusting to your new life here." Harry nodded, his resolve hardening. "Thank you, Madam Bones," he said earnestly. I want to help however I can. Amelia smiled warmly at him. There is something we can do today that might shed some light on your situation, she suggested. We should visit Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. We need to have a meeting with the Potter family account manager regarding your parents' wills, which, for some reason, were never executed. Harry's eyes widened in shock. A Potter family account manager? He repeated, trying to process the information. You mean, there's a Potter family account? My family has money? Amelia nodded. Yes, Harry. The Potters were a well-respected and well-off family in the wizarding world. It's time you learned about your heritage and claimed what rightfully belongs to you. Harry felt a mix of emotions, astonishment, relief, and a sense of anticipation. The idea that he might have resources and a legacy left by his parents was overwhelming. I had no idea, he said softly. I thought I had nothing. You have more than you know, Harry, Amelia said gently, and we will make sure you have access to everything your parents left for you. Harry took a deep breath, feeling a new sense of hope and determination. Let's go to Gringotts, then, he said, a determined look in his eyes. I want to know everything. Just then, Mipsy approached the table, holding a letter in her hands. Excuse me, Mistress Amelia, she said, her voice respectful and clear. An owl just arrived with a letter for you. Amelia raised an eyebrow and took the letter from Mipsy. Thank you, Mipsy, she said, her curiosity piqued. She broke the seal and began to read, her expression shifting from curiosity to concern. Susan glanced at her aunt. What is it, Auntie? She asked, sensing the change in Amelia's demeanor. Amelia sighed, folding the letter and placing it on the table. It seems there are urgent matters at the ministry that require my attention, she said. I may have to delay our visit to Gringotts by a few hours, but we will go today, I promise. Harry nodded, understanding the importance of Amelia's duties. That's all right, Madam Bones. We can wait. Amelia gave him a reassuring smile. Thank you, Harry. In the meantime, why don't you and Susan get to know each other better? I'm sure Susan can show you around the estate. Susan beamed at the suggestion. I'd love to, she said, turning to Harry. Come on, Harry, let's explore. There's so much to see here. Harry watched as Susan eagerly left the room, her excitement palpable. Turning to Amelia, he leaned in closer, his voice barely above a whisper. Madam Bones, he began quietly, do you think? Should we tell Susan about Drakor? Amelia considered his question for a moment, her brow furrowing in thought. It's ultimately your decision, Harry, she replied gently. But if you feel comfortable with it, I see no reason why you shouldn't. Susan seems like a trustworthy and understanding person. Harry nodded, feeling a sense of relief at Amelia's understanding. Thank you, Madam Bones, he said sincerely. I just don't want to keep secrets from her, especially when she's been so welcoming. Amelia smiled warmly at him. I understand, Harry, she said. Just remember to trust your instincts. If you feel it's the right time to tell her, then go ahead. But if not, there's no rush. It's important to take things at your own pace. Harry nodded, feeling reassured by Amelia's words. I'll keep that in mind, he said, a small smile forming on his lips. Thank you, Madam Bones. Amelia nodded in return, her expression kind and understanding. You're welcome, Harry. Now go on, enjoy your time with Susan. We'll discuss it further when I return from the ministry. As Harry prepared to leave the dining room, Mipsy approached him with a warm smile. Carrying a decadent chocolate cake on a silver platter. Master Harry, she said respectfully, Mistress Amelia asked for this cake to be made especially for you. She thought you might enjoy it. Harry's eyes widened in surprise at the gesture, touched by Amelia's thoughtfulness. Thank you, Mipsy, he said, his voice filled with gratitude. That's very kind of her. Mipsy nodded, her eyes twinkling with kindness. You're welcome, Master Harry, she replied. Enjoy your cake. As he reached for the cake knife to cut himself a slice, Drakor's presence stirred, and Harry felt a warm sensation wash over him. Before he could react, Drakor devoured the rest of the cake in a single bite, purring contentedly like a kitten. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at Drakor's antics, shaking his head in amusement. Looks like you enjoyed that, Drakor, he said, his voice filled with affection. Turning to Mipsy, he offered her a sheepish smile. Sorry, Mipsy. Looks like I won't be needing that slice after all. Mipsy giggled, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "Not to worry, Master Harry," she said, her voice cheerful. "There's plenty more where that came from. Just let me know if you need anything else." With a nod of thanks, Harry left the dining room, feeling grateful for the unexpected treat in Drakor's company. As he caught up with Susan in the hallway, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. As Harry and Susan ventured through the expansive grounds of the Bones family estate, they marveled at the beauty and tranquility that surrounded them. The lush gardens were alive with vibrant flowers and winding pathways, leading them through hidden alcoves and secret corners waiting to be discovered. Susan led the way, her enthusiasm infectious as she pointed out various landmarks and shared stories about the history of the estate. Harry listened intently, captivated by Susan's passion and knowledge. They explored the sprawling gardens, weaving through rows of towering trees and manicured hedges. They stumbled upon a quaint pond teeming with colorful fish, their scales glistening in the sunlight. As they walked, Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder and excitement bubbling inside him. For the first time in his life, he felt truly free, surrounded by beauty and possibility. With Susan by his side, Harry explored every inch of the estate, soaking in the sights and sounds of their new home. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the landscape, they made their way back to the main house, their hearts full of joy and anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. As Harry and Susan strolled through the lush gardens of the Bones family estate, Susan's eyes lit up with excitement as she began to tell Harry about Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She spoke of the majestic castle nestled amidst rolling hills and enchanted forests, its towering turrets and winding staircases holding centuries of magical secrets. Susan described the bustling corridors filled with students hurrying to their classes, the cozy common rooms where friendships were forged, and the vast library brimming with ancient tomes and spellbooks waiting to be explored. She recounted tales of Quidditch matches played high above the castle grounds, and the thrill of learning spells and potions in the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. As Susan spoke, Harry listened with rapt attention, hanging on her every word as he imagined himself walking the halls of Hogwarts, wearing the robes of a wizard and wielding a wand of his own. He felt a sense of wonder and excitement building within him, eager to embark on this new chapter of his life alongside his newfound friend. "Wow, Susan, Hogwarts sounds amazing," Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. "I can't believe I'll get to learn magic, just like in the stories." Susan nodded eagerly, her own excitement mirroring Harry's. "It's going to be incredible, Harry. And you'll fit right in, I just know it." Harry smiled gratefully, still trying to wrap his head around the idea that his parents had been part of this magical world all along. "Thanks for telling me all this, Susan. I can't wait to see it for myself." As they continued to walk through the gardens, Harry's mind buzzed with anticipation, eager to explore the wonders of Hogwarts and discover his own place in the magical world. And with Susan by his side, he knew that this journey would be one he'd never forget. As Amelia entered her office in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic, her secretary hurriedly approached her with a concerned look. "Madam Bones, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Albus Dumbledore is here. He's waiting for a meeting," the secretary informed her, her voice tinged with urgency. Amelia's brows furrowed in surprise. "A meeting?" she repeated, her mind racing as she tried to recall any scheduled appointments. Finding none, she nodded to her secretary. "Thank you, please show him in." With a nod, the secretary hurried off to fetch Albus Dumbledore, leaving Amelia to wonder what unexpected business the renowned wizard had come to discuss. "Madam Bones," Dumbledore began as he entered the room, his expression grave as he approached her desk. "I come bearing important documents." With a sense of urgency, he handed over a stack of parchment, the paperwork for the transfer of guardianship of Harry Potter from himself to Amelia. "These papers signify the formal transfer of guardianship of Harry Potter," Dumbledore explained, his voice solemn. "It is time for him to find a new home, one where he will be safe and cared for." Amelia accepted the paperwork with a nod, her expression unreadable as she began to review the documents. She knew the gravity of the situation, understanding the responsibility that would come with becoming Harry Potter's guardian. "Albus," Madam Bones began, her tone firm as she looked up from the paperwork, "I must address a matter that came to my attention last night." Dumbledore's expression remained composed, though there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he waited for her to continue. "I discovered that the wills of James and Lily Potter were never executed," Madam Bones continued, her gaze unwavering. "I need to know, was this your doing?" There was a moment of silence as Dumbledore considered her question, his gaze meeting hers evenly. Then, with a sigh, he spoke. "I must admit, Amelia," Dumbledore began, his voice measured, "that I had intended to oversee the execution of James and Lily Potter's wills myself. However, circumstances at the time prevented me from doing so." Madam Bones raised an eyebrow, her expression skeptical. "Circumstances?" she echoed, prompting him to elaborate. Dumbledore sighed, his gaze briefly flickering away before returning to meet hers. "The aftermath of Voldemort's downfall was chaotic, to say the least," he explained. "There were urgent matters to attend to, and regrettably, the execution of the wills fell by the wayside in the midst of everything else." Madam Bones regarded him for a moment, her expression thoughtful. "I see," she said, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. "And what do you intend to do about it now?" Dumbledore's expression softened, and he met Madam Bones' gaze with sincerity. "I understand the gravity of the situation, Amelia," he replied earnestly. "I will do everything in my power to rectify this oversight. Harry deserves to know the contents of his parents' wills and to have their wishes fulfilled." Madam Bones nodded, her demeanor softening slightly. "Very well," she conceded. "I will hold you to that, Albus. But just to inform you that Harry and I will be visiting Gringotts later today, to meet with the Potter family account manager. He will no doubt have a copy of the wills in his possession." Dumbledore's expression remained composed, though a flicker of concern passed through his eyes at the mention of visiting Gringotts. He understood the implication behind Madam Bones' words and knew that she was not one to be trifled with when it came to matters of justice. "I appreciate your diligence in this matter, Amelia," Dumbledore said, his tone grave. "I will await your findings with great interest, and rest assured, I will not interfere." Madam Bones nodded, her gaze unwavering. "Good," she said simply, her voice leaving no room for argument. "Let us hope that we can resolve this matter swiftly and ensure that justice is served for Harry and his family. Has Moody informed you about our conversation regarding Sirius Black from last night?" Dumbledore asked Madam Bones directly. Madam Bones paused for a moment, considering Dumbledore's question carefully. "Yes, Albus," she replied, her tone measured. "Moody did mention the matter briefly. It seems there are many layers to this situation that need to be unraveled." Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed," he murmured, his mind already turning over the complexities of the situation. "It would seem that we have much to address in the days ahead. Perhaps conducting an audit of trial transcripts for the last decade or so could shed some light on the matter," Amelia suggested, her tone thoughtful as she considered the potential implications. "An audit of trial transcripts could indeed provide valuable insights," Dumbledore agreed, his tone contemplative as he considered the suggestion. "It may offer us a clearer understanding of any oversights or irregularities that have occurred within the wizarding justice system." Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as he continued. "Moreover, such an audit could potentially uncover evidence that could aid in Sirius Black's exoneration. If there were indeed discrepancies or injustices in his trial, it is our duty to rectify them and ensure that justice is served." Amelia's lips curved into a sly smile as she suggested, in light of such compelling evidence, the Chief Warlock would have no choice but to call for a fast-tracked trial for Sirius Black. Dumbledore's response was measured yet tinged with a hint of intrigue. "Indeed," he replied thoughtfully. "A fast-tracked trial may indeed be in order, given the circumstances." Amelia nodded decisively. "I'll have my department begin the audit immediately," she affirmed. "We'll leave no stone unturned in our pursuit of justice for Sirius Black." Dumbledore cleared his throat, his gaze turning to Madam Bones. "And what of Harry?" he inquired, a hint of guilt coloring his voice. "Harry endured years of neglect and mistreatment at the hands of the Dursleys, Madam Bones stated bluntly, her voice devoid of remorse. "It is a testament to his resilience that he has survived such hardships." Dumbledore's expression softened with a tinge of regret as he listened to Madam Bones' words. "I understand," he replied somberly, "and I take full responsibility for the oversight. Harry's well-being must be our top priority going forward." Amelia's tone was firm as she asserted her authority. "It's my responsibility now," she stated unequivocally. "And I intend to do everything in my power to ensure Harry's safety and well-being, regardless of past oversights." Dumbledore nodded solemnly, his gaze filled with understanding. He recognized the underlying meaning of Amelia's words and accepted the weight of her responsibility. It was a silent acknowledgement of the shifting dynamics and the need for accountability in ensuring Harry's future. With a nod of farewell, Dumbledore took his leave, his departure marked by a sense of gravity that lingered in the air long after he had gone. As he stepped out of the office, the weight of his responsibilities bore heavily upon him, a reminder of the challenges that lay ahead in the quest for truth and justice. Amelia's office hummed with purpose as she directed her secretary to action. "Get the Aurors started on the audit of trial transcripts for the past decade," she instructed firmly. "I want every detail examined thoroughly." The secretary nodded, jotting down notes as she replied, "Right away, Madam Bones." Amelia wasted no time, her mind already focused on the next task at hand. "And prepare the necessary paperwork for the transfer of guardianship of Harry Potter," she continued, her tone decisive. "I'll deliver it personally." Amelia's secretary nodded briskly, understanding the gravity of the task at hand. As she busied herself with gathering the necessary documents, the buzz of excitement surrounding Harry's case was palpable. Word had spread quickly through the ministry that the boy who lived was finally receiving the attention and care he deserved. It wasn't often that such a significant figure in the wizarding world found himself at the center of attention for reasons other than defeating dark forces. As Amelia made her way through the bustling corridors of the ministry, she couldn't help but notice the curious glances and whispered conversations that followed in her wake. Harry's popularity was undeniable, and the prospect of his future under the care of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was met with both anticipation and hope. With each step, Amelia felt a renewed sense of purpose. Harry's journey was just beginning, but she was determined to see him through it with the care and support he deserved. Chapter 4: The Boy Who Lived Finds a New Home. Exclusive details on Harry Potter's change in guardianship. By Rita Skeeter. In a turn of events as unexpected as a surprise basilisk attack, Harry Potter, the famed boy who lived, has been transferred from the guardianship of Albus Dumbledore to that of Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The revelation has sent shockwaves through the wizarding community, leaving many to question the decisions of our beloved Hogwarts headmaster. For nearly a decade, the whereabouts of young Harry had been shrouded in mystery. Most assumed he was hidden away for his safety, but recent revelations paint a much darker picture. It is now coming to light that Harry had been placed with his Muggle relatives, the Dursleys of Privet Drive, a decision made by Dumbledore himself. This previously undisclosed arrangement was supposedly for Harry's protection, utilizing ancient blood wards to keep him safe from those who might wish him harm. However, sources close to the investigation reveal that Harry's living conditions were far from suitable. Accounts from those who have recently interacted with Harry describe a life of neglect and mistreatment at the hands of the Dursleys. This stark contrast to the nurturing environment many assumed he was in has left the wizarding world in a state of shock and outrage. Why was the boy who lived left to languish in such circumstances? This reporter has learned that Dumbledore, in a bid to protect Harry from the remnants of you-know-who's supporters, placed him with the Dursleys under the pretense of blood wards. But was this protection worth the price Harry paid in neglect and suffering? Skeptics are beginning to doubt. In an exclusive interview, Amelia Bones assured this reporter that she will provide Harry with the care and stability he has long been denied. Harry will have the upbringing he deserves, Bones stated firmly, her resolve evident. We are committed to ensuring his well-being and future. Adding another layer to this already convoluted tale is the matter of Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, who remains imprisoned in Azkaban. It has come to light that Black was incarcerated without a trial, a glaring oversight that casts a shadow over the justice system. Dumbledore, it appears, had his reasons for not pushing for a trial, reasons that may now come under scrutiny. Black's lack of trial is an egregious error, Bones remarked. We are initiating a thorough audit of trial records, and if any irregularities are found, we will act accordingly. This audit, as suggested by Bones, may reveal systemic issues within our justice system, a move that could spark significant reforms. The implications are vast, not only for Sirius Black, but for other potentially wrongfully imprisoned individuals. In a private meeting, sources reveal that Dumbledore handed over the guardianship paperwork with a heavy heart, acknowledging his shortcomings. While he has expressed a desire to rectify his mistakes, one wonders if it's too little too late. The wizarding world will be watching closely as this drama unfolds. Harry Potter, now under the protective wing of Amelia Bones, faces a new chapter in his life. He will be joining the wizarding world more fully, potentially with the guidance and mentorship he has long been deprived of. The community watches with bated breath, hoping that this change heralds a brighter future for our young hero. Stay tuned for more updates as this story develops. This is Rita Skeeter, bringing you the latest from the heart of the wizarding world. In the cozy, cluttered kitchen of the Burrow, the Weasley family gathered around the worn wooden table, the remnants of breakfast still scattered about. The Burrow, with its magical additions and eccentric architecture, stood as a testament to the warmth and chaos that defined the Weasley household. Outside, the fields stretched towards the village of Ottery Street Catchpole, while the River Otter meandered peacefully in the distance. Ginny Weasley, her fiery red hair falling into her eyes, clutched a copy of the Daily Prophet in her small hands. Her brow furrowed as she read through the article by Rita Skeeter, her 9-year-old mind grappling with the gravity of Harry Potter's plight. She looked up at her brothers, who were equally engrossed in their own copies of the paper. "This is terrible," Ginny said, her voice filled with concern. "How could they treat Harry like that?" Molly Weasley, bustling about the kitchen with her wand directing dishes into the sink, glanced over at her daughter. "I knew something was off about Dumbledore's arrangement," she muttered, shaking her head. "To think of poor Harry, living with those dreadful Muggles." Arthur Weasley, seated at the head of the table, sighed deeply. "Albus must have had his reasons," he said thoughtfully, "but it doesn't excuse the neglect. The boy deserves better." Ron, who was just a year older than Ginny, nodded emphatically. "I can't believe he's been living like that all this time," he said, his face pale with disbelief. "I thought he'd be treated like a hero." Fred and George, identical in appearance and mischievous demeanor, exchanged troubled looks. "We have to do something," Fred said decisively. "Harry deserves a proper family." "Yeah," George agreed, his eyes flashing with determination. "He shouldn't have to suffer because of those Muggles." Percy, always the responsible one, adjusted his glasses and spoke up. "It's good that Madam Bones is taking charge," he said. "She'll make sure Harry is looked after properly." Bill and Charlie, the eldest Weasley brothers, exchanged concerned glances. "If only there was something we could do to help," Bill said quietly. "He's going to need friends and support." Charlie nodded. "We can't let him feel like he's alone in this," he said. "We'll do whatever we can." Ginny, feeling a surge of determination, looked around at her family. "When we go to Hogwarts, we'll be his friends," she declared. "We'll make sure he knows he has people who care about him." Molly smiled fondly at her youngest child. "That's the spirit, Ginny," she said warmly. "Harry will need all the friends he can get." Arthur leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. "It's going to be a challenging time for him," he said. "But with the right support, Harry can overcome anything." As the Weasleys continued their discussion, the warmth and unity of their family shone through. They might not have much in the way of material wealth, but their hearts were rich with love and compassion. And they were determined to share that with Harry Potter, the boy who had unknowingly captured their hearts through the pages of Rita Skeeter's article. Molly Weasley, her voice full of motherly concern, said, "We'll have to invite him over for a visit. Poor boy needs to know what a real family is like." Arthur Weasley nodded in agreement, his eyes twinkling behind his glasses. "Absolutely. We'll make sure he feels welcome and loved here." The children chimed in enthusiastically. Fred and George, always full of mischief, were already planning pranks to make Harry laugh. Percy, trying to appear more serious, suggested helping Harry with his studies. Ron, looking both nervous and excited, muttered, "I just hope he likes it here. I mean, it's not much, but it's home." Ginny, her eyes wide with admiration for the famous boy who lived, could hardly contain her excitement. "Do you think he'll like us?" she asked shyly. "Of course he will, dear," Molly assured her with a warm smile. "Who wouldn't love being part of this family?" As the family chatted animatedly about their plans, a small, unassuming figure listened intently from the corner of the room. The Weasleys' pet rat, Scabbers, sat quietly in his cage. But his tiny heart was pounding with fear. Scabbers was no ordinary rat. He was Peter Pettigrew, an animagus who had been hiding from the wizarding world for years. Reading the article over Ron's shoulder, Pettigrew realized that with Harry's guardianship change and the potential exposure of old secrets, his own safety was at risk. If Dumbledore and the Ministry were digging into past injustices, they might come across his betrayal of the Potters and his supposed death. Scabbers scurried back into his cage, his mind racing. It's time to make a run for it, he thought desperately. I can't stay here any longer. Waiting for the right moment, Pettigrew plotted his escape, knowing that his time among the Weasleys was rapidly coming to an end. As the family continued their heartfelt conversation, unaware of the traitor in their midst, Pettigrew prepared to vanish once more into the shadows, hoping to evade justice for just a little longer. In the eccentric, rook-shaped house near the burrow, the Lovegood family gathered around a table cluttered with magical artifacts, peculiar trinkets, and a myriad of strange, homemade devices. The house, much like its occupants, was a testament to whimsical creativity and unorthodox thinking. Outside, the landscape was dotted with odd sculptures and vibrant, magical flora. Xenophilius Lovegood, the eccentric head of the household and editor of The Quibbler, adjusted his brightly colored robes and peered over the top of his magazine at his wife and daughter. Pandora, have you seen this article about Harry Potter? He asked, waving a copy of the Daily Prophet. It seems our suspicions about Dumbledore's intentions might have some merit after all. Pandora Lovegood, a woman with an equally whimsical dress sense and a sparkle of curiosity in her eyes, leaned over to look at the article. Indeed, Zeno, she said, her voice calm and thoughtful. It's clear that young Harry has been through quite an ordeal. Living with muggles who don't understand his magical heritage must have been difficult. Luna Lovegood, their daughter, who was 9 years old and had a dreamy, faraway look in her eyes, glanced up from the sketch of a crumple-horned Snorkick she was drawing. Poor Harry, she said softly. He must feel so alone. Do you think he's ever seen a Raxpert? They can be quite bothersome, especially if you're already feeling sad. Xenophilius nodded sagely. It's quite possible, Luna. But I'm more concerned about the Nargles. They thrive in places where there's been a lot of emotional distress. Pandora smiled at her daughter. Luna, you have such a kind heart. I'm sure Harry would appreciate your friendship. We should find a way to help him. Luna's eyes brightened with determination. I like that, Mum. Maybe we can send him some of our special radish earrings to ward off the Nargles. Xenophilius looked thoughtful. We must also consider the possibility that there are darker forces at play here. Perhaps the Ministry has been influenced by the Rotfang conspiracy. It's crucial that we keep an eye on the situation. Pandora nodded. You're right, Zeno. But for now, the most important thing is that Harry is with people who care about him. If we can, we should reach out to him and offer our support. Luna clapped her hands together. Oh, yes. Maybe we can invite him to come see the Blibbering Humdinger migration next month. That would cheer him up. Xenophilius chuckled. I'm sure it would, Luna. And it might open his eyes to some of the wonders of the magical world that he's yet to experience. Pandora placed a gentle hand on her husband's arm. Let's keep an ear out for any news about Harry. If there's a way for us to help, we will. For now, let's send him some wishes through the Quibbler. Maybe a special edition dedicated to the creatures he might encounter at Hogwarts. Luna nodded enthusiastically. And we can write about how to spot Raxperts and Nargles, so he'll be prepared. As the Lovegoods continued their discussion, their unique blend of eccentricity and genuine kindness shone through. They might believe in creatures most considered imaginary, but their hearts were in the right place. They were ready to welcome Harry Potter into their world, offering the warmth and understanding that only the Lovegoods could provide. Pandora Lovegood, in her enthusiasm and deep concern for Harry, became so engrossed in the conversation that she completely forgot the experiment she had planned for the day. This experiment, meant to create a new spell, had been her passion project, and its inherent dangers were well known. She had hoped to invent a charm that could manipulate magical energies in ways previously unimagined, a risky endeavor that required precise execution. Pandora, aren't you supposed to be in your workshop? Xenophilius asked, noticing the time and sensing the weight of her distraction. Pandora blinked, momentarily taken aback. Oh, dear, you're right, she exclaimed. I was supposed to test that spell today. Luna, always perceptive despite her dreamy demeanor, added, Maybe it's a good thing you didn't, Mum. You've been saying how delicate that spellwork is. Pandora smiled at her daughter's earnestness, a sense of relief mingling with her ever-present curiosity. You're right, Luna. Perhaps it's a sign that today is not the day for that particular experiment. Xenophilius nodded in agreement. Harry's situation is more important. We can always come back to the spell later. With their priorities realigned, the Lovegoods set aside their usual pursuits. They were ready to extend a hand of friendship and support to Harry, ensuring that he would feel welcome and loved in their whimsical, magical world. As they prepared to reach out to Harry, Pandora couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude for the unexpected distraction. Little did she know that this deviation from her experiment would save her life, allowing her to be there for her family and the boy who lived in the days to come. Remus Lupin sat in his small, modestly furnished cottage on the outskirts of a secluded village, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows across the room. The wizarding world had moved on, leaving him to a life of quiet solitude, his only company being the memories of friends long lost and the haunting silence that filled his days. The headline of the Daily Prophet caught his eye. Harry Potter's guardianship changes hands. Dark secrets revealed. His heart pounded as he read the article, detailing the transfer of Harry Potter's guardianship from Albus Dumbledore to Amelia Bones. The revelations about Harry's mistreatment at the hands of the Dursleys hit Remus like a physical blow. The thought of James and Lily's son, the child he had vowed to protect in their memory, suffering in such a way filled him with a deep, aching sorrow. Remus' hands trembled slightly as he set the paper down, his mind swirling with emotions. Guilt gnawed at him. Guilt for not being there, for not knowing, for not doing anything to prevent the pain Harry had endured. He had stayed away, fearing that his presence would only bring more danger to the boy he loved as his own. But now, knowing what Harry had faced, he wondered if his self-imposed exile had been a mistake. The article also mentioned Sirius, his old friend who had been imprisoned without a trial. Remus' mind reeled with the implications, the injustice of it all weighing heavily on his conscience. The betrayal of trust, the unspoken promises, all resurfaced, making the pain of past wounds fresh once more. As he sat there, lost in thought, the image of Harry, a small, frightened boy, alone and unloved, seared into his mind. Remus resolved that he could no longer remain passive. He had to find a way to help, to make amends for the years of neglect and isolation. The time for hiding was over. Standing up, Remus took a deep breath, the resolve hardening in his chest. He would reach out to Amelia Bones. He would offer his support, his protection, whatever he could do to ensure that Harry never felt alone or unloved again. For James, for Lily, and most of all, for Harry, he would step back into the world he had abandoned, ready to fight for the future he knew the boy deserved. In a cozy, warmly lit living room in a quiet suburb of Suffolk, the Tonks family gathered around their breakfast table, the morning sun streaming through the windows. Andromeda Tonks, with her elegant features and calm demeanor, sipped her tea while her husband, Ted Tonks, a genial Muggle-born wizard, perused the Daily Prophet with growing concern. Their daughter, Nymphadora Tonks, or Dora, as she preferred, sat cross-legged on the sofa, her hair changing colors with her fluctuating emotions as she read over her father's shoulder. "Dad, what's wrong?" Dora asked, noticing the deep frown creasing Ted's forehead. Ted shook his head slowly, his voice tinged with disbelief. "It's about Harry Potter," he said, handing the newspaper to his wife. Andromeda's eyes scanned the article, her face becoming more serious with each line. Nymphadora's curiosity piqued, and she leaned in closer, her hair turning a worried shade of blue. "What happened to him?" Andromeda set the paper down, her voice steady but concerned. "It seems that Harry has been living with Muggles, his aunt and uncle, the Dursleys, since he was a baby. According to this article, they treated him terribly. Albus Dumbledore has transferred his guardianship to Amelia Bones after the truth came out." Nymphadora's eyes widened in shock. How could anyone treat a child like that, especially Harry Potter? She jumped up from the sofa, her hair now a fiery red reflecting her anger. "We've got to do something, Mum." Andromeda nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, we do. No child should have to suffer like that. I'm sure Amelia will take good care of him, but perhaps we can offer our support as well." Ted, his face still clouded with concern, added, "I think it might be a good idea to reach out to Amelia. We should let her know that if Harry needs anything, our family is here for him." Nymphodora's hair shifted to a determined shade of purple as she chimed in, "And I can keep an eye out for him at Hogwarts. Make sure he's all right and help him adjust." Andromeda smiled at her daughter, pride evident in her eyes. "That's a wonderful idea, Dora. We'll do everything we can to make sure Harry knows he's not alone." The Tonks family, united in their resolve, began discussing how they could reach out and offer their assistance. They might not have known Harry personally, but they felt a deep connection to his story, a desire to help right the wrongs he had endured. And as they planned their next steps, they felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to extend their kindness and support to the boy who lived in the quaint village of Godric's Hollow, nestled amidst rolling hills and ancient stone cottages. The Abbott family gathered around the breakfast table, their attention captured by the article in the Daily Prophet. The Abbotts had been close friends of the Potters, sharing laughter and memories in the picturesque village where magic and history intertwined. Mrs. Abbott, her gentle voice tinged with nostalgia, sighed as she read the article aloud. "Oh, how time flies," she remarked, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "It feels like just yesterday we were celebrating James and Lily's wedding." Mr. Abbott nodded in agreement, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed," he murmured, his gaze drifting to the framed photograph on the mantelpiece. A snapshot of happier times, with James and Lily Potter smiling warmly alongside their friends and neighbors. Hannah Abbott, their daughter, listened intently, her heart heavy with memories of the Potters. She had grown up hearing stories of Harry Potter, the boy who had miraculously survived the Dark Lord's curse, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration and sympathy for him. Her voice filled with empathy, as she couldn't shake the weight of emotions as she listened to the news. "It's good to hear that Harry will have someone like Susan by his side," she remarked softly, her thoughts drifting to her best friend. "She'll make sure he feels welcome and supported, just like the Potters would have wanted." Hannah's parents nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a mixture of concern and hope for Harry's future. They knew how important it was for him to have someone he could rely on, especially after everything he had been through. And with Amelia Bones as his guardian, they felt reassured that he would have the love and support he deserved. The Greengrass family sat around their dining table, the article from the Daily Prophet spread out before them. They discussed the news of Harry Potter's change in guardianship, their voices hushed as they considered the implications. Daphne Greengrass, the eldest daughter, spoke up first. "It's quite a development, isn't it?" she remarked, her brow furrowed with concern. "To think that Harry Potter has been living with the Dursleys all this time." Her sister, Astoria, nodded in agreement. "It's tragic," she said softly, "but at least he's out of there now. With Amelia Bones as his guardian, he'll finally have someone who cares for him." Their parents, Mr. and Mrs. Greengrass, exchanged solemn glances. "It's a shame it took so long for someone to intervene," Mr. Greengrass remarked, his tone tinged with regret. "But hopefully, Harry will find some semblance of peace and stability in his new home." Mrs. Greengrass reached out to squeeze her husband's hand, offering silent support. "We can only hope for the best for him," she said, her voice filled with empathy. "And perhaps we can offer our assistance in some way, to help him adjust to his new life." As the Greengrass family continued their discussion, they resolved to keep an eye on the situation, ready to lend a helping hand to Harry Potter if he ever needed it. In the opulent halls of Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy sat at the head of the table, his icy gaze fixed on the article from the Daily Prophet. Beside him, Narcissa Malfoy fidgeted nervously, her eyes darting between her husband and the newspaper. "Well, this is certainly unexpected," Lucius remarked, his voice dripping with disdain as he scanned the words on the page. "I had no idea Dumbledore was planning to relinquish guardianship of the boy." Narcissa bit her lip, her thoughts racing. "What do you suppose this means for us, Lucius?" she asked tentatively, her voice barely above a whisper. "With Harry Potter now under the care of Amelia Bones." Lucius waved a dismissive hand, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "It means nothing for us, my dear," he replied smoothly. "We have far more pressing matters to attend to than the affairs of a mere orphan boy." Draco Malfoy, lounging lazily in his seat, scoffed at his father's words. "But father, what if this Potter boy decides to stir up trouble?" he interjected, a sneer etched on his face. "He's always been a thorn in our side, hasn't he?" Lucius shot his son a withering glare. "Draco, Do try to use what little sense you possess, he admonished. We have more important things to worry about than the ramblings of a foolish child. Besides, Potter is no threat to us now. As Narcissa sat in uneasy silence, her thoughts drifted to Sirius Black, a distant cousin bound by blood and shackled by fate. She couldn't help but wonder what would become of him if the truth were to come to light, if he were to be exonerated of the crimes for which he had been imprisoned. A glimmer of hope flickered within her, a whispered promise of freedom from the chains that bound her to a marriage built on duty rather than love. But she dared not speak her thoughts aloud, not in the presence of her husband, whose ambitions and allegiances were as cold and unyielding as the stones of Malfoy Manor, and certainly not in the presence of her son, whose arrogance and disdain for anything that stood in the way of his desires knew no bounds. Instead, Narcissa kept her counsel, her heart heavy with the weight of secrets and regrets. She knew that even if Sirius were to be set free, the path to freedom for herself would be fraught with peril and uncertainty. But in the depths of her soul, she clung to the fragile hope that somehow, against all odds, she might find a way to break free from the chains that bound her and reclaim the life she had once dreamed of. As the Malfoys continued their discussion, the air in the grand dining hall of Malfoy Manor grew thick with tension, the weight of their secrets and schemes hanging heavy in the air. And amidst it all, the fate of Harry Potter remained uncertain, a pawn in a game played by forces far beyond his control. As the heavy iron door of his cell creaked open, Sirius Black looked up from the cold stone floor, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. He had grown accustomed to the darkness and despair of Azkaban, resigned to the fact that this grim fortress was to be his home for the rest of his days. But now, as an Auror stood before him, a glimmer of hope sparked within him, fragile yet undeniable. Sirius Black, the Auror intoned, his voice echoing through the narrow confines of the cell. You are to be taken to a hearing at the Ministry of Magic. You are to stand trial for your alleged crimes. Sirius's heart pounded in his chest as he processed the Auror's words. A trial? After all these years of silence and solitude, was there finally a chance for him to clear his name, to prove his innocence to the world? It seemed almost too good to be true, and yet, he dared to hope. Rising to his feet, Sirius followed the Auror out of his cell, his steps faltering slightly as he emerged into the blinding light of the corridor. The air felt thick with anticipation, charged with the promise of redemption or condemnation. But Sirius pushed aside his doubts and fears, clinging to the flicker of hope that burned bright within him. As they made their way through the labyrinthine halls of Azkaban, Sirius's mind raced with thoughts of freedom and justice. He knew that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges and obstacles, but for the first time in years, he allowed himself to believe that perhaps, just perhaps, there was a chance for him to reclaim his life and his honor. Amidst the tumult of his emotions, one thought burned brightly in Sirius's mind. The possibility of reuniting with his godson, Harry Potter. The boy whom he had sworn to protect, the child who had been torn from his arms and thrust into a world of darkness and uncertainty. For years, Sirius had dreamed of the day when he could hold Harry in his arms once more, to reassure him, to guide him, to be the family he had never known. As they approached the portcullis that marked the threshold of Azkaban, Sirius felt a surge of determination coursing through him. Whatever lay ahead, whatever trials awaited him, he would face them head-on, for Harry's sake and for his own. With each step closer to freedom, Sirius's heart swelled with hope, the prospect of a brighter future shining like a beacon in the darkness. And as he crossed the threshold into the unknown, Sirius knew that no matter what lay ahead, he would never stop fighting for the chance to be reunited with his pup, Harry. Chapter 5. Harry sat at a desk in the Bones family estate, a stack of letters in front of him. Each envelope bore different handwriting, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and nervousness as he picked up the first one. He carefully opened it and began to read. Dear Harry, my name is Daphne Greengrass, and I wanted to take this opportunity to reach out and introduce myself. I've been following your story with great interest, and like many others, I've been deeply moved by what you've endured and overcome. I come from a family that places a high value on tradition and honor. The Greengrasses have always respected the Potters for their bravery and principles, and I want you to know that. You have allies in us. In fact, our families share a deeper connection than you might realize. Your grandmother, Euphemia Potter, was a Greengrass before her marriage. She was my father's aunt, making us distant relatives. This familial bond makes your story even more significant to us, and we feel a strong sense of duty and affection towards you. I'll be starting at Hogwarts next year, and I'm truly looking forward to meeting you. I know that the school can be overwhelming with its grand halls and numerous students, but I hope you'll find it to be a place where you can feel at home. One thing about Hogwarts is that it brings together people from all walks of life, and friendships can blossom in the most unexpected places. I hope we can become friends and support each other through our time at school. If you ever need someone to talk to or if you're feeling overwhelmed, please don't hesitate to reach out. My family and I are here for you. Remember, you're not alone in this journey. Looking forward to meeting you, Daphne Greengrass. As Harry read Daphne's letter, he felt a mix of surprise and appreciation. He hadn't expected to receive a letter from someone like Daphne, who came from a respected and traditional family. Her words carried a sense of warmth and solidarity that he found comforting. Daphne's mention of the Greengrass family's respect for the Potters touched him deeply. It was a reminder that his parents' legacy continued to inspire and that he had allies in unexpected places. Learning about the familial connection through his grandmother, Euphemia Potter, added another layer of connection that he hadn't anticipated. The revelation that he and Daphne were distant relatives gave him a sense of belonging that he hadn't felt before. The prospect of meeting Daphne at Hogwarts and possibly forging a friendship with her was something Harry found both exciting and reassuring. Her offer of support and companionship was a bright spot in the midst of all the changes and uncertainties he was facing. For the first time, he felt like he was beginning to build his own network of friends and allies, just as his parents had. Dear Harry, my name is Padma Patil, and my sister Parvati and I are very excited to finally write to you. We're both really looking forward to meeting you when we start at Hogwarts next year. I wanted to tell you that you're not alone. Even though we haven't met yet, we consider you our friend already. The stories about your bravery are truly inspiring, and I can't wait to learn more about you. I've heard that Hogwarts is an amazing place, full of secrets and magical adventures. I'm especially excited about the library. I love reading and learning new spells. Maybe we can study together? I'm sure we'll be in the same year, so we'll have lots of classes together. If you ever need someone to talk to or just hang out with, you can always count on us. We'll be there for you, no matter what. Looking forward to meeting you, Padma Patil. Hi Harry. I'm Parvati Patil, and I wanted to write to you because my sister Padma and I have been following your story. It's amazing what you've been through, and we think you're really brave. I'm so excited about starting at Hogwarts next year. There's so much I want to see and do. Like making new friends, exploring the castle, and maybe even finding some hidden passages. It would be great if we could all discover these things together. I also wanted to tell you that you don't have to feel alone. We're going to be your friends, and we'll stand by you. Padma and I can't wait to meet you and start this magical journey together. Hogwarts is going to be so much fun, and I'm sure you'll love it. Until then, if you ever need to chat, just write to us. We're here for you. See you soon, Parvati Patil. As Harry finished reading the letters from Padma and Parvati Patil, he felt a surge of warmth and anticipation. The genuine kindness and enthusiasm in their words made him feel welcome and less anxious about the future. He appreciated their reassurances and their offers of friendship. The thought of having friends who shared his excitement about Hogwarts and who were willing to stand by him no matter what, filled Harry with hope. He was particularly touched by Padma's offer to study together and Parvati's excitement about exploring Hogwarts and discovering its secrets. Harry couldn't help but smile at the thought of all the adventures that awaited him. The idea of having friends who were so supportive and kind made him feel more confident and eager to start this new chapter in his life. He carefully placed the letters from Padma and Parvati alongside the others, cherishing each word and looking forward to meeting them all in person. Harry had received several letters from the Weasley family, and he read each one with growing astonishment and warmth. Dear Harry, hi. My name is Ginny Weasley, and I'm 9 years old. I know we haven't met yet, but I just wanted to say how excited I am that you're going to be part of our world. My brother Ron has been talking about you non-stop, and it feels like we already know you. I love playing Quidditch, and I'm pretty good at flying. Maybe we can play together someday. My brothers are always hogging the brooms, but I bet they'd make an exception for you. I can't wait to meet you and maybe even show you some of the secret spots around our house, the burrow. See you soon. I hope, Ginny. Hey Harry, I'm Ron Weasley, and I can't wait to meet you. My brothers Fred and George are always talking about all the pranks they want to show you. They've been at Hogwarts for a year already and they say it's amazing. I can't wait to see it myself. I read about everything in the Daily Prophet. It sounds like you've had a rough time, but things are going to get better now, I promise. Hogwarts is supposed to be brilliant, and there are loads of people who want to be your friend. Maybe we can share a dormitory at Hogwarts? That would be really cool. My family is really excited to meet you. Mum's already planning to cook you a proper meal, and Dad's always got interesting stories about Muggle stuff. We live in a house called the Burrow, and it's a bit chaotic, but it's home. Can't wait to meet you in person, your friend, Ron. Dear Harry, my name is Percy Weasley, and I'm the third oldest Weasley sibling. I'm currently in my 4th year at Hogwarts. Although I'm not a prefect yet, I still like to think of myself as someone who can help others, especially new students. I understand that transitioning to the wizarding world might be overwhelming, but rest assured, you'll find a supportive community here. My family extends a warm welcome to you, and we're all looking forward to meeting you. If you need any assistance with your studies or navigating the school, please don't hesitate to ask. Best regards, Percy Weasley. Dear Harry, we hope this letter finds you well and settling into the magical world. We're Fred and George Weasley, a couple of troublemakers in training over here at Hogwarts. You might have heard of us, but if not, don't worry, we're sure to make an impression soon enough. First things first, welcome to the wizarding world. It's a wild ride, full of magic and mischief, and we're thrilled to have you along for it. We're in our 2nd year at Hogwarts, and let us tell you, things only get more exciting from here. We're not sure if you've heard yet, but we've got big plans for the future. We're working on starting our own joke shop, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, and we've got some seriously epic pranks in the works. It's going to be legendary, and we'd love for you to be a part of it. But enough about us. We want to hear all about you. We read about your situation in the Daily Prophet, and we just wanted to reach out and offer our support. Being the boy who lived comes with its own set of challenges, but we want you to know that you're not alone. Hogwarts is full of great people who've got your back, including us. We'd love to meet you in person and show you around Hogwarts. There's so much to see and do here, from exploring secret passages to cheering on our Quidditch team. Plus, we're always up for a good prank. Or 5, so you'll fit right in with us. Anyway, we'll wrap this up before it turns into an essay. Just know that if you ever need a laugh, a friend, or just someone to talk to, we're here for you. Hogwarts is going to be a blast with you around, Harry. Looking forward to meeting you, Fred and George Weasley. As he read through Ginny's sweet, enthusiastic message, Ron's friendly note, Percy's formal yet supportive words, and Fred and George's mischievous yet heartfelt letter, Harry felt a warmth spreading through his chest. For the first time, he truly felt like he was being welcomed into a family. Ginny's innocent excitement and eagerness to play Quidditch together made Harry smile. Ron's genuine offer of friendship and the possibility of sharing a dormitory at Hogwarts filled him with hope. Percy's promise of guidance and support reassured him, and Fred in George's hilarious letter made him laugh out loud. Their plan to start a joke shop and their promise of fun-filled adventures at Hogwarts gave Harry something to look forward to. Harry marveled at the thought of having friends who were genuinely excited to meet him, who wanted to include him in their lives and adventures. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter felt truly hopeful about the future. He couldn't wait to meet the Weasleys and start his new life in the magical world, surrounded by friends and the promise of a better, brighter tomorrow. Harry picked up Luna Lovegood's letter next, intrigued by the colorful drawings of fantastical creatures that adorned the edges of the parchment. He began to read, smiling at the whimsical handwriting that reflected the writer's unique personality. Dear Harry, hello. My name is Luna Lovegood, and I wanted to welcome you to the magical world. My father, Xenophilius, and I live near Ottery Street, Catchpole. We publish The Quibbler, a magazine about magical creatures and other interesting things that most people don't know about. I know that you might find some of our beliefs unusual, but that's okay. I believe that everyone should keep an open mind and explore the wonders of the world around them. My father always says that there's magic in every corner if you only know where to look. I heard that you've been through a lot living with Muggles, and I just wanted to say that I'm sorry for everything you've had to endure. You are much stronger than you realize, Harry. My mother, Pandora, always told me that strength isn't just about facing the darkness but also about finding the light in the most unexpected places. She conducts all sorts of experiments to create new spells and discover hidden truths. If you ever feel lonely or need a friend, Remember that there are people who care about you, like my best friend Ginny Weasley and me. I can't wait to meet you at Hogwarts and show you all the magical creatures and hidden nooks of the castle. Maybe we can even search for crumple-horned snorkax together. Take care, Harry, and keep believing in the extraordinary. With warm wishes. Luna Lovegood. Harry felt a deep sense of comfort and connection as he read Luna's letter. Her kind words and open-hearted nature made him feel less alone in this new world. He carefully folded Luna's letter, placing it alongside the others, grateful for the newfound friendships and the promise of a brighter future filled with magic and wonder. Harry unfolded the next letter and saw the name, Nymphadora Tonks, at the bottom, written in a playful, loopy script. He read eagerly, curious to know more about this person. Hey Harry, first off, welcome to the wizarding world. My name is Nymphadora Tonks, but please, just call me Tonks. I'm in my 6th year at Hogwarts, and I'm a Hufflepuff. I was really excited to hear about you coming into our world, and I wanted to reach out. I know you've had a rough time with the Dursleys, and I want you to know that things are going to get so much better. Hogwarts is an amazing place, full of magic and great people. Plus, we have Quidditch, which is just brilliant. A bit about me. I'm a metamorphagus, which means I can change my appearance at will. It's a lot of fun, and it comes in handy for pranks and blending in. I love it. I also have a bit of a rebellious streak. Okay, maybe more than a bit. So Hogwarts is always an adventure. Something else you might find interesting, my mum, Andromeda, is actually Sirius Black's cousin. So, in a roundabout way, we're family. Mum and Sirius were really close before everything went wrong. We all hope that one day, the truth will come out and Sirius will be free. He's not the monster everyone thinks he is, Harry. He's a good man who's been through a lot. If you need anything or have any questions about Hogwarts or the magical world in general, just owl me. I'm always up for a chat, and I'd be happy to help you settle in. Plus, if you ever need tips on how to survive Hogwarts, I've got loads of them. I can't wait to see you around and get to know you better. You've got a lot of people here who care about you, even if you've only just met us. Stay strong and keep your chin up. Cheers. Tonks Nymphadora, if you must. Harry grinned at Tonks' lively and encouraging letter. The thought of having family he didn't know about, and the idea of meeting someone as fun and supportive as Tonks, filled him with warmth and excitement. He carefully placed her letter with the others, feeling his heart lift. With the knowledge that he had allies and friends waiting for him in this new, magical world. Harry picked up the letter from Neville Longbottom, curious about what his fellow future Hogwarts student had to say. As he unfolded the parchment, he noticed the neat handwriting and began to read. Dear Harry, my name is Neville Longbottom. I hope this letter finds you well. I wanted to introduce myself and share something very special with you. My parents, Frank and Alice Longbottom, were Aurors during the war against Voldemort. They were brave and kind, much like your own parents. There's something else that connects us, though. Your mother, Lily Potter, was my godmother. My grandmother told me stories about her, how she was an incredibly talented witch and a loving friend. She said she was always there for me when I was a baby, and I like to think she watched over me even after she was gone. I live with my gran now, and she always speaks highly of your parents. I wish we could have grown up knowing each other better, but I'm glad that we'll be going to Hogwarts together next year. Maybe we can get to know each other and share stories about our families. I hope you're settling in well with your new guardians. If you ever need anything or just want to ALK, I'm here. Looking forward to meeting you in person. Your friend, Neville Longbottom. Harry felt a surge of warmth and connection as he read Neville's letter. Knowing that his mother had been Neville's godmother and had watched over him as a baby filled him with a sense of pride and a deeper bond with the magical world he was now a part of. He carefully folded Neville's letter and placed it alongside the others, feeling more connected to his peers and his past than ever before. Harry picked up a letter written by a girl named Hannah Abbott, intrigued by the address written on the envelope. As he read it, a warm sense of familiarity and curiosity grew inside him. Dear Harry, I'm Hannah Abbott. I'm so happy to hear that you're with my best friend Susan and her aunt. I can't wait to meet you in person. Did you know that I live in Godric's Hollow? It's where your parents lived, and where you would have grown up. We would have been neighbors. I often think about how different things could have been. I hope we can talk about it more when we meet. Warm regards, Hannah. Harry's eyes widened as he read the part about Godric's Hollow. The idea of having grown up in such a place, with Hannah as a neighbor, painted vivid pictures in his mind. He imagined playing in the streets, sharing secrets, and celebrating birthdays together. The thought filled him with a bittersweet longing for what could have been. With a mixture of excitement and nostalgia, Harry carefully folded Hannah's letter and placed it with the others. He couldn't wait to ask her more about Godric's Hollow and learn about the place where his parents had once lived. For now, he was grateful for the connections he was making and the friends who were eager to welcome him into their world. The last letter was from someone with a more elegant handwriting. It was written by a French witch named Fleur Delacour. Harry unfolded the letter, curious to learn about the girl who had taken the time to write to him. As he read, he was surprised by the personal connection she revealed. Dear Harry, my name is Fleur Delacour, and I attend Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic. I wanted to reach out and introduce myself. My father, Jacques Delacour, is currently the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for the French Ministry of Magic. He knew your father very well, as they were aurors serving their respective countries during the war. My father often spoke highly of James Potter and considered him a brave and honorable man. I also have a little sister named Gabrielle, who is your age. She has a massive crush on you and dreams of being Mrs. Gabrielle Potter someday. She talks about you all the time and is very excited that you are part of our world again. I hope we can meet in person someday. Until then, take care and know that you have friends here in France who support you. Best wishes, Fleur Delacour. Harry smiled as he read about Gabrielle's crush, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and amusement. He couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to meet Fleur and her family, especially knowing that her father had been friends with his own. The idea of such connections spanning across countries and generations made him feel a deeper sense of belonging to the magical world. With a thoughtful expression, Harry carefully folded Fleur's letter and added it to his growing collection. He felt grateful for these newfound connections and looked forward to the day he could meet these new friends in person. Harry leaned back in his chair, a smile spreading across his face. Each letter brought him closer to the magical world he was becoming a part of, and he felt a sense of excitement and hope for the future. He was not alone anymore, and he had friends waiting to meet him. In a holding cell at the Ministry of Magic, Sirius Black sat on the edge of a narrow cot, his mind a whirl of memories and emotions. The past 8.5 years in Azkaban had been a relentless torment, but now, for the first time in what felt like forever, there was a glimmer of hope. An auror had handed him a copy of the Daily Prophet, and as he read the headline, his heart pounded in his chest. Harry Potter's new guardian, Amelia Bones, takes charge. Sirius's eyes widened as he scanned the article. The news of Harry being taken away from the Dursleys and placed under the guardianship of Amelia Bones filled him with a mixture of relief and gratitude. Amelia. Just the thought of her name brought back a flood of memories. Memories of a time before everything went wrong, before he was falsely accused and imprisoned. Amelia Bones, the no-nonsense head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, had been more than just a colleague. She had been someone special. They had dated, sharing moments of laughter and warmth that seemed like a distant dream now. Sirius could still remember her sharp wit, her unwavering sense of justice, and the kindness she had shown him. Despite the darkness of his current situation, knowing that Harry was with her brought a sense of comfort. As he read further, Sirius felt a surge of determination. He needed to reach out to Amelia, to tell her the truth about what had happened all those years ago. He had been framed by Peter Pettigrew, and his time in Azkaban had been a cruel punishment for a crime he didn't commit. If anyone could help him, it was Amelia. She would listen, she would believe him, and she would help him clear his name. Sirius looked up from the newspaper, his mind racing with thoughts of how to get in touch with her. He knew that with her on his side, they could bring down the web of lies that had ensnared him. He longed to be free, to protect Harry, and to rekindle the relationship that had been so abruptly torn apart. Just then, the door to his cell opened, and an auror stepped inside. Sirius's heart leapt with hope. "Black, you've got a visitor," the auror said gruffly. Sirius stood up, his legs trembling slightly from anticipation. "Who is it?" he asked, his voice hoarse from disuse. "Amelia Bones," the auror replied, a note of respect in his tone. "She's here to speak with you." Sirius felt a wave of emotions crash over him, hope, relief, and a renewed sense of purpose. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. This was his chance to tell her everything, to finally have someone believe in his innocence. As he followed the Auror out of the cell and down the dimly lit corridor, his thoughts turned to Harry. He vowed to do everything in his power to protect his godson and to reunite with him. The door to the meeting room loomed ahead, and with each step, Sirius's resolve grew stronger. He would fight for his freedom, for Harry's safety, and for a chance to reclaim the life that had been stolen from him. And with Amelia by his side, he knew they could overcome any obstacle. As he entered the room, the sight of Amelia Bones waiting for him filled him with a sense of hope he hadn't felt in years. This was the beginning of a new chapter, one that he was determined to see through to the end. Chapter 6. In a quiet, private room deep within the Ministry of Magic, Amelia Bones paced back and forth, her mind racing with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. The door opened, and two Aurors led in a thin, disheveled man whose eyes flickered with a mix of hope and wariness. As they removed his shackles, the man looked up, his gaze locking with Amelia's. "Sirius," Amelia whispered, her voice barely audible as she took in the sight of the man she once knew so well, now transformed by years of unjust imprisonment. Sirius Black straightened slightly, his gaunt face lighting up with recognition. "Amelia," he replied, his voice hoarse. "It's been a long time." Amelia dismissed the Aurors with a nod, waiting until they were alone before she spoke again. "Sirius, I can't even begin to imagine what you've been through," she said, her tone filled with a mix of sorrow and determination. "But I want you to know that we're working to clear your name. Dumbledore and I are doing everything we can." Sirius's eyes softened as he took a seat closer. "Amelia, how's Harry? Is he safe?" Amelia's expression brightened slightly. "He's safe, Sirius. Harry is with me now, under my guardianship. We're ensuring he's well taken care of and surrounded by people who care about him." Sirius's relief was palpable. "Thank Merlin," he murmured. "I was so afraid. After all these years, I couldn't protect him." "You did the best you could, given the circumstances," Amelia reassured him. "Harry's a resilient boy. He's been through a lot, but he's strong. And he's not alone anymore." Sirius's eyes flickered with a mix of anger and hope. "I'll do whatever it takes to protect him, Amelia. I owe that to James and Lily." Amelia nodded, her resolve unwavering. "We're going to get you out of here, Sirius. You deserve a chance to live your life and be there for Harry. We have a plan to audit the trial transcripts and push for a fast-track trial. If we can prove you never had a fair trial, we can exonerate you." Sirius looked at her with a mixture of gratitude and determination. "Thank you, Amelia, for everything." Amelia took a deep breath, her eyes clouding with guilt. "Sirius, there's something I need to say. For a long time, I believed you were guilty. I believed the lies, and for that, I'm truly sorry. I should have known better, I should have questioned it all sooner." Sirius studied her for a moment, his expression softening. "It's not your fault, Amelia. The evidence was damning, and I don't blame you for believing it. But I'm grateful that you're here now, fighting for the truth." Amelia smiled faintly, her eyes filled with determination. "We'll see this through together, Sirius. We'll clear your name and give Harry the family he deserves." Sirius nodded, then his expression grew serious. "Amelia, you need to know what really happened that night. I never betrayed James and Lily. Peter Pettigrew did. He was the secret keeper for the Fidelius charm, not me. We switched at the last minute, thinking it would be the perfect bluff. But Peter was the spy." Amelia's eyes widened in shock. "Peter Pettigrew? But he was presumed dead, killed in the explosion that took out those muggles." Sirius's jaw tightened. "No, he faked his death. He cut off his own finger and transformed into his animagus form, a rat. He's been hiding ever since, living in plain sight. I tried to catch him that night, but he got away, and then, well, you know what happened." Amelia was silent for a moment, processing the revelation. "We need to find him, Sirius. If we can prove he's alive, it will exonerate you completely." Sirius nodded, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Yes, but we'll need to be careful. Peter's been hiding for years, and he's cunning. But I know we can do it." Amelia's resolve hardened. "We'll get the truth out, Sirius. I'll get my department started on the audit of the trial transcripts, and I'll personally ensure that the search for Peter Pettigrew is prioritized. We'll bring him to justice." As Sirius and Amelia stood together, a moment of silence stretched between them, filled with unspoken emotions and memories. Finally, Amelia took a deep breath and looked into Sirius's eyes. "Sirius, there's something else you need to know about Harry," she began, her voice tinged with both anger and sadness. "His life at the Dursleys was far from what we would have hoped for him." Sirius's expression darkened immediately. "What do you mean?" Amelia's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "The Dursleys treated him horribly. They neglected him, made him sleep in a cupboard under the stairs, and barely gave him enough to eat. They treated him like a servant, not like family. It breaks my heart to think about what he's endured." Sirius clenched his fists, a mix of rage and sorrow on his face. "Those muggles. I should have been there. I should have protected him." Amelia placed a hand on his arm, offering a comforting squeeze. "You couldn't have known, Sirius. None of us did. But Harry is with us now, and we're going to make sure he's never treated like that again." Sirius nodded, his eyes filled with determination. "Thank you, Amelia, for taking care of him. I owe you more than I can ever repay." Amelia smiled faintly, then her expression grew serious. "There's one more thing you should know, Sirius. Harry has a unique companion." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "A companion?" Amelia took a deep breath. "His name is Drakor. He's a symbiotic dragon-like creature that has bonded with Harry. Drakor has been with Harry since the night we found him, and he's become a protective presence in his life." Sirius looked intrigued and slightly bewildered. "A symbiotic dragon? I've never heard of such a thing." "Neither had I," Amelia admitted. "But Drakor has been nothing but protective of Harry. He's explained that he's there to help and empower Harry, not to harm him. In fact, Drakor was instrumental in helping us understand just how bad things were with the Dursleys." Sirius absorbed this information, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "So, this Drakor, he's a friend to Harry?" Amelia nodded. "Yes, and more than that, he's a guardian. He's given Harry strength and support when he needed it most, and I believe he'll continue to do so." Sirius's expression softened, a hint of relief in his eyes. "I'm glad Harry has someone like that looking out for him. He deserves all the help and protection he can get." Amelia smiled. "He does. And now that you're here, he has even more support. Together, we'll ensure that Harry has the future he deserves." Sirius nodded, a renewed sense of hope and determination filling him. "Yes, we will. For Harry, and for James and Lily." As they stood there, united in their resolve, Amelia knew that with Sirius by her side, they had a fighting chance to bring justice to Harry and rebuild the family he had lost. Harry and Susan were out in the garden of the Bones estate, practicing broomstick flying. Susan had been eager to teach Harry, and he was just as eager to learn. They laughed and joked as they took turns zipping around the garden on their brooms. Despite his unique abilities thanks to Drakor, Harry was thrilled to learn how to fly on a broomstick from Susan. There was something exhilarating about the wind rushing past his face as he soared through the air, the broomstick responding to his every movement. As Susan gave him pointers and encouragement, Harry felt a sense of freedom and joy that he had never experienced before. Even though he didn't need a broomstick to fly, he relished the opportunity to learn a new skill and bond with Susan in the process. With each successful maneuver and every burst of laughter, Harry's confidence grew. He couldn't help but marvel at the simple pleasure of flying, the weightlessness of being airborne, and the sheer fun of it all. "You're doing great, Harry," Susan called out, her face beaming with encouragement. "Just keep your grip steady and lean into the turns a bit more." Harry nodded, concentrating on her instructions. He felt a thrill of exhilaration as he maneuvered the broomstick, feeling more confident with each passing minute. As they landed, a house elf appeared at the edge of the garden. It was Mipsy, holding an envelope in her tiny hands. "Master Harry," she called out in her high-pitched voice, "a new letter for you." Harry landed and hopped off his broomstick, walking over to Mipsy. "Thanks, Mipsy," he said, taking the envelope. He noticed the elegant handwriting on the front, and his curiosity was piqued. "Who's it from?" Susan asked, coming over to join him. "Not sure yet," Harry replied as he opened the envelope. He began to read the letter aloud to Susan, who listened intently. "Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well. My name is Remus Lupin, and I was a close friend of your parents, James and Lily Potter. We were part of a group known as the Marauders during our time at Hogwarts, along with Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. I have been following the recent news about you and felt compelled to reach out. There are so many things I wish I could have told you over the years. Oh, many stories about your parents that I would love to share with you. Your mother, Lily, was one of the kindest, most courageous people I have ever known. She had a way of seeing the good in everyone, and her love for you knew no bounds. Your father, James, was a loyal friend and a brave wizard. He was always ready to stand up for what was right, even at great personal risk. I understand that life with the Dursleys was difficult for you. I am deeply sorry that you had to endure such hardships. If there is anything I can do to help, or if you have any questions about your parents or our time together, please do not hesitate to ask. You have more family than you realize, and many of us are here to support you. I have my own challenges to face, and there are aspects of my life that are difficult to share, but please know that you are not alone. There are many of us who care about you deeply and are ready to stand by you. I hope we can meet in person soon. Until then, stay strong and remember that you are not alone. With warmest regards, Remus J. Lupin. As Harry finished reading, he looked up at Susan, who had tears in her eyes. That was beautiful, she said, her voice soft. It sounds like Remus really cared about your parents. Harry nodded, feeling a mix of emotions. Yeah, it does. It's nice to know there are people out there who knew them and care about me. Susan smiled warmly. And you've got us too, Harry. We're all here for you. Harry felt a surge of gratitude for the friends he was making and the support he was receiving. Thanks, Susan. It means a lot. They stood in silence for a moment, the bond between them growing stronger. Harry carefully folded the letter and put it in his pocket, knowing he would write back to Remus soon. Ready to get back to flying? Susan asked, her eyes twinkling with excitement. Harry grinned. Definitely. Let's see if I can beat you this time. With laughter and determination, they returned to their brooms, the future looking a little brighter with each passing day. When Amelia returned home, she found Harry and Susan chatting animatedly after their flying session. Harry's cheeks were flushed with excitement, and Susan's smile was wide and genuine. Harry, Susan, Amelia called out as she approached them. Harry, we need to head to Gringotts. Harry nodded, still buzzing with the thrill of flying, as they walked back to the house. Amelia's expression turned serious. Harry, there's something I need to tell you, she began. Harry looked up at her, curiosity and a hint of concern in his eyes. What is it, Aunt Amelia? I met with Sirius Black today, Amelia said gently. She watched as Harry's eyes widened in surprise. Sirius Black? The one who's supposed to be my godfather but was imprisoned? Harry asked, trying to process the information. Amelia nodded. Yes, Harry. For a long time, I, like many others, believed he was guilty. But recent events have brought new information to light. Sirius has always maintained his innocence, and there is compelling evidence to suggest that he may have been wrongly imprisoned. Harry's mind raced as he tried to grasp the implications of what Amelia was saying. So, he's not a criminal? He didn't betray my parents? That's what it looks like, Harry, Amelia confirmed. Sirius explained what really happened the night your parents were betrayed. It was actually Peter Pettigrew, a man who everyone thought had been killed by Sirius, who was the real traitor. Pettigrew framed Sirius for the crime. Harry's emotions swirled within him, relief, anger, confusion, and a spark of hope. So what happens now? He asked. We're working on getting Sirius a fair trial, Amelia replied. In the meantime, there's something else you should know. I told Sirius about your life with the Dursleys and about Drakor. Harry felt a surge of protectiveness and embarrassment. What did he say? Amelia's expression softened. He was furious about how you were treated, Harry. He wants to be there for you, to make up for the time he lost. Harry nodded slowly, processing everything. The idea of having someone else who cared about him, especially someone connected to his parents, filled him with a cautious hope. Thank you for telling me, Aunt Amelia, Harry said earnestly, and thank you for everything you're doing. Amelia smiled warmly. Of course, Harry. Now, let's get ready to go to Gringotts. There's still a lot we need to take care of. As they prepared to leave, Harry felt a renewed sense of determination. With Amelia, Susan, and now possibly Sirius by his side, he knew he had the support and love he needed to face whatever came next. As the ministry car pulled up outside the leaky cauldron, Harry's excitement was palpable. Amelia, Susan, and Harry stepped out, greeted by the unassuming facade of the pub that served as a gateway to the magical world. "Welcome to the Leaky Cauldron, Harry," Amelia said with a warm smile. Harry nodded, taking in the quaint and somewhat dingy exterior. As they entered the pub, the atmosphere changed instantly. The warm glow of lanterns, the hum of chatter, and the smell of butterbeer and roast meat enveloped them. Tom, the bald and toothless landlord, greeted them with a nod. "Good afternoon, Madam Bones," he said respectfully. "And who might this be?" "This is Harry Potter," Amelia replied. Tom's eyes widened, and he gave Harry a curious look before bowing slightly. "Welcome, Mr. Potter." Harry felt a mixture of curiosity and unease at the attention, but Amelia guided him through the pub to a small, walled courtyard at the back. She took out her wand and tapped a specific sequence of bricks on the wall. With a rumble, the bricks shifted and rearranged themselves, revealing a bustling street filled with witches and wizards. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Susan said with a smile, watching Harry's expression light up with wonder. Harry's eyes widened as he took in the sights. The cobblestone street was lined with an array of shops, their colorful signs advertising everything from cauldrons to magical pets. Witches and wizards in robes of every color moved about, chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. "First stop, Gringotts," Amelia said, leading the way toward the grand white building at the end of the street. As they walked, Harry's head turned in every direction, trying to take in everything at once. He saw children his age peering into the window of quality Quidditch supplies, where a sleek broomstick was on display. A group of witches were haggling over potion ingredients at an apothecary, and the scent of fresh baked goods wafted from a nearby bakery. Reaching the steps of Gringotts, the imposing marble building loomed over them. Goblins with sharp features and dressed in fine suits stood at the entrance and inside the vast hall. The trio approached a free goblin teller. "Madam Bones, here to see the Potter family account manager," Amelia announced. The goblin nodded, his long fingers tapping on a ledger. "Very well, follow me," he said in a high, scratchy voice. They were led down a series of winding corridors to a more private area of the bank. The goblin opened a heavy door to reveal a well-appointed office, where a goblin with an air of authority sat behind a large desk. "Griphook," Amelia greeted. "This is Harry Potter, here to discuss the Potter family accounts and his parents' wills." Griphook nodded and gestured for them to sit. "Mr. Potter, it is an honor to meet you. Now, let us get to the matters at hand." As Griphook began to open the ledger and produce several ancient-looking scrolls, Harry's heart raced. He could hardly believe that his parents had left these documents, holding their final wishes and hopes. "These are the wills of James and Lily Potter," Griphook announced, carefully unrolling the parchment. "They were written shortly before their untimely deaths." Harry leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the scrolls. Amelia and Susan watched with him, offering silent support. Griphook cleared his throat and began to read. "To our son, Harry James Potter, we leave all our worldly possessions, including the Potter family vault and estate. We hope this will provide for you and keep you safe." Harry's eyes filled with tears as he listened. He felt a surge of love and loss, the weight of his parents' legacy settling on his young shoulders. Griphook continued, "To Sirius Black, we name you as Harry's godfather and guardian. We trust you to raise him with the love and care we would have provided. Should you be unable to fulfill this duty, we appoint Amelia Bones as the secondary guardian." Amelia nodded solemnly. "It seems your parents trusted both Sirius and me with your well-being, Harry. We will honor their wishes." Griphook's expression softened slightly as he reached the end of the document. "There are also personal letters addressed to you, Mr. Potter." Harry took the letters with trembling hands, feeling the weight of his parents' words through the parchment. He knew he would cherish these letters forever. Griphook carefully rolled up the wills and set them aside. "Now, regarding the Potter family vault, it contains a significant amount of gold, heirlooms, and other valuables. You are the sole beneficiary." Harry was taken aback. He had grown up with so little, and now he had access to a world of wealth and opportunity. It was almost too much to comprehend. Amelia placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Harry, this is your legacy. Your parents wanted to ensure you had everything you needed." Harry nodded, feeling a mixture of gratitude and determination. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice choked with emotion. Griphook continued, "There are also properties listed under the Potter estate, including the house in Godric's Hollow and a few other locations. You will be provided with a full inventory and access to these properties. Harry took a deep breath, trying to absorb all the information. He felt a sense of connection to his parents through these possessions, a tangible link to the family he had lost. As Griphook continued to read the will, he paused at a particularly significant section. Additionally, he said, glancing at Harry and Amelia, James and Lily Potter named Peter Pettigrew as their secret keeper for the Fidelius charm that protected their location. Amelia's expression darkened. This confirms what Sirius has been saying all along. Pettigrew betrayed your parents, not Sirius. Griphook resumed reading. Furthermore, under no circumstances is our son, Harry James Potter, to be placed in the care of Petunia Dursley or her family. We do not believe they are capable of providing the love and care he needs. Harry's heart clenched at these words. His parents had known, even then, that the Dursleys were not a suitable place for him. They had wanted him to be loved and cared for, something he had been denied for so long. Amelia's eyes blazed with anger and determination. This makes it abundantly clear that Dumbledore's decision to place you with the Dursleys went directly against your parents' wishes. I promise you, Harry, we will make sure this never happens again. Susan squeezed Harry's hand reassuringly. You're with us now, Harry. We'll take care of you. Harry nodded, feeling a complex mix of emotions, relief, anger, and a deep sense of loss. But also, for the first time, a glimmer of hope. Thank you, he said, his voice steady despite the turmoil within him. Griphook, having finished reading, carefully rolled up the scrolls and handed them back to Harry. These are your rightful documents now, Mr. Potter. If you need any assistance with your accounts or properties, Gringotts is at your service. Harry accepted the scrolls with gratitude. Thank you, Griphook, he said, his voice filled with a newfound determination. I appreciate all your help. As they left Gringotts, Harry felt a heavy burden lift from his shoulders. The truth about his parents' wishes and Pettigrew's betrayal was now known, and he had the support of Amelia, Susan, and hopefully soon, Sirius. The magical world was no longer a distant, mysterious place. It was becoming his new home, filled with people who cared for him and wanted to see him thrive. Amelia looked down at Harry and Susan with a warm smile. How about we celebrate this revelation with some ice cream? She suggested, her eyes twinkling. Harry felt a sudden, almost childlike excitement stir within him. That sounds great, he said enthusiastically. Inside his mind, Drakor's voice chimed in with uncharacteristic glee. Yes, chocolate ice cream, lots and lots of chocolate. Harry chuckled softly at Drakor's eager tone. I'd love some chocolate ice cream, he said, trying not to laugh. Susan laughed, her eyes sparkling. Let's get the biggest chocolate sundae we can find. They made their way to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, a quaint shop filled with the delicious scent of various ice cream flavors. They approached the counter, and Harry ordered a large chocolate sundae, much to Drakor's delight. As they sat down to enjoy their treat, Harry couldn't help but marvel at the simplicity of the moment. For the first time in his life, he felt surrounded by people who truly cared about him, who wanted to see him happy. The future felt brighter, filled with possibilities and adventures that he couldn't wait to explore. Amelia watched Harry with a soft expression, her heart full of determination to ensure he would never feel alone or unloved again. To new beginnings, she said, raising her spoon in a toast. To new beginnings, Harry and Susan echoed, clinking their spoons together before diving into their ice cream. As Harry savored the rich chocolate flavor, he felt Drakor's purr of contentment in his mind, knowing that together, they were stepping into a brighter future. Chapter 7 The Grand Chamber of the Wizengamot was filled with a sense of anticipation and tension as the trial of Sirius Black commenced. The seats were packed with members of the wizarding world, all eager to witness the proceedings. High-ranking officials, respected wizards and witches, and curious onlookers filled the room. At the center of it all, Sirius Black sat in a chair with chains that bound him, though his eyes were filled with a determined fire. Amelia Bones, standing as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, moved to address the assembly. We are here today to re-examine the case of Sirius Black, who has been imprisoned for 8.5 years without a trial. New evidence has come to light that warrants this reconsideration. There was a murmur among the crowd as Albus Dumbledore, sitting as the chief warlock, called the room to order. We will hear the evidence and testimonies today. Let us begin. Amelia presented the newly uncovered will of James and Lily Potter, emphasizing that their choice for secret keeper had been Peter Pettigrew, not Sirius Black. This document, found in Gringotts, explicitly names Peter Pettigrew as the secret keeper. It also states that Harry Potter was never to be placed with the Dursleys, a directive that was ignored. The murmurs grew louder as the significance of the will sank in. Members of the Wizengamot exchanged incredulous looks, realizing the implications. Amelia continued, "Additionally, we have testimony from Remus Lupin, who was close to both Sirius Black and the Potters. While he was unaware of the secret keeper switch, he can attest to the trust and loyalty that existed among their group." Remus stepped forward, recounting the events leading up to the Potters' deaths, describing how the group's trust dynamics made the betrayal so shocking. Furthermore, Amelia added, her voice steady, "We have secured a list of trials from the past decade, and it has been confirmed that Sirius Black was never given a trial. This gross miscarriage of justice cannot be ignored." Dumbledore, with a grave expression, turned to Sirius. "Mr. Black, you have the right to speak." Sirius stood, his voice clear and strong. "As the trial progressed, I demand to be questioned under veritaserum," he declared, his voice echoing through the chamber. The crowd murmured in surprise, and Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, looking intrigued. Amelia Bones, standing at the forefront of the proceedings, nodded approvingly. "If the Wizengamot agrees, we can proceed with the veritaserum questioning to ensure that all doubts are laid to rest." After a brief consultation among the members, Dumbledore spoke. "The Wizengamot agrees to your request, Mr. Black. Auror Shacklebolt, please administer the veritaserum." Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped forward, holding a small vial of the truth serum. He approached Sirius, who extended his arm willingly. Kingsley administered 3 drops of the potion, and Sirius's eyes glazed over slightly as the serum took effect. "Let's begin," Amelia said, stepping closer. "State your name." "Sirius Orion Black," he replied in a monotone voice. "Were you the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter?" Amelia asked, her voice steady. "No, I was not. The secret keeper was Peter Pettigrew," Sirius answered truthfully. Gasps and murmurs spread through the crowd, the implications of his statement sinking in. "Did you betray James and Lily Potter to Voldemort?" Amelia continued. "No, I would never betray them. Peter Pettigrew betrayed them," Sirius responded, his voice unwavering. "Were you responsible for the deaths of the Muggles on the day Pettigrew disappeared?" Amelia asked, pressing forward. "No, I did not kill them. Pettigrew faked his death and killed those Muggles," Sirius answered. Dumbledore interjected, "Did you ever receive a trial for these accusations?" "No, I was imprisoned without a trial," Sirius stated, the injustice of his words hanging heavily in the air. The chamber fell into a stunned silence as the truth, verified under veritaserum, cleared Sirius of all charges. The members of the Wizengamot exchanged looks of shock and realization. Dumbledore, his expression grave yet hopeful, spoke again. "Given the irrefutable evidence and the testimony provided under veritaserum, it is clear that Sirius Black has been wrongfully imprisoned. The Wizengamot will deliberate, but it is evident that justice must be served." The deliberation was swift, and the decision unanimous. "Sirius Black," Dumbledore declared, "you are hereby cleared of all charges and exonerated. You are a free man." The chains binding Sirius vanished, and a wave of relief and emotion washed over him. The chamber erupted in a mix of cheers and astonishment. Amelia Bones stepped forward, her expression resolute. "While justice has been served for Sirius Black today, there is another matter that must be addressed. I intend to file a formal complaint against Albus Dumbledore for disregarding the explicit instructions of James and Lily Potter's will by placing Harry Potter with the Dursleys." A hush fell over the chamber as her words sank in. Dumbledore's face remained calm, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of regret. Sirius, now standing tall and free, raised his hand to second her motion, as the head of House Black. "I fully support this complaint. Harry should never have been placed with those Muggles. Their treatment of him was nothing short of abusive. This negligence cannot go unchallenged." The murmurs in the chamber grew louder, the members of the Wizengamot exchanging looks of concern and agreement. It was clear that the issue was not just a personal grievance but a matter of upholding the sanctity of wizarding law and the protection of children within their society. Dumbledore stepped forward, his voice measured and calm. "I understand the concerns raised and accept the need for a thorough review of my actions. My intentions were always for Harry's protection, but I will cooperate fully with any investigation. Amelia's gaze was steely. Good. For now, we must ensure Harry is safe and his parents' wishes are honored. The chief warlock nodded, and the motion was passed to investigate Dumbledore's actions. The trial concluded, and as the crowd began to disperse, Amelia and Sirius exchanged a look of determination. They knew their work was far from over, but they were united in their commitment to protect and support Harry. As they left the chamber, Sirius felt a renewed sense of purpose. He was ready to be the godfather Harry needed, and with Amelia's support, he was determined to make up for lost time and ensure Harry had the family and future he deserved. As the trial concluded and the chamber began to empty, Sirius stepped out into the hallway, the weight of his freedom still sinking in. The air outside Azkaban was fresher than he remembered, and the emotions swirling within him were almost overwhelming. Amidst the crowd, he saw a familiar face making its way towards him. Moony. Sirius called out, his voice choked with emotion. Remus Lupin turned at the sound of the nickname, his eyes widening in disbelief. Padfoot? He whispered, taking hesitant steps forward before breaking into a run. The two men embraced tightly, holding on as if afraid the other might disappear. It was a reunion filled with a decade's worth of unspoken words and shared grief. I can't believe it's really you, Remus said, pulling back to look at Sirius, his eyes shining with tears. When I heard you were free, I thought I was dreaming. It's real, Moony. Thanks to Amelia and the truth finally coming out, Sirius replied, his voice thick with emotion. I never betrayed James and Lily. I never betrayed you. Remus nodded, his expression filled with relief and guilt. I should have known, Sirius. I should have trusted you. But they told us you were the secret keeper. I understand, Remus. Peter fooled us all, Sirius said, his voice hardening at the mention of Pettigrew. But now, we have a chance to set things right. For James, for Lily, and for Harry. Harry, Remus echoed softly, a tender smile spreading across his face. He's grown up so much. Amelia has been looking after him, but he needs us, Sirius. He needs his family. Sirius nodded, his eyes filled with determination. We'll be there for him, Remus. We'll give him the family he deserves. And we'll make sure he knows the truth about his parents and their love for him. As they stood together, the bond between them stronger than ever, Amelia approached, her expression one of relief and purpose. It's good to see you two reunited, she said, a hint of a smile on her lips. We have a lot of work ahead of us, but I believe we can make a real difference for Harry. Thank you, Amelia, Sirius said earnestly, for everything. We're in this together, she replied. Now, let's meet Harry and start building the future he deserves. With a shared sense of purpose and unity, Sirius, Remus, and Amelia left the ministry, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. They were determined to protect Harry, honor James and Lily's legacy, and rebuild the family bonds that had been shattered by betrayal and loss. As the trio left the Ministry of Magic, Amelia led Sirius and Remus to a waiting ministry car. The journey was filled with a mixture of relief, anticipation, and quiet determination. Both men had endured years of hardship, and the road ahead promised new challenges. However, they were united by a common purpose, ensuring Harry's safety and happiness. The car ride to Amelia's home was relatively quiet, punctuated by occasional small talk and the hum of the vehicle's engine. Amelia's home was a stately, welcoming place, exuding an air of warmth and stability. It was clear that this was a place of refuge and care, a stark contrast to the cold, harsh environment Sirius had just left behind. As they approached the front door, Amelia turned to them. Harry and Susan should be in the garden. He's been learning to fly a broomstick, and Susan's been helping him adjust to our world. Let's not overwhelm him with too much information at once. Sirius and Remus nodded, appreciating her thoughtful approach. They stepped inside, and Amelia led them through the house, her footsteps purposeful yet gentle. The sounds of laughter and animated conversation drifted in from the garden, bringing a smile to their faces. They emerged into the garden to find Harry and Susan engrossed in their flying lesson. Harry's face lit up with a mix of concentration and pure joy as he maneuvered the broomstick. Under Susan's careful guidance, it was a sight that warmed the hearts of both Sirius and Remus. Harry, Amelia called softly, her voice filled with affection. Harry turned, his face breaking into a wide smile. Amelia, we were just practicing some flying techniques. As he landed gracefully, Susan beaming with pride, Amelia gestured towards Sirius and Remus. Harry, there's someone here who wants to see you. Harry's eyes widened as he took in the sight of the two men. He recognized Remus from the letter he had received, but Sirius was a stranger to him. Yet, something in Sirius's eyes felt deeply familiar. Harry, this is Remus Lupin, Amelia began, placing a gentle hand on Remus's shoulder. And this, she said, her voice softening, is your godfather, Sirius Black. Harry's eyes widened further, a mix of surprise and curiosity etched on his young face. My godfather, he repeated, stepping closer. Sirius nodded, emotion choking his voice. Yes, Harry. I was your parents' best friend. I couldn't be there for you before, but I promise I'll make it right now. Remus smiled warmly, stepping forward. It's true, Harry. Sirius and I were both very close to your parents. We've missed you terribly and are so glad to finally be with you. Harry took a moment to process everything, then, with a tentative smile, he moved closer to Sirius and Remus. It's good to meet you, he said simply, his voice filled with a mix of emotions. Sirius knelt down to Harry's level, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. It's good to meet you too, Harry. And I promise, we'll always be here for you from now on. Amelia watched the reunion with a soft smile, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. This was a new beginning for all of them, a chance to build a brighter, more hopeful future for Harry. With Remus and Sirius by their side, she knew they could face whatever challenges lay ahead. As they settled in the garden, Amelia brought out refreshments and encouraged everyone to make themselves comfortable. Sirius and Remus sat on either side of Harry, while Susan sat nearby, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and warmth. Amelia cleared her throat, catching everyone's attention. Harry, I've already told Sirius about your friend, Drakor. I think now would be a good time to fill in Remus and Susan as well. Harry glanced at Amelia, then at Sirius, who nodded encouragingly. With a deep breath, he began to explain. So, the night that Amelia and Moody found me, something really strange happened. I discovered I had this. Well, a dragon living inside me. His name is Drakor. Susan's eyes widened, and Remus leaned forward, listening intently. Drakor isn't like a normal dragon, Harry continued. He's a symbiotic entity. That means he helps me, and I help him. He gives me strength, and I can do things that other wizards can't, like flying without a broomstick. Susan gasped, her eyes even wider. Flying without a broomstick? That's incredible, Harry. Remus nodded thoughtfully. A symbiotic entity, you say? Fascinating. And you say he's been helpful? Harry nodded. Yes, very. But there's also something else. When Drakor first bonded with me, we discovered there was another entity inside me, but it wasn't like Drakor. It was parasitic, and it was making me weaker. Amelia looked surprised. I didn't know about this, Harry. What happened to the parasitic entity? Harry hesitated for a moment before answering. Drakor absorbed it. He took its energy and made it his own, which made me stronger and got rid of the weakness. Amelia's eyes widened slightly, processing this new information. That must have been a significant event. I'm glad Drakor was able to help you with that. Sirius placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. We'll get through this, Harry. Together. You're not alone in this. Susan, who had been quietly absorbing everything, spoke up. Well, whatever happens, you have us by your side, Harry. We'll face it together. Remus smiled warmly. You've been through so much already, Harry. But with friends and family like this, I have no doubt you'll overcome any challenge. Harry felt a surge of gratitude and affection for the people around him. Despite the complexities of his situation, he knew he was surrounded by those who genuinely cared for him and would support him no matter what. Harry grinned and added, there's also something funny about Drakor. He loves chocolate. It's his favorite thing to eat. It's the only thing he needs to survive. Harry was careful not to mention the part about human brains in front of Susan. Susan giggled. A dragon that loves chocolate? That's adorable. Remus chuckled. Well, at least he has good taste. Chocolate is one of life's pleasures. Sirius grinned mischievously, a spark of his old self shining through. You know, with the Black family fortune, maybe I should start a candy business. We could call it Black's Best Chocolate, or something like that. We'd make a fortune and Drakor would always have a steady supply. Harry laughed, the idea of Sirius running a candy business bringing a lightness to the room. That sounds amazing, Sirius. I bet it would be the best chocolate in the wizarding world. Amelia raised an eyebrow, amused by the suggestion. Knowing your creative streak, Sirius, I'm sure it would be a success. And it would certainly be a unique venture for the House of Black. Susan giggled. I'd definitely be a customer. Imagine, the famous Sirius Black's chocolate. It would be a hit at Hogwarts. Remus joined in the laughter. It's good to see you thinking about the future, Sirius. And who knows, maybe it could be a way to bring some happiness and normalcy back into your life. Sirius's grin widened. Well, it's something to consider. And if it brings joy to people, especially Harry and his friends, then it might be worth pursuing. Susan, who had been listening intently, suddenly piped up, her curiosity evident. Harry, can I meet Drakor? You've mentioned him a few times, and I'm really curious to see him. Harry glanced at Amelia, who gave a nod of encouragement. He turned back to Susan, a small smile on his face. All right, Susan. Drakor, would you mind introducing yourself? From within Harry's clothes emerged a gooey black mass, slowly taking the form of a dragon head that stuck out from Harry's shirt. Drakor's voice resonated in the room, deep in. Soothing. Greetings, Susan. I am Drakor, a symbiotic being bonded with Harry. It is a pleasure to meet you. Susan's eyes widened in amazement as she looked at Harry, or rather Drakor's presence within him. Wow, this is incredible. I've read about magical bonds and entities, but I've never seen anything like this before. Drakor chuckled softly. Indeed, our bond is unique. I am here to protect and support Harry in any way I can. And I must say, he has already introduced me to one of life's greatest delights, chocolate. Sirius laughed, shaking his head. Drakor has quite the sweet tooth, it seems. Maybe starting a candy business isn't such a bad idea after all. Remus nodded, smiling. It sounds like you and Drakor make a great team, Harry. Harry felt a surge of warmth from Drakor, a comforting presence that reassured him. Thanks, everyone. Drakor and I are still figuring things out, but it's nice to have friends and family who understand and support us. Amelia placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. You are not alone anymore, Harry. We're all here for you, and together, we can face whatever comes our way. Susan beamed, clearly excited to have met Drakor. This is going to be an amazing adventure, Harry. With Drakor by your side and all of us supporting you, there's nothing we can't do. Harry nodded, feeling a renewed sense of hope and determination. For the first time, he truly believed that his future was bright and full of possibilities. The morning sun cast a golden hue over the cluttered desk of Barnabas Cuff, chief editor of the Daily Prophet. With a quill in hand and parchment spread out before him, he meticulously crafted his latest article, his brow furrowed in concentration. As the ink dried on the page, Barnabas stepped back to admire his work. The headline read, Wizengamot Session Shocks Wizarding World. Sirius Black Exonerated, Potter. Guardianship Revelations Unveiled. With a satisfied nod, Barnabas summoned a messenger owl to deliver the article to the presses. Moments later, the printing presses roared to life, churning out copies of the Daily Prophet bearing Barnabas's latest scoop. In homes across the wizarding world, readers eagerly scanned the pages, their eyes drawn to Barnabas's article. His words painted a vivid picture of the dramatic events that had unfolded in the Wizengamot chambers the day before, capturing the attention of readers far and wide. As the ink-stained pages of the Daily Prophet made their way into the hands of eager readers, Barnabas Cuff's name became synonymous with breaking news and journalistic excellence, cementing his place as one of the wizarding world's most respected journalists. The next day, as the sun rose over the Bones family estate, the household gathered for breakfast, eager to start the day. However, their plans were interrupted by the arrival of the Daily Prophet, bearing news of the previous day's Wizengamot session. Amelia Bones picked up the newspaper and scanned the headlines, her expression shifting from curiosity to concern as she read the article. Beside her, Sirius and Remus exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring her unease. Wizengamot Session Shocks Wizarding World. Sirius Black Exonerated, Potter Guardianship Revelations Unveiled. By Barnabas Cuff in a stunning turn of events, Yesterday's session of the Wizengamot sent shockwaves through the wizarding world, as Sirius Black, long believed to be a notorious criminal, was finally exonerated of all charges. The proceedings began with the presentation of new evidence, meticulously gathered by members of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which cast doubt on Black's alleged involvement in the events of October 31, 1981. As the evidence was presented, it became increasingly clear that Black had been unjustly accused and imprisoned for crimes he did not commit. In a historic moment, the Wizengamot unanimously voted to overturn Black's conviction, releasing him from Azkaban prison after 8.5 years of wrongful imprisonment. The courtroom erupted in applause as Black was freed from his chains, his name finally cleared of the dark shadow that had haunted him for so long. But the revelations did not end there. In a stunning twist, it was revealed that Albus Dumbledore, revered leader of the wizarding community, had knowingly placed Harry Potter, the boy who lived, in the care of his neglectful relatives, the Dursleys. The discovery sent shockwaves through the courtroom, as members of the Wizengamot grappled with the implications of Dumbledore's actions. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, wasted no time in filing a formal complaint against Dumbledore for his gross negligence in carrying out the wishes of James and Lily Potter. As the proceedings unfolded, it became clear that Dumbledore's actions had far-reaching consequences, not only for Harry Potter but for the entire wizarding world. Questions arose about Dumbledore's motives and the extent of his influence over the affairs of the magical community. In the midst of the chaos, one thing remained certain. The truth had finally come to light, and justice had been served. As Sirius Black walked free from the halls of the Wizengamot, a new chapter began for him and for Harry Potter, the boy whose fate had been so callously manipulated. The wizarding world awaits with bated breath to see what the future holds for Harry Potter and those who stand by his side, as the winds of change sweep through the hallowed halls of Hogwarts and beyond. Amelia sighed, setting the newspaper aside. "Looks like we've made quite the impression," she remarked, her voice tinged with resignation. Sirius nodded grimly. "It seems our troubles are far from over," he said, his gaze darkening. Remus placed a comforting hand on Sirius's shoulder. "We'll face whatever comes our way together," he said firmly, his voice filled with determination. And as they sat together, united in their resolve, Amelia, Sirius, and Remus knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would confront them as a family, bound by friendship, loyalty, and the shared determination to protect Harry and uphold justice. Chapter 8 Chapter Summary Note to Readers. In this chapter, you will encounter conversations in French. Translations are provided below each line of dialogue in parentheses, for your convenience. The staff room at Hogwarts buzzed with anticipation as the professors gathered to prepare for the start of the new academic year, which loomed just 2 weeks away. But today, the usual discussions about lesson plans and student placements were overshadowed by the shocking revelations detailed in the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House and deputy headmistress, took charge of the conversation with a grave expression. "I trust you've all seen the article," she began, her tone serious. Professor Flitwick, the diminutive charms professor, nodded solemnly. "Yes, Minerva. It's quite alarming, isn't it? To think that Sirius Black was innocent all this time." Professor Sprout, the green-thumbed herbology professor, interjected with a furrowed brow. "And the accusations against Dumbledore. It's troubling to consider the implications of such negligence." Professor Snape, the enigmatic potions master, remained aloof, his dark eyes darting over the article in his hands with thinly veiled interest. "I can't shake the feelin' that I 'ad a hand in all this mess," Hagrid rumbled, his voice tinged with regret as he addressed the room. "Talkin' Harry tear them Dursleys that night. Maybe things at Avenue turned out different if I 'adn't." Professor McGonagall, her expression grave, nodded somberly in agreement. "I should have put me foot down," she admitted, her Scottish brogue thick with remorse. "I warned Dumbledore about them Dursleys, but I didn't push the matter. I should have stopped him." Their words hung heavily in the air, each professor grappling with their own sense of responsibility for the tumultuous events that had unfolded. Yet amidst the regret and guilt, there simmered a shared determination to learn from their mistakes and strive for better in the future, for the sake of their students and the legacy they hoped to uphold. Dumbledore strode into the room, his presence commanding attention as he surveyed the somber faces of his fellow professors. Despite the weight of the moment, there was a glimmer of determination in his eyes, a resolve to address the challenges ahead with wisdom and grace. "I see the article has stirred much discussion," Dumbledore remarked, his voice gentle yet authoritative as he addressed the room. "It is a sobering reminder of the consequences of our choices and the importance of vigilance in protecting those under our care." McGonagall's voice trembled with emotion as she spoke, her usually stern demeanor softened by the weight of her confession. "Headmaster, we trusted you to do what was right," she began, her words tinged with regret. "But we failed to see the truth, and now Harry has suffered because of it." Hagrid's booming voice filled the room, his guilt evident in every word. "I should have known better," he rumbled, his expression pained. "I trusted ye, Professor, but I should have questioned ye, too." Dumbledore listened in silence, his expression grave as he absorbed their words. "You have my deepest apologies," he said solemnly, his voice tinged with regret. "I will bear the weight of my mistakes, but let us learn from them and strive to do better in the future." Snape's voice trembled with suppressed emotion, his usually stoic facade cracking under the weight of his words. "Apologies are meaningless without action," he reiterated, his tone dripping with bitterness. "You assured me of the safety of Lily's son, Albus. You promised me that he would be protected, that he would be kept from harm. And yet, you left him with Petunia Evans, of all people." His eyes flashed with a mixture of anger and betrayal as he continued, his voice rising with each word. "You played us all for fools, Albus. You, with your grand plans and your supposed wisdom, have led us down a path of deception and folly, and now, we must bear the consequences of your hubris." The room was silent, the weight of Snape's accusations hanging heavily in the air. It was a rare display of vulnerability from the usually composed potions master, a testament to the depth of his disillusionment and despair. Flitwick's usually cheerful demeanor faltered, his small frame trembling with a mix of shock and dismay. "Severus, my dear boy," he began, his voice quavering with emotion. "Surely there must be some misunderstanding. Albus has always acted in what he believed to be the best interests of all." Sprout, the usually gentle herbology professor, shook her head in disbelief, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "Oh, Severus," she murmured, her voice thick with emotion. "To think that we were all so blind. We trusted him, we believed in him, and now—" Her voice trailed off, unable to find the words to express the depth of her disillusionment. It was a sentiment shared by many in the room, as they grappled with the painful realization that their revered headmaster was not infallible. Dumbledore's voice remained calm, but there was a hint of defensiveness in his tone as he responded to Snape's accusations. "Severus, I understand your frustration, but you must realize that the decisions I made were made with the utmost care and consideration," he began, his gaze steady as he met Snape's intense stare. "I believed, as did many others, that Harry's safety was best ensured by placing him with family," Dumbledore continued, his voice unwavering. "I trusted in the protection afforded by Lily's blood, and I believed that with Petunia, Harry would be shielded from Voldemort's influence." He paused, his eyes flickering with a mix of regret and determination. "I acknowledge that mistakes were made, but I assure you, they were made with the best intentions. It is my hope that we can learn from these missteps and move forward together, united in our efforts to protect the students of Hogwarts and the wizarding world at large." Snape's lips curled into a sneer, his patience wearing thin. "Intentions, Albus? Intentions do not absolve one of responsibility," he retorted, his voice dripping with disdain. "Your arrogance and hubris have endangered countless lives, and now you expect us to simply forgive and forget?" He took a step closer, his dark eyes flashing with fury. "You speak of trust and protection, yet you fail to acknowledge the betrayal and deceit that have festered beneath the surface for years," Snape continued, his voice rising with each word. "You may have fooled others with your facade of wisdom and benevolence, but I see you for what you truly are. A manipulative puppeteer, pulling the strings of those around you to serve your own agenda." Snape's words hung in the air, charged with emotion and accusation, as he stared down Dumbledore with a mixture of contempt and defiance. McGonagall's voice was firm as she added her voice to Snape's condemnation. "Severus is right, Albus," she said, her tone cutting through the tension in the room. "We trusted you to make the best decisions for the welfare of our students, and you failed us. You failed Harry." She paused, her gaze unwavering as she met Dumbledore's eyes. "We cannot undo the mistakes of the past, but we can learn from them," McGonagall continued, her voice steady but laced with disappointment. "It is time for accountability, Albus. It is time for change." Dumbledore's gaze swept over the assembled professors, his expression a mixture of resignation and understanding. For the first time in a long while, he found himself at a loss for words, confronted by the weight of his own failings and the stark reality of the situation. In the silence that followed, the gravity of the moment hung heavy in the air, each professor grappling with their own thoughts and emotions. It was a turning point, a moment of reckoning that demanded honesty and accountability. And as Dumbledore stood there, his facade of infallibility crumbling before their eyes, it became clear that there might be no easy way to talk himself out of the hole he had dug. The excitement in the room was palpable as Sirius and Remus eagerly proposed the idea of throwing Harry a belated birthday party. Sirius grinned eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Come on, Harry, it'll be brilliant. We'll have cake, games, and presents. It'll be a celebration you won't forget." Remus nodded in agreement, his smile warm and inviting. "And it's a chance for us to show you just how much you mean to us, Harry. You're a part of our family now, and we want to celebrate that." Susan, ever supportive, chimed in, her eyes shining with anticipation. "I think it's a wonderful idea, Harry. You deserve to be celebrated, especially after everything you've been through." Mipsy, bustling around the room, added her enthusiastic endorsement. "Mipsy agrees. Master Harry must have a party, a grand one." Harry couldn't help but be touched by their enthusiasm, but he still felt a twinge of uncertainty. "I appreciate it, really," he began, his voice hesitant. "But I'm not sure I'm up for a big party." Drakor's deep voice resonated in Harry's mind, breaking the usual silence that surrounded their mental connection. "I believe it would be beneficial, Harry," Drakor remarked, his tone thoughtful. "It's an opportunity to strengthen the bonds with those who have shown you kindness and support." Harry paused, considering Drakor's words carefully. It was rare for the symbiotic entity within him to voice an opinion so directly, but Harry couldn't deny the wisdom in Drakor's suggestion. With a small smile, he nodded in agreement. "You're right, Drakor," Harry replied mentally, his gratitude evident. "A small gathering with my friends sounds perfect." Sirius, catching Harry's smile, clapped him on the back with enthusiasm. "That's the spirit, Harry," he exclaimed, his eyes bright with excitement. "It'll be a blast, I promise." Remus nodded in agreement, his smile warm and encouraging. "We'll keep it simple and intimate," he reassured Harry. "Just us, your friends, and plenty of good food and laughter." Susan, ever supportive, stepped forward with a grin. "I'll make sure everything's perfect, Harry," she vowed, her determination shining through. "You deserve to have a wonderful celebration." Sirius leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "What do you say we have the party this weekend at Fortescue's?" he proposed, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. "We can treat everyone to some of the finest ice cream in Diagon Alley." Harry's face lit up at the suggestion. "That sounds amazing," he exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. "But how will we invite everyone?" Remus chimed in, his tone thoughtful. "We could have you write a letter, Harry," he suggested, his gaze focused. "Sirius and I can then use a duplication charm to make multiple copies and send them out via owl." Remus' suggestion was met with nods of agreement from everyone in the room. "That sounds like a brilliant plan," Sirius chimed in, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. "We'll make sure everything's set up at Fortescue's for the party." Harry turned to Susan, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, Susan," he said sincerely, his voice filled with appreciation. "I couldn't ask for a better friend." Susan smiled warmly at Harry. "It's my pleasure, Harry," she replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Now, let's get those invitations sent out and make this party one to remember." Susan and Harry sat side by side at the kitchen table, a stack of parchment and quills laid out before them. With a determined expression, Susan turned to Harry. "All right, let's draft this letter. We want to make sure it's perfect for all your friends." Harry nodded, grateful for Susan's guidance. Together, they crafted a heartfelt message, expressing Harry's gratitude for their letters and extending a warm invitation to join him for a celebration at Fortescue's ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley. Susan began writing, her handwriting neat and precise. "Dear, I hope this letter finds you well. I wanted to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude for your kind words and friendship. It means the world to me. I would like to invite you to join me for a small gathering this weekend at Fortescue's ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley. It would mean a lot to me to celebrate with you and enjoy some delicious ice cream together. I hope you can make it. Your friend, Harry James Potter. As they worked on the letter, Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement building within him. With Susan's help, he was able to reach out to each of his new friends, inviting them to share in a special moment of joy and friendship. With the letter written and finalized, Sirius and Remus set to work, their wands flicking deftly as they cast a duplication charm on the parchment. Susan followed closely behind, adding in the names of each of Harry's friends with careful precision. As the copies multiplied before their eyes, Harry felt a surge of anticipation. Each letter held the promise of new connections and cherished moments shared with his friends. With a sense of satisfaction, he watched as the stack of parchment grew, ready to be sent out into the world. Sirius used the flock of owls from the owlery of the Bones family estate. The birds hooted softly as they perched on the windowsills, awaiting their instructions. Sirius carefully attached a copy of the invitation to each owl's leg, ensuring that they were securely fastened. With a flick of his wrist, he sent them off into the sky, their wings beating steadily as they soared towards their destinations. As the owls disappeared into the distance, Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He knew that his friends would soon receive the invitations and that they would eagerly accept, ready to join him for a celebration to remember. At the burrow, the Weasley family was in the midst of their usual morning chaos when several owls swooped in through the open kitchen window. Molly Weasley looked up from her cooking, her eyes widening in surprise as the owls landed on the table, each carrying an invitation. "Looks like we've got mail," said Fred, grinning as he reached out to untie one of the letters from an owl's leg. George did the same with another owl. "And it's not even our birthdays." "Who's it from?" asked Ron, his curiosity piqued as he watched his brothers. Fred and George exchanged glances before simultaneously opening the letters. They both let out a cheer. "It's from Harry." Ginny, who had been listening intently, jumped up from her seat. "Harry? What does it say?" Fred handed her one of the letters addressed to her, while George did the same for Ron. Percy received his letter directly from one of the owls, who waited patiently until he untied it. Ginny quickly opened her letter, her eyes lighting up as she read it. "It's a birthday invitation. Harry's having a party this weekend at Fortescue's ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley. He wants us to come." Ron, reading his own letter, looked up with a grin. "This is going to be awesome. Harry's birthday party in Diagon Alley." Percy, who had just finished reading his letter, nodded approvingly. "It's nice of Harry to invite us. We should make sure to get him a proper gift." Fred and George exchanged mischievous grins. "Maybe we can give him something from our own collection," Fred suggested. "Yeah, a sneak preview of our latest inventions," George added, winking. Molly smiled warmly as she wiped her hands on her apron. "Of course, dears. We'll make sure you're all there. It's wonderful that Harry's making friends and having a proper celebration." Arthur Weasley, who had just entered the kitchen, caught the tail end of the conversation. "What's this about Harry?" Ron handed him one of the invitations. "He's having a birthday party at Fortescue's this weekend. Can we go, Dad?" Arthur read the invitation and smiled. "Of course, we'll make sure you all get there. Harry deserves a good celebration, especially after everything he's been through." The Weasley children exchanged excited glances, already looking forward to the weekend and the chance to celebrate Harry's birthday with him. In the Lovegood household, situated in a quirky house shaped like a rook, Luna sat at the kitchen table, engrossed in drawing a crumple-horned snorket. Her mother, Pandora, was bustling around, preparing a pot of tea, while Xenophilius, her father, was reading the latest edition of the Quibbler. A sudden tapping at the window drew their attention. An owl perched outside, holding a letter in its beak. Luna's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Oh, a visitor," she exclaimed, rushing to open the window. The owl hopped inside and extended its leg, allowing Luna to untie the letter. She opened it eagerly, her eyes widening with delight as she read the contents. "Mother, Father, it's an invitation," Luna announced, her voice filled with excitement. Pandora paused in her tea-making and looked over with a smile. "An invitation? How lovely! Who is it from?" "It's from Harry Potter," Luna replied, beaming. He's inviting me to his birthday party at Fortescue's ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley this weekend. Xenophilius looked up from his paper, his interest piqued. Harry Potter, you say? That's quite an honor. The boy who lived, inviting you to his celebration. How splendid. Pandora's eyes twinkled with pride and warmth. That's wonderful, Luna. We'll make sure you have a gift to bring. Harry deserves a special day. Luna nodded eagerly. I think I'll get him something unique, like a subscription to the Quibbler. He might enjoy reading about all the magical creatures and hidden truths. Xenophilius chuckled. A splendid idea, Luna. Harry will certainly appreciate such a thoughtful gift. As Luna carefully folded the invitation and placed it in her pocket, she felt a warm glow of happiness. She couldn't wait to attend the party, meet Harry, and celebrate his special day with him. The Lovegoods, in their own quirky and loving way, were ready to welcome Harry into their circle of friends. In Godric's Hollow, the Abbott family was enjoying a quiet morning. Hannah Abbott, a bright and cheerful girl, was sitting in the garden, reading a book. Her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Abbott, were nearby, tending to their plants and enjoying the tranquility of their home. Suddenly, an owl swooped down and landed gracefully on the garden table, startling Hannah out of her reverie. She recognized the owl as a messenger and quickly untied the letter from its leg. The owl hooted softly before taking off again. Who could that be from? Mrs. Abbott asked, looking up from her gardening. Hannah opened the letter eagerly and began to read. As her eyes scanned the page, a smile spread across her face. It's from Harry Potter. He's inviting me to his birthday party at Fortescue's ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley this weekend. Her parents exchanged surprised but pleased looks. Harry Potter? Mr. Abbott said. That's quite the honor, Hannah. Mrs. Abbott nodded. He must be quite special to invite you. What a wonderful opportunity to meet him and celebrate his birthday. Hannah's smile grew wider. I've heard so much about him from Susan from her letters. She said he's really nice and brave. I can't wait to meet him and make him feel welcome. Mrs. Abbott placed a gentle hand on Hannah's shoulder. I'm sure you'll make a great friend, dear. Now, let's think about what kind of gift you should bring for Harry. Hannah thought for a moment. Maybe something from Godric's Hollow, to remind him of his roots. Something meaningful. Mr. Abbott nodded approvingly. That's a lovely idea, Hannah. We'll help you find something special. With the invitation in hand, Hannah felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. She couldn't wait to meet Harry and the other children, and to celebrate together. It was going to be a day to remember. In a cozy home in the countryside, Neville Longbottom sat by the window, watching the garden flourish under the tender care of his grandmother, Augusta Longbottom. He was deep in thought about his upcoming school year when a soft hoot caught his attention. An owl had landed on the windowsill, clutching a letter in its beak. Neville quickly opened the window, letting the owl inside. With trembling hands, he untied the letter and began to read. Gran, I've got a letter from Harry Potter, Neville called out, his voice brimming with excitement. Augusta looked up from her gardening, her stern expression softening. Harry Potter? What's he writing to you about, Neville? As Neville read the letter, a broad smile spread across his face. Gran, Harry wants me to come to his birthday party. He actually wants to meet me. Augusta's eyes twinkled with pride. That's wonderful, Neville. Harry Potter is a remarkable young man. You should definitely go and make the most of this opportunity. Neville nodded enthusiastically. I will, Gran. I'll bring him something special, maybe a plant from the garden. Augusta smiled approvingly. I'm sure Harry will appreciate that. Now, let's find the perfect plant for him. In the elegant drawing room of Greengrass Manor, Daphne Greengrass sat by the window, absorbed in a book. The serene atmosphere was suddenly disrupted by the arrival of a regal-looking owl. It swooped in gracefully and landed on the armrest of her chair, holding out its leg with a letter attached. Daphne untied the letter and unfolded it, her curiosity piqued. As she read the invitation, a small smile tugged at the corners of her lips. What's that, Daphne? Came a young voice from the doorway. It was her younger sister, Astoria, who had been watching with keen interest. It's a letter from Harry Potter, Daphne replied, her voice filled with mild surprise. He's inviting me to his belated birthday party at Fortescue's ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley this weekend. Astoria's eyes widened with excitement. Harry Potter? The boy who lived? Can I come with you, Daphne? Please? Daphne looked at her sister, considering the request. Astoria's hopeful expression was hard to resist. I don't see why not, she said finally. I'll send an owl back to Harry and ask if it's all right. Astoria clapped her hands in delight. Thank you, Daphne. I can't wait to meet Harry and his friends. It'll be so much fun. Daphne nodded, her smile widening. It will be. Now, let's go find Mother and Father and let them know about the invitation. I'm sure they won't mind you coming along. In a cozy, sunlit room filled with the scent of incense and the soft sounds of a wind chime, the Pottle twins, Padma and Parvati, were each engaged in their own activities. Padma was engrossed in a thick book on magical theory, while Parvati was flipping through a fashion magazine, commenting on the latest wizarding trends. Their peaceful afternoon was interrupted by a gentle tap on the window. Both girls looked up to see a stately owl perched outside, a letter tied to its leg. Parvati leapt up from her seat and hurried to open the window. It's a letter for both of us, she said excitedly, untying the letter and reading the names on the envelope. She handed it to Padma, who opened it and read it. Padma looked up from the letter, her face lighting up with a smile. This is amazing, an invitation from Harry Potter himself. Parvati read the letter as well, then clapped her hands in excitement. I knew he seemed like a nice boy from his letters. This party is going to be fantastic. We have to pick out our best outfits and make sure we look perfect. Padma laughed, shaking her head at her sister's enthusiasm. Yes, I'm sure we'll have a wonderful time. It'll be great to meet everyone and spend some time together before school starts. The twins hurried to inform their parents about the invitation, their excitement bubbling over. The anticipation of the upcoming party filled the house with a vibrant energy, and they couldn't wait for the weekend to arrive. In a sun-drenched villa on the outskirts of Paris, the Drakor family was enjoying a leisurely afternoon. Fleur was practicing her English, reading through a spellbook, while her younger sister, Gabrielle, was playing with a magical toy that shimmered and sparkled as it moved. Suddenly, a graceful owl swooped in through the open window, alighting on the edge of Fleur's desk. It held out its leg, to which a letter was tied with a neat ribbon. Fleur untied the letter and read the name on the envelope, her eyes lighting up. Gabrielle, Viens ici, Fleur called to her sister, who ran over excitedly. Fleur opened the letter and read it. Gabrielle, come here. Gabrielle's eyes sparkled with excitement, having read the letter as well. Peux-je venir aussi, Fleur? S'il te plaît? Can I come too, Fleur? Please? Fleur smiled at her sister's enthusiasm. Allons demander à maman et papa, she said, taking Gabrielle's hand and leading her to the living room, where their parents were relaxing. Let's go ask Mom and Dad. Maman, Papa, Fleur began. J'ai reçu une invitation à la fête d'anniversaire de Harry Potter. Il aimerait que je vienne au glacier Fortescue sur le chemin de traverse ce week-end. Gabrielle aimerait vraiment venir aussi. Est-il possible? I received an invitation to Harry Potter's birthday party. He would like me to come to Fortescue's ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley this weekend. Gabrielle would really like to come too. Is it possible? Their mother, Apolline, looked up with a warm smile. Bien sûr, mes chéries. Ce serait une excellente occasion pour vous de rencontrer de nouveaux amis. Of course, my darlings. This would be a great opportunity for both of you to meet new friends. Their father, Jean-Claude, nodded in agreement. Oui, et je suis sûr que vous passerez un moment merveilleux. Nous organisons le voyage pour vous. Je vais arranger des portes pour que vous puissiez voyager à Londres et en revenir facilement. Yes, and I'm sure you'll have a wonderful time. We will organize the trip for you. I'll arrange portes so you can travel to and from London easily. Their mother smiled warmly. Et je vous accompagnerai, mes chéries, pour m'assurer que tout se passe bien. And I will accompany you, my darlings, to make sure everything goes well. Gabrielle's eyes sparkled even more with excitement. Merci, Papa. Merci, Maman. Thank you, Dad. Thanks, Mom. Fleur squeezed her sister's hand, her own anticipation growing. Nous allons passer un moment merveilleux, Gabrielle. Et je suis sûr que tu te feras de nouveaux amis aussi. We're going to have a wonderful time, Gabrielle, and I'm sure you'll make new friends too. The Delacour sisters spent the rest of the day planning what they would wear and imagining the fun they would have at the party. The anticipation of meeting Harry Potter and his friends filled their home with joy and excitement. In the cozy living room of the Tonks household, Tonks sat curled up on the couch, her nose buried in a book as the afternoon sunlight streamed in through the windows. Her parents, Ted and Andromeda Tonks, bustled about the room, engaged in their own activities. Suddenly, there was a soft tapping at the window, and Tonks looked up from her book, curious. Her mother, Andromeda, went to investigate, opening the window to reveal a majestic snowy owl perched on the sill, holding a letter in its beak. With a delighted smile, Tonks approached the owl, taking the letter from its outstretched beak. She recognized the handwriting immediately and eagerly tore open the envelope. As she read the contents of the letter, a grin spread across Tonks' face, her eyes lighting up with excitement. "Mum, Dad, I've been invited to a party," she exclaimed, waving the letter in the air. Ted and Andromeda turned to their daughter, their own faces breaking into smiles at her excitement. "Well, that sounds like fun, dear," Ted remarked, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Who's it from?" "It's from Harry Potter," Tonks exclaimed, excitement bubbling in her voice. "He's having a birthday party, and he wants me to come." Andromeda's eyes widened in surprise. "Harry Potter? The famous Harry Potter?" she asked, her voice tinged with awe. Tonks nodded eagerly. "Yes, Mum, that's the one, and he's invited me to his party. Can I go, please?" Her parents exchanged a glance before nodding in unison. "Of course, dear," Andromeda replied with a smile. "It sounds like an opportunity you shouldn't miss." With a whoop of joy, Tonks leapt to her feet, her excitement palpable as she dashed off to her room to prepare for the upcoming celebration. Harry and Susan were thrilled to receive a flurry of short replies from their friends, each accepting the invitation with enthusiasm. The letters piled up quickly, and Harry read them out loud as they came in. Ginny Weasley's letter was cheerful and warm. "Dear Harry, thank you so much for inviting us. My brothers and I can't wait to see you and celebrate. See you at Fortescue's. Love, Ginny." Ron Weasley's letter was filled with excitement. "Hey Harry, thanks for the invite. I've been wanting to meet you for ages. Can't wait for the party, cheers." Ron, Fred and George Weasley's letter was, as expected, playful. "Harry, a party, you say? We'll be there with bells on, and maybe a few surprises. Cheers." Gred and Forge, Percy Weasley's letter was formal and polite. "Dear Harry, thank you for the invitation. I look forward to attending. Best regards." Percy Weasley, Hannah Abbott's letter was heartfelt. "Hi Harry, thank you for inviting me. It's going to be great to see you again and celebrate your birthday, Hannah." Luna Lovegood's letter was whimsical. "Dear Harry, I would love to come to your party. I think it will be a wonderful day. Thank you for inviting me." Luna, Neville Longbottom's letter was appreciative. "Hi Harry, thank you for inviting me to your party. I can't wait to see you and celebrate together, Neville." Daphne Greengrass's letter was polite and included a request. "Dear Harry, thank you for inviting me. I would love to come. Would it be all right if my sister, Astoria, comes along too?" Best, Daphne, Padma and Parvati Patil's letter was enthusiastic. "Dear Harry, thank you so much for the invitation. We can't wait to celebrate with you, Padma and Parvati." Fleur Delacour's letter included a similar request to Daphne's. "Dear Harry, merci beaucoup for inviting us. Gabrielle is very excited and would love to come as well. May she join us?" A bientôt, Fleur, Tonks' letter was exuberant, reflecting her lively personality. "Hey Harry, thanks for the invite. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Can't wait to celebrate with you, Tonks." As Harry finished reading each letter, he looked up at Susan with a bright smile. "It looks like everyone can come," he said, feeling a warmth in his chest. Susan grinned back at him. "It's going to be a fantastic party. Should we write back to Daphne and Fleur to let them know their sisters are welcome?" "Definitely," Harry agreed. "I can't wait to meet everyone." Susan quickly penned replies to Daphne and Fleur, confirming that their sisters were more than welcome to join the celebration. As the letters were sent off, the anticipation for the weekend's party grew, and Harry's excitement was palpable. The small get-together at Fortescue's was shaping up to be a memorable event. Chapter 9 Chapter Notes. Note to readers. In this chapter, you will encounter conversations in French. Translations are provided below each line of dialogue in parentheses, for your convenience. As the sun rose over Paris, casting a golden hue across the Seine, the Delacour family bustled with excitement. Fleur and Gabrielle hurried through their morning routines, their eagerness for the day's events evident in their every movement. Je suis tellement excitée de rencontrer Harry Potter, Gabrielle exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Et si je pouvais être Madame Potter un jour? I'm so excited to meet Harry Potter. What if I could be Mrs. Potter one day? Fleur laughed, her voice melodic. On verra, ma petite. Pour l'instant, nous allons simplement nous amuser. We'll see, my little one. For now, we're just going to have fun. Their father, Jean-Claude, nodded in agreement. Oui, et je suis sûr que vous passerez un moment merveilleux. Nous prendrons le portaloin jusqu'à Londres. J'ai aussi quelques affaires à régler avec Madame Bones. Après quoi je vous rejoindrai à la fête. Yes, and I'm sure you'll have a wonderful time. We will take the portkey to London. I also have some business to attend to with Madame Bones, after which I will be joining you at the party. Apolline added, Préparez-vous bien, mes filles. Nous devons être à l'heure pour le portkey au ministère. Prepare well, my girls. We have to be on time for the portkey at the ministry. As the Delacour family prepared for their journey to London, Apolline suggested they practice speaking in English to ensure they were well prepared for the party. Apolline looked at her daughters with a gentle smile. All right, mes filles, let's practice our English. Remember, no one at Z party will understand French. Fleur nodded, her accent thick but her English clear. Yes, maman. We will do our best. Gabrielle, you should practice too. Gabrielle, eager to impress, piped up, I am ready, Fleur. Let's go to Z party and meet Harry Potter. Jean-Claude smiled warmly at his daughters. You are doing well, girls. Now, let's get to Z ministry. We must be on time for Z portkey. As they walked through the bustling streets of Paris, their English conversation continued. Fleur pointed to a charming patisserie they passed. Look, Gabrielle, we could stop for some macarons after Z party. Gabrielle's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh yes, please. I love macarons. Apolline chuckled at her daughter's enthusiasm. First, we attend Z party. Then, we can enjoy some treats. Reaching the French Ministry of Magic, the Delacours approached the security desk where Jean-Claude handled the arrangements for their travel. Jean-Claude instructed as they gathered around the portkey, a worn-looking goblet, stay close to me. And remember, I will be joining Z party after my meeting with Me Bones, who is also Ari's guardian. Apolline nodded, adjusting Gabrielle's coat. Yes, Jean-Claude. Girls, make sure you are ready. We want to make a good impression. Gabrielle, her eyes wide with excitement, asked, Mama, will Ari really be Zir? Avenue, so many things to ask, I am. Fleur smiled. Yes, Gabrielle. Ari will be Zir. Remember to be polite and speak slowly. It is important that we are understood. Gabrielle nodded eagerly, clutching her mother's hand. I will try, Fleur. I want to tell Ari about all Z stories Avenue read about I am. Gabrielle nodded eagerly, clutching her mother's hand. I will try, Fleur. I want to tell Ari about all Z stories Avenue read about I am. Fleur knelt down to her sister's level, her expression gentle but serious. Gabrielle, those stories are fictional. They are made up. Z, Harry Potter you are about to meet is real. He is not just a character from a book. It is important that you leave Z stories behind and get to know Z boy instead. Gabrielle's eyes widened with understanding. I will, Fleur. I want to know Z real, Ari. Apolline smiled at her daughters. That's right, Gabrielle. Now, let us go and make some new friends. The family stepped into the portkey room of the French ministry, the grandeur of the hall filled with other witches and wizards bustling about their own travels. With a final nod from Jean-Claude, they all touched the goblet simultaneously. The familiar pull at their navels transported them through a whirlwind of colors and sensations. Moments later, they found themselves in the portkey terminal of the British Ministry of Magic, where an official greeted them. Welcome to London, the official said, checking their travel documents. Enjoy your stay. Apolline thanked the official as they made their way towards Diagon Alley. The bustling streets of wizarding London presented a stark contrast to the elegance of Paris, but the Delacours took it in stride, their excitement building as they approached Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where Harry's party would be held. Gabrielle's eyes widened as she looked around at the magical shops and people. Z's is amazing, Maman. I can't wait to see Ari and all his friends. Fleur squeezed her sister's hand. Just remember to be polite and speak clearly. Everyone will love you, Gabrielle. At the Burrow, the Weasley household was bustling with excitement. Molly Weasley was directing the chaos, ensuring that her children were dressed appropriately and ready for the party. Fred, George, stop fooling around and put on something nice, Molly scolded, her hands on her hips as she watched the twins wrestling on the floor. Ah, Mum, it's just a bit of fun, Fred protested, finally getting to his feet. Fun is all well and good, but not when we're guests at a party. Harry deserves our respect, Molly replied firmly. Ginny, already dressed in a pretty summer dress, watched her brothers with amusement. I can't wait to meet Harry, she said, her eyes shining with excitement. Me neither, Ron chimed in, trying to tame his unruly hair in front of a mirror. It's going to be brilliant. Percy, ever the perfectionist, was already ready and waiting, a hint of impatience in his eyes. We should leave soon if we don't want to be late, he reminded his family. Arthur Weasley entered the room, brushing some soot off his robes. All right, everyone, let's gather around the flow. We're heading to the Leaky Cauldron first, then on to Diagon Alley. As they gathered around the fireplace, Molly made sure to double-check that everyone was present and ready. Let's make this a day Harry won't forget, she said, smiling warmly at her children. The Leaky Cauldron. Arthur called out as he threw the flow powder into the fireplace, and one by one, the Weasleys disappeared in a burst of green flames. In the Lovegood household, preparations were more relaxed but no less enthusiastic. Xenophilius Lovegood, with his eccentric style, was helping his daughter Luna pick out her outfit. Luna, my dear, how about this lovely set of robes with the dirigible plum pattern? He suggested, holding up a brightly colored garment. Luna tilted her head, considering. I think I'll wear my butterbeer cork necklace with it, she decided. It brings good luck. Her mother, Pandora Lovegood, smiled as she adjusted her own robes. That sounds perfect, Luna. Remember, we're going to have fun and make new friends. Luna's eyes sparkled with excitement. I can't wait to meet Harry. I feel like we're going to be great friends. Xenophilius nodded, his eccentric hat bobbing. Indeed, Luna. It's a special occasion, and it's important to show Harry that he has a place in our world. As they gathered around their fireplace, Pandora gently reminded Luna to bring her invitation. We don't want to forget the reason we're going. Luna nodded, clutching the letter in her hand. I'm ready. Let's go make some wonderful memories. The Leaky Cauldron. Xenophilius called out as he threw the flow powder into the fireplace, and the Lovegoods disappeared in a swirl of green flames. In the elegant Greengrass manor, preparations for the party were underway. Daphne Greengrass, accompanied by her younger sister Astoria, was putting the finishing touches on their outfits. Daphne, do you think this dress is too much? Astoria asked nervously, holding up a flowing gown in shades of emerald green. Daphne inspected the dress with a critical eye. It's perfect, Tori. You look stunning, she reassured her sister with a warm smile. Their mother, Soleil Greengrass, entered the room, her presence commanding attention. You both look lovely, she said, her voice filled with pride. Harry Potter is lucky to have you as guests at his party. Daphne nodded, adjusting her own elegant robes. I'm looking forward to meeting him. It's not often we get to socialize with the famous Harry Potter. Soleil smiled indulgently. Just remember to be on your best behavior and make a good impression. Astoria nodded eagerly. I'll do my best, Mother. As they made their way to the fireplace, Daphne reminded her sister to bring their invitation. We mustn't forget it. It's our ticket to the party. Astoria clutched the letter in her hand, her excitement palpable. I won't forget, Daph. Let's go make some new friends. The Leaky Cauldron. Soleil called out as she threw the flow powder into the fireplace, and the Greengrass family disappeared in a swirl of green flames. As Neville prepared for the party, he took extra care in selecting his attire. After rummaging through his wardrobe, he settled on a neatly pressed set of robes, adorned with a simple but elegant design. With a quick glance in the mirror to ensure everything was in place, Neville felt a surge of excitement mixed with nervous anticipation. Descending the staircase of the Longbottom family estate, Neville found his grandmother waiting for him in the foyer, a proud smile gracing her features. "You look quite dashing, Neville," Augusta Longbottom remarked, her eyes twinkling with pride. "I'm sure you'll make a fine impression at Harry's party." Neville blushed at the compliment, grateful for his grandmother's encouragement. "Thanks, Gran," he said, adjusting his robes one last time. "I hope so." With a reassuring pat on Neville's shoulder, Augusta led the way to the fireplace, where they would flow to the leaky cauldron to join the festivities. As the emerald flames engulfed them, Neville couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement in his chest, eager to meet Harry and his other new friends. The Tonks family bustled about their cozy home, preparing for Harry's party with a mixture of excitement and anticipation. As they gathered their belongings, they shared anecdotes and jokes, their laughter filling the air with warmth. Tonks, her hair a vibrant shade of bubblegum pink, darted around the living room, double-checking that they hadn't forgotten anything. Her mother, Andromeda, smoothed down her sleek black robes, a fond smile on her lips as she watched her daughter's exuberance. "Come along, dear," Andromeda called to Tonks, who was inspecting her reflection in the mirror for the umpteenth time. "We don't want to be late for Harry's party." Tonks grinned and bounded over to her mother, her excitement palpable. "Right, let's go." With a flick of her wand, Andromeda summoned the night bus, its bright purple exterior gleaming under the afternoon sun. As the doors creaked open, Tonks and her parents stepped inside, their anticipation growing with each passing moment. As the bus rumbled to life, carrying them towards the leaky cauldron, Tonks couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement bubbling within her. She couldn't wait to meet Harry and his friends, eager to join in the festivities and make new memories together. In the quaint cottage nestled in the heart of Godric's Hollow, the Abbott family prepared for Harry's party with a flurry of activity. Hannah, her eyes bright with anticipation, helped her mother, Grace, set the table with plates of homemade treats and colorful decorations. "Are you excited, Hannah?" Grace asked, smiling as she arranged a vase of freshly picked flowers. Hannah nodded enthusiastically, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "I can't wait to see Harry again, Mum, and to meet his friends." Grace chuckled softly, her heart swelling with pride at her daughter's eagerness. "I'm sure it will be a wonderful celebration, dear." As they finished their preparations, Hannah's father, Robert, emerged from his study, a warm smile on his face. "Ready to go, girls?" Hannah nodded eagerly, her excitement palpable. With one last glance around the cozy cottage, the Abbott family set off for the leaky cauldron, eager to join in the festivities and celebrate with Harry and his friends. In the bustling neighborhood of Wembley, the Pottle family prepared for Harry's party with cheerful anticipation. Mr. and Mrs. Rajesh and Nalini Pottle, along with their twin daughters, Padma and Parvati, gathered in the living room of their cozy home, the air filled with excitement and laughter. "Girls, have you decided what you're going to wear?" Mrs. Nalini Pottle asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Padma and Parvati exchanged mischievous glances before bursting into giggles. "Of course, Mum. We've been planning our outfits for days," Parvati exclaimed, her eyes alight with enthusiasm. Mr. Rajesh Pottle chuckled as he watched his daughter's excitement. "Well, let's see them then." Padma and Parvati rushed off to their rooms, returning moments later in colorful robes and matching accessories, their faces beaming with excitement. "You both look lovely," Mrs. Nalini Pottle said, her heart swelling with pride as she admired her daughters. With their outfits chosen and excitement bubbling in their hearts, the Pottle family set off for the leaky cauldron, eager to join in the festivities and celebrate Harry's special day with his new friends. The leaky cauldron buzzed with activity as guests arrived in anticipation of Harry Potter's belated birthday celebration. Ginny Weasley, accompanied by her family, exchanged warm greetings with Luna Lovegood and her parents, Xenophilius and Pandora. The familiarity between Ginny and Luna was evident as they exchanged excited chatter, their bond strengthened by years of friendship. Meanwhile, Fleur Delacour and her family, including her sister Gabrielle, mingled with the other guests, their elegant presence drawing the attention of those around them. Neville Longbottom, accompanied by his grandmother, exchanged greetings with the Pottle family, their conversation punctuated by Neville's genuine warmth and friendliness. Tonks, with her vibrant personality, struck up conversations with various guests, her animated gestures and easygoing nature making her a welcome presence in the bustling atmosphere of the leaky cauldron. Hannah Abbott and her family were the last to arrive, exchanging warm greetings with the other guests. After exchanging pleasantries and ensuring that all the guests had arrived, Tom, the affable barman of the Leaky Cauldron, took charge as the unofficial usher for the occasion. At the behest of Sirius and Remus, he guided the group towards the entrance to Diagon Alley with practiced ease. "Right this way, everyone," Tom called out cheerfully, his voice cutting through the din of the bustling pub. "Follow me, and we'll make our way to Diagon Alley for the festivities." With a wave of his hand, Tom gestured for the guests to follow him, leading them through the crowded interior of the Leaky Cauldron and towards the magical threshold that marked the entrance to the hidden Wizarding Street. Excitement buzzed in the air as the group eagerly followed Tom, eager to begin the celebrations awaiting them in Diagon Alley. At the ice cream shop, Harry sat comfortably at a small table, indulging in a generous serving of chocolate sundae expertly crafted by Florian Fortescue himself. The shop's cozy interior provided a welcome respite from the bustling streets outside, allowing Harry to savor each spoonful of the delectable dessert. Beside him, Florian Fortescue, the amiable proprietor of the shop, leaned against the counter with a genial smile, observing the scene with keen interest. "Enjoying the sundae, Harry?" he inquired, his tone warm and friendly. Harry nodded enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling with delight as he savored the rich taste of chocolate. "It's delicious, Mr. Fortescue," he replied, flashing a grateful smile at the kindly ice cream maker. As they chatted, Harry's attention drifted towards the lively interaction unfolding across the shop. Susan, ever efficient and organized, was busy orchestrating the preparations for the party with Sirius and Remus, who seemed to be taking her instructions in good humor. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, amused by the dynamic between his friends and his godfather and his friend. "It looks like Susan has everything under control," Harry remarked, gesturing towards the trio with a grin. "She's quite the organizer." Florian chuckled in agreement, nodding approvingly at Susan's efforts. "Indeed she is, Harry. It's always a pleasure to see young witches and wizards taking charge." As Harry watched the bustling activity in the shop, a wave of contentment washed over him, filling him with a sense of warmth and tranquility. However, amidst the joy of the moment, his thoughts drifted towards the changes he had been experiencing lately, brought about by Drakor's presence within him. Gone were the days of struggling with poor eyesight, as Drakor's influence had gifted Harry with crystal-clear vision. The need for glasses was now a distant memory, replaced by the newfound clarity that allowed him to perceive the world with unparalleled sharpness. But perhaps the most noticeable change was in his appetite, which seemed to have grown exponentially in recent weeks. Harry couldn't help but marvel at his newfound ability to out-eat even Uncle Vernon and Dudley, a feat he had once thought impossible. He chuckled to himself at the thought, realizing just how far he had come since his days at Privet Drive. As he savored another spoonful of ice cream, Harry couldn't help but notice the subtle changes in his physique as well. His body was beginning to fill out, his frame growing stronger with each passing day. Despite still being smaller than most children his age, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that he was on the verge of a significant transformation. At that moment, Drakor's voice echoed in his mind, its tone dripping with disdain for the Dursleys. "Don't worry, Harry," the symbiotic entity sneered, its presence a comforting one within him. "You won't be as rotund as that blubbering walrus Dudley anytime soon." Harry couldn't help but smile at Drakor's words, grateful for the reassurance and companionship the creature provided. With a newfound sense of confidence and determination, he turned his attention back to the bustling activity in the shop, eager to enjoy the rest of the day's festivities with his friends. As the guests arrived at Fortescue's ice cream parlor, they approached Harry's table one by one, offering warm greetings and introductions. Fleur Delacour, her elegant French accent adding a touch of sophistication to her words, stepped forward first. "Allo, Ari. I am Fleur Delacour. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Nice to meet you, Fleur," Harry replied, offering a polite smile. "Allo, Ari. I am Gabrielle. It's very exciting to meet you." "Nice to meet you too, Gabrielle." "Allo, Ari. I am Apolline Delacour, Fleur and Gabrielle's mother. It's a pleasure to see my daughters so excited to meet you." "Hello, Harry," Parvati greeted with a bright smile, her Indian accent coloring her words. "I'm Parvati Patil." "Hi, Parvati," Harry replied warmly. And I'm Padma Patil, her twin sister chimed in, offering her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Harry. Nice to meet you both, Harry said, shaking Padma's hand. Mr. and Mrs. Patil introduced themselves next. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Patil, Harry greeted them politely. Thank you for coming. It's our pleasure, Harry, Mr. Patil replied warmly. We're delighted to be here. Mrs. Patil nodded in agreement, a smile gracing her face. Yes, it's lovely to meet you, Harry. Thank you for inviting us. As the Weasleys approached Harry, they each took turns introducing themselves. Ginny Weasley, Ginny said, extending her hand with a friendly smile. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Harry. Ron Weasley, Ron added, giving Harry a firm handshake. Happy belated birthday, Percy Weasley, Percy said, his tone formal yet friendly. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Harry. Fred Weasley, Fred chimed in with a mischievous grin. But you can call me Gred. And George Weasley, George added, matching his twin's grin. And I'm Forge. Happy birthday, Harry, they said in unison, causing Harry to chuckle at their antics. Molly Weasley stepped forward next, enveloping Harry in a warm hug. Molly Weasley, she introduced herself with a motherly smile. Happy birthday, dear. It's lovely to meet you. Arthur Weasley extended his hand with a friendly smile. Arthur Weasley, he said warmly. Happy birthday, Harry. Delighted to be here. Neville Longbottom stepped forward, offering a shy smile as he introduced himself. Neville Longbottom, he said softly, extending his hand to Harry. Happy belated birthday, Harry. It's nice to meet you. His grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, followed closely behind, her expression stern yet kindly. Augusta Longbottom, she said briskly, nodding at Harry. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter. The Greengrass family arrived, with Soleil Greengrass leading the way. She offered a warm smile as she introduced herself. Soleil Greengrass, she said, her French accent adding a touch of elegance to her words. And these are my daughters, Daphne and Astoria. Daphne Greengrass stepped forward, her posture poised and graceful. Daphne Greengrass, she said, inclining her head respectfully to Harry. A pleasure to meet you, Harry. Astoria Greengrass, the younger of the two sisters, followed suit, offering a shy smile. And I'm Astoria, she said softly, her eyes bright with curiosity as she glanced around the gathering. Tonks, accompanied by her parents, entered the shop with a cheerful grin. Hey there, she exclaimed brightly, her vibrant hair shifting through various colors as she spoke. I'm Tonks. And these are my folks. She gestured to her parents, who offered friendly waves to Harry and the others. Pleasure to meet you all. As Tonks introduced herself and her family, Sirius's eyes widened in recognition at the sight of his cousin, Andromeda Tonks, standing beside her husband and daughter. Andy? He exclaimed, disbelief coloring his voice. Is that really you? As the Tonks family moved towards Sirius, leaving the Abbotts as the last family to introduce themselves, Sirius greeted Andromeda with a mixture of surprise and joy, pulling her into a tight embrace. I can't believe it's you, he murmured, his voice filled with emotion. How have you been? Meanwhile, the Abbotts approached Harry with warm smiles, ready to make their introductions. Hello, Harry, she said, extending her hand. I'm Grace Abbott, and this is my husband, Robert. We've heard so much about you. Mr. Abbott nodded in agreement, his expression friendly as he shook Harry's hand. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, he added warmly. Hannah stood beside her parents, her eyes bright with excitement. And I'm Hannah, she said, offering Harry a friendly smile. It's great to meet you, Harry. I've heard so many amazing stories about you. Harry returned their smiles, feeling a sense of warmth and belonging among these new acquaintances. Once all the introductions were made, Harry nervously cleared his throat, calling for everyone's attention. Excuse me, everyone, he began, his voice slightly shaky but determined. I just wanted to say thank you all for coming to my belated birthday party. He paused, a sheepish smile playing on his lips. I know it's a bit late, considering my birthday was last month, but better late than never, right? He chuckled nervously, hoping to lighten the mood. I really appreciate you all taking the time out of your lives to be here. It means a lot to me. Harry's voice softened as he continued, his gaze drifting downward for a moment before he continued. This party It's especially special to me, he admitted, his tone growing more serious. You see, at the Dursleys, well, they always went out of their way to make my life miserable on my birthday. He hesitated, feeling a lump form in his throat as memories of past birthdays flooded his mind. But today feels different. Today, I'm surrounded by friends, by people who actually care about me, and it means more than I can say. He looked up, meeting the eyes of each guest in turn, his gratitude shining through despite the lingering pain of his past. So thank you, all of you, for being here. Let's make some happy memories together, shall we? With Sirius and Remus flanking her, Susan emerged from the kitchen, balancing a decadent chocolate cake adorned with flickering candles. The rich aroma filled the air, eliciting murmurs of anticipation from the gathered guests. As she carefully set the cake down before Harry, Susan flashed him a reassuring smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sirius and Remus joined in, their faces alight with joy as they stood by Harry's side, ready to celebrate this special moment with him. Chapter 10. Amidst laughter and chatter, the cake was swiftly cut, revealing its moist, chocolatey layers. Harry, eager to indulge in the delectable treat, eagerly accepted a generous slice, his eyes alight with anticipation. As the guests savored each bite, exchanging stories and reminiscing, the time soon came to exchange gifts. With eager hands and bright smiles, the guests presented their offerings to Harry. Each gift was wrapped with care, reflecting the thoughtfulness and affection of its giver. Harry's heart swelled with gratitude as he received each token of friendship and support, his appreciation evident in the warmth of his smile and the gleam in his eyes. Hannah's gift was carefully wrapped in parchment adorned with delicate floral patterns. As Harry unwrapped it, he revealed a small, intricately carved wooden figurine. Etched with meticulous detail, the figurine depicted the quaint cottages and winding streets of Godric's Hollow, capturing the essence of the picturesque village where Harry's parents had once lived. Touched by the thoughtful gesture, Harry's gaze lingered on the intricacies of the carving, his mind flooded with memories of his parents and the home he had never known. With a soft smile, he thanked Hannah, his voice tinged with emotion as he expressed his gratitude for the heartfelt gift. It was a poignant reminder of his roots, a cherished memento of the place where his journey had begun. Fred and George's gift came in a small, battered chest, adorned with colorful ribbons and hastily scrawled notes. With eager excitement, Harry opened the chest to find an assortment of pranking items, each bearing the unmistakable mark of the Weasley twins' ingenuity. Among the treasures were a handful of decoy detonators, small devices that emitted loud bangs to distract attention, and a collection of Peruvian instant darkness powder, guaranteed to envelop any room in impenetrable darkness at a moment's notice. There were also a few nosebleed nougats, which induced harmless nosebleeds, and a handful of dung bombs for good measure. Though not as sophisticated as their later inventions would be, these simple pranks were nonetheless effective in their own right, and Harry couldn't help but grin at the mischief they promised. With a hearty laugh and a playful wink, Fred and George assured Harry that they were just the beginning of what they had in store for the future. Grateful for the thoughtful and entertaining gift, Harry thanked the twins, his laughter mingling with theirs as they shared in the joy of their shared mischief-making endeavors. It was a gift that embodied the spirit of friendship and camaraderie, a testament to the bond they shared as classmates and friends. Neville's gift came in a beautifully wrapped package adorned with intricate botanical designs. With a shy smile, Neville presented Harry with a potted plant unlike any he had ever seen before. As Harry carefully unwrapped the package, he revealed a vibrant specimen with lush green leaves and delicate petals that seemed to shimmer in the light. Neville explained that it was a Mimbulus Mimbletonia, a rare and magical plant known for its defensive properties. With a gentle touch, Harry admired the plant, marveling at its unique beauty and the thoughtfulness of Neville's gift. Neville went on to explain that the Mimbulus Mimbletonia had the ability to squirt a foul-smelling liquid at anyone who dared to touch it without permission, making it an excellent guardian for Harry's dormitory. Grateful for the thoughtful and practical gift, Harry thanked Neville, his heart warmed by the gesture of friendship and support. As he carefully placed the Mimbulus Mimbletonia on the table beside him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude for the friends who had stood by him through thick and thin. In consideration of Ron's budget, he presented Harry with a well-loved Quidditch book he had cherished since childhood. "It's not much," Ron admitted, scratching the back of his head sheepishly, "but this book taught me everything I know about Quidditch. I thought you might enjoy it." Harry's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he accepted the gift, flipping through the pages and absorbing the wealth of Quidditch knowledge contained within. He thanked Ron warmly, appreciating the sentiment behind the thoughtful gesture. "Thanks, Ron," Harry said sincerely. "I'll make sure to put it to good use." Ron beamed with pride, happy to have given Harry a gift that reflected their shared passion for Quidditch and the camaraderie of their friendship. Ginny's gift to Harry was a meticulously crafted homemade journal, bound in rich burgundy leather and embossed with intricate golden designs. Inside, the pages were crisp and blank, waiting to be filled with Harry's thoughts, memories, and adventures. "I made it myself," Ginny explained, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. "I thought it might be nice for you to have a place to jot down your thoughts, or maybe sketch some of the amazing things you see." Harry's heart swelled with appreciation as he ran his fingers over the smooth leather cover, marveling at the care and effort Ginny had put into creating such a thoughtful gift. "It's perfect, Ginny," Harry said, genuinely touched by her gesture. "Thank you so much." Ginny smiled shyly, her eyes sparkling with delight at Harry's reaction. She was thrilled to have been able to give him something meaningful, a token of her affection and admiration for the remarkable boy who had captured her heart. Fleur and Gabrielle approached Harry with a small, elegantly wrapped package in hand. With a graceful flourish, Fleur presented the gift to Harry, her French accent lending an air of sophistication to her words. "Ah, Ari," she began, her voice lilting with the musical tones of her native language. "We, Avenue brought you a little something from magical France." Gabrielle nodded eagerly beside her, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "We, a music box," she added, her French accent adding a charming flair to her words. "It is filled with the melodies of our own, a token of our affection for you." Harry's eyes widened in anticipation as he carefully unwrapped the package, revealing the intricately crafted music box nestled within. When he opened it, a soft, enchanting melody filled the air, transporting him to a world of beauty and wonder. "We, OPET brings you joy and reminds you of the magic that binds us all together," Fleur said, her smile radiant with warmth. Harry was deeply touched by their thoughtful gift, expressing his gratitude with a heartfelt thank you. As he gazed at the music box, he felt a sense of connection to Fleur and Gabrielle's homeland, eager to uncover the secrets it held within its enchanting melody. Tonks, with her vibrant personality and unique style, approached Harry with a mischievous grin, her punk-inspired gift held firmly in hand. With a playful twinkle in her eye, she presented the package to Harry, her English accent tinged with a hint of rebellion. "All right, Harry," she said, her voice carrying a hint of excitement. "I've got something a bit different for y'all." As Harry eagerly unwrapped the package, he discovered a sleek leather jacket adorned with studs and patches, exuding an edgy charm that perfectly reflected Tonks' unconventional spirit. "It's a bit punk rock, innit?" Tonks remarked, her grin widening as she watched Harry's reaction. "Figured you could use a bit of attitude in your wardrobe." Harry couldn't help but grin in return, appreciating Tonks' unique and thoughtful gift. As he tried on the jacket, he felt a surge of confidence wash over him, ready to embrace his rebellious side with gusto. "Thanks, Tonks," he said, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. "It's brilliant." Percy, ever the studious and responsible one, approached Harry with a small, neatly wrapped package in hand. With an air of seriousness, he presented the gift to Harry, his English accent refined and proper. "Harry, I thought you might appreciate something to aid you in your studies," Percy said, his tone earnest and sincere. As Harry unwrapped the package, he discovered a meticulously crafted set of enchanted quills and parchment, designed to enhance note-taking and organization. Each quill was labeled with a different subject, and the parchment contained subtle enchantments to help with memory retention and recall. "It's a bit of a study aid," Percy explained, his voice tinged with a touch of pride. "I thought it might come in handy for your classes at Hogwarts." Harry nodded appreciatively, touched by Percy's thoughtful gesture. As he examined the gift, he couldn't help but feel grateful for Percy's practicality and attention to detail, knowing that it would undoubtedly be of great use to him in his academic pursuits. "Thank you, Percy," Harry said, his voice sincere. "It's perfect." The Pottle twins, Parvati and Padma, approached Harry with identical mischievous grins, their Indian accents lilting with warmth and excitement. "Happy belated birthday, Harry," Parvati exclaimed, her voice filled with enthusiasm. "We brought you something special from our homeland," Padma added, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. With a flourish, Parvati produced a small, intricately carved wooden box from her bag, while Padma held out a delicate silk scarf embroidered with vibrant colors and intricate patterns. "We thought you might like a taste of India," Parvati said, her smile widening as she handed the box to Harry. Inside the box, Harry discovered a collection of enchanted trinkets and charms, each imbued with the magic and culture of India. There were miniature figurines that danced and sang. When activated, ornate jewelry that glimmered with hidden spells, and tiny bottles filled with exotic scents and potions. "And this scarf is woven with protective enchantments," Padma explained, gesturing to the silk garment. "It will keep you safe on your adventures." Harry's eyes widened in awe as he examined the gifts, marveling at the craftsmanship and magic woven into each item. He couldn't wait to explore the wonders of India through the treasures the Pottle twins had bestowed upon him, grateful for their thoughtful and unique present. "Thank you both so much," Harry said, his voice filled with genuine appreciation. "I can't wait to try them out." Daphne and Astoria Greengrass approached Harry with graceful steps, their French accents adding a touch of elegance to their words. "Happy belated birthday, Harry," Daphne greeted him with a warm smile, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. Astoria nodded in agreement, her expression mirroring her sister's. "Yes, happy birthday, Harry." With a flourish, Daphne produced a small velvet pouch from her bag, while Astoria held out a beautifully crafted journal bound in rich leather. "We wanted to give you something meaningful," Daphne explained, her voice soft yet confident. Astoria chimed in, her eyes alight with excitement. "This journal is charmed to protect your thoughts and memories, Harry. It will keep them safe from prying eyes and unwanted intrusions." Harry's gaze shifted between the pouch and the journal, his curiosity piqued by their thoughtful gift. He couldn't help but feel touched by the sincerity and thoughtfulness behind their present. "Thank you, Daphne, Astoria," Harry said, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. "I really appreciate it. These are wonderful gifts." Luna Lovegood approached Harry with her usual dreamy demeanor, her silvery eyes sparkling with an otherworldly light. "Happy belated birthday, Harry," Luna said with a serene smile, her voice carrying a melodic quality. In her hands, Luna held a small, intricately decorated box adorned with mystical symbols and whimsical creatures. "I hope you find this gift as intriguing as I do," Luna continued, her gaze fixed on Harry with an unwavering intensity as she handed him the box. "It's a lifetime subscription to the Quibbler, so you'll always have access to the latest news and discoveries from the wizarding world." As Harry opened the box, he discovered a pair of the oddest-looking spectacles nestled within, their rainbow lenses gleaming in the dim light of the room. "And these," Luna added, her voice filled with quiet excitement, "are spectrospecs. They allow you to see things that others might miss, like rackspurts and nargles." Harry couldn't help but smile at Luna's unique and thoughtful gift. It was quintessentially her. Whimsical, unconventional, and undeniably fascinating. "Thank you, Luna," Harry said, his voice sincere. "I'll be sure to put them to good use." As the gifts were given, the kids got down to the serious business of eating ice cream. Meanwhile, the adults mingled among themselves. The Weasley twins exchanged excited glances as they overheard Sirius and Remus discussing their plans for a candy business with Andromeda. They leaned in closer, their ears perked up to catch every word. "Did you hear that, Forge?" Fred whispered to George, his eyes widening with excitement. "They're talking about starting a candy business." "I heard, Gred," George replied, barely able to contain his enthusiasm. "And they want Andromeda to help them with magical candies." The twins grinned mischievously at each other, their minds already buzzing with ideas. "I wonder if they'll need any test subjects," Fred mused, his gaze fixed on Sirius and Remus. As Sirius and Remus continued their conversation with Andromeda, the Weasley twins couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the prospect of being involved in such an adventurous venture. The twins' eyes widened in recognition as Sirius and Remus referred to each other as Padfoot and Moony. Memories of their own mischief-making adventures with the Marauders map flooded back, reminding them of the countless pranks they had pulled throughout their time at Hogwarts. Excitement sparking in their eyes, the twins hurried over to Sirius and Remus, their curiosity piqued by the mention of the Marauder nicknames. "Are you really Padfoot and Moony?" Fred blurted out, unable to contain his eagerness as he addressed Sirius and Remus. Sirius and Remus exchanged a puzzled glance, surprised by the familiarity with which Fred addressed them. Padfoot and Mooney. Sirius repeated, a hint of incredulity coloring his voice. Where have you heard those names before? Remus furrowed his brow, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, he added, his tone thoughtful. Those are names we haven't heard in quite some time. The twins exchanged a mischievous grin, relishing the chance to reveal their secret. Let's just say we stumbled upon them while exploring Filch's office last year, George confessed, unable to contain his excitement. Fred nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with mischief. We found this old piece of parchment, he explained, his voice tinged with excitement. And it had all sorts of magical writing on it. That's where we saw your names. Sirius and Remus shared a knowing look, a mixture of surprise and amusement flickering in their eyes. Ah, the Marauder's map, Sirius mused, a nostalgic smile playing on his lips. Well, it seems our legacy lives on. Remus chuckled softly, shaking his head at the twins' audacity. I must say, I'm impressed, he admitted, his gaze fond as he regarded Fred and George. Not many students have managed to uncover our little secret. The twins grinned proudly, pleased to have earned the approval of two of Hogwarts' legendary figures. With the mystery of Padfoot and Mooney finally solved, they knew their own Hogwarts adventures were just beginning. We humbly beseech thee, O Padfoot and Mooney, to impart upon us the sacred teachings of mischief, Fred proclaimed, his voice filled with reverence as he and George bowed dramatically before Sirius and Remus. Teach us, O masters, the secrets of pranking and the art of mischief-making, George chimed in, his eyes shining with anticipation. Sirius and Remus exchanged amused glances, thoroughly entertained by the twins' theatrical display. Rise, young pranksters, Sirius declared with mock solemnity, his voice tinged with amusement. For the gospel of mischief is not something to be taken lightly. Remus nodded in agreement, a smile quirking his lips. Indeed, he added, his tone playful. But if you're truly determined to follow in our footsteps, we may have a few tricks up our sleeves to share. The twins grinned from ear to ear, their excitement evident as they eagerly awaited the wisdom of their newfound mentors. With Padfoot and Mooney as their guides, they knew their journey into mischief was bound to be legendary. Sirius and Remus exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing to reveal the truth to the eager twins. Before we delve into the teachings of mischief, Sirius begins, his tone growing serious, there's something you should know. Remus nods in agreement, his expression solemn as he adds, it's about Harry. The twins' eyes widen with anticipation, sensing the gravity of the moment. Harry is more than just my godson, Sirius continues, his voice tinged with reverence. He's the son of Prongs. George's jaw drops in astonishment, while Fred's eyes sparkle with awe. The son of Prongs? Fred repeats, barely able to contain his excitement. Remus nods solemnly. Yes, James Potter himself. The revelation hangs in the air, leaving the twins speechless with wonder. They had known Harry was special, but to be the son of one of the legendary Marauders was beyond their wildest dreams. Sirius and Remus exchange a knowing smile, confident that they have chosen the right disciples to carry on the legacy of mischief at Hogwarts. With the twins by their side, they knew that the spirit of Padfoot, Mooney, and Prongs would live on for generations to come. With their heads spinning from the revelation, Fred and George dashed over to Harry, their faces lit up with newfound excitement. Harry! Fred exclaimed, his voice ringing with awe. You're the son of Prongs. George nodded enthusiastically, his eyes shining with admiration. You're practically royalty. Harry chuckled at their enthusiasm, feeling a warmth spread through him at their genuine excitement. Well, I don't know about royalty, Harry replied modestly, but yeah, that's me. The twins couldn't contain their excitement, bombarding Harry with questions about his father and the legendary Marauders. As they basked in the glory of being in the presence of the son of Prongs, laughter filled the air, their joy infectious to all who witnessed the scene. Excitement bubbling in their voices, the twins turned to Sirius and Remus, eager to join in on the conversation about the candy business. So, about this candy business, Fred began, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. We couldn't help but overhear. And we've got a few ideas of our own, George interjected, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Sirius and Remus exchanged amused glances, impressed by the twins' enthusiasm. Well, we were just discussing the possibility of starting a candy business, Sirius explained, his tone casual yet enthusiastic. But we'd love to hear your ideas. The twins launched into a rapid-fire exchange of ideas, their creativity and inventiveness evident in every suggestion. Sirius and Remus listened intently, nodding along as the twins outlined their plans for magical candies with all sorts of amusing effects. As the conversation continued, it became clear that the twins' energy and imagination would be valuable assets in bringing their candy business to life. With their shared passion for mischief and innovation, it seemed the possibilities were endless. As the door to the ice cream shop swung open, admitting Amelia Bones and Jean-Claude Delacour, the atmosphere shifted subtly. Amelia's authoritative presence commanded attention, while Jean-Claude exuded an air of quiet elegance, his French accent adding a touch of sophistication to his words. "Harry," Amelia called out, her warm smile contrasting with her businesslike demeanor as she approached him. "I'd like you to meet Jean-Claude Delacour. He's here on behalf of the French ministry." Harry stood up, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he extended his hand in greeting. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Delacour," he said politely. Jean-Claude returned the gesture with a firm handshake, his own smile reflecting genuine warmth. "The pleasure is mine, Ari," he replied, his French accent lending an exotic charm to his words. "Amelia has told me much about you." Amelia nodded in agreement. "We had a productive meeting," she added, her tone businesslike yet congenial. "But I'm glad to see the party is in full swing. How's everything going here?" Harry glanced around at the lively scene unfolding before them, a sense of contentment washing over him. "Everything's great," he replied, a smile tugging at his lips. "Everyone seems to be having a good time." As his gaze lingered on Jean-Claude Delacour, a figure of quiet authority amidst the festivities, the pieces fell into place. As the realization dawned on Harry, a flicker of comprehension illuminated his features, casting a shadow of intrigue across his expression. Jean-Claude Delacour. He's Fleur's father, he mused silently, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. In the recesses of his mind, Drakor's voice resonated with confirmation, adding weight to Harry's discovery. "Indeed, Harry," Drakor affirmed, his presence a reassuring presence in Harry's thoughts. "Jean-Claude Delacour is indeed Fleur's father." As Harry's revelation unfolded, he couldn't contain his curiosity, prompting him to share his discovery with Jean-Claude. "Mr. Delacour," he began, his voice tinged with excitement. "Fleur mentioned in her letter that you knew my father, James Potter." Jean-Claude nodded, his expression thoughtful as he recalled the past. "Ah, oui," he replied, his French accent lending a melodious cadence to his words. "I was a French orer at the time, on loan to the British ministry during the war with he who must not be named. James was a British orer, and we often collaborated on missions." Harry's eyes widened in fascination, his mind buzzing with questions. What was he like during those times? He inquired, eager to learn more about his father's experiences beyond what he had heard. Jean-Claude's gaze softened with reminiscence. "James was a courageous and skilled orer," he explained, his tone tinged with respect. "But beyond his abilities, he was a true friend and ally. We fought side by side, facing danger together and sharing moments of camaraderie." Amidst the darkness of those days, Harry listened intently, a sense of pride swelling within him as he absorbed Jean-Claude's words. It was a rare glimpse into his father's life, one that he cherished deeply. As the last of the guests bid their farewells and departed, the atmosphere in the ice cream shop shifted to one of intimacy and anticipation. Susan, Amelia, Sirius, and Remus gathered around Harry, each eager to present their gifts to him. Amelia reached into her bag and pulled out a small parcel wrapped in elegant paper. "Harry, this is from me," she said with a warm smile, handing the gift to him. "I hope you like it." Sirius and Remus exchanged a knowing glance before Sirius stepped forward, holding out a small box adorned with a bright ribbon. "And this one's from us," Sirius announced, his eyes alight with excitement. "Happy belated birthday, Harry." Remus nodded in agreement, his expression mirroring Sirius's enthusiasm. "Yes, happy birthday, Harry," he added, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Harry accepted the gifts with gratitude, his heart swelling with appreciation for his friends and guardians. "Thank you, everyone," he said sincerely, his voice filled with emotion. I can't wait to see what you've got for me." With eager anticipation, Harry began to unwrap the gifts, eager to discover the surprises that awaited him. Sirius beamed as Harry unwrapped the small, leather-bound journal, the cover embossed with intricate designs of paw prints and stars. "This, Harry," Sirius began, his voice tinged with nostalgia, "is something your father and I worked on together during our Hogwarts years." Remus nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting fond memories of their time at school. "It's our journal documenting our journey to becoming animagi," he explained, his tone warm with reminiscence. "We thought you might find it interesting." Harry's eyes widened with excitement as he flipped through the pages, marveling at the detailed accounts and sketches of their adventures. "Wow," he breathed, his voice filled with wonder. "This is amazing. Thank you, Sirius, Remus." As the conversation unfolded, Drakor's voice echoed through the room, resonating with a hint of offense. "Hold on a moment," Drakor interjected, his tone tinged with indignation. "Harry doesn't need to become an animagus. With our bond, he can embody any creature he desires by utilizing my abilities." Harry's expression shifted to one of surprise as Drakor spoke aloud, his eyes widening in realization. "That's right," he affirmed, his voice laced with understanding. "Drakor and I share a unique connection that allows me to transform into any creature without the need for animagus training." Sirius and Remus exchanged intrigued glances, absorbing Drakor's revelation with keen interest. "Well, that changes things," Sirius remarked, his tone thoughtful. "It seems our animagus plans might need some rethinking." Remus nodded in agreement, his gaze shifting to Harry. "Indeed," he added, his voice tinged with curiosity. "It appears your bond with Drakor holds even more surprises than we initially thought." Harry glanced at Susan, a thoughtful expression crossing his features. "You know, Susan," he began, "since I won't be needing the journal to become an animagus, maybe you could make use of it. It's filled with valuable insights and experiences from Sirius and my dad's journey." Susan's eyes widened with excitement at the suggestion, her lips curving into a grateful smile. "That's incredibly generous of you, Harry," she replied, her voice tinged with appreciation. "I'd be honored to learn from their experiences." Sirius and Remus exchanged approving nods, pleased by Harry's gesture. "It seems like a fitting way to carry on their legacy," Sirius remarked, his tone filled with pride. Remus echoed his sentiment, his gaze shifting to Susan. "I'm sure James and Sirius would be pleased to know their journal is being passed on to someone who will appreciate its value," he added, his voice filled with warmth. Remus reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, intricately crafted box. "Harry," he said, offering the box to him, "this belonged to your father. James wanted you to have it when you were ready." Harry accepted the box, his heart pounding with anticipation as he carefully opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a shining silver pocket watch, its surface etched with delicate patterns and symbols. "It's beautiful," Harry whispered, his voice filled with emotion as he ran his fingers over the smooth metal. "Thank you, Remus. I'll treasure it always." Remus smiled warmly, his eyes shining with affection. "Your father would have wanted you to have it," he replied softly. "I'm glad I could pass it on to you." Susan approached Harry with a small, elegantly wrapped package in her hands. "Happy belated birthday, Harry," she said, her smile warm and genuine as she handed him the gift. Curious, Harry carefully unwrapped the package to reveal a finely crafted leather-bound journal. "Wow, Susan, this is amazing," he exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with appreciation as he ran his fingers over the smooth cover. "Thank you so much. But I already got journals from Ginny and Daphne." Susan chuckled. "Well, then perhaps it can be a spare or a backup," she suggested with a playful grin. "Or maybe you can use it for something completely different. The choice is yours, Harry." Amelia presents Harry with a small, intricately crafted wooden box. "This belonged to your parents," she explained softly, her voice carrying a mix of nostalgia and reverence. "Your mother gave it to me for safekeeping, with instructions to pass it on to you when the time was right." She pauses, her gaze meeting Harry's with warmth and sincerity. "I believe that time is now, Harry." Harry accepts the box with a mixture of curiosity and gratitude, his fingers tracing the delicate carvings adorning its surface. As he opens it, he discovers a collection of mementos. Letters, photographs, and other small treasures that once belonged to his parents. Tears prickle at the corners of his eyes as he sifts through the memories, each one a poignant reminder of the family he lost and the legacy they left behind. "Thank you, Amelia," he murmurs, his voice choked with emotion. "This means more to me than words can express." As the last of the gifts were exchanged and heartfelt goodbyes shared, the atmosphere in the ice cream shop was imbued with a sense of warmth and camaraderie. With the party drawing to a close, Harry couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the outpouring of love and support from his friends and guardians. Gathering his thoughts and emotions, Harry glanced around at the faces of those who had gathered to celebrate with him: Sirius and Remus, who had become like family; Susan, whose unwavering friendship had been a source of strength; Amelia, whose guidance and protection had shaped his journey; and Drakor, whose presence had brought a newfound sense of belonging and purpose. With a grateful smile, Harry thanked each of them for their presence and their gifts, knowing that their love and support would carry him through whatever challenges lay ahead. As the last echoes of laughter faded and the shop grew quiet, Harry felt a sense of contentment settle over him, grateful for the bonds of friendship and the moments of joy that had filled his birthday celebration. With a final farewell and a promise to meet again soon, the guests departed, leaving Harry with a heart full of memories and a spirit renewed. As he watched them go, Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for the adventures that awaited him, knowing that with his friends by his side, anything was possible. Chapter 11. Sirius and Remus prepared to leave Diagon Alley, knowing their next destination was the gates of Hogwarts for a meeting requested by Professor Dumbledore. After saying their goodbyes to Harry and the others, they stepped into a quieter alleyway. "Ready?" Remus asked, glancing at Sirius. Sirius nodded, determination etched on his face. "Let's do this." With a synchronized turn, they disapparated, the familiar sensation of being compressed through a narrow tube enveloping them. Moments later, they reappeared at the edge of the Hogwarts grounds, the towering gates before them. The castle stood grand and serene in the distance, illuminated by the soft glow of the moonlight. As they approached the gates, the massive iron structures began to open with a low creak. Standing just inside was a towering figure, his wild hair and beard unmistakable. "Welcome, Sirius, Remus," Hagrid called out, his voice booming in the quiet night. "Professor Dumbledore's weight and fair yea." "Good to see you, Hagrid," Sirius greeted with a smile, stepping forward to shake Hagrid's enormous hand. "Aye, good tear see ye both," Hagrid replied, his eyes twinkling kindly. "Let's get ye up to the castle, then. Follow me." Hagrid turned and began leading them up the path to Hogwarts. The lanterns lining the way flickered gently, casting long shadows over the grounds. As they walked, Hagrid filled the silence with his usual warmth and chatter. "Been a busy summer, it has," he said. "Lots of preparations for the new term, but nothing we can't handle." "It's good to be back," Remus commented, glancing around at the familiar surroundings, "even if just for a visit." "Aye, Hogwarts is always a comfort," Hagrid agreed, his tone nostalgic. As they walked toward Dumbledore's office, the ambient sounds of the castle echoed around them. The rhythmic tapping of Hagrid's boots, mixed with the occasional creak of the ancient floorboards, created a familiar, soothing cadence. Hagrid's normally cheerful demeanor grew more somber as they approached the grand staircase leading to the headmaster's office. "Sirius, Remus," Hagrid began hesitantly, his voice softer than usual. "There's something that's been weighing on me fair a while now. 'Bout that night. Ye know, the night James and Lily died." Sirius glanced at Hagrid, a flicker of pain crossing his features. "What about it, Hagrid?" Hagrid stopped walking, turning to face Sirius directly. "When Dumbledore told me to take Harry from her hands, I didn't understand it then. Ye was so desperate, so broken. But Dumbledore insisted, said it was for Harry's safety. I never had the chance to tell ye how sorry I was." Sirius's expression softened as he looked at Hagrid, seeing the sincerity and regret in the giant's eyes. "Hagrid, you were following orders, doing what you thought was best for Harry. I understand that now." Remus placed a reassuring hand on Hagrid's arm. "You were doing your duty, Hagrid. None of us knew how things would turn out." Hagrid's shoulders slumped slightly, his expression troubled. "Aye, but it still haunts me," he confessed, his voice thick with emotion. "If I hadn't taken Harry that night, he wouldn't have ended up with those awful Dursleys. And ye wouldn't have gone after that traitor Pettigrew, Sirius. Ye wouldn't have ended up in Azkaban." Sirius looked at Hagrid with a mixture of sympathy and sadness. Hagrid, you couldn't have known what would happen. None of us could. We all did what we thought was best at the time. It was a horrible situation, and we all made mistakes. Remus nodded in agreement. And we've all paid for those mistakes in different ways. But dwelling on what could have been won't help us now. We need to focus on the present and the future. Hagrid sighed deeply, wiping at his eyes with a large hand. I know you're right, Remus. It's just hard to let go of the guilt sometimes. Harry deserved better than what he got, and I wish I could have done more. Sirius stepped closer, placing a hand on Hagrid's shoulder. We all wish things had been different, Hagrid. But Harry's strong. He's made it through so much, and now he has us to support him. We'll make sure he never has to go through anything like that again. Hagrid managed a small, grateful smile. Thanks, both of ye. It means a lot. With that, they continued their journey to Dumbledore's office, the air between them lighter now that they had shared their burdens. As they ascended the spiral staircase and entered the headmaster's office, they felt a renewed sense of purpose. They were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, united in their mission to protect Harry and ensure that he never had to suffer alone again. As they entered the headmaster's office, Sirius and Remus were greeted by the sight of Professor McGonagall standing beside Dumbledore. The room was filled with the soft glow of the enchanted candles, casting a warm light over the various trinkets and instruments scattered around. Welcome, Sirius, Remus, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. I trust your journey was uneventful? It was, Sirius replied, glancing at McGonagall. Good to see you, Professor. McGonagall nodded, her expression as stern and composed as ever. It's good to see both of you as well. We've much to discuss. Dumbledore gestured to the chairs in front of his desk. Please, take a seat. Sirius and Remus sat down, their expressions attentive and serious. Thank you for coming on such short notice, Dumbledore began, folding his hands on the desk. There is a matter of great importance we need to address concerning Harry. Sirius leaned forward, his gaze intense. This is about you sending Harry to the Dursleys, isn't it? Dumbledore sighed deeply, a hint of weariness in his eyes. Yes, Sirius. I owe you an explanation. When Voldemort fell, and James and Lily were killed, my foremost concern was Harry's safety. The protection provided by Lily's sacrifice required that Harry be placed with her blood relatives. It was the only way to ensure that the protective enchantments would remain strong. Remus nodded, his face thoughtful. We understand the need for protection, Albus, but surely there could have been another way? The Dursleys. They were not kind to Harry. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. I, too, had reservations about sending Harry there. I voiced my concerns at the time. Dumbledore's expression grew somber. I was aware of the Dursleys' nature, but I believed the Blood Wards to be paramount. In hindsight, I can see the impact it had on Harry. For that, I am truly sorry. Sirius's voice rang out, filled with frustration and anger. Bullshit, Albus. You can't sit there and spout apologies while expecting us to bow down and accept them. You've been so used to being right, so convinced of your own infallibility, that you've forgotten you're just a man, not some almighty deity sitting on his throne here at Hogwarts. Remus placed a hand on Sirius's arm, urging him to calm down, but Sirius shook it off, his eyes blazing with intensity. If you were truly sorry for your role in Harry's mistreatment, you would have come to us. Acknowledged your mistakes, and worked with us to make things right. Instead, you summon us here, expecting us to present ourselves like peasants before the king. Dumbledore's expression remained solemn, but there was a flicker of remorse in his eyes. Sirius, I understand your anger, but nothing, Sirius interrupted, his voice thundering through the room. Harry deserved better, and you failed him. We all did. But it's not too late to make amends. McGonagall stepped forward, her voice firm but gentle. Sirius, Remus, please. Let us not dwell on past mistakes. What's important now is how we move forward, how we ensure Harry's well-being and happiness. Sirius's shoulders tensed, his jaw clenched with barely contained fury. Fine. But don't expect me to forgive and forget so easily, Albus. Not when you've cost Harry so much. Dumbledore nodded solemnly, his gaze unwavering. I understand, Sirius. All I ask is for the chance to make amends, to work together for Harry's sake. Sirius's voice was sharp with accusation as he addressed Dumbledore. You can start making amends by handing over James's invisibility cloak. It's a Potter family heirloom, rightfully belonging to Harry. McGonagall's eyes widened in shock, her gaze flickering between Sirius and Dumbledore. A Potter family heirloom? Albus, I had no idea. Hagrid's expression mirrored McGonagall's astonishment. Blimey, Professor Dumbledore, you've been holding onto a Potter family heirloom all this time? Dumbledore's expression remained composed, though there was a hint of regret in his eyes. I took possession of the cloak for safekeeping, Sirius. It was never my intention to keep it from Harry. Sirius's jaw clenched with barely contained anger. Safekeeping? More like theft, Albus. Harry deserves to have everything that rightfully belongs to him. Dumbledore's gaze softened, his tone earnest. You're right, Sirius. I apologize for any distress my actions may have caused. I will retrieve the cloak and ensure it is returned to Harry immediately. There was a heavy silence in the room as the weight of Dumbledore's revelation settled over them. Despite the tension and mistrust that lingered between them, there was a shared understanding that Harry's well-being must always come first. Dumbledore rose from his seat, his movements deliberate as he crossed the room to retrieve the cloak from where he had stashed it. With measured steps, he returned to the center of the room, the cloak draped over his arm like a shroud of secrets. Sirius's eyes tracked Dumbledore's every movement, his expression tense with anticipation. As Dumbledore approached, Sirius extended his hand to receive the cloak, his jaw set in determination. Dumbledore's expression remained inscrutable as he handed over the cloak to Sirius. Sirius's expression darkened as he accepted the cloak from Dumbledore. Without hesitation, he began casting detection charms over it, his movements swift and precise. The room fell. Silent as everyone watched with bated breath, anticipation thick in the air. As the detection charms revealed hidden enchantments woven into the fabric of the cloak, Sirius's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Tracking charms, he muttered, his voice laced with incredulity. McGonagall gasped, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. Tracking charms? Albus, why would you? Hagrid's brow furrowed in concern. Professor Dumbledore, why'd ye put tracking charms on a family heirloom? Dumbledore's gaze remained steady, his expression grave. I assure you, it was for Harry's protection. With the cloak's unique properties, I felt it necessary to ensure his safety. Sirius's grip tightened on the cloak, his features contorted with anger. You claim it was for Harry's protection, yet you never thought to inform him or his guardians. This is unacceptable, Albus. Remus stepped forward, his usually calm demeanor overshadowed by a fierce resolve. Sirius is right, Albus, he began, his voice firm and commanding. This cloak belongs to Harry, and he has the right to know of its existence and its significance. Dumbledore's expression remained unreadable, but a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. I understand your concerns, Remus, he replied, his tone measured. I acted out of what I believed to be in Harry's best interest, but I see now that I should have been more transparent. Sirius's grip on the cloak loosened slightly, his anger tempered by Dumbledore's. Acknowledgement. Transparency, Albus, is all we ask for, he stated, his voice resonating with conviction. For Harry's sake, we need to ensure that there are no more secrets between us. Dumbledore nodded solemnly, his gaze shifting between Sirius and Remus. I will endeavor to be more forthcoming in the future, he promised, his words carrying the weight of his commitment. For Harry's sake and for the sake of our trust. With that, the tension in the room began to dissipate, replaced by a tentative sense of resolution. Dumbledore's acknowledgement marked a step forward, albeit a small one, toward rebuilding the fractured trust among them. As Sirius and Remus approached the massive entrance to the Great Hall, the resonance of Minerva McGonagall's voice echoed through the corridor, halting them in their tracks. Sirius, Remus, McGonagall called out, her tone a mixture of concern and urgency. Turning back, they found McGonagall striding purposefully toward them, her robes billowing behind her. Minerva, is everything all right? Remus inquired, noting the gravity in her expression. McGonagall paused, her usually stern demeanor softened by a hint of regret. I'm afraid not, Remus, she confessed, her voice tinged with remorse. I cannot help but feel a weight of responsibility for the events that have transpired. Remus furrowed his brow, his concern deepening. What do you mean? He pressed gently, urging her to elaborate. "I should have done more," McGonagall admitted, her words heavy with self-reproach. "I should have questioned Dumbledore's decisions regarding Harry's placement with the Dursleys. And I should have recognized sooner that you, Sirius, would never have betrayed James and Lily." Sirius and Remus exchanged a somber glance, understanding the weight of McGonagall's words. Despite their own grievances with Dumbledore, they couldn't fault McGonagall for her honesty and humility in acknowledging her own shortcomings. "I appreciate your candor, Minerva," Sirius said, his voice tinged with both gratitude and sadness. "But we can't dwell on the past. What's done is done." McGonagall nodded, her expression reflecting a mixture of determination and resolve. "Indeed," she agreed. "But moving forward, we must ensure that Harry's best interests are at the forefront of our actions." Remus placed a comforting hand on McGonagall's shoulder, offering a supportive smile. "We'll do whatever it takes to keep Harry safe," he assured her, his tone firm with conviction. With a final nod of acknowledgement, McGonagall bid them farewell, her gaze lingering on Sirius and Remus with a silent understanding. As they watched her depart, Sirius and Remus exchanged a silent vow to honor her trust and work tirelessly to protect Harry from any further harm. As Sirius Black and Remus Lupin departed, Severus Snape remained concealed in the shadows, his gaze fixed upon their retreating figures. A torrent of conflicting emotions surged within him, stirred by the memories of their tumultuous past as students at Hogwarts. For years, Snape had harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Sirius and Remus, a resentment born from the scars of their shared history. The memory of the cruel prank orchestrated by Sirius, the one that would have resulted in Snape's demise were it not for James Potter's intervention, loomed large in Snape's mind, a visceral reminder of the depths of betrayal he had endured. In that moment, standing in the shadows of Hogwarts corridors, Snape couldn't help but replay the events of that fateful night, the chilling realization dawning upon him as he stumbled upon the Shrieking Shack, drawn by the whispers and murmurs that had long plagued his curiosity. The taunts and laughter of Sirius and his companions echoed in Snape's mind, mocking reminders of their reckless disregard for the rules and the consequences of their actions. Yet, amidst the cacophony of voices, there was a chilling silence, an ominous prelude to the horror that awaited Snape as he stepped into the dimly lit interior of the derelict building. The sense of helplessness washed over Snape like a tidal wave, engulfing him in its suffocating embrace as he beheld the grotesque spectacle before him, a sight that would haunt him for years to come. Suspended above the jaws of a savage beast, Snape found himself teetering on the precipice of his own mortality, his fate hanging in the balance as the full extent of his folly unfolded before his eyes. The bitterness that had consumed Snape in the aftermath of that harrowing encounter resurfaced with renewed intensity, a searing flame that fueled the flames of his animosity towards Sirius and Remus. However, beneath the layers of resentment and loathing, there lingered a deeper, more profound emotion, a sense of duty, born from his unwavering loyalty to Lily Evans. From the moment Snape had learned of Harry Potter's ordeal under Petunia Evans, he had regarded the boy not as James Potter's spawn, but as Lily's son. It was a distinction that spoke volumes, a testament to the enduring bond that had once united Snape and Lily in friendship and love. For Snape, caring for Lily's son had become a solemn obligation, a sacred duty that transcended the petty rivalries and grievances of the past. Despite his animosity towards Sirius and Remus, Snape knew that they were now entrusted with the care and protection of Lily's only child, a responsibility that he could not afford to ignore, no matter how deep his resentment ran. As Snape watched Sirius and Remus disappear into the night, a flicker of determination ignited within him, steeling his resolve to keep a vigilant watch over Harry Potter, the boy who carried the legacy of Lily Evans within him. For Snape, it was a solemn vow, a promise to safeguard Lily's son at all costs, even if it meant confronting the ghosts of his own past. As Sirius and Remus arrived at the Bones family estate, a sense of relief washed over them. For Remus, who currently had no home of his own, and Sirius, who harbored too many painful memories of Grimmauld Place, the sprawling estate had become a sanctuary of sorts. A place where they could find solace amidst the chaos of their lives. As they stepped through the gates and made their way up the winding path towards the grand manor house, Sirius couldn't help but feel a pang of gratitude towards Amelia Bones, the matriarch of the family who had welcomed them with open arms and offered them a place to call home. Inside the estate, The familiar warmth of the surroundings enveloped them, easing the tension that had lingered from their encounter with Dumbledore. Here, amidst the elegant furnishings and comforting embrace of the Bones family, Sirius and Remus found respite from the trials and tribulations of the outside world. As they settled into their temporary abode, Sirius and Remus knew that, for now at least, they were safe and surrounded by those who cared for them, a welcome reprieve from the shadows of their past and the uncertainties of the future. Amelia joined Sirius and Remus, a gentle smile gracing her features as she informed them of Harry and Susan's peaceful slumber, their youthful energy finally spent after the excitement of the day. Sirius and Remus chuckled softly at the thought, grateful for the quietude that had descended upon the estate. With a warm cup of tea in hand, Amelia settled into a nearby armchair, her gaze shifting between Sirius and Remus, curiosity evident in her eyes. How did the meeting with Dumbledore go? Sirius ran a hand through his hair, his expression somber as he recounted the events of the meeting. It was enlightening, he replied, his voice tinged with frustration. We confronted Dumbledore about Harry's placement with the Dursleys and demanded answers. Remus nodded in agreement, his features reflecting a mix of determination and weariness. Dumbledore admitted his role in the decision, citing the Blood Wards as his primary concern, he added, his tone measured, but Sirius wasn't having any of it. Sirius let out a bitter laugh, the sound echoing through the room. I told him straight, he's so used to being right that he's forgotten he's only human, he said, his voice tinged with anger. If he truly cared about Harry, he would have come to us instead of treating us like peasants. Summoned to his court. Amelia listened intently, her brow furrowed with concern. And what of the Potter family cloak? She inquired, her voice soft. Sirius's expression darkened at the mention of the cloak, his grip tightening on the armrest of his chair. Dumbledore handed it over, but not without a fight, he replied, his tone clipped. Turns out he'd placed tracking charms on it without our knowledge. Remus shook his head in disbelief, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. It's clear Dumbledore has his own agenda, he remarked, his voice tinged with disappointment. We can't trust him to have Harry's best interests at heart. Amelia sighed, her gaze troubled as she processed the information. We'll need to be vigilant, she said, her voice firm, for Harry's sake. Sirius and Remus nodded in agreement, a shared determination gleaming in their eyes. They knew the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but they were prepared to face them head-on, for Harry. Remus, intent on changing the subject, chuckled, as a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. You won't believe what the Weasley twins had to say, he began, his tone lightening. With the prospect of sharing a humorous anecdote, they seemed rather intrigued by Sirius and me referring to each other as Padfoot and Moony. Amelia arched an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. Padfoot and Moony, she repeated, her lips quirking into a smile. Those are certainly unique nicknames. I take it there's a story behind them? Remus nodded, a reminiscent gleam in his eyes. Indeed, there is, he confirmed. They were part of a rather mischievous quartet back in our Hogwarts days. James Potter was Prongs, Sirius was Padfoot, and Peter Pettigrew was Wormtail. Remus paused, a flicker of sadness crossing his features as he mentioned Peter's name. Sirius noticed the change in his friend's demeanor and shot him a sympathetic glance before continuing the story. Ah, yes, good old Wormtail, Sirius remarked, his tone tinged with bitterness. He was always the weakest link in our chain, but we tolerated him nonetheless. Amelia regarded Sirius with a curious expression, sensing the underlying tension in his words. It sounds like you've had quite the adventures, she remarked, her gaze shifting between Sirius and Remus. Sirius nodded, a nostalgic smile playing at the corners of his lips. Oh, you have no idea, he replied, his voice tinged with fondness. We were a force to be reckoned with, the Marauders. There wasn't a prank we couldn't pull off or a rule we couldn't bend. Remus chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Indeed, he agreed, his tone wistful. We may have caused our fair share of trouble, but we always had each other's backs. As Sirius regaled Amelia with tales of their escapades at Hogwarts, the tension of earlier conversations faded into the background, replaced by the warmth of shared memories and camaraderie. And in that moment, they found solace in the bonds of friendship that had endured through the trials of time. Amelia listened intently to Sirius's tales of mischief and adventure, her interest piqued by the mention of the Weasley twins. As Sirius finished recounting their escapades at Hogwarts, she cleared her throat, drawing their attention back to the present. Speaking of the Weasley twins, she interjected, did they have anything of note to share with you today? Sirius and Remus exchanged a knowing glance before Sirius replied with a grin, oh, they certainly did. It seems they have some rather ambitious plans in the works. Amelia raised an eyebrow, her curiosity evident. Ambitious plans? Do tell, she prompted, leaning forward slightly in her seat. Remus chuckled, shaking his head at the memory. Do you remember Sirius mentioning about starting a candy business? He asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Apparently, the twins have been experimenting with magical confectionery and are eager to help us turn Sirius' idea into a full-fledged enterprise. Amelia's eyes widened with interest at Remus's question, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Oh, yes, I recall Sirius mentioning his plans for a candy business, she replied, nodding thoughtfully. It seems the twins' enthusiasm and creativity align perfectly with your vision. Sirius nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Absolutely, he agreed, a grin spreading across his face. And the best part is, I've managed to recruit my cousin Andy, who's a master potioneer, to help us make candies with some interesting magical effects. With her expertise, we'll be able to create treats that are not only delicious but also enchanting. Remus chuckled, his expression fond as he glanced at Sirius. Indeed, it appears we have quite the team assembled, he remarked, a note of excitement in his voice. With Sirius's entrepreneurial spirit, Andromeda's potion-making expertise, and the twins' ingenuity, I dare say we'll create something truly remarkable. Amelia's smile widened at the news, her curiosity piqued. That sounds fascinating, she remarked, her tone filled with anticipation. I can't wait to see what you all come up with. It sounds like you have a truly innovative and talented team. With a shared sense of enthusiasm and determination, they continued their discussion, each contributing their ideas and insights with fervor. And as they delved deeper into planning their venture, they couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement for the possibilities that lay ahead. Chapter 12. The morning sun cast a warm glow over the Bones family estate, its golden light filtering through the windows and illuminating the cozy kitchen. The comforting scent of breakfast filled the air as Amelia busied herself at the stove, while Sirius and Remus sipped their tea, discussing the previous night's events in hushed tones. We need to tell Harry about the cloak, Sirius said, his voice low. Remus nodded. Agreed. It's time he knows about it, and about what Dumbledore did. Just then, Harry and Susan entered the kitchen, their faces bright with the energy of a new day. Morning, Harry greeted, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Morning, Harry, Susan, Amelia replied with a warm smile. Come, sit down. Breakfast is almost ready. As they took their seats, Sirius glanced at Remus and then at Harry. Harry, we have something important to give you. Harry looked up, intrigued. What is it, Sirius? Sirius took a deep breath, reaching into his robes and pulling out a shimmering, silvery fabric. This is your father's invisibility cloak. It's a Potter family heirloom, and it rightfully belongs to you. Harry's eyes widened in amazement as he stared at the cloak. An invisibility cloak? Really? Wow. Sirius nodded, a proud smile on his face. Yes, really. It was given to James by his father, and now it's yours. We got it back from Dumbledore last night. Remus's expression turned serious. Dumbledore had placed tracking charms on it. We removed them, but you need to know that it was done without informing you or us. Harry frowned, a mix of surprise and confusion on his face. Why would he do that? Amelia stepped in, her tone gentle but firm. Dumbledore believed it was for your protection, but it was wrong of him to do it without your knowledge. Drakor's voice echoed in Harry's mind, his tone protective and reassuring. You do not need to worry, Harry. You are safe now, and you have the support of those who care about you. Susan, who had been quietly listening, piped up. You should try it on, Harry. I've read about invisibility cloaks, but I've never seen one in action. Harry nodded, a smile spreading across his face. He took the cloak from Sirius and draped it over himself. Instantly, his body disappeared from view, leaving only his head visible. Susan gasped in delight, and Amelia chuckled at the sight. That's incredible, Susan said, her eyes wide with wonder. You really can't see him at all. Harry pulled the cloak off, his excitement evident. This is amazing. Thank you, Sirius. Remus. It's the best gift ever. Sirius smiled, his expression softening. Just remember, Harry, it's a powerful tool. Use it wisely. Remus nodded in agreement. And never forget that you have a strong support system. We're all here for you. Harry felt a surge of gratitude. I know, and I'm grateful for all of you. As the warmth of the moment settled over them, Drakor's voice echoed across the room. Curiosity evident in his tone. Sirius, Remus, how old is this cloak? I sense something special about it. Sirius and Remus exchanged puzzled glances. It's been in the Potter family for generations, Sirius said thoughtfully. James received it from his father, and as far as I know, it goes back much further than that. Remus nodded in agreement. It's an ancient heirloom. There's a long history behind it, but we don't know all the details. Drakor's presence seemed to intensify in Harry's mind, as if he were examining the cloak more closely. Interesting, he mused aloud. There is something very unique about this cloak, something beyond its invisibility. Harry frowned slightly, feeling the weight of Drakor's words. What do you mean, Drakor? The dragon's voice was contemplative. I cannot say for certain, but this cloak feels different. It may be more than just an ordinary magical artifact. Amelia, who had been listening intently, looked intrigued. Could it be that the cloak has properties we don't fully understand yet? She asked. Most invisibility cloaks don't last more than a decade. The magic fades, or they rip. The fact that this cloak has been in the Potter family for generations and is still pristine hints that it's not an ordinary cloak. Sirius shrugged. It's possible. There are many old and powerful artifacts in the wizarding world with secrets even their owners don't fully comprehend. Remus added, we know it's incredibly rare and valuable, but maybe it's worth investigating further. We could learn more about its origins and true nature. Harry nodded, feeling a mixture of excitement and curiosity. I'd like that. It feels like there's more to discover about my family and this cloak. Susan chimed in, her eyes wide with fascination. This sounds like a real adventure. Imagine finding out more about the cloak's history and what makes it so special. Drakor's voice was firm yet gentle. We will uncover its secrets together, Harry. You are not alone in this journey. Harry smiled, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. Thank you, Drakor. And thank you, everyone. I feel like this cloak is more than just a tool, it's a link to my parents and my heritage. Sirius placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. We'll help you every step of the way, Harry. Your parents would be proud of the wizard you're becoming. Remus nodded, his expression filled with pride. You're part of something much bigger, Harry. We'll make sure you understand and embrace it fully. As they continued their mourning, the sense of unity and purpose among them grew stronger. The cloak, with its rich history and mysterious properties, became a symbol of their bond and their shared quest for knowledge and understanding. Together, they were ready to face whatever challenges and discoveries lay ahead, united by their love for each other and their commitment to uncovering the truths of the past. In the early morning light, a sleek owl swooped gracefully through the open window of the Tonks family home in Suffolk. It landed on the kitchen table where Andromeda Tonks sat with her cup of tea. The crisp envelope tied to its leg bearing the familiar crest of the Malfoy family. Andromeda's heart sank. She untied the letter, her hands trembling slightly as she broke the wax seal and unfolded the parchment. Her eyes scanned the neat, elegant script of her younger sister, Narcissa Malfoy. The words, while carefully chosen, conveyed a sense of urgency and desperation that Andromeda had never seen from Narcissa before. My dearest Andromeda, I write to you with a heavy heart and an earnest plea for help. As you know, my marriage to Lucius was not of my own choosing. It was arranged by our father, enforced by a magically binding contract that only the head of House Black can release. I was young and naive, and I had no say in the matter. The years have been long and difficult, marked by cruelty and manipulation. Lucius has used the contract to control me, to ensure that I cannot escape the confines of our marriage. But I can no longer endure the darkness that surrounds us. I cannot bear to see Draco grow up in such a toxic environment. I beg you, Andy, please help me find a way to end this marriage. I cannot do it alone. Yours, with hope. Sissy Andromeda read the letter twice, her mind racing. She knew that reaching out to Narcissa directly would be risky. Lucius had eyes and ears everywhere. But there was one person she trusted implicitly who might be able to help. Her cousin, Sirius Black. Sirius and Remus were staying with Amelia Bones, spending time with Harry and Susan. The morning had been filled with laughter and warmth, a stark contrast to the cold dread that now settled over Andromeda. She folded the letter carefully and sent it with her owl to Sirius, with a note asking him to come to her home in Suffolk as soon as possible. Later that day, the familiar sound of Sirius's motorbike announced his arrival. He dismounted quickly, a look of concern on his face. Andromeda met him at the door and ushered him inside, her anxiety palpable. "What's wrong, Andy?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. "I need to speak with you, Sirius. It's urgent," she replied, leading him into the privacy of the sitting room. Once they were seated, she handed him the letter. Sirius read the letter silently, his expression darkening with every line. When he finished, he looked up at Andromeda, his eyes blazing with anger. "Lucius has gone too far. We need to help her." "Yes, but how?" Andromeda asked. "Lucius has too much influence, too many connections. If we make a move against him, he'll retaliate." Sirius leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. "We need to be smart about this. We can't just storm into Malfoy Manor and whisk her away. We need to find a way to undermine Lucius's power, to make him vulnerable." Andromeda nodded. "But how do we do that? His ties to the Ministry, to the Death Eaters, he's practically untouchable." Sirius's eyes gleamed with determination. "Practically, but not entirely. We need leverage. Something that can be used to bargain with or to threaten him. We need to dig up every bit of dirt on Lucius that we can find. And we'll need help." Andromeda's thoughts immediately went to Amelia Bones. Amelia is a powerful ally. If we can get the Department of Magical Law Enforcement on our side, we might stand a chance. Sirius nodded. "Exactly. And we'll need to involve Alistair Moody. He's a seasoned Auror and would know how to navigate the legal intricacies." With a plan beginning to form, Andromeda wrote a quick note to Amelia, requesting an urgent meeting. She sent it off with her owl, hoping that Amelia would understand the gravity of the situation. And as a passing thought, she couldn't help but wonder if Bellatrix, too, was ensnared in a similar web of control by a magically binding contract, a thought that sent a shiver down her spine. Andromeda welcomed Amelia, Moody, and Shacklebolt into her home, her expression grave. She wasted no time in explaining the contents of Narcissa's letter and the urgency of the situation. Amelia listened intently, her brow furrowing with concern. "This is serious," she remarked, her tone somber. "If what Narcissa says is true, then Lucius has gone too far. We can't allow him to continue to hold power over his family like this." Moody grunted in agreement, his magical eye scanning the room warily. "We'll need evidence if we're going to take him down," he stated bluntly. "We'll need to gather information, dig into Lucius's dealings, find out where he's vulnerable." Shacklebolt nodded, his expression determined. "I can reach out to some of my contacts within the Ministry," he offered. "See if there's any chatter about Lucius's activities. We might be able to find something useful." Andromeda's heart swelled with gratitude as she looked at the three determined faces before her. "Thank you," she said earnestly. "I know this won't be easy, but we have to do something. Narcissa's life is at stake." Amelia placed a reassuring hand on Andromeda's shoulder. "We won't let her down," she promised. "We'll do everything in our power to help her." "That's not all," Andromeda continues. "If Narcissa is bound by a magical contract, then there's a very real chance Bellatrix is too." Andromeda's words hung heavy in the air, the implications of her statement sinking in. If Narcissa was indeed bound by a magical contract, then it stood to reason that Bellatrix, too, was ensnared in a similar web of manipulation and control. Amelia's expression darkened at the thought. "If Cygnus Black has subjected both his daughters to such contracts, then we must act swiftly," she declared, her voice tinged with resolve. "No one should be forced into a marriage against their will, especially not by magical coercion." Moody turned to Sirius, his grizzled features thoughtful. "As the only leading male Black, you're the current head of the house," he stated matter-of-factly. "That means you can go to Gringotts and ask if they have a copy of these contracts. If we can get our hands on the copy, maybe we can figure out a way to break said contracts." Sirius nodded, a steely determination in his eyes. "I'll go immediately," he affirmed, "and if Gringotts has any information, we'll use it to free Narcissa and Bellatrix from this curse." Turning to Andromeda, he added, "You have my word, Andy. We won't rest until your sisters are safe. Andromeda offered Sirius a grateful smile, her eyes shining with emotion. Thank you, Sirius, she murmured, her voice thick with unspoken gratitude. With their plan set in motion, the group settled into a tense but determined silence, each lost in their own thoughts and preparations for the challenges that lay ahead. The fight to break the chains of magical coercion had begun, and they would not rest until justice was served. Sirius and Andromeda made their way through the bustling streets of Diagon Alley, the imposing facade of Gringotts looming before them like a monolithic guardian of wizarding wealth. As they entered the grand marble lobby of the bank, Sirius felt a sense of anticipation tinged with trepidation. He knew that the answers they sought lay within these ancient halls, guarded by the secrets of generations past. Approaching the nearest goblin teller, Sirius cleared his throat, his voice steady despite the nervous flutter in his chest. "Excuse me," he began, addressing the goblin with a respectful nod. "I am Sirius Black, the current head of House Black. I am here to inquire about any existing contracts involving my cousins, Narcissa and Bellatrix Black." The goblin regarded Sirius with keen eyes, his expression inscrutable. "Wait here," he replied curtly before disappearing into the depths of the bank, leaving Sirius and Andromeda to wait in tense anticipation. Minutes passed like hours as they stood in the cavernous lobby, the silence broken only by the occasional clink of gold and the distant murmur of voices echoing through the corridors. Finally, the goblin returned, a scroll in hand. "Here are the records you requested," the goblin announced, extending the scroll towards Sirius with a clawed hand. "You may peruse them at your leisure." Sirius accepted the scroll with a nod of thanks, his heart pounding in his chest as he unrolled it to reveal the intricate script of ancient magical contracts. Scanning the pages, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he searched for any mention of Narcissa and Bellatrix. After what felt like an eternity, Sirius's gaze fell upon the names he sought, etched in delicate script beneath the Black family crest. "Here," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, as he pointed to the relevant passages. "These are the contracts." Andromeda leaned in closer, her breath catching in her throat as she read the damning words inscribed on the parchment. "Magically binding contracts," she murmured, her voice tinged with disbelief and anger. "Enforced by our father's authority." As Sirius scrutinized the contract, his eyes traced the intricate lines of magical text, his expression shifting from solemn concentration to a faint glimmer of hope. "Enforced by our father's authority," Andromeda reiterated, her voice thick with emotion. Sirius nodded slowly, his lips curling into a knowing smile. "Yes, but not for much longer," he replied, his tone infused with determination. "According to the terms of the contract, the authority of the head of House Black ceases upon their death or disownment." Andromeda's eyes widened in realization, a spark of anticipation igniting within her. "You mean?" she began, her voice trembling with excitement. Sirius nodded, his smile widening into a grin. "Exactly," he confirmed, his gaze alight with newfound resolve. "Your father may have bound them to these contracts, but he's been dead for years. Which means I, as the current head of House Black, have the authority to challenge their validity." Andromeda's eyes sparkled with hope as she absorbed Sirius' words, a sense of relief washing over her. "So, what's our next move?" she inquired, her voice tinged with anticipation. Sirius glanced around, taking in the bustling surroundings of Diagon Alley before focusing back on Andromeda with determination. "Our next move is to gather any evidence we can find to support our case," he explained, his voice resolute. "We'll need to prove that these contracts were made under duress and are therefore invalid." Andromeda furrowed her brow in thought, considering Sirius' idea carefully. Approaching Narcissa directly would risk alerting Lucius to our intentions, she conceded, her voice tinged with concern. "But Bellatrix is a different matter. With her in Azkaban, there's no risk of tipping off anyone." Sirius nodded in agreement, his expression resolute. "Exactly," he affirmed, his gaze locking with Andromeda's. "We can have Amelia initiate a discreet inquiry into any irregularities found during the audit of Bellatrix's trial transcripts. It'll give us a legitimate reason to speak with her without raising any suspicions." Andromeda's eyes brightened with understanding as she absorbed Sirius' plan, a sense of relief washing over her. "That could work," she acknowledged, a note of optimism in her voice. It'll give us a chance to gather valuable information from Bellatrix without alerting Lucius to our intentions regarding Narcissa." Sirius squeezed Andromeda's hand in a silent gesture of reassurance. "We'll need to tread carefully," he cautioned, his voice laced with caution. "But with Amelia's expertise and our determination, I'm confident we can uncover the truth and free Narcissa and Bellatrix from our father's grip." With a shared nod of agreement, Sirius and Andromeda set their plan into motion, their hearts filled with determination and resolve. As they embarked on their quest to unravel the secrets of House Black and rewrite the fates of their sisters, they knew that their journey would be fraught with challenges. But with unity and determination as their guiding lights, they were ready to face whatever obstacles lay ahead, determined to reclaim the freedom and autonomy that had been denied to them for far too long. Locked within the cold, oppressive confines of Azkaban, Bellatrix Lestrange languished in the depths of despair, her mind teetering on the precarious edge between sanity and madness. Haunted by the specter of her past deeds, she found solace in the knowledge that her actions were not entirely her own. Buried within the depths of her torment, Bellatrix Lestrange harbored a festering resentment towards her family, each passing day serving as a stark reminder of the chains that bound her to her wretched fate. The memory of her sister's betrayal loomed large in her mind, a bitter wound that refused to heal. Andromeda's defiance, her brazen act of elopement with the Muggle-born Ted Tonks, had unleashed a tempest of fury within the Black family, shattering the delicate facade of propriety and tradition. In the aftermath of her sister's rebellion, Bellatrix found herself ensnared in a web of intrigue and manipulation, her father's iron grip tightening around her like a vice. It was in the wake of Andromeda's departure that Cygnus Black, driven by a perverse desire to assert his authority, had forged the bonds of a magical contract, sealing the fate of his remaining daughters with an irrevocable decree. Bound by the arcane laws of their bloodline, Bellatrix and Narcissa were consigned to lives of servitude, their autonomy stripped away by the weight of their father's ambition. As the ink dried on the parchment, sealing their destinies with an indelible mark, Bellatrix felt the tendrils of despair tighten around her heart, suffocating her with a sense of futility and despair. Her marriage to Rodolphus Lestrange, a man she loathed with every fiber of her being, became a cruel testament to her family's machinations, a stark reminder of the price of disobedience. The weight of the contract pressed down en Bellatrix like a crushing weight, its ink staining her soul with a permanent mark of servitude. As the years passed, she found herself trapped in a living nightmare, forced to endure the unspeakable horrors orchestrated by her loathsome husband, Rodolphus Lestrange. Under his twisted command, Bellatrix was compelled to join the ranks of the Death Eaters, her once proud spirit shackled to the whims of a madman. With each passing day, she was forced to commit unspeakable acts of violence and depravity, her hands stained with the blood of innocents, her soul tarnished by the darkness that consumed her. Rodolphus reveled in his power over her, his cruelty knowing no bounds as he subjected her to endless torment and degradation. He delighted in her suffering, twisting her mind and soul until she became little more than a puppet dancing to his sadistic tune. But amidst the chaos and despair, a flicker of defiance burned within Bellatrix's heart, a stubborn refusal to surrender to the darkness that threatened to consume her. Though she was bound by the chains of her family's legacy, she refused to be broken by them, clinging to the remnants of her humanity with a tenacity born of desperation. In the depths of Azkaban, Bellatrix waged a silent war against her oppressors, her spirit unyielding in the face of adversity. Though her body may have been confined to a cell, her mind remained free, a beacon of hope amidst the darkness that surrounded her. The events that had led her to this desolate place played out like a recurring nightmare in her mind, haunting her with their relentless cruelty. Forced by her loathsome husband and his cohorts to cast the Cruciatus curse on Frank and Alice Longbottom, she had watched in horror as the once vibrant Aurors were reduced to nothing more than living corpses, their minds shattered by the relentless onslaught of pain and madness. But amidst the chaos and despair, Bellatrix had found a flicker of humanity within herself, a small glimmer of remorse that refused to be extinguished. In a moment of clarity amidst the darkness, she had managed to perform one act of kindness amidst the sea of cruelty that surrounded her. Sensing the danger that threatened the Longbottoms' infant son, Neville, she had hidden him away in a closet, shielding him from the horrors that ravaged his family. It was a small gesture, perhaps, but it was one that filled Bellatrix with a sense of pride and purpose amidst the despair of Azkaban. Though her actions may have been born of guilt and desperation, They served as a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was still a glimmer of light to be found, a spark of hope that refused to be extinguished. And so, as she languished in her cell, surrounded by the echoes of her own remorse and regret, Bellatrix clung to the memory of that fleeting moment of compassion, a beacon of hope amidst the darkness that threatened to consume her. For even in the depths of Azkaban, where despair reigned supreme, she refused to surrender to the darkness, her spirit unyielding in the face of adversity. Chapter 13. Sirius and Andromeda quickly headed to the Ministry of Magic to inform Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, about their recent discoveries. The urgency of the situation pressed upon them as they navigated through the bustling corridors. Upon reaching Amelia's office, Sirius knocked sharply on the door. It swung open to reveal Amelia herself, her eyes reflecting a deep concern. She had been expecting them. "Sirius, Andromeda, come in," Amelia greeted, her voice steady but with an undercurrent of urgency. They stepped inside, the door closing behind them. Amelia motioned for them to sit. "What have you found?" Sirius handed over the parchments they had obtained from Gringotts. "We found the contracts Uncle Cygnus forced upon Narcissa and Bellatrix. These contracts are magically binding and have controlled their lives and marriages. We need to talk to Bellatrix. If we can prove she was forced into her actions by these contracts, there may be a way to help her." Amelia's expression grew more serious as she scrutinized the documents. "These contracts are indeed damning. We need to act swiftly and carefully." Andromeda added, "We can't approach Narcissa directly. If Lucius gets wind of this, he'll tighten his grip on her. But Bellatrix is in Azkaban. We can have you talk to her under the guise of an inquiry into an irregularity found during the audit of her trial transcripts." Amelia nodded, her mind racing with possibilities. "That's a good plan. An official review of her case files would provide the perfect cover. We need to ensure that this operation is discreet." Sirius's face was set with determination. "We need to give my sisters a chance at freedom, true freedom." Amelia stood, her demeanor firm. "We'll initiate the inquiry immediately. Kingsley and Moody will assist with security and logistics. We must proceed carefully." Within hours, the plan was set into motion. Amelia Bones, along with a trusted team, arranged for an official review of Bellatrix Lestrange's case files, citing procedural irregularities. This provided a legitimate reason for an interview. Sirius and Andromeda waited anxiously at the ministry, the weight of the past and the hope for redemption pressing upon them. The gravity of their mission was palpable. Amelia entered the dimly lit interrogation room, her steps echoing off the cold stone walls. Bellatrix Lestrange sat shackled to a chair, her wild eyes fixed on Amelia with a mixture of defiance and curiosity. "Miss Lestrange," Amelia began, her tone firm yet measured, "I'm here to discuss a matter of utmost importance regarding your family's affairs." Bellatrix's lips curled into a derisive sneer. "What could you possibly want from me, Bones?" She spat, her voice dripping with contempt. Amelia remained unruffled, her gaze steady. "I believe you are aware of certain magical contracts that were enforced upon members of your family." Bellatrix's eyes narrowed, a flicker of unease crossing her features. "And what if I am?" she countered, her voice edged with suspicion. Amelia leaned in closer, her expression intent. "I need your cooperation to confirm the existence of these contracts and gather any relevant information that could help us in our investigation." Bellatrix's laughter rang out, sharp and mocking. "You think I would betray my family's secrets to the likes of you?" she taunted, her voice laced with scorn. Amelia remained undeterred, her resolve unwavering. "Your loyalty to your family is commendable, but these contracts have caused great harm to those involved. If there is any chance of rectifying the situation, we must act swiftly." Bellatrix regarded Amelia with a calculating gaze, weighing her words carefully. After a tense moment of silence, she nodded curtly. "Very well," she conceded. "But know this, Bones. I will not hesitate to protect my family's interests." Amelia acknowledged her words with a nod, her expression unreadable. "Understood," she replied, her voice firm. "Now, let's get to work." With a flick of her wand, Amelia summoned a parchment and quill, ready to record Bellatrix's testimony. "Tell me everything you know about these contracts," she prompted, her tone commanding. Bellatrix hesitated for a moment, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. Then, with a resigned sigh, she began to speak, her voice low and measured. The contracts were crafted by our father, Cygnus Black, to ensure the obedience of his daughters in matters of marriage and allegiance, she explained, her words laced with bitterness. Emilia leaned forward, her expression serious. Were your activities as a Death Eater carried out of your own volition, or were they influenced by the terms of the contract? She inquired, her voice steady. Bellatrix hesitated for a moment, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. Then, with a resigned sigh, she rolled up the sleeve of her prison uniform, exposing her forearm. The skin was pale and unmarred, completely bereft of the dark mark that identified Voldemort's followers. The dark mark had to be taken voluntarily, she said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. Rodolphus wanted me to take it, but the contract didn't extend to that. My actions were not my own, they were forced upon me by my husband. Emilia's eyes widened in shock. She had seen many Death Eaters claim they were under the Imperious curse, yet they all bore the dark mark. Here, in front of her, was Bellatrix Lestrange, notorious for her brutality, revealing she did not carry the mark. This revelation could not only prove her innocence but also expose the lies of those who had escaped justice. Bellatrix, Emilia began, her voice shaking slightly, do you understand what this means? If what you're saying is true, this could prove that many who claim to be under the Imperious curse were lying, including Lucius Malfoy. Bellatrix nodded, a grim satisfaction settling on her face. Yes, I do. It was never my choice. I was bound by my father's contract to obey Rodolphus. When I resisted, he used the contract's magic to force my hand. Every curse, every crime, was his will, not mine. Emilia sat back, her mind racing with the implications. This changes everything, she muttered. Your testimony could help us put the real criminals behind bars. Bellatrix's eyes flashed with a mix of hope and bitterness. And what about me? Will this testimony help me get out of here? Emilia looked at her, a sense of duty and determination hardening her resolve. If your claims hold up under scrutiny, we will seek to annul your marriage contract and revisit your case. Your cooperation is crucial, Bellatrix. We need your help to bring down those who truly deserve to be here. Bellatrix's expression softened, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. Thank you, she whispered, her voice breaking slightly. I never thought I'd see the day when someone believed me. Emilia stood up, extending a hand to Bellatrix. We have a long road ahead, but we will do our best to ensure justice is served. As Emilia left the interrogation room, the weight of Bellatrix's revelations settled heavily on her shoulders. The fight for justice had just taken a new turn, and she was prepared to see it through to the end. Back at the Ministry, Sirius and Andromeda waited anxiously in Emilia's office, their minds racing with possibilities and concerns. They barely noticed when the door opened and Emilia entered, followed closely by Moody and Shacklebolt. The expressions on their faces were serious, yet there was a spark of hope in their eyes. Emilia closed the door behind her and took a deep breath. We've uncovered something important, she began, looking directly at Sirius and Andromeda. Bellatrix confirmed that her marriage to Rodolphus was enforced by a magically binding contract, orchestrated by your father, Cygnus Black. Sirius's face hardened, but he nodded for Emilia to continue. The contract didn't just force her into marriage, it also compelled her actions as a Death Eater, Emilia explained. Bellatrix showed me her arms, completely bereft of the dark mark. She explained that the dark mark had to be taken voluntarily. Her lack of the mark proves her actions were not her own. Andromeda gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. So, she was forced to commit those crimes. Yes, Emilia confirmed. This changes everything. It not only proves her innocence but also provides evidence against those Death Eaters who managed to stay out of Azkaban by claiming they were under the Imperious curse. Many of them bear the dark mark, and now we have solid proof to challenge their defense. Moody, standing off to the side, couldn't hide his grim satisfaction. About time we put those scum back where they belong, he growled. Lucius Malfoy, among others, won't be able to squirm out of this one. Sirius's expression softened slightly. So, what happens now? Emilia looked at him with a mixture of sympathy and determination. We need to annul the contracts and secure Bellatrix's release. We also need to gather more evidence to ensure the other Death Eaters are held accountable. Sirius nodded. I have the copy of the contract right here, he said, pulling the parchment from his robe. Let's get to work. Shacklebolt stepped forward, his deep voice calm and reassuring. We'll need to handle this carefully, but we'll make sure justice is served. Andromeda placed a hand on Sirius's arm, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Sirius, for everything. Sirius gave her a small, tight smile. We're family. We look out for each other. Amelia nodded. Let's get started. We have a lot of work ahead of us. The group settled into a focused discussion, laying out their next steps with careful precision. Despite the challenges that lay ahead, there was a renewed sense of purpose and hope. They were determined to right the wrongs of the past and ensure a better future for their family and the wizarding world. Sirius and Andromeda once again strode through the grand halls of Gringotts Bank, their footsteps echoing off the polished marble floors. Griphook, the goblin who had assisted them previously, greeted them with a nod as they entered the bank. This time, they were accompanied by Amelia Bones and Kingsley Shacklebolt, their presence lending an air of authority and urgency to the visit. Welcome back, Mr. Black, Griphook said, his voice as calm and measured as ever. And Madam Tonks. I see you've brought company. Sirius nodded. We need to finalize the annulments. Time is of the essence. Griphook gestured for them to follow. Of course. Please, this way. They were led through the winding corridors of the bank, passing vaults and other goblins busy with their own affairs. The air was cool and slightly damp, and the flickering torchlight cast long shadows on the walls. Finally, they arrived at the private chamber they had used before. Griphook opened the door and motioned for them to enter. The room was dimly lit, with ancient symbols carved into the walls and a large, ornate table in the center. Sirius placed the scrolls on the table, and Griphook retrieved a small, intricately designed box from a nearby shelf. He opened it to reveal several ancient-looking artifacts, each one glowing faintly with magical energy. These are the tools required for the annulment ritual, Griphook explained. Lord Black, you will need to use these to complete the process. Sirius nodded, taking a deep breath. Let's get started. As he began the ritual, the room filled with a soft, humming sound. The artifacts glowed brighter, casting an eerie light over everything. Sirius's voice was steady as he recited the incantations, his words carrying a weight of centuries-old magic. Andromeda watched with bated breath, her eyes fixed on the scrolls. Amelia and Kingsley stood nearby, their expressions serious and focused. Finally, the light from the artifacts dimmed, and the humming ceased. Sirius lowered his hands, his face pale but determined. It's done, he said quietly. The contracts are annulled. Griphook nodded, closing the box and putting it back on the shelf. Very well. The annulments have been recorded in the Gringotts ledger. The other parties will be aware of this immediately. Amelia stepped forward, her eyes narrowing with resolve. We'll need to act fast. Lucius Malfoy won't take this lightly. Kingsley nodded in agreement. I've already arranged for Aurors to be stationed near Malfoy Manor. We'll ensure Narcissa is safe. Sirius looked at Andromeda, his eyes filled with determination. Let's get to Malfoy Manor and get Narcissa out of there. At Malfoy Manor, the atmosphere was tense. Narcissa paced the grand drawing room, her mind racing. She had felt the shift in magic as the contract was annulled and knew it was only a matter of time before Lucius reacted. Draco, who had been watching his mother anxiously, looked up as the front doors opened. Mother, what's happening? He asked, his voice filled with worry. Narcissa turned to see Sirius and Andromeda entering, their expressions serious. She gave Draco a reassuring look. Everything will be all right, Draco. Sirius, Andromeda, Narcissa breathed, relief washing over her. You annulled the contract? Sirius nodded. Yes, you're free now, sissy. But we need to leave immediately. Lucius will be furious, and it's not safe here. Narcissa hesitated for a moment, then nodded. You're right. Let's go. Draco looked between his mother and their unexpected visitors, confusion and fear evident on his face. Where are we going? What's happening? Andromeda knelt down to Draco's level, her tone gentle. We're taking you and your mother somewhere safe, Draco. Trust us. As they made their way to the door, they heard a loud crash from the hallway. Lucius Malfoy appeared, his face twisted with rage. What is the meaning of this? He demanded, his voice echoing through the manor. How dare you come into my home and take my wife? Sirius stepped forward, his wand at the ready. The contracts are annulled, Lucius. Narcissa is free to leave. Stand down, or you'll regret it. Lucius's eyes narrowed, and he raised his wand, but before he could cast a spell, Kingsley Shacklebolt and a group of Aurors burst into the room, their wands trained on him. Drop your wand, Malfoy, Kingsley ordered, his voice calm but firm. It's over. Lucius glared at them, but after a moment, he lowered his wand, realizing he was outnumbered and outmatched. Draco clung to his mother, fear etched on his young face. Mother, what's going on? Narcissa placed a comforting hand on Draco's shoulder. It's going to be all right, Draco. We're leaving now. Sirius turned to Narcissa. Let's go. They hurried out of the manor, the Aurors keeping a close watch on Lucius. As they stepped outside, Narcissa took a deep breath, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. Draco looked back at the manor, his emotions a mix of relief and confusion. Mother, where are we going? Narcissa gave him a reassuring smile. We're going somewhere safe, Draco. Somewhere we can be free. Sirius smiled. Your family, Sissy. We take care of our own. Back at the ministry, Amelia, Sirius, Andromeda, Kingsley and Moody gathered in Amelia's office to discuss their next steps, while Narcissa sat in a corner. Draco, feeling overwhelmed, stayed close to his mother, his eyes wide as he took in the unfamiliar surroundings. With Narcissa safe, we need to focus on Bellatrix, Amelia said, her eyes serious. We have the evidence we need to prove she was forced into her actions. We can start the process too. Secure her release. Moody's magical eye word as he looked around the room, his expression grim. You need to be careful, Amelia. The Death Eaters who claimed the Imperious defense will stop at nothing to silence Bellatrix. If they find out she's talking, they'll try to kill her to protect themselves. This entire case hinges on her testimony. Amelia nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. We'll need to move quickly and ensure her safety. Kingsley, I'll need you to coordinate with the guards at Azkaban to make sure she's protected around the clock. Kingsley nodded, his face set with determination. Consider it done. We'll keep her safe. Sirius, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. I'll contact the Order. We can provide additional protection and resources. Andromeda added, we should also reach out to trusted members of the Wizengamot. The more support we have, the stronger our case will be. Amelia agreed. Let's get to work. We don't have any time to waste. At Azkaban, Bellatrix sat in her cell, her thoughts a jumble of fear and hope. The possibility of freedom felt like a distant dream, but she clung to it with all her might. She knew her testimony was crucial, and the thought of bringing down those who had used her was a source of strength. As the day wore on, she noticed an increase in the guards' presence. She hoped it was a sign that the process to secure her release had begun. The uncertainty of her situation was agonizing, but she knew she had to stay strong, for herself, for Narcissa, and for the possibility of a life free from the horrors that had been forced upon her. Moody grumbled to himself as he made his way to Dumbledore's office, his steps heavy with irritation. He reached the familiar door and rapped sharply on it, the sound echoing through the corridor. After a moment, the door swung open, revealing Dumbledore's serene expression. Ah, Alistair, what brings you here? Dumbledore inquired, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. Moody wasted no time in getting to the point. We need the Order's assistance, he said bluntly, his voice gruff. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, his expression curious. Assistance with what, Alistair? He inquired, his tone calm and measured. Narcissa Malfoy has reached out to Andromeda Tonks, Moody explained, seeking help to end her marriage with Lucius. It seems there are magically binding contracts involved. Enforced by Cygnus Black, their father. Dumbledore's brow furrowed with concern as he absorbed the information. Magically binding contracts? He repeated, a note of apprehension in his voice. This complicates matters. What steps have been taken thus far? Moody's gaze hardened, his jaw set in determination as he continued. Andromeda and Sirius have already begun the process of annulment at Gringotts, he reiterated, his tone clipped. But there's more to this tangled web of deceit. Bellatrix Lestrange, bound by a similar contract, claims she was coerced into her actions as a Death Eater. And unlike her fellow Death Eaters, she does not bear the dark mark. She claims it has to be taken voluntarily. Dumbledore's eyes widened in realization, a glimmer of understanding dawning upon him. Indeed, he murmured, his tone thoughtful. If Bellatrix can provide tangible evidence that she did not bear the dark mark due to it being needed to be taken voluntarily, it would undermine the legitimacy of the imperious defense used by many Death Eaters to evade justice. Moody nodded in agreement, his features tight with anticipation. It would, he affirmed, his gaze steely with determination. It's crucial that we corroborate Bellatrix's claims and gather evidence to expose the truth behind the facade of the imperious defense. But we cannot undertake this endeavor alone. Moody continued, we require the Order's resources and unwavering support to ensure the safety of Bellatrix and to gather irrefutable evidence against those Death Eaters who sought refuge in the imperious defense. Dumbledore's gaze met Moody's, a solemn acknowledgement passing between them. Very well, Alistair, he repeated, his tone steady but tinged with a hint of regret. I shall convene the Order immediately. We must act swiftly and decisively to uphold the principles of justice and protect those who have been grievously wronged by the darkness that pervades our world. Moody's expression remained stern, his jaw set with determination, and remember. Dumbledore, he interjected firmly, his voice carrying a hint of steel. I'll have none of your greater good nonsense this time. I'll never forgive you for what you did to young Harry, all in the name of your precious greater good. Dumbledore's gaze faltered for a moment, a flicker of remorse crossing his features before he regained his composure. I understand, Alistair, he replied evenly, his voice tinged with contrition. Rest assured, our priority is to right the wrongs and protect those who have suffered unjustly. With a final nod of acknowledgement, Moody and Dumbledore parted ways, each burdened by their own regrets and determined to chart a course toward redemption and justice. Remus, Susan, and Harry gathered around the invisibility cloak, their youthful faces alight with curiosity and wonder as they examined the ancient fabric. So, what do you think? Remus asked, crouching down to their level. Susan furrowed her brow, running her small fingers lightly over the cloak's surface. It's definitely old, she observed, her voice filled with excitement, but it's been well cared for. There's something special about it. Harry nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, it feels different, he added, his eyes wide with fascination. Like it's alive or something. Remus smiled at their youthful curiosity. It's been in the Potter family for generations, he explained gently, and it's said to have some extraordinary properties. Susan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Do you know any stories about it? She asked eagerly. Remus chuckled. Plenty, he replied, his voice tinged with nostalgia, but there's one in particular that comes to mind. As Remus shared his stories of adventure and magic, Harry and Susan listened intently, their imaginations running wild with the possibilities of their own escapades with the invisibility cloak. Amidst their enthusiastic chatter, Drakor gently suggested, maybe exploring the Potter family tree could give us some answers. Harry's eyes sparkled with renewed curiosity, and Susan nodded in agreement. Remus chimed in, Gringotts could assist us with the family tree. They have extensive records that might shed some light on the cloak's origins and significance. Harry's eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect. That sounds like a plan, he said eagerly. Let's head to Gringotts and see what we can find. Susan nodded in agreement, her curiosity piqued. It's worth a shot, she added, a determined glint in her eyes. With their minds set on unraveling the mystery of the invisibility cloak, the trio set off for Gringotts, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Chapter 14. The sun shone brightly over Diagon Alley as Remus, Susan, and Harry made their way towards Gringotts. The hustle and bustle of the magical marketplace provided a vibrant backdrop as they walked, each step bringing them closer to the towering white building of the Wizarding Bank. As they approached the grand entrance, a goblin guard eyed them with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Remus stepped forward, speaking in a respectful tone. Good day. We would like to inquire about the Potter family tree. We believe there may be some important information there regarding a family heirloom. The goblin raised an eyebrow but nodded, leading them inside. Very well, follow me. They were led through the labyrinthine corridors of the bank, passing by countless goblins busy at their tasks. Eventually, they reached a quiet room lined with ancient tomes and scrolls. The goblin gestured for them to enter. Please wait here. I will fetch a records keeper to assist you. As they settled into the room, Harry couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and nervousness. Susan gave him an encouraging smile, and Remus placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, Harry. We're going to find some answers today," Remus said. Moments later, an elderly goblin with a sharp gaze entered the room. "I am Sharptooth, the records keeper. How may I assist you?" Remus explained their request, and Sharptooth nodded thoughtfully. "The Potter family tree, you say? That will indeed take some time to locate. However, once we have it, you may find the answers you seek." Sharptooth left to retrieve the records, leaving the trio to wait in anticipation. Harry's thoughts wandered to his parents and the legacy they had left behind. He wondered what secrets the family tree might reveal about the cloak and his heritage. After what felt like an eternity, Sharptooth returned with an ornate scroll. He carefully unfurled it on the table before them, revealing the intricate branches of the Potter family tree. "Here it is," Sharptooth said, pointing to the various names etched in delicate script. "You may examine it as you wish." Harry and Susan leaned in, their eyes scanning the names and connections. Remus traced the lines with his finger, stopping at a familiar name. "Look here," Remus said, his voice tinged with surprise. "Hardwin Potter married Iolanthe Peverell in the 12th century." Susan's eyes widened. "The Peverell family? They're rumored to be connected to the Deathly Hallows?" Harry, having grown up with the Dursleys, looked puzzled. "What are the Deathly Hallows?" Remus exchanged a glance with Susan before turning to Harry, his expression thoughtful. "The Deathly Hallows are 3 legendary magical objects. According to the tales, they were created by Death herself and given to the 3 Peverell brothers. The 3 Hallows are the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak." Susan nodded eagerly. "And if your ancestor married a Peverell, it means your family's Invisibility Cloak might be one of the Hallows." Harry's eyes widened as he looked at the cloak in his hands, suddenly feeling the weight of its significance. "So this cloak, it belonged to the Peverell family?" Remus nodded. "It's very likely, Harry. This cloak has been passed down through generations, and its magic hasn't faded. It makes sense if it were one of the Hallows." Harry felt a mixture of awe and responsibility as he held the cloak. "What does it mean to have a Hallow?" Remus smiled gently. "It means you have a piece of wizarding legend, Harry. But more importantly, it means you have a connection to your family's past. This cloak is a symbol of their legacy." Susan leaned in closer to examine the family tree. "This is incredible, Harry. Your family's history is intertwined with some of the most powerful magic known to wizards." Sharptooth cleared his throat, drawing their attention. "The Potter family has a long and storied history, and this cloak is indeed a remarkable heirloom. Treat it with the respect it deserves." Harry nodded solemnly. "I will. Thank you, Sharptooth." As they left Gringotts, the weight of the discovery settled in. Harry felt a renewed connection to his parents and the lineage they had passed down to him. The invisibility cloak was not just a magical item. It was a link to his past and a beacon for his future. The trio decided to stop by the Leaky Cauldron for a quiet meal and to discuss their findings. They found a private booth in the corner of the bustling inn and settled in, their minds still buzzing with the revelation about the cloak. Drakor, disguised as Harry's clothes, transformed back into his dragon form, perching himself on the table. Drakor tilted his head, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "I find the story of the Deathly Hallows quite interesting. Could you tell me the full story?" Susan perked up at this, a familiar light in her eyes. "Oh, I know this story. Auntie Amelia used to tell me about it when I was little." Remus smiled, leaning back in his seat. "Why don't you tell it, Susan?" Susan nodded eagerly. "Okay. So, a long time ago, there were 3 brothers who were traveling along a lonely, winding road at twilight. They reached a dangerous river, but they were really good at magic, so they just made a bridge to cross it. Death was angry because he usually took the lives of people who tried to cross the river. But instead of being angry, he pretended to congratulate them and said each of them could have a gift for being clever." She continued, her voice animated. "The eldest brother, who was very brave and a bit aggressive, asked for the most powerful wand in existence. So Death gave him a wand made from an elder tree. The second brother, who was arrogant, wanted the power to bring people back from the dead. Death picked up a stone from the riverbank and gave it to him. The third brother, who was wise and humble, asked for something that would allow him to leave without Death following him. Death, reluctantly, handed over his own cloak of invisibility. Drakor's eyes widened as he listened. So, the cloak you have might be the very same one? Remus nodded. Yes, it's possible. The story says that the brothers went their separate ways. The eldest brother boasted about his powerful wand and was eventually killed for it. The second brother used the stone to bring back a woman he loved, but she was not truly alive, and in his grief, he took his own life. The third brother, however, used the cloak to live a peaceful life, and when he was ready, he passed the cloak to his son and greeted death as an old friend. Harry, who had been quietly absorbing the story, looked at the cloak with a new sense of wonder. So, this cloak might have been passed down through my family for generations? Remus nodded. It's very likely. The Potters are descended from the third brother, Ignatus Peverell, through the marriage of Hardwin and Iolanthe. Susan grinned. And that means you have one of the Deathly Hallows, Harry. That's amazing. Harry felt a sense of awe. It's incredible. Remus turned to Drakor, curiosity in his eyes. Drakor, why are you so interested in the Deathly Hallows? Drakor's eyes flickered with a mix of curiosity and ancient wisdom. The tale of the Hallows resonates with many old stories of power and fate. Let me tell you a story from my own kind. The story of Null and the Necrosword. Harry and Susan leaned in, eager to hear the tale. Drakor began, his voice taking on a darker tone. Long ago, in the primordial darkness before the universe was born, there was a being named Null. Null existed in the void, content with the nothingness, until the gods of light emerged and began creating stars and life. Null, enraged by the intrusion of light into his perfect darkness, forged a weapon from the very essence of the void, a sword known as the Necrosword. His eyes gleamed with ancient knowledge as he continued, painting a vivid picture with his words. To create the Necrosword, Null drew upon the raw power of the void itself, shaping it with his will and malice. He imbued the sword with the darkest energies of the cosmos, infusing it with the essence of death and decay. The blade was forged in the fires of his hatred, tempered by his desire to dominate and destroy. Drakor's voice resonated with a mix of reverence and caution as he spoke of the Necrosword's creation. With each strike of his hammer and each whisper of his incantations, the Necrosword grew in power and malevolence. It became a conduit for Null's wrath, a weapon of unparalleled darkness that could cleave through the very fabric of reality. His eyes gleamed with an intensity that matched the gravity of his words. Similarly, the Deathly Hallows possess unique energies that, if harnessed correctly, could empower you, Harry. By assimilating the essence of these artifacts, I could infuse you with their power, granting you abilities beyond imagination. Harry's eyes widened with a mixture of excitement and trepidation as he absorbed Drakor's words. The idea of wielding such incredible power was undeniably thrilling, but the thought of venturing into uncharted territory filled him with a sense of unease. Susan's expression mirrored Harry's internal conflict, her brow furrowed in contemplation. The prospect of harnessing the energy of the Deathly Hallows was both exhilarating and daunting, sparking a whirlwind of emotions within her. Remus, ever the cautious voice of reason, regarded Drakor's proposition with a thoughtful frown. He understood the potential dangers that lurked in the pursuit of such power, yet he couldn't ignore the tantalizing possibilities it offered. The atmosphere in the Ministry of Magic was tense as Alistair Moody strode through the corridors, his magical eye whirling furiously. He was on a mission to round up every Death Eater who had escaped justice by claiming the Imperious defense. Accompanying him were a group of Aurors prepared for the daunting task ahead. As they moved through the Ministry, they encountered resistance. Dolores Umbridge, her expression a mixture of smugness and determination, blocked their path. "What do you think you're doing, Moody?" she demanded, her voice dripping with condescension. "These people have been cleared by the Wizengamot." Moody glared at her, his magical eye fixed on her with unwavering intensity. "They've been cleared due to lies and deception, Umbridge," he growled. "We have new evidence that changes everything." Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic himself, approached, his face pale and his demeanor nervous. "Moody, this is highly irregular," he stammered. "We can't just go around arresting people without proper cause." At that moment, Albus Dumbledore appeared, his presence commanding and serene. His blue eyes twinkled with a mixture of patience and authority as he approached the tense group. "Cornelius, Dolores," he greeted them calmly, May I have a word? Umbridge's face twisted into a sneer. Headmaster Dumbledore, she said, her tone laced with disdain. This is a matter for the Ministry, not Hogwarts. Dumbledore's gaze was unwavering. Indeed, Dolores. However, this matter concerns the safety and integrity of our society. Alistair Moody and his team have uncovered compelling evidence that many who claimed the Imperious Defense were not under its influence. Fudge wrung his hands nervously. But, Dumbledore, the Wizengamot cleared them. We can't simply overturn those decisions. Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on Fudge's shoulder. Cornelius, I understand your concerns. But we must prioritize justice and the safety of our world. The evidence we have is undeniable, and it is our duty to act upon it. Moody, his impatience barely contained, added, We've got proof, Fudge. Bellatrix Lestrange's testimony and other corroborating evidence. We need to act now before more innocent lives are at risk. Umbridge's face reddened with anger. This is preposterous. We have protocols and procedures. Dumbledore's calm voice cut through her protestations. And we will follow them, Dolores. But we cannot ignore the truth when it is laid bare before us. We must act swiftly and justly. Reluctantly, Fudge nodded. Very well, Dumbledore. But this must be done by the book. Moody's expression was one of grim satisfaction. We'll follow the law, Fudge. But we won't let these Death Eaters slip through our fingers again. With Dumbledore's intervention, the Ministry officials had no choice but to allow Moody and his team to proceed. The Aurors, with renewed determination, set about rounding up the Death Eaters who had previously escaped justice. The evidence provided by Bellatrix Lestrange, combined with the support of Albus Dumbledore, ensured that this time, justice would be served. As the Ministry buzzed with activity, the realization that the tides were turning began to sink in. The dark days of deception and false innocence were coming to an end, and a new era of accountability and justice was dawning. Moody, Dumbledore, and their allies stood ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, united in their commitment to uphold the truth and protect the wizarding world. Kingsley Shacklebolt's arrival at Azkaban was marked by a swirl of the oppressive chill that seemed to seep into the bones of anyone who set foot on the island. He approached the imposing gates, the weight of the task at hand pressing down on him. Clutching the official transfer papers, he steeled himself for what he knew would be a challenging process. The warden, a burly man with a no-nonsense demeanor, met him at the gates. Shacklebolt, he greeted curtly. What brings you to this forsaken place? Kingsley handed over the papers, his expression calm but serious. I'm here to transfer Bellatrix Lestrange to the Ministry's holding cells. These papers authorize the transfer under the direct orders of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The warden scrutinized the papers, his brow furrowing. Lestrange? What's this about? Kingsley's eyes met the warden's. New evidence has come to light. We need her in a more secure and accessible location for further questioning. The Ministry's holding cells will provide that. With a reluctant nod, the warden handed the papers back. Follow me. As they made their way through the labyrinthine corridors of Azkaban, the air grew colder. And the despairing cries of the prisoners echoed off the stone walls. Dementors glided silently through the halls, their presence a constant reminder of the darkness that pervaded this place. Finally, they reached Bellatrix's cell. She sat in the corner, her eyes hollow and devoid of their former madness. She looked up as the door creaked open, her gaze locking onto Kingsley with a mix of curiosity and wariness. Lestrange, the warden barked, you're being transferred. Bellatrix's expression remained impassive as Kingsley stepped forward. You'll be moved to the Ministry holding cells, he explained. We have questions that need answers, and the Ministry is the place for it. She stood slowly, her chains clinking ominously. What's changed? She asked, her voice raspy from disuse. Kingsley didn't elaborate. You'll find out soon enough. With a wave of his wand, Kingsley unlocked her chains, replacing them with enchanted restraints that would prevent any magical activity. He and the warden escorted Bellatrix through the winding corridors, past the soulless Dementors, and finally out into the cold, damp air outside Azkaban. A Ministry escort, a sleek black carriage, awaited them. Kingsley helped Bellatrix inside, taking a seat opposite her. The carriage began its journey back to the Ministry, the rhythmic clattering of hooves the only sound breaking the tense silence. Bellatrix's eyes never left Kingsley's. You must think me a monster, she said quietly. Kingsley met her gaze. We'll see what the truth reveals. As they neared the ministry, Kingsley's thoughts drifted to the complexity of the situation. Bellatrix's testimony could change everything, but it would also put her in grave danger. The ministry holding cells were secure, but he knew that protecting her from those who wished to silence her would be no easy task. Arriving at the ministry, Kingsley guided Bellatrix through the bustling atrium, the curious gazes of ministry employees following them. He brought her to the holding cells, where she was placed under heavy guard. Kingsley handed the transfer papers to the guard on duty. Keep a close eye on her. She's crucial to an ongoing investigation. The guard nodded, taking the papers and securing them. Understood, Shacklebolt. As Kingsley turned to leave, Bellatrix's voice stopped him. Thank you, she said softly, surprising him. He paused, looking back at her. Don't thank me yet, he replied. The hardest part is still ahead. With that, Kingsley left the holding cells, the weight of his responsibility pressing heavily on his shoulders. The ministry was now the epicenter of a storm that could reshape the wizarding world, and he knew that every move they made would be critical in the days to come. As Bellatrix was being transferred, Moody continued his relentless pursuit of the Death Eaters who had used the Imperious defense to escape justice. At the ministry's holding cells, the captured Death Eaters were already being processed. The evidence against them was overwhelming, and their protests of innocence were falling on deaf ears. In one of the cells, Tiberius Knott paced back and forth, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and rage. This is a mistake, he shouted. I was under the Imperious curse. Moody appeared at the cell door, his magical eye fixed on Knott, his normal eye narrowing with disdain. Save your breath, Knott. We know the truth now. You're going to Azkaban where you belong. Knott's face contorted with a mixture of desperation and anger. You can't do this. I was forced. You have to believe me? Moody's expression hardened, the lines on his face deepening as he stepped closer to the cell bars. We've got Bellatrix Lestrange's testimony, and she's provided us with proof. The Imperious defense won't work this time. Your lies have caught up with you. Knott's eyes widened, and he took a step back, his hands trembling. Bellatrix? She's lying. She's trying to save herself. Moody's magical eye spun in its socket, scrutinizing every twitch and tremor in Knott's body. You don't understand, do you, Knott? Bellatrix didn't have a choice. She was under a magically binding contract, forced into her actions. You, on the other hand, joined Voldemort willingly, hiding behind the Imperious excuse to escape justice. Knott's defiance wavered, replaced by a flicker of fear. Please, you have to believe me, he pleaded, his voice breaking. I have a family, my son. Moody cut him off, his voice cold and unyielding. Your actions have consequences, Knott. How many families have you torn apart? How many lives have you ruined? Azkaban is too good for scum like you, but it's where you'll rot. In another cell, Lucius Malfoy sat silently, his normally composed demeanor shattered by the looming reality of his fate. He had been captured earlier, and the gravity of his situation was sinking in. The evidence against him was irrefutable, and his usual arrogance had given way to a deep-seated fear. Moody moved down the row of cells, his presence casting a shadow over the captured Death Eaters. He paused at Malfoy's cell, glaring at him with a look of utter contempt. Enjoying your last moments of freedom, Malfoy? He growled. You'll find Azkaban much less accommodating than your manner. Malfoy looked up, his face pale and gaunt. This is all a misunderstanding, he began, his voice shaky. You know I was coerced. The Dark Lord's threats. Moody interrupted him, a sneer curling his lips. Spare me your sob story, Malfoy. We've heard it all before. Your wealth and influence won't save you this time. We've got proof, and your lies won't hold up in court. Malfoy's shoulders slumped, the weight of his impending doom pressing down on him. He knew that the game was up, and there was no escaping the consequences of his actions. Back in the DMLE office, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. The desks were covered with stacks of parchment, meticulously organized evidence, and magical artifacts that had been confiscated during the arrests. Aurors moved with purpose, their expressions a mixture of relief and focus as they prepared for the upcoming trials. Moody stood by a large table, poring over a detailed map of the locations where the Death Eaters had been apprehended. His magical eye whirred and clicked as it scanned the room, ensuring that every detail was accounted for. Next to him, Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, meticulously reviewed the case files, her eyes sharp and focused. "This is it, Alistair," Amelia said, her voice steady but laced with a hint of exhaustion. "Years of hard work, and we're finally going to see justice served." Moody grunted in agreement, his gruff exterior masking a deep sense of satisfaction. "Aye, Amelia. It's about time these bastards pay for what they've done. Too many lives ruined, too many families torn apart." Albus Dumbledore, standing at the head of the table, looked around at the dedicated team of aurors and officials who had worked tirelessly to bring this moment to fruition. His eyes, usually twinkling with mischief, were now somber and reflective. "We must ensure that every piece of evidence is presented clearly and without bias. Justice must be seen to be done, not just for the victims, but for the integrity of our society." Amelia nodded, her stern demeanor softening slightly. "We've cross-referenced every statement, verified every piece of evidence. The trials will be thorough, and the truth will be undeniable." Moody leaned over the table, pointing to a list of names. Lucius Malfoy, Tiberius Nott, and the rest. They thought they could escape justice by hiding behind the imperious defense. But thanks to Bellatrix's testimony and the contracts we found, we can prove they were never under anyone's control but their own twisted ambitions. Amelia's expression hardened. "We have to remain vigilant. There will be those who try to undermine our efforts, claim it's a witch hunt or attempt to bribe their way out of consequences." Dumbledore nodded, his face grave. "We must be prepared for any backlash. The truth is our strongest ally, and we must stand firm in the face of any opposition." Moody, magical eyes swiveled towards the door as Kingsley Shacklebolt entered, his expression serious but focused. "Bellatrix is being transferred to the Ministry holding cells as we speak. She understands the importance of her testimony and is ready to cooperate fully." Amelia looked relieved. "Good. Her cooperation is crucial. Not just for her own case, but for the broader implications it has for dismantling the remaining Death Eater network." Kingsley placed a stack of documents on the table. "These are the finalized transfer orders and the detailed statements we've gathered. Everything is in place for the trials to begin." Dumbledore looked at the assembled team, a sense of pride and purpose in his eyes. "We stand on the brink of a new era. One where justice is not a fleeting concept but a steadfast reality. This is our moment to ensure that those who have caused so much pain are held accountable." Moody's usual gruff demeanor softened slightly as he looked at his colleagues. "We've got the evidence, we've got the truth, and we've got the will to see this through. Let's make sure no one can ever doubt the strength and resolve of the wizarding world to fight for what's right." As they continued their preparations, a sense of unity and purpose filled the room. Each member of the team knew that the trials ahead would be challenging, but they were ready to face whatever came their way. With the combined efforts of the Ministry and the Order, they were determined to bring about a brighter, more just future for the wizarding world. Chapter 15 Breaking News. Imperious Defense Deconstructed, the Ministry's Stunning Breakthrough. By Rita Skeeter. Hold on to your wands, dear readers. In a twist more shocking than Gilderoy Lockhart's haircare secrets, the wizarding world is ablaze with the latest bombshell. New evidence has surfaced that could topple the infamous imperious defense used by slippery Death Eaters to wriggle out of justice. For years, cunning and duplicitous Death Eaters have claimed they were innocent pawns under the imperious curse, that nasty piece of dark magic that forces one to act against their will. But it seems the Ministry of Magic, with a little nudge from some unexpected allies, has finally caught them in their tangled web of lies. The plot thickens as it always does with those treacherous blacks. Our beloved, and now exonerated, Sirius Black, who has resumed his rightful place as head of House Black, unearthed some rather damning evidence in the form of ancient, magically binding contracts. These contracts, signed by none other than Cygnus Black, dictated the lives of his daughters, Bellatrix and Narcissa, with the precision of a well-aimed curse. Bellatrix Lestrange, the notorious Azkaban inmate, has dropped a bombshell from her cold, dank cell. The crimes that earned her a life sentence were not committed out of her own twisted desires, but under the heavy chains of these contracts. And the kicker? She bears no dark mark. Yes, you heard it here first. Bellatrix Lestrange never took Voldemort's mark willingly, unlike those other lying scoundrels. Enter Amelia Bones, the no-nonsense head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who is now re-examining every case of those dastardly Death Eaters who claimed the Imperious defense. With new evidence in hand, including Lestrange's startling testimony, the Ministry is poised to bring the hammer down hard on fraudsters like Lucius Malfoy and Tiberius Nott. We have cross-referenced every statement and verified all evidence meticulously, Bones declared, her eyes gleaming with determination. Justice must prevail, and those who have caused such suffering must be held accountable for their actions. And who's lending a helping hand? None other than Albus Dumbledore, Hogwarts' esteemed headmaster and Order of the Phoenix leader. The truth is our strongest ally, Dumbledore said, looking particularly wise and twinkly-eyed. We must ensure that justice is served, not only for the victims of these heinous crimes but for the integrity of our society as a whole. So, what does this mean for our beloved wizarding world? It means the Ministry is cleaning house, and the dust they're sweeping out includes some of the darkest, most deceitful wizards who have long evaded justice. This collaboration between the Ministry and the Order of the Phoenix promises to bring about a new era of fairness and accountability. Stay tuned, my dear readers, as we witness history in the making. The trials ahead will be nothing short of riveting, with high stakes and higher drama. With justice on the march and truth lighting the way, the wizarding world braces for a seismic shift. And you can bet that Rita Skeeter will be there, quill at the ready, to bring you every scintillating detail. Remember, you read it here first. The sun was just beginning to rise over the burrow, casting a warm, golden glow on the rickety but welcoming house. Inside, the Weasley family bustled about in preparation for the new school year. It was a typical morning, filled with the sounds of clattering dishes, hurried footsteps, and the ever-present chatter of a large family. In the kitchen, Molly Weasley was directing the chaos with her usual blend of efficiency and affection. Fred, George, make sure you have all your books this time, and remember to pack your broomsticks, she called over her shoulder as she flipped through a copy of the Daily Prophet. Arthur Weasley, sitting at the kitchen table with a mug of tea, looked up from his own reading. Molly, have you seen this article by Rita Skeeter? He asked, tapping the paper. It's about the Ministry's new evidence against the Death Eaters who used the Imperious defense. Molly paused, her eyes widening as she took the paper from Arthur. Oh my, this is big news, she said, scanning the article quickly. The Ministry finally has the evidence to go after them properly. Ron and Ginny, who had been arguing over who got the last piece of toast, looked up at their parents' serious tones. What's going on? Ron asked, curiosity piqued. It's about the Death Eaters, dear, Molly explained, folding the paper and setting it on the table. They've found new evidence that could put a lot of them in Azkaban, those who claimed they were under the Imperious curse. Wow, said Ginny, her eyes wide. Does that mean they'll catch all of them now? That's the hope, Arthur said, a touch of optimism in his voice. And it's not just anyone who found the evidence. It was Sirius Black, with the help of his cousin Andromeda. They uncovered old family contracts that proved Bellatrix Lestrange and Narcissa Malfoy were forced into their actions. Percy, adjusting his glasses as he came down the stairs, caught the tail end of the conversation. Forced into their actions? How? He asked, intrigued. Magically binding contracts, Arthur replied. Contracts that their father, Cygnus Black, made them sign. It seems Bellatrix was never actually a willing Death Eater. Fred and George, already sitting at the table and shoveling down breakfast, exchanged looks. You mean she didn't want to torture all those people? Fred asked, a note of skepticism in his voice. Apparently not, Molly said. It's all in the article. And now the Ministry is going after the others who claimed the Imperious defense. Alistair Moody and Amelia Bones are leading the charge. About time, George muttered. They've been getting away with it for too long. Indeed, Arthur agreed. And with Dumbledore's help, they might finally bring some real justice. The conversation continued as Molly handed out sandwiches and snacks, ensuring that everyone had enough to eat before they left for the station. Ron looked thoughtful as he munched on his toast. Do you think it'll be safer now? With more Death Eaters locked up? I hope so, Ron, Arthur said. But we must stay vigilant. The fight against dark magic is never truly over. Fred and George exchanged amused glances. Well, we can always help out at Hogwarts, George said with a grin. Just don't get into too much rouble, Percy added, earning a mock glare from his younger brothers. Molly clapped her hands, bringing the conversation back to the task at hand. All right, everyone, it's time to get moving. We don't want to miss the train. As they gathered their things and prepared to leave, the excitement of the new school year mingled with the gravity of the news they had just discussed. The Weasleys knew that change was in the air, and while the road ahead might be uncertain, they faced it together, with hope and unity in their hearts. Everyone, grab a handful of flow powder, Molly instructed, leading the way to the fireplace. Arthur, you go first and make sure everything's clear at the leaky cauldron. Arthur nodded, taking a pinch of the sparkling powder and tossing it into the flames. The leaky cauldron, he announced clearly, stepping into the emerald green fire and disappearing in a whirl. Percy, you're next, Molly said, handing him the jar of flow powder. Percy followed suit, stepping into the fireplace and disappearing in a flash. Fred and George went together, as usual, followed by Ron, then Ginny. Finally, Molly and the younger children stepped through the fireplace at the burrow, returning to its normal state as the last of the family left. In the cozy interior of the leaky cauldron, Arthur was already dusting himself off when the others began to arrive. As they regrouped, Molly did a quick head count, ensuring that everyone had made it through safely. Right then, Arthur said, a smile on his face as he looked at his family. Off to Diagon Alley, and from there to King's Cross to catch the Hogwarts Express. Let's get going. The Weasleys moved together as one, their steps light with anticipation for the new school year ahead, and the hope that justice was finally being served in their world. The Lovegood house, a peculiar cylindrical structure with whimsical decorations, buzzed with its usual eccentric energy. Luna Lovegood sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by an array of mystical trinkets and artifacts. Her mother, Pandora Lovegood, was busy concocting a potion at the kitchen counter, while her father, Xenophilius Lovegood, read the latest issue of the Daily Prophet. Xenophilius's eyes widened as he skimmed through the article written by Rita Skeeter. Pandora, Luna, have you seen this? They're saying that Sirius Black and Andromeda Tonks have uncovered evidence that could expose the Death Eaters who claimed the Imperious defense. Pandora looked up from her potion, curiosity piqued. Really? That's quite the revelation. Do you think it's true? Luna, who was inspecting a peculiar plant, chimed in, her large, dreamy eyes sparkling. It's possible. Maybe the Nargles had something to do with it. Xenophilius chuckled, his attention shifting fully to his daughter. Perhaps, my dear. But this is quite significant. If what they say is true, it could change everything we know about those trials. Pandora added a few drops of an iridescent liquid to her potion, causing it to bubble and emit a soft glow. It does make you wonder, though. What if there's more to it than meets the eye? Perhaps there's another force at play here. Luna tilted her head thoughtfully. Maybe there's a dark force manipulating events from behind the scenes. Something ancient and powerful, perhaps even older than Voldemort himself. Pandora nodded, her expression serious. That's an intriguing thought. What if there's a hidden hand guiding these events? Xenophilius's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yes. And what if the Deathly Hallows play a role in all of this? The cloak, the stone, and the wand. Maybe they hold the key to uncovering the true puppet master. Luna smiled serenely, her thoughts drifting. It makes sense, Daddy. The Hallows are connected to so much ancient magic. Perhaps Sirius Black has more to uncover than just those contracts. Their conversation continued, each idea wilder than the last. They speculated about hidden societies, magical artifacts, and ancient prophecies. Xenophilius's mind was alight with possibilities, each one more fantastical than the last. What if the ministry itself is being influenced by an unseen hand? Xenophilius pondered aloud. Something that doesn't want the truth to come out. It could explain why they've been so slow to act. Or maybe, Luna suggested, her eyes gleaming, the Death Eaters have been hiding in plain sight, using advanced disillusionment charms and Polyjuice potion to blend in with Wizarding Society. Or they've been wearing enchanted radish earrings to avoid detection. Pandora stirred her potion thoughtfully. And the only way to reveal them is through a powerful, ancient spell, perhaps one that only a true descendant of the ancient Peverell family can cast. Or maybe, we need to find the crumple-horned Snorkick and use its horn in a revealing potion. Luna's gaze turned inward, as if seeing things others could not. Maybe there's a hidden artifact or a creature that holds the secret to unraveling these contracts. Indeed, Xenophilius said, his voice filled with fervor. We must keep a close watch on these developments. There's a story here, one that could change the course of our world. Their conversation, filled with speculative wonder, reflected the Lovegoods' unique perspective on the magical world. To them, every new piece of information was a puzzle piece in a grand, mysterious picture, one that they were determined to decipher. As they continued to discuss and weave new theories, Pandora added a final ingredient to her potion, causing it to shimmer with a brilliant, otherworldly light. Whatever happens, she said, her voice calm and confident, we'll be ready. The truth has a way of coming to light, no matter how deeply it's buried. Luna and Xenophilius nodded in agreement, their minds alight with the possibilities. In the Lovegood household, even the most fantastical theories were given serious consideration, for they knew that in the magical world, anything was possible. In a cozy sitting room filled with the scent of fresh flowers and the comforting warmth of a fire, Neville Longbottom sat quietly, a recent copy of the Daily Prophet clutched in his hands. His grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, a formidable witch with a stern expression, softened only slightly by age, sat across from him. The headline of the newspaper blared out the shocking news. New evidence exposes imperious defense. Major breakthrough in Death Eater trials. Augusta adjusted her hat, her sharp eyes fixed on her grandson. What do you make of this, Neville? She asked, her voice strong and steady despite the weight of the subject. Neville glanced up from the paper, his expression a mix of sadness and determination. It's hard to believe, Gran. They're saying that Bellatrix Lestrange might have been forced into her actions because of a magical contract. It's strange to think she might not have had a choice. Augusta's eyes narrowed. It doesn't absolve her of what she did to your parents. Whether by contract or choice, she still carried out those horrific acts. Neville nodded, his hands trembling slightly as he thought of his parents, Frank and Alice Longbottom, who were permanently confined to St. Mungo's Hospital due to Bellatrix's torture. I know, Gran. But if this is true, it means that there are others who used the imperious defense who might actually be guilty. It could change everything. Augusta sighed, a rare moment of vulnerability crossing her features. I want justice for your parents, Neville. If exposing these Death Eaters brings us closer to that, then we must support it. But it's difficult to reconcile that someone like Bellatrix could have been a victim herself. Neville leaned forward, his voice soft but firm. Do you think this could mean that there's hope for those who were truly under the imperious curse? If we can prove who was forced and who wasn't, maybe we can prevent this from happening to others. Augusta reached out, placing a reassuring hand on Neville's shoulder. You have a good heart, Neville. Always looking for the best in people. It's a rare and valuable quality. But remember, the wizarding world can be a dark place. We must be vigilant and wise in our judgments. Neville looked back at the newspaper, his thoughts racing. Sirius Black and Andromeda Tonks are fighting to annul those contracts. If they succeed, it could mean that people like Lucius Malfoy, who claimed the imperious defense, will finally face justice. Augusta's expression hardened. And justice must be served. Your parents deserve that, and so does the wizarding world. We must stand with those who seek the truth and ensure that those who have caused so much pain are held accountable. Neville nodded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. You're right, Gran. We can't let them get away with it. I'll do whatever I can to help. Augusta smiled, a rare but genuine smile of pride. I know you will, Neville. You have the strength of our family within you. Your parents would be proud of the young man you've become. As they sat together, the fire crackling in the hearth, Neville felt a deep connection to his family's legacy. The battle for justice was far from over, but with his grandmother's support and the courage he drew from his parents' example, he knew they would face whatever came next together. In one of the quieter, more secluded corners of the Ministry of Magic, Narcissa Malfoy sat with her son Draco. The events of the past few days had been a whirlwind, leaving them both emotionally and mentally drained. As they awaited the formalities to conclude, they found a moment to sit and talk, the stark walls of the ministry providing an unusual backdrop to their conversation. Narcissa, her usual calm demeanor slightly frayed, looked at her son with a mix of concern and determination. Draco, I know this has been a lot to take in. Everything is changing so quickly. Draco, still processing the recent upheaval, looked at his mother with wide, uncertain eyes. What happens now, Mother, without father, what will we do? Narcissa reached out, taking Draco's hand in hers, her grip firm and reassuring. We will move forward, Draco. Your father's influence has been a shadow over our lives for far too long. Now, we have a chance to step out of that shadow and build something new. Draco frowned, the confusion and fear of the unknown evident on his young face. But what about the other Death Eaters? And the people at school? They'll know what happened. They'll know about father. Narcissa sighed, her gaze distant for a moment as she thought about the challenges ahead. Yes, they will. But remember, Draco, we have nothing to be ashamed of. Your father made his choices, and now we must make ours. We will not be judged by his actions but by how we respond to them. Draco nodded slowly, trying to absorb his mother's words. Do you think they'll come after us? The other Death Eaters? Narcissa's eyes hardened, a steely resolve taking hold. Let them try. We are not alone. Draco. We have allies, and we will be protected. The Ministry knows the truth about your father's influence and the contracts that bound us. They will ensure our safety. Draco looked down, his voice barely above a whisper. I just want us to be safe. I don't want to go back to that house. Narcissa's expression softened, and she pulled Draco into a gentle embrace. We won't go back there, my darling. We'll find somewhere new, somewhere we can start fresh. And I promise you, I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. Draco clung to his mother, drawing comfort from her strength. Do you think we'll ever be happy again? Narcissa pulled back slightly, looking into Draco's eyes with a soft smile. Yes, Draco. It will take time, but we will find happiness. We will build a new life, one where we are free from fear and control. You deserve that, and so do I. Draco nodded, his resolve strengthening. I want to help, Mother. Whatever it takes, I want to help us move forward. Narcissa kissed his forehead, her heart swelling with pride. And you will, Draco. Together, we will face whatever comes our way. We are Malfoys, and we are stronger than they know. As they sat together, the noise and chaos of the Ministry seemed to fade into the background. For the first time in a long while, Draco felt a glimmer of hope. The future was uncertain, but with his mother by his side, he believed they could face it and find a way to rebuild their lives. The Bones family estate, nestled on the outskirts of the English countryside, was a sanctuary of calm and serenity. The sprawling grounds were meticulously maintained, with blooming gardens and lush green lawns offering a stark contrast to the chaotic events of the past few days. Inside the grand manor, the atmosphere was one of quiet contemplation and family warmth. In the cozy sitting room, Remus Lupin sat with Harry Potter and Susan Bones, the three of them engrossed in the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. The headline screamed about the new evidence against the Death Eaters who had once claimed the Imperious defense, detailing the Ministry's efforts to bring them to justice. Susan's eyes widened as she read the article aloud, her voice filled with a mixture of disbelief and satisfaction. Ministry to reopen trials of exonerated Death Eaters, evidence of coercion unveiled, she recited. I can't believe it, this could change everything. Harry, who had grown up away from the wizarding world, listened intently, trying to grasp the significance of the news. Does this mean those Death Eaters will go to Azkaban for real this time? Remus nodded, his expression grave. It certainly looks that way, Harry. With the new evidence, they can no longer hide behind false defenses. Justice will finally be served. Just then, the front door opened, and the sound of footsteps echoed through the hall. Sirius Black and Amelia Bones, looking weary but determined, entered the room. Their faces lit up with relief at the sight of the family gathered together. Amelia was the first to speak, her tone tinged with exhaustion yet filled with resolve. It's been a long few days, but we're making progress. Narcissa is safe, and we've started the annulment process for her and Bellatrix. Sirius, despite the dark circles under his eyes, managed a tired smile. Andromeda is at the Ministry, keeping an eye on Narcissa. We've got to stay vigilant, but we're getting there. Remus rose to greet them, offering a reassuring hand. You both look like you could use a break. Come, sit down. We were just discussing the latest news. Susan looked up from the paper, her eyes bright with curiosity. Did you really find evidence that the Imperious defense was a lie? Amelia nodded, taking a seat beside her niece. Yes, Susan. Bellatrix provided crucial testimony that proves many of those who claimed the Imperious defense were lying. They will be brought to justice. Sirius sat down heavily in an armchair, running a hand through his hair. And it's not just about them. This is about clearing the names of those who were wrongfully accused and restoring some semblance of order to our world. Harry watched his godfather with a mix of admiration and concern. What happens now, Sirius? Sirius looked at Harry, his eyes softening. Now, we prepare for the trials. We gather all the evidence we can and make sure that the truth is heard. It's going to be a fight, but it's one we can't back down from. Amelia glanced at the clock, her mind already turning to the next steps. We also need to ensure Bellatrix's safety. With the evidence she holds, there will be those who want to silence her. Remus leaned forward, his voice steady. We'll do whatever it takes. We've come this far, and we can't let up now. Susan, feeling a surge of pride and determination, looked around at the gathered adults. We'll all help. We have to make sure they don't get away with what they've done. Harry nodded in agreement, his green eyes reflecting the same resolve. Count me in. Whatever I can do to help, I will. Sirius smiled at Harry, his heart swelling with pride. That's the spirit, Harry. Together, we'll make sure justice is served. Amelia, ever focused, turned her attention to Remus, Susan, and Harry. What progress have you made in your research of the cloak? She asked. Remus exchanged a glance with Harry and Susan before responding. We've discovered something quite remarkable, he began. The Potter family tree shows a connection to the Peverells. Hardwin Potter married Iolanthe Peverell in the 12th century. It looks like Harry's invisibility cloak is one of the Deathly Hallows. Amelia's eyes widened. The Deathly Hallows? So, the cloak is more than just a powerful artifact, it's a legendary object with significant historical importance. Susan nodded eagerly. Exactly. It means Harry's cloak isn't just an ordinary invisibility cloak. It's one of the 3 hallows that, together, are said to make the possessor the master of death. Harry, still processing this revelation, added, I didn't know about the hallows until now. It feels like a part of my parents' legacy that I never understood before. Sirius looked thoughtful. That explains why it's so powerful. If it's truly one of the hallows, it must be preserved and protected. But it also means there are other pieces out there that we need to be aware of. At that moment, Drakor interjected, his voice a deep rumble as he separated himself just enough from Harry's clothes to appear like a draconic head sprouting from Harry's neck. I have a plan for the Deathly Hallows, he said, his eyes gleaming with purpose. Everyone in the room turned to look at Drakor, their expressions a mix of curiosity and surprise. Drakor continued, these hallows are powerful artifacts, and their true potential can only be unlocked if they are brought together. By assimilating their energies, I can empower Harry in ways beyond your current understanding. This will not only enhance his abilities but also provide us with a significant advantage in our battle against Voldemort and his followers. Amelia raised an eyebrow, her expression skeptical. Voldemort is dead, she stated firmly. Drakor shook his head, his eyes gleaming with certainty. I know for a fact that Voldemort is alive, he countered. I have the memories of Voldemort's soul shard that I absorbed from Harry's scar. I know exactly how Voldemort survived. The room fell silent, everyone staring at Drakor in shock and disbelief. What do you mean? Remus asked, his voice tense. How did he survive? Drakor's gaze swept over them all, his expression grave. Voldemort used dark magic to create Horcruxes, objects in which he hid fragments of his soul. As long as these Horcruxes exist, Voldemort cannot truly die. The soul shard that was in Harry's scar was one such Horcrux. Sirius looked horrified. How many Horcruxes are there? Drakor's eyes glowed with a somber light as he answered, there are 6 Horcruxes. The Diary of Tom Riddle, currently with Lucius Malfoy. The Ring of Marvolo Gaunt, hidden in the Gaunt Shack. The Locket of Salazar Slytherin, located in a cave near the orphanage where Voldemort once stayed. The Cup of Helga Hufflepuff, kept in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. The Diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, and finally, the fragment that resided in Harry's scar, which I have absorbed. The room fell silent as the weight of this revelation sank in. Each Horcrux was a piece of Voldemort's soul, and each one would need to be destroyed to ensure his ultimate defeat. That's a lot, Sirius said, his voice barely above a whisper. Amelia glanced around the room, her expression puzzled. Who's Tom Riddle? Drakor turned his attention to Amelia. Tom Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort, was the most feared dark wizard of our time. He created these Horcruxes to attain immortality. Remus looked equally bewildered. And what's this about a cave and a room of requirements? Harry took a deep breath, realizing they were missing critical information. The cave with the locket is dangerous, and the room of requirement is a hidden chamber within Hogwarts. It can only be accessed when someone is in great need of it. Amelia's confusion turned to determination. We'll need to learn more about these places and develop a plan to retrieve the Horcruxes. Drakor nodded. With the information I have, we can begin to devise strategies to infiltrate these locations and destroy the Horcruxes. Sirius chimed in, his tone determined. At least we can strike off 2 of the Horcruxes immediately by raiding the Malfoy Manor. Narcissa might know all of Lucius' hiding spots. And we can just ask Bellatrix to retrieve the cup from her vault. Amelia nodded in agreement. We'll need to move swiftly. Time is of the essence. Drakor's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Let's get to work. We have a dark wizard to stop. Chapter 16. Once Amelia filled Moody in on the information Drakor provided, they quickly assembled a team of Aurors and Ministry employees for a raid at Malfoy Manor. Among the team was Arthur Weasley, who worked in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. Narcissa, now determined to help, joined them while Draco was being looked after by Andromeda. As the team approached Malfoy Manor, the air was thick with tension. Narcissa led them through the grand halls, her knowledge of the house's secrets proving invaluable. They combed through room after room, discovering a plethora of dark artifacts and hidden treasures. The walls and cabinets were filled with items that bore the sinister marks of dark magic, each more damning than the last. Arthur Weasley, usually mild-mannered, was shocked at the sheer amount of illegal items. Merlin's beard, he muttered, carefully inspecting a cursed object. This place is a treasure trove of dark magic. As the search continued, they found a trove of incriminating evidence against Lucius and his fellow Death Eaters. There were documents detailing their activities, hidden caches of dark objects, and correspondence with other dark wizards. The evidence was overwhelming and damning. Finally, after hours of exhaustive searching, Narcissa led them to a hidden chamber beneath the floor of Lucius's study. There, hidden away in a locked cabinet, they found the diary. Moody carefully picked it up, his magical eye whirring as he examined it. Moody shared a meaningful look with Amelia, both of them aware of the diary's significance. We need to keep this quiet, he said in a low voice. No one else must know what this really is. Amelia nodded, her expression serious. This is a significant victory, she said, but we have to handle this carefully. Arthur looked around at the gathered team, his face set with determination. Let's get this back to the Ministry, he said. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. Narcissa looked around with a mixture of relief and sorrow. It's not over yet, she said softly. But this is a start. We can begin to put things right. With the diary in hand and the evidence gathered, the team left Malfoy Manor. Moody and Amelia exchanged a look, knowing that this was just the beginning of a long and arduous battle. With each step forward, they moved closer to bringing down Voldemort and his followers. Moody, ever the strategist, knew that the evidence gathered at Malfoy Manor was invaluable. With a sense of urgency, he made his way to Hogwarts to meet with Albus Dumbledore. They had no time to waste and needed to ensure that justice was served swiftly. As he entered Dumbledore's office, the headmaster looked up from his desk, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. Alistair, I assume you bring important news, he said, gesturing for Moody to sit. Moody declined the seat, his gaze piercing. We raided Malfoy Manor, found enough dark artifacts and incriminating documents to put Lucius away for life and more, he said, his tone urgent. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly at the mention of the evidence, but he remained composed. I see, he said, leaning forward. What do you propose we do next? Moody fixed Dumbledore with a steely gaze. We need to fast-track the trials of the recently captured Death Eaters. The evidence we found is overwhelming. We can't give them time to find ways to wriggle out of this. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, time is of the essence. The longer we wait, the more opportunities they have to manipulate the system. Exactly, Moody said. We've already seen how they've used the Imperious defense to escape justice. This time, we have irrefutable proof of their guilt. We need to push for immediate trials and swift sentencing. Dumbledore looked over the documents, his expression growing graver with each passing moment. Very well, Alistair. I will speak with the Wizengamot. We cannot let this opportunity slip through our fingers. Moody's face was impassive, showing no sign of satisfaction or trust. Good. We need to send a message that there are consequences for their actions. Dumbledore stood, extending his hand. Thank you, Alistair, for your unwavering dedication. Together, we will ensure that justice is served. Moody shook Dumbledore's hand briefly, his eyes cold. Let's get it done. With Dumbledore's support, Moody knew they had a fighting chance. The evidence from Malfoy Manor was the key to finally dismantling the network of Death Eaters that had plagued the wizarding world for too long. As he left Hogwarts, his mind was already strategizing the next steps, determined to see this through to the end. There was no room for trust or friendship in this mission, only a relentless pursuit of justice. Amelia arrived at the Bones family estate, a small but significant item tucked securely in her bag. As she entered, the weariness of the past few days showed in her eyes. She was greeted by Sirius, whose curiosity was evident. "Did you find it?" he asked, his voice tense with anticipation. Amelia nodded, reaching into her bag to produce the worn diary. "We did. This is Voldemort's diary, one of his Horcruxes." Sirius's eyes widened. "That's a major find. We need to handle it carefully." They moved into the sitting room where Remus, Harry, and Susan were waiting. The three of them looked up as Amelia placed the diary on the table. "We found this during the raid on Malfoy Manor," Amelia explained. Harry stared at the diary, a mix of curiosity and revulsion in his eyes. "How do we destroy it?" Remus examined the diary closely. "There are a few methods, basilisk venom or fiendfire, both of which can completely obliterate the fragment of Voldemort's soul inside." Drakor, perched on Harry's shoulder, interjected with a thoughtful tone. "There is another way. I can swallow the diary and begin to absorb the soul shard within, just as I did with the one in Harry's scar. This will allow me to consume and destroy the fragment of Voldemort's soul safely." Amelia, looking intrigued but cautious, asked, "Are you certain it will work, Drakor? The Horcruxes are incredibly dark and powerful magic." Drakor nodded. "Yes, I am confident. I have already absorbed one piece of his soul, and this method will ensure the Horcrux is destroyed without the risks associated with basilisk venom or fiendfire." Sirius looked at Harry, who seemed both curious and a bit nervous. "What do you think, Harry?" he asked gently. Harry, trusting in Drakor's abilities, nodded. "I think we should let Drakor try. If it worked before, it should work again." Remus handed the diary to Drakor, who transformed back into his dragon form. The room fell silent as Drakor opened his jaws and engulfed the diary. As he began to absorb the soul shard, a faint, dark mist emanated from the diary, but Drakor's aura of energy quickly consumed it. The room remained tense, everyone watching as Drakor's eyes glowed faintly, indicating the process was underway. After a few moments, the glow subsided, and Drakor looked up, his eyes clear and bright. "It is done," Drakor announced. "The fragment of Voldemort's soul within the diary has been destroyed." Amelia let out a sigh of relief. "That's one down, we're making progress." Sirius, with renewed determination, said, "Next, we need to retrieve Hufflepuff's cup from Bellatrix's vault. Once we have that, we can move forward with destroying it as well." Harry, feeling a sense of accomplishment, smiled. "We're one step closer to stopping Voldemort for good." Drakor nodded. "Indeed. Every Horcrux we destroy weakens him. We must remain vigilant and continue our efforts until all of them are eradicated." Amelia looked around at the group, her voice resolute. "Let's prepare for the next step. We need to ensure Bellatrix's safety and secure the cup. We're in this together, and we'll see it through." The group felt a renewed sense of unity and purpose. They had taken a significant step forward, but the journey ahead was still long and filled with challenges. Together, they would continue their quest to destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes and bring an end to his dark reign. The emergency session of the Wizengamot was called with unprecedented urgency. The circular courtroom deep within the Ministry of Magic was abuzz with murmurs as witches and wizards took their seats, a palpable tension in the air. The dark, polished wood of the benches gleamed under the flickering torchlight, casting long shadows on the ancient stone walls. At the head of the room sat Amelia Bones, her expression as stern and composed as ever. Beside her, Alistair Moody stood with an air of grim determination. Dumbledore, though present, sat quietly, observing the proceedings with a watchful eye. "Order!" Amelia's voice rang out, silencing the whispers. "We're here today to discuss the immediate trial and sentencing of several Death Eaters, based on new evidence obtained from a recent raid on Malfoy Manor." She nodded to Moody, who stepped forward and began presenting the evidence. "During the raid, we uncovered a significant number of dark artifacts, financial records, and correspondence implicating Lucius Malfoy and several other Death Eaters in various illegal activities. This evidence is irrefutable and warrants immediate action." The murmurs rose again, but Amelia quickly restored order. "The accused have long evaded justice through claims of being under the Imperious Curse. This new evidence, however, directly links them to their crimes, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt their culpability." One of the elder members, a witch with silver hair, spoke up. "How can we be certain of the authenticity of this evidence?" Moody's magical eye swiveled to her as he responded. "Each piece of evidence has been verified and cross-checked. We have documentation of illegal transactions, correspondence detailing their activities, and artifacts that are undoubtedly linked to dark magic." Dumbledore leaned forward, his voice calm but firm. "Given the gravity of these findings, I support the call for immediate trials. It is imperative that we act swiftly to ensure that justice is served and that these individuals cannot further harm our society." Amelia nodded in agreement. "We propose that the trials commence immediately, with all due process, but with an expedited timeline given the clear and present danger these individuals pose." There was a moment of silence as the members of the Wizengamot considered the proposal. Finally, the chief warlock, a tall wizard with a sharp gaze, spoke. "Very well. The evidence is compelling, and the need for swift justice is clear. The trials will begin immediately." Moody's face remained impassive, but there was a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Amelia, too, seemed resolute, knowing that they had taken a significant step towards justice. As the session adjourned, the courtroom buzzed with renewed energy. The captured Death Eaters would face their reckoning, and the wizarding world took a crucial step towards cleansing the darkness that had long festered in its midst. In the dimly lit courtroom, tension crackled in the air like static electricity. Moody sat stiffly in the gallery, his magical eye swirling to track every movement. The trial of Lucius Malfoy was about to begin, and the stakes were high. Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, presided over the proceedings with an air of authority. As Malfoy was brought in, flanked by Aurors, his demeanor was haughty, but a glint of nervousness betrayed his facade of confidence. He took his seat at the defendant's stand, his platinum blonde hair gleaming under the harsh courtroom lights. Moody observed him keenly, his gaze as sharp as the edge of a blade. The trial began with the presentation of evidence. Amelia Bones rose from her seat, a folder in hand, and addressed the Wizengamot. "We have gathered substantial evidence against the accused," she announced, her voice firm and resolute. "These documents, retrieved during a raid of Malfoy Manor, shed light on his involvement in dark activities and his allegiance to the Dark Lord." Moody watched as the evidence was presented one by one. Dark artifacts, hidden treasure, and incriminating letters were laid out for all to see. The courtroom murmured with a mixture of shock and disdain as the depth of Malfoy's involvement became clear. Throughout the proceedings, Malfoy maintained an air of smug indifference, as though he believed himself untouchable. Moody's jaw clenched in frustration. He had seen too many Death Eaters slip through the cracks, evading justice with their silver tongues and cunning strategies. But this time, things were different. This time, they had the evidence they needed to ensure that Malfoy faced the consequences of his actions. As the trial progressed, witnesses were called to the stand, each providing damning testimony against Malfoy. Moody listened intently, his attention never wavering. He had spent countless hours gathering evidence, interrogating witnesses, and piecing together the puzzle of Malfoy's dark dealings. Now, it was time to see justice served. The proceedings stretched on, the tension in the courtroom mounting with each passing moment. Amelia Bones remained steadfast and composed, her voice unwavering as she questioned the witnesses. Moody's gaze flickered between her and Malfoy, his determination burning like a fire in his chest. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, The prosecution rested its case. Malfoy's defense. Attorney rose to his feet, attempting to poke holes in the evidence presented against his client. But Moody knew that their case was solid, their evidence irrefutable. Malfoy's fate was sealed. It was only a matter of time before the verdict was delivered. As the Wizengamot retired to deliberate, Moody felt a surge of anticipation. He exchanged a knowing glance with Amelia, a silent acknowledgement of the hard work they had put into building their case. Whatever the outcome, they had done everything in their power to ensure that justice was served. Minutes stretched into hours as the Wizengamot deliberated behind closed doors. Moody waited with bated breath, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew that the fate of the accused rested in the hands of the esteemed members of the magical governing body. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the doors to the courtroom swung open, and the members of the Wizengamot filed back in. Moody's heart raced as he waited for the verdict to be announced. The tension in the room was palpable, each member of the courtroom holding their breath in anticipation. Amelia Bones rose to her feet, her voice steady as she addressed the assembly. After careful consideration of the evidence presented before this court, the Wizengamot has reached a unanimous decision, she announced, her words echoing in the hushed courtroom. Lucius Malfoy, you have been found guilty of conspiracy, aiding and abetting dark magic, and affiliation with the Dark Lord. You are hereby sentenced to lifetime imprisonment in Azkaban. A collective gasp rippled through the courtroom as the verdict was delivered. Moody felt a surge of satisfaction wash over him. Justice had been served, and Malfoy would finally face the consequences of his actions. As Malfoy was led away in chains, Moody allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. The fight against the dark forces that threatened the wizarding world was far from over, but this victory was a step in the right direction. The courtroom's atmosphere shifted palpably as Lucius Malfoy was escorted away, the chains around his wrists clinking with a finality that echoed through the silent observers. The Wizengamot members began to disperse, their robes rustling softly, leaving behind a sense of solemnity in the wake of the landmark decision. Outside, the news of Malfoy's conviction spread like wildfire, sending ripples of shock and relief throughout the wizarding community. The Daily Prophet's evening edition would later read, Lucius Malfoy sentenced to Azkaban, a victory for justice. In the quiet aftermath, Amelia Bones remained in the courtroom, gathering the papers and evidence with a methodical precision. Moody approached her, his magical eyes still vigilant. You did well today, Amelia, he said, his voice gruff with respect. Amelia looked up, her expression weary yet satisfied. We did well, Alistair. It was a team effort, and we've set a precedent that will resonate for years to come. Moody nodded, his thoughts already on the next steps. We'll need to maintain this momentum. There are others out there who need to face justice. Amelia agreed, her eyes steely. I'll start preparing the cases for the other Death Eaters. This trial has given us the leverage we need. As they left the courtroom together, the weight of their responsibilities settled on their shoulders once more. The battle against the dark forces was ongoing, and though they had won a significant victory, the war was far from over. The hushed whispers of the courtroom fell to a deafening silence as Bellatrix Lestrange was led in, her chains clinking melodically with each step. The Wizengamot, robed in their somber garb, watched her with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. Bellatrix, once feared and formidable, now stood small and subdued before the court. Bellatrix Lestrange, began Albus Dumbledore, the chief warlock, his voice echoing through the chamber. You stand accused of numerous crimes committed under the banner of the Dark Lord. How do you plead? Not guilty, she replied, her voice steady but devoid of its usual fire. A murmur rippled through the assembly. Such a defense was unprecedented. The chief warlock, intrigued, motioned for her to continue. Bellatrix continued, her voice gaining strength as she recounted the tale. The elopement of my sister Andromeda with Ted Tonks, a Muggleborn, brought shame upon the House of Black. In a desperate bid to salvage our family's pureblood lineage, my father Cygnus Black coerced Narcissa and me into marriages with Lucius Malfoy and Rudolphus Lestrange. The contract was not merely a document, it was a shackle, chaining our wills to the service of our husbands and, by extension, to the Dark Lord. Dumbledore, now visibly disturbed by the testimony, called for order. Let the record show that the accused, Bellatrix Lestrange, claims her actions were influenced by a binding magical contract, a consequence of her sister's defiance of pureblood traditions. Bellatrix's eyes met those of her sister, Narcissa, who sat among the spectators. A silent understanding passed between them, a shared burden of years spent under the yoke of their father's archaic convictions. The atmosphere in the courtroom shifted palpably as Sirius Black, the current head of the noble house of Black, rose from his seat. His expression was solemn, yet there was a fire in his eyes that spoke of his determination to reveal the truth. Members of the Wizengamot, Sirius addressed the assembly, his voice resonant and clear. I present to you the original marriage contracts of Bellatrix Lestrange and Narcissa Malfoy, née Black. With a flick of his wand, the documents materialized before the court, their seals glinting under the enchanted lights. The parchment was aged, but the writing upon it was unmistakable, the terms draconian and binding. These contracts, Sirius continued, were stored in the high-security vaults of Gringotts, away from the prying eyes of the world. They are a testament to the lengths Cygnus Black went to ensure the obedience of his daughters to the so-called pureblood cause. Dumbledore leaned forward, inspecting the documents with a critical eye. The contracts were indeed legitimate, the magical bindings still faintly pulsing with dark energy, a silent witness to the forced commitments made decades ago. As you can see, Sirius said, turning the documents so all could view, the signatures of my cousins Bellatrix and Narcissa were obtained under duress, their autonomy stripped away by the very family meant to protect them. The courtroom erupted into murmurs, the implications of Sirius's evidence sending ripples through the gathered witches and wizards. Some looked on with sympathy, others with skepticism, but all were captivated by the unfolding drama. Bellatrix's chains seemed to weigh heavier upon her as she watched the scene unfold, her fate hanging in the balance. Yet, there was a glimmer of hope, a chance for redemption, however slight. Dumbledore called for order once more, his gaze lingering on the contracts. We shall adjourn to deliberate this new evidence, he announced. The trial of Bellatrix Lestrange will resume upon our decision. As the court dispersed, whispers of doubt and debate filled the air. The day's proceedings had unveiled a complex web of family loyalty, dark magic, and the quest for power. The truth of Bellatrix Lestrange's innocence or guilt remained shrouded in mystery, but the path to uncovering it had just become clearer. The Wizengamot reconvened, the air thick with anticipation. Albus Dumbledore, the chief warlock, took his place at the head of the semicircular assembly, his blue eyes sweeping over the gathered witches and wizards with a calm that belied the gravity of the situation. Bellatrix Lestrange stood in the center of the courtroom, her fate hanging in the balance. The evidence presented had been compelling, the testimonies striking at the heart of wizarding. Law and tradition. Order, Dumbledore's voice rang out, clear and authoritative, yet tinged with a hint of empathy. We have deliberated on the matter of Bellatrix Lestrange's compulsion under the magically binding marriage contract. It is a complex case, one that treads the fine line between personal responsibility and magical coercion. He paused, his gaze settling on Bellatrix. The Wizengamot recognizes the validity of the marriage contracts presented by Sirius Black. However, we must also consider the actions taken by Bellatrix Lestrange while under this compulsion. A hush fell over the courtroom as Dumbledore continued. It is the decision of this court that Bellatrix Lestrange's culpability is mitigated by the constraints of the contract. However, this does not absolve her of all responsibility for her actions. The crowd shifted, the tension palpable. Therefore, he concluded, Bellatrix Lestrange shall be remanded to the custody of the ministry for a period of rehabilitation and observation. Her case will be reviewed in 1 year's time to assess her progress and potential threat to society. Bellatrix's expression was one of restrained relief, a stark contrast to the fierce defiance she was once known for. The chains were removed, and she was escorted from the courtroom, her future uncertain but her burden somewhat lightened. As the assembly dispersed, the verdict sparked debates among the wizarding community. Some argued for stricter punishments, while others saw it as a step towards a more nuanced understanding of magical law. The trial of Bellatrix Lestrange would be remembered not just for its outcome, but for the questions it raised about the nature of free will and the shadows cast by family legacies. In the quiet of the ministry holding cell, the conversation between the Black family members continued, now touched by a sense of resolution and the possibility of new beginnings. Sirius, his expression somber yet hopeful, addressed his cousins. Andromeda and I have managed to annul both your marriages to Lucius and Rudolphus. It was the right thing to do, to give you both a chance at a life free from those dark bindings." Bellatrix, who had always been the most defiant of the sisters, let out a breath she seemed to have been holding for years. "I never thought I'd see the day," she whispered, her usual hardness giving way to a rare vulnerability. Narcissa's eyes met Sirius's, and a silent gratitude passed between them. The annulment of her marriage to Lucius Malfoy was a liberation she had scarcely allowed herself to dream of. Andromeda stepped forward, her hand reaching out to touch the cold bars. "This doesn't erase the past," she said softly, "but it's a start. A start for all of us to heal and rebuild." The four of them, Sirius, Andromeda, Bellatrix, and Narcissa, stood together in the cell, united not just by blood, but by the shared experience of breaking free from the chains of their legacy. As Andromeda and Narcissa's footsteps faded down the corridor, the heavy door of the holding cell closed with a resounding thud, leaving Sirius and Bellatrix alone in the cold, unforgiving light of the Ministry's dungeons. Sirius turned to Bellatrix, his face etched with concern. "There's something we need to discuss, Bella," he said, his voice low. "It's about a certain artifact that Voldemort entrusted to you." Bellatrix's eyes narrowed, a flicker of her old fire returning. "The cup," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "You know of the cup?" Sirius nodded gravely. "Yes, the Hufflepuff cup. It's not just a dark relic, it's a Horcrux, one of Voldemort's anchors to life. You stored it in your vault at Gringotts, didn't you?" Bellatrix's chains rattled as she shifted, the weight of the revelation apparent in her posture. "I did," she admitted. "But how did you?" "Doesn't matter how I know," Sirius cut her off. "What matters is that it's one of the keys to defeating him. We need to retrieve it, destroy it." Bellatrix looked away, her thoughts a tumultuous sea. Destroying a piece of his soul, she mused. A fitting end for the Dark Lord's legacy. Sirius reached through the bars, his hand hovering near hers but not touching. "We can end this, Bella. We can right the wrongs of our past. Will you help us?" For a long moment, Bellatrix was silent, her gaze lost in the shadows of the cell. Then, slowly, she nodded. "Yes," she said, her voice resolute. "I will help you. It's time to end this nightmare." With that, an unlikely alliance was forged in the depths of the Ministry, a pact between two members of the Black family who had found themselves on opposite sides of a war. Together, they would face the task ahead, united by a common goal: to rid the world of Voldemort's dark legacy. Chapter 17. Bellatrix Lestrange, accompanied by Kingsley Shacklebolt and Sirius Black, arrives at Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. The imposing marble building towers above Diagon Alley, with its white facade gleaming in the sunlight. As they step inside, the cool air and echoing footsteps heighten the tension in the group. Bellatrix, her face a picture of calm determination, leads the way to the front desk, where a goblin with a sharp nose and even sharper eyes sits behind the counter. The goblin's eyes narrow as he takes in the sight of Bellatrix with her two unusual escorts. "Madame Lestrange," the goblin says, his voice dripping with suspicion, "how may Gringotts assist you today?" Bellatrix takes a steadying breath and replies with an even tone, "I need access to my vault." "And these two?" the goblin inquires, nodding towards Kingsley and Sirius. "They're here to help me," Bellatrix replies, her voice firm but courteous. The goblin's eyes flicker with curiosity, but he doesn't press further. Instead, he snaps his fingers, summoning another goblin to guide them to the carts that will take them deep into the bowels of the bank. As they climb into the cart, Sirius keeps a wary eye on their surroundings, while Kingsley remains alert, ready for any sign of trouble. The cart hurtles down the tracks, the wind whipping through their hair and the sound of the wheels on the rails echoing in the dark tunnels. When they finally reach Bellatrix's vault, the goblin accompanying them steps forward to unlock it. The vault door swings open, revealing piles of glittering gold, jewels, and other treasures. But their eyes are all drawn to a small, ornate cup sitting atop a pedestal in the center of the vault. Bellatrix steps forward with purpose, her eyes fixed on the cup. Kingsley places a firm hand on her arm. "Careful," he warns. "We don't know what protections might be on it." Sirius steps forward, pulling out a small bag. "We need to be quick. Let's get the cup and get out of here." As they carefully retrieve the cup, Kingsley and Sirius exchange a glance. They know that even with Bellatrix's cooperation, The danger is far from over. The cup, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, is a powerful and malevolent object, and getting it safely out of Gringotts is only the first step in their perilous mission. Bellatrix, though outwardly composed, is inwardly battling a storm of emotions. She had been forced into the Death Eater ranks due to a magically binding marriage contract, but she has never been marked as one. Now, she finds herself aiding the very people she once viewed as enemies, driven by a desire to correct the wrongs she had been unwillingly part of. "Let's move," Kingsley urges, his tone calm but urgent. As they make their way back to the surface, the tension mounts. Every shadow seems to hide potential threats, and the cart ride feels even more precarious. As the trio emerges from Gringotts, Kingsley Shacklebolt maintains a firm but gentle grip on Bellatrix Lestrange. They navigate the bustling streets of Diagon Alley, heading towards a secured apparition point. Bellatrix remains calm, her eyes occasionally flicking towards the cup in Sirius's possession, her resolve unwavering. Kingsley and Bellatrix disapparate with a quiet pop, heading straight to the Ministry of Magic, while Sirius prepares to take the cup to a secure location. He takes a deep breath, knowing the weight of the task ahead, and disapparates to the Bones family estate. At the Bones family estate, Amelia Bones is already in the drawing room with Remus Lupin. Harry Potter sits nearby with Susan Bones. Drakor is attached to Harry, his scales blending seamlessly with Harry's skin, giving him a slight iridescent glow. The atmosphere is tense, anticipation hanging thick in the air. Amelia and Remus share concerned looks, knowing the importance of the mission Sirius is on. A moment later, Sirius appears with a soft pop, holding the small, ornate cup carefully in his hands. Amelia stands up immediately, her expression one of grim determination. "You have it," she says, more a statement than a question. Sirius nods, handing the cup to Amelia Bones. "It's here, but we need to be extremely cautious." Amelia, her face grave, turns to Harry. "Harry, we need Drakor to destroy this. It's too dangerous to handle in any other way." Harry nods, taking a deep breath before speaking aloud. "Drakor, we need your help." A moment later, a shadow detaches itself from Harry, forming into the shape of a sleek, dragon-like creature with shimmering scales and intelligent eyes. Drakor steps forward. With a swift, fluid motion, Drakor opens his jaws and swallows the cup whole. For a moment, his scales flash with a dark, malevolent energy as the Horcrux within the cup struggles. But then, with a shudder, the energy dissipates, absorbed and neutralized by Drakor's own magical essence. Drakor lets out a deep, resonant growl, his eyes glowing briefly before he turns back to the group. "It is done," he says simply. "The Horcrux is no more." Relief floods the group. Sirius and Remus exchange a look of profound gratitude. Amelia turns to Drakor, her expression one of deep respect. "Thank you, Drakor," she says. "Your help is invaluable." Drakor nods, his form shimmering as he merges back with Harry. Harry feels a rush of strength and a sense of accomplishment as Drakor settles back into his usual place. Sirius watches the scene with a hint of awe before turning to the group. "With the cup and the diary gone, we have only 3 more Horcruxes to deal with," he states, his voice filled with relief. Remus nods solemnly, his gaze focused. "Salazar Slytherin's locket, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, and Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem," he recites, his voice steady but tinged with urgency. "We must find and destroy them before Voldemort can regather his strength." Amelia steps forward, her expression determined. "We already know their locations thanks to Drakor," she states firmly. "All we have to do is round them up." Remus' eyes brighten with a flicker of hope. "Then let's waste no time. Every moment we delay is a moment Voldemort could use to his advantage." A word of caution, Drakor interjects, his voice low and serious. "The locket and the ring are in locations that Voldemort himself has warded. These are no ordinary protections. They're layered with dark and complex curses. You should have someone experienced in curse breaking accompany you." Susan suddenly lights up with realization. "Wait, I remember Ron Weasley mentioning at Harry's party that his eldest brother was a curse breaker for Gringotts." Remus nods, his expression turning thoughtful. "Bill Weasley. He's young, but highly skilled. If anyone can help us navigate Voldemort's curses, it's him." Sirius replies with a determined look. "I'll talk to Bill Weasley first thing tomorrow. We can't afford any delays, and having him on our side will make all the difference. Amelia nods in agreement. Good. While you arrange that, the rest of us can gather the supplies and information we'll need for the mission. We need to be fully prepared. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit, hidden location, a group of low-level Death Eaters huddles together. These are the Death Eaters who managed to avoid capture, slipping through the cracks while their more prominent leaders, like Lucius Malfoy and Tiberius Nott, were arrested. Among them is Scabior, his eyes gleaming with malice as he addresses the group. He leans forward, his voice a harsh whisper. We need to strike back. Show them that they haven't beaten us. We need to avenge the arrest of our comrades. Another Death Eater, a burly man with a scar running down his cheek, grunts in agreement. But how? The Ministry's on high alert. We need to be smart about this. Scabior's eyes narrow as he scans the room. The Bones family, he says, a sinister smile spreading across his face. They're prominent, well-respected, and their property isn't as heavily guarded as the Ministry or Hogwarts. If we attack them, it'll send a message. A woman with long, dark hair nods. Amelia Bones is one of the Ministry's strongest. Attacking her family will hurt her and show the Ministry that we're still a threat. A tall, lanky Death Eater in the back pipes up. Don't forget, Harry Potter is living with the Bones family now. Taking him out would be the ultimate blow. The group's excitement reaches a fever pitch at the thought of not only striking against Amelia Bones but also possibly getting rid of Harry Potter. Scabior's eyes gleam with dark delight as he takes in the fervor of his comrades. Then it's settled, Scabior says, his voice filled with malicious anticipation. Tonight is the night we make an example of the Bones family. And if we get Potter in the process, all the better. The team of 10 Death Eaters psych each other up, the room buzzing with a dangerous mix of excitement and anger. They gather their wands and dark cloaks, preparing for the attack. As the night deepens, the group disapparates to a secluded area near the Bones family property. The location is quiet and dark, the perfect setting for their ambush. The air is thick with anticipation and the promise of violence. Scabior addresses them one last time, his voice low and commanding. Remember, we move quickly and strike hard. No mercy. We will send a message tonight. With their plans set and their spirits high, the team of 10 Death Eaters advances toward the Bones family estate. Each step is filled with the promise of retribution and the hope of capturing the boy who lived. The night air is cold and still, a stark contrast to the fierce determination burning in their hearts as they approach their target, ready to unleash their fury and exact their revenge. The group of 10 Death Eaters, led by Scabior, approaches the Bones family estate under the cover of darkness, their hearts pounding with excitement and malice. They move stealthily, each step bringing them closer to their target. As they near the edge of the property, Scabior signals for the group to halt. He steps forward, raising his wand to dismantle the wards he expects to find. But the wards around the Bones family estate are far more sophisticated than they anticipated. As soon as Scabior's spell touches the wards, a bright, shimmering light erupts around the perimeter of the property. A loud alarm sounds, echoing through the night, and the air around them crackles with magical energy. The Death Eaters freeze, their excitement turning to shock and then to anger. Damn it! Scabior hisses. We've triggered the wards, move quickly, we need to act before reinforcements arrive. The Death Eaters surge forward, determined to press their attack despite the alarm. Inside the estate, the inhabitants are immediately alerted by the wards. Amelia Bones, her face set in grim determination, rallies the household. Everyone, prepare to defend the house, Amelia commands, her voice cutting through the sudden chaos. But before anyone can react, a deep, resonant voice fills the room. No need, Drakor says, his tone calm yet powerful. Harry and I will handle this. Drakor, the symbiote dragon attached to Harry, begins to merge with his host. Harry's form shifts and grows, his skin turning into a sleek, black surface. Massive wings sprout from his back, and a draconic head emerges. A red and gold symbol blazes on his chest, signifying the powerful bond between Harry and Drakor. The transformation complete, Harry stands as a towering black humanoid creature, his presence both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Amelia, Sirius, Remus and Susan stare in a mix of astonishment and hope. Stay inside and protect each other, Harry, Drakor instructs, his voice a blend of Harry's and the deep, resonant tones of Drakor. "We'll take care of the intruders." With a powerful beat of his wings, Harry, Drakor bursts through the front door and into the night. The Death Eaters, still attempting to breach the wards, are momentarily stunned by the sight of the enormous, dragon-like figure descending upon them. Scabior, regaining his composure, shouts, "What the hell is that? Attack it!" Spells fly towards Harry, Drakor, but with a swift, fluid motion, he deflects them effortlessly. He roars, a sound that shakes the ground and sends a chill through the Death Eaters' hearts. With incredible speed, he swoops down, his claws and wings a blur of motion as he takes down several attackers in quick succession. The Death Eaters, realizing they are hopelessly outmatched, begin to panic. "Fall back!" Scabior yells, but it's too late. Harry, Drakor's power is overwhelming. The Death Eaters watch in horror as Harry, Drakor methodically dismantles their ranks. His claws and wings move with lethal precision, and the fear in their eyes grows as they witness their comrades falling one by one. The creature's eyes gleam with a fierce, predatory light. As Harry, Drakor moves through the Death Eaters, he begins to exhibit a more terrifying aspect of his power. With a swift, brutal motion, he seizes a Death Eater and bites down, decapitating them with shocking ease. The sight is horrifying, and the remaining Death Eaters are paralyzed with fear. Merlin's beard. One of them cries out, stumbling backward. The Death Eaters' terror deepens when they see the creature swallowing the head, exclaiming with a chilling satisfaction as if savoring chocolate. The sight is beyond anything they could have imagined, pushing them to the brink of madness. Harry, Drakor's demeanor shifts dramatically as he consumes the remains, his fierce, predatory stance giving way to an almost childlike glee. His eyes, which moments ago were filled with a terrifying intensity, now twinkle with a bizarre sort of joy. He licks his lips with a long, forked tongue, a satisfied growl rumbling from deep within his chest. The massive wings on his back flutter with delight, creating an unsettling rustle that echoes through the darkened area. As he reaches for the next unfortunate Death Eater, he behaves with the unbridled enthusiasm of a child reaching for a favorite treat. "Yummy," Harry, Drakor declares, his voice a strange mix of Harry's and a deeper, more guttural tone. He giggles, a sound that is both innocent and horrifying, before snapping his jaws around the next Death Eater's head with a sickening crunch. The remaining Death Eaters, paralyzed with fear, can barely process what they are seeing. The creature in front of them is not just a weapon of war. It's a bizarre blend of primal terror and bizarre innocence. They watch in horror as Harry, Drakor, covered in the dark, glistening blood of his enemies, acts as if he is indulging in a sweet feast. One Death Eater stumbles back, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. This can't be real," he mutters, his voice shaking. "It's a monster." Another one, eyes darting wildly, whispers to himself, "It's like he's eating chocolate. Merlin, save us." Harry, Drakor turns his head, his gaze locking onto the whispering Death Eater. He tilts his head, almost playfully, and gives a toothy grin. "Chocolate?" he echoes, his voice dripping with dark amusement. "More like a gourmet treat." The sight is too much for some. One by one, the Death Eaters begin to break, their terror manifesting in frantic attempts to flee. But Harry, Drakor is relentless, his movements a blur of black and red as he dispatches them with horrifying efficiency, all the while maintaining that unsettling, childlike delight. The grotesque display finally reaches its climax as Harry, Drakor finishes the last of his treats, turning to Scabior, who has been paralyzed with fear the entire time. With a chilling, almost casual air, Harry, Drakor licks his fingers clean, his satisfaction evident. "Now," he says, his tone reverting back to a more menacing growl, "let's see what you taste like." With a final, desperate attempt to flee, Scabior turns to disapparate, but Harry, Drakor is too fast. He lunges forward, seizing Scabior by the throat. Scabior's eyes widen with fear, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "No, please," he begs, his voice a pitiful whimper. Harry, Drakor pauses, his eyes narrowing as he considers the wretched figure before him. With a low growl, he makes his decision. He lifts Scabior effortlessly, bringing him face to face with his inevitable doom. "No mercy," Harry, Drakor growls, his voice a blend of Harry's determination and Drakor's primal fury. With a swift, brutal motion, He finishes the job, ending Scabior's life in the same grisly manner as the others. The last of the Death Eaters falls, and the night is filled with an eerie silence. As the creature stands amidst the fallen enemies, he takes a moment to survey the scene, ensuring no threat remains. Satisfied that the danger has passed, he reverts to his human form, Drakor receding back into his symbiotic state. Harry, panting slightly but unharmed, returns to the house. The moment he steps inside, he's met with a chorus of gratitude and admiration. Susan steps forward, her eyes filled with gratitude and a touch of awe. "Thank you, Harry. You saved us all," she says, her voice trembling slightly. Sirius, Amelia, and Remus stand in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief at the grisly scene they've just witnessed. The air is heavy with tension as they try to process the horrifying events of the night. Breaking the awkward silence, Sirius, ever the master of levity in dark times, clears his throat and attempts to lighten the mood. "Well, I guess we know now what Drakor's favorite midnight snack is," he quips, a small, uneasy smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Amelia and Remus exchange a look, the tension easing slightly as they both let out a surprised chuckle. It's a small but welcome moment of relief in the aftermath of the harrowing ordeal. Amelia, still processing the events, shakes her head slightly. "I never thought I'd see anything like that," she admits, her voice tinged with both awe and unease. Remus nods in agreement, his gaze thoughtful. "It's certainly a new experience," he says, his tone reflecting the weight of what they've just witnessed. Amelia turns to Sirius, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Sirius, you really need to get started on that candy business," she says, a wry smile playing on her lips. "We can't let Drakor get hooked on brains." Sirius chuckles, the tension further dissipating. "Right, noted," he replies, his expression lightening. "I'll make sure to stock up on some more palatable treats." The group shares a moment of camaraderie, finding solace in the familiar banter even in the wake of such a harrowing experience. Despite the horrors they've just witnessed, they find comfort in each other's company, their shared resilience shining through even in the darkest of times. Moody arrives at the estate, having been called by Amelia while Drakor was dealing with the interlopers. He strides into the house, his magical eye swiveling rapidly, taking in the scene before him. "What in the name of Merlin's beard happened here?" Moody demands, his voice gruff and commanding. Amelia steps forward, her expression serious. "We were attacked by Death Eaters," she explains, her voice steady. "But Harry and Drakor handled it." Moody's magical eye focuses on Harry, who stands nearby, his demeanor calm but alert. Moody nods, grudging respect evident in his voice. "Good work, Potter. And Drakor," he adds, his tone gruff but appreciative. Harry nods in acknowledgement, a sense of pride evident in his posture. "We did what we had to do," he replies simply. Moody turns to Amelia. "Are you all right?" he asks, his tone softer now, concern underlying his gruff exterior. Amelia nods. "Yes, we're all unharmed. Thanks to Harry and Drakor," she says, gratitude evident in her voice. Moody nods in acknowledgement. "Good work. But we can't let any of this be part of the official report," he says, his tone firm and serious. Sirius, unable to resist a bit of dark humor even in the face of danger, interjects with a grim joke. "Oh, yes, I can already imagine the explanation. You see, Minister, it turns out our best defense against Death Eaters is a symbiotic dragon attached to Harry Potter. That'll go over well in the records." Amelia stifles a chuckle, shaking her head at Sirius's remark. "Let's keep this between us," she says, a wry smile playing on her lips. Moody grunts in agreement, his magical eye whirring as he looks around the room. "We don't need any unnecessary complications. Keep it simple and clean," he advises, his tone gruff but pragmatic. Once Moody leaves, Amelia, Remus, and Sirius watch as Susan and Mipsy, the Bones family house elf, spring into action. With a sense of urgency, they set out an array of chocolate treats on the table. Bars, truffles, and various other chocolate delights are laid out before them. Harry and Drakor, still recovering from the intensity of the recent battle, watch with curiosity as the sweet aroma of chocolate fills the room. Drakor, in particular, seems captivated, his large, draconic eyes widening with delight at the sight of the tempting treats. With a mischievous smile, Susan turns to Harry and Drakor. I think you both could use some of this, she says, her voice filled with a playful tone. Mipsy nods eagerly, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, yes. Master Harry and Drakor deserve lots of chocolate after their brave battle, she chimes in, her tiny hands trembling with anticipation. Amelia, Remus, and Sirius watch with amusement as Susan and Mipsy proceed to feed Harry and Drakor a lot of chocolate. The two of them eagerly indulge, their faces lighting up with sheer delight as they savor the sweet treats. Amelia, unable to suppress her laughter, turns to Sirius with a knowing look. Sirius, I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but you really need to get started on that candy business, she says, a hint of playfulness in her tone. It's better that Drakor is hooked on chocolate than other things. Sirius chuckles, nodding in agreement. You've got a point there, Amelia. But I don't think I mind, as long as it's Death Eater brains, he quips, his grin mischievous. Remus joins in on the banter, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, let's be honest, Sirius. Death Eater brains are barely used anyway, he adds, his voice laced with dry humor. Amelia turns serious, her expression becoming more somber. Are we being responsible adults, letting Drakor do what he did? She asks, her tone reflecting her concern. Remus's smirk fades, and he nods thoughtfully. It's a fair question, Amelia, he replies, his voice more subdued. But in the heat of the moment, with the lives of everyone in this house at stake, I think we made the best decision we could. Sirius, his playful demeanor giving way to a more thoughtful expression, chimes in. And besides, Drakor saved us all, he says, his voice earnest. I'd rather deal with the aftermath of a few chocolate-induced tantrums than face the alternative. Amelia nods, acknowledging their points. You're right, she agrees, her voice firm. We'll keep an eye on him, but for now, I think we can afford to let him enjoy his victory. Sirius and Remus exchange a knowing glance, a hint of their usual morbid humor creeping back into the conversation. Besides, Sirius adds with a wry smile, it's not every day you get to witness a humanoid dragon devouring Death Eaters for dinner. Remus chuckles, his eyes twinkling with amusement. True. Let's just hope he doesn't develop a taste for them. We might have a hard time keeping him on a chocolate-only diet. Amelia joins in, her lips quirking into a small smile. Considering what they've done, I wouldn't be surprised if Death Eaters taste like goblin piss, she comments dryly, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. Sirius lets out a bark of laughter, his eyes gleaming with mirth. Well, if Drakor starts craving goblin piss, then we'll know we're in real trouble, he jokes, his tone light despite the grim subject matter. The group shares a moment of dark humor, finding solace in their ability to lighten the mood even in the face of danger. Despite the seriousness of the recent events, their camaraderie and shared banter serve as a reminder that they can find moments of levity even in the darkest of times. Chapter 18. Moody stands at the threshold of the Bones estate, his magical eyes scanning the aftermath of the attack with a critical intensity. The night is quiet now, the earlier chaos replaced by an uneasy stillness. The bodies of the fallen Death Eaters lie scattered across the grounds, grim evidence of the brutal efficiency with which Harry and Drakor had dealt with them. Amelia, Moody says, his voice gravelly but firm, we need to handle this delicately. The Ministry can't know the full extent of what happened here. Amelia Bones nods, her face set with determination. Agreed. We can't afford that kind of scrutiny right now. Moody gets to work, his wand moving with a practiced precision. He mutters incantations under his breath, casting spells to alter the scene. The signs of Drakor's involvement are meticulously erased, replaced with evidence of a more conventional magic battle. Blood and gore are cleaned up, the decapitated bodies reconfigured to look like they fell to standard defensive spells. Meanwhile, inside the estate, Amelia, Remus, and Sirius gather in the sitting room, watching as Susan and Mipsy fuss over Harry and Drakor. The two of them, still in high spirits from their victory, are indulging in an array of chocolate treats. Drakor's behavior, now childlike and innocent, contrasts sharply with the savage display from earlier. Remus shakes his head, a bemused smile on his face. Moody's right. We can't let this get out. The last thing we need is the Ministry breathing down our necks. Sirius, leaning against the wall, chuckles darkly. Can you imagine the headlines? Boy who lived teams up with dragon to devour Death Eaters. We'd be the talk of the wizarding World for all the wrong reasons. Emilia, despite the gravity of the situation, can't help but smile. Better that Drakor is hooked on chocolate than brains, she says wryly. We can't let this become a habit. Sirius grins, nodding in agreement. As I said before, as long as it's Death Eater brains, I don't mind too much. Though I must admit, I'd rather he sticks to sweets. Remus adds, his eyes twinkling with humor, not to mention, Death Eater brains are probably not very nutritious. Their laughter is a brief but welcome respite from the grim reality of their situation. Outside, Moody finishes his work, stepping back to inspect the now sanitized scene. The grounds look as though they were the site of a fierce but standard wizard duel. He steps back inside, wiping his brow. It's done, he announces. No one will be able to tell what really happened here tonight. Emilia nods, gratitude evident in her eyes. Thank you, Alistair. We owe you. Moody grunts, waving off the thanks. Just doing my job. Now, let's make sure this stays between us. We can't afford any leaks. As the group settles into a semblance of normalcy, the weight of the night's events hangs heavy in the air. Despite the horror and violence, they know they've taken a crucial step in their fight against Voldemort. And amidst it all, the sight of Harry and Drakor sharing a mountain of chocolate provides a strange but comforting reminder of the innocence they're fighting to protect. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows of the Bones estate, casting a warm glow over the room where Harry lay. As he stirred, he felt an unfamiliar surge of energy coursing through him. He sat up, stretching, and was surprised by how strong he felt. There was a sense of vitality and power that hadn't been there before. Harry glanced around the room, noticing that Drakor was still resting, his form slightly shimmering as he lay coiled at the foot of the bed. The events of the previous night came rushing back, and Harry couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and concern. The power he and Drakor had unleashed was terrifying but undeniably effective. As he got out of bed, Harry realized that he felt no lingering aches or fatigue from the battle. In fact, he felt invigorated, as if the confrontation had somehow strengthened him. He quietly made his way downstairs, where the rest of the household was already gathered. Sirius was the first to notice him. "Morning, Harry," he greeted with a grin. "You look like you slept well." Harry nodded, a slight smile on his face. "Yeah, I feel different, stronger." Emilia looked up from her seat at the table, her expression thoughtful. "It's possible that the bond with Drakor is enhancing your physical capabilities," she suggested. Symbiotic relationships can sometimes have unexpected benefits. Remus, who was pouring himself a cup of tea, nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. You've always been strong, Harry, but with Drakor, it seems like your strength has been amplified." Harry took a seat at the table, where a generous breakfast spread awaited. He began to eat with gusto, his appetite matching his newfound energy. Susan and Mipsy joined them, both looking relieved and happy to see Harry in such good spirits. Susan smiled warmly at Harry. "I'm glad you're feeling better. Last night was intense." Harry nodded, his expression turning serious for a moment. "Yeah, it was. But we did what we had to do." Sirius leaned back in his chair, his usual playful demeanor tempered by a hint of pride. "You handled yourself well, Harry. We're all proud of you." Harry looked around the table at his friends and family, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. Despite the challenges they faced, he knew he wasn't alone. Together, they were stronger. As they continued to eat and chat, the events of the previous night began to feel like a distant memory, replaced by the warmth and camaraderie of the present. And while the battle against Voldemort and his followers was far from over, Harry felt ready to face whatever came next, knowing that he had the strength of his loved ones, and Drakor, by his side. After breakfast, Sirius stood up, brushing crumbs off his robes. "Right," he said, stretching. "Time to find Bill Weasley." Emilia looked up from her tea. "Good luck, Sirius. Bill's expertise could be crucial for us." Sirius nodded, a determined look on his face. "I'll be back soon. Hopefully with some good news." He gave Harry a reassuring smile before stepping out of the house. The bustling streets of Diagon Alley were a stark contrast to the serene atmosphere of the Bones estate. Sirius moved quickly through the crowd, his destination set on the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. He knew Bill often worked odd hours due to the nature of curse-breaking, but he hoped to catch him today. As he approached the towering white building of Gringotts, Sirius felt a mix of anticipation and urgency. The stakes were high. and they needed Bill's expertise to navigate the dark and complex curses that guarded Voldemort's Horcruxes. Inside Gringotts, the air was cool and filled with the sound of murmured conversations and clinking gold. Sirius approached the front desk, where a sharp-eyed goblin eyed him with mild curiosity. "Good morning," Sirius began. "I'm looking for Bill Weasley. Is he available?" The goblin checked a ledger, then nodded. "Mr. Weasley is in the curse-breaking department. I'll have someone fetch him. Please wait here." Sirius thanked the goblin and waited, scanning the bustling interior of the bank. After a few minutes, a tall, red-haired wizard appeared, his expression one of pleasant surprise. "Excuse me," Sirius said as he approached. "Are you Bill Weasley?" The red-haired man looked at Sirius with a friendly smile. "Yes, that's me. What can I do for you?" Sirius extended his hand. "I'm Sirius Black. I'm Harry Potter's godfather. I met your parents and younger siblings at Harry's party a few days back." Recognition dawned on Bill's face. "Ah, yes. Fred and George mentioned you. How can I help you, Sirius?" Sirius's expression turned serious. "I need your help with something urgent. It involves some very dangerous dark magic." Bill's demeanor shifted, his brows furrowing with concern. "All right. Let's find somewhere private to talk." He led Sirius to a small, secure room in the back of the bank. Once they were seated, Sirius explained the situation. "We know the locations of two of Voldemort's Horcruxes, a locket and a ring. But Voldemort has warded them with powerful curses. We need your expertise to break through them." Bill listened intently, his face growing more somber as Sirius spoke. "You're dealing with Horcruxes," he repeated, his voice low, a shudder passing through him at the mention of Voldemort's name. "That's incredibly dangerous, Sirius." His voice dropped to a hushed tone as if the very mention of the Dark Lord invoked a sense of dread within him. Sirius nodded. "We know, but we have to destroy them before Voldemort regains his full strength. Can you help us?" Bill leaned back in his chair, thinking for a moment. "I'll help. But we need to be extremely careful. These curses are designed to protect something incredibly important to you-know-who, and they will be lethal." "Thank you, Bill," Sirius said, relief evident in his voice. "We can't do this without you." Bill stood, a determined look in his eyes. "Let's get started then. The sooner we deal with these Horcruxes, the better." As they left Gringotts together, Sirius felt a renewed sense of hope. With Bill's expertise on their side, they had a fighting chance against the dark magic protecting the Horcruxes. The road ahead would be dangerous, but they were ready to face it, united in their mission to bring down Voldemort once and for all. Amelia arrives at the Ministry to help Moody write the official report for the attack at the Bones family property. She finds Moody in his office, deep in thought, as he paces back and forth, a grim expression on his face. "Amelia," Moody greets her, nodding in acknowledgement. "Glad you could make it. We need to get this report done quickly and carefully." Amelia nods, her expression serious. "Agreed. We can't afford any missteps with this." Together, they begin to draft the report, carefully choosing their words to paint a picture that veers far from the reality of the night's events. They emphasize standard defensive spells and downplay the involvement of Harry and Drakor, focusing instead on the actions of the Death Eaters. As they work, Moody's magical eye constantly scans the room, ensuring their privacy. Amelia's quill moves swiftly across the parchment, her years of experience in the Ministry evident in her precise wording. Once the report is completed, they review it one final time, making sure it aligns with their agreed-upon narrative. With a nod of satisfaction, Moody seals the document and hands it to an owl for delivery to the appropriate department. "That should do it," Moody says, his voice gruff but satisfied. "Now, we just have to hope it holds up under scrutiny." Amelia nods, her expression determined. "We did what we had to do. Let's hope it's enough." As they part ways, Amelia can't shake the feeling of unease that lingers in the air. The events of the previous night weigh heavily on her mind, but she knows that in the dangerous game they're playing, sometimes the truth must be sacrificed. Sirius and Bill arrived at the Gaunt Shack, the air thick with the remnants of dark magic. The dilapidated structure stood in stark contrast to the vibrant surroundings of the countryside, an eerie testament to its sinister history. Weeds and overgrown foliage choked the yard, and the house itself seemed to sag under the weight of years of neglect. "This place gives me the creeps," Bill muttered, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. "I can feel the dark magic from here." Sirius nodded, his expression grim. "It's not going to be easy. Voldemort wouldn't have left his Horcruxes unprotected." They approached the shack cautiously, wands at the ready. The air seemed to hum with a malevolent energy, and a sense of foreboding settled over them. As they reached the door, Bill paused, holding up a hand to stop Sirius. "Wait," Bill said, his voice barely above a whisper. "There are wards here, powerful ones. We need to dismantle them carefully, or they could trigger something we might not be able to handle." Sirius watched as Bill began to work, his wand moving in intricate patterns as he muttered incantations under his breath. The air around them crackled with energy as Bill unraveled the layers of curses and protections. "It's layered with traps," Bill explained, sweat beading on his forehead. "Voldemort was thorough. But I think, that should do it." With a final flick of his wand, Bill stepped back. "The wards are down. We can go inside, but stay alert." Sirius nodded, pushing the door open cautiously. The interior of the shack was as decrepit as the exterior, with broken furniture and grime-covered windows. The atmosphere was oppressive, filled with the echoes of the dark deeds that had taken place here. "There," Bill said, pointing to a hidden compartment in the floor. "The ring should be in there." Sirius approached the spot, his wand raised. "I'll open it. Be ready." Bill nodded, his wand at the ready as Sirius carefully lifted the floorboard. Beneath it, nestled in a small cavity, lay Marvolo Gaunt's ring. The ring glinted ominously in the dim light, its cursed aura palpable. Sirius reached for the ring, an overwhelming urge to put it on suddenly gripping him. His hand trembled as he drew closer to the cursed object. "Stop!" Bill's voice was sharp and urgent as he grabbed Sirius's wrist, halting his movement. "There's a withering curse on the ring. If you put it on, it will cause irreversible damage." Sirius blinked, shaking off the compulsion. "Thanks, Bill. I don't know what came over me." Bill kept a firm grip on Sirius's wrist until he saw the clarity return to his eyes. "That's how dark objects like this work. They're designed to lure you in." He turned his attention back to the ring, his expression resolute. "We need to break the curse before we can handle it safely." With steady hands, Bill began to weave a series of intricate spells around the ring, his wand movements precise and deliberate. Sirius watched intently, feeling a mix of awe and gratitude for the Cursebreaker's expertise. Bill's concentration was absolute as he continued to weave his spells around the ring. The air around them seemed to crackle with tension, the dark magic of the curse fighting back. Against Bill's efforts, beads of sweat formed on his brow, but he didn't waver. Sirius stood by, ready to assist if needed, but also wary of getting too close to the cursed object. He marveled at Bill's skill, recognizing the intricate dance between his spells and the dark magic protecting the ring. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. Finally, with a triumphant flick of his wand, Bill completed the last spell. There was a moment of stillness, followed by a soft, almost imperceptible pop as the curse broke. The oppressive aura around the ring dissipated, leaving it inert and harmless. Bill exhaled deeply, wiping his brow. "That should do it. The curse is broken." Sirius let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. "You did it, Bill. Thank you." Bill carefully lifted the ring with a pair of enchanted tweezers, avoiding direct contact. He placed it into a small, enchanted box designed to contain dark objects safely. "We need to destroy it now," Bill said. "We can't risk it being cursed again." Sirius nodded. "We have a plan for that. Let's get this back to the others." They left the hiding spot, making their way back to the Bones estate. Sirius felt a surge of relief. They had one Horcrux down, and Bill's expertise had been invaluable. But he also knew they had more work ahead of them, with other Horcruxes waiting to be found and destroyed. Back at the estate, Amelia, Remus, and Harry were waiting anxiously. Their faces lit up when they saw Sirius and Bill returning safely. "How did it go?" Remus asked, his voice tense with anticipation. Sirius held up the enchanted box. "We have the ring. The curse is broken, thanks to Bill." Amelia smiled, relief evident on her face. "That's one more step toward defeating Voldemort." Harry looked at Bill with newfound respect. "Thank you, Bill. We couldn't do this without your help." Bill nodded, a modest smile on his face. "Just doing my part. It's nice to finally meet you, Harry. Harry smiled, feeling a connection to Bill. It's good to meet you too. Now, let's get to work on destroying these Horcruxes. Sirius raised a hand, a note of caution in his voice. Bill, before we go any further, I need to warn you about something. Don't freak out. Bill looked puzzled but nodded. All right, I won't. Sirius took a step back as Harry's expression turned serious. Drakor, Harry said softly. At Harry's call, the symbiote began to separate from him. Bill watched in stunned silence as the black, fluid-like substance shifted and expanded, taking on a humanoid form with a draconic head, massive wings, and a red and gold symbol on its chest. This is Drakor, Harry explained. He's a symbiote dragon, and he's bonded with me. He's been a huge help in OU fight against Voldemort. Bill's eyes widened, but he managed to keep his composure. Well, that's unexpected, but if he's on our side, we could use all the help we can get. Drakor inclined his head towards Bill, his voice a deep rumble. I am here to assist in any way I can. Together, we will destroy the Horcruxes and defeat Voldemort. Bill nodded, still absorbing the sight before him. All right then, let's get to work. Drakor, perched on Harry's shoulder, leaned forward to study the stone attached to the ring. His milky white eyes widened in surprise as he looked up at the group. This isn't just any stone, he said, his voice reverberating with awe. This is the Resurrection Stone. Bill's eyes widened in shock. The Resurrection Stone? Are you sure? He exclaimed, his voice a mix of disbelief and amazement. Drakor nodded solemnly. Yes, I'm certain. Now we have 2 of the 3 Hallows. Bill ran a hand through his hair, clearly trying to process the magnitude of what he'd just heard. The Resurrection Stone. This changes everything, he muttered, almost to himself. If you know who had access to this kind of power. Drakor interrupted, shaking his head. I doubt Voldemort knew that the stone was the Resurrection Stone. If he had known, he wouldn't have turned it into a Horcrux. The Resurrection Stone's true power is something even he would covet beyond all else. Bill frowned, absorbing Drakor's words. So, he inadvertently hid one of the most powerful magical artifacts in existence within his Horcrux, he mused. That might be our one advantage. Sirius nodded, his expression determined. All the more reason to destroy these Horcruxes as soon as possible. We can't let Voldemort come close to discovering what he has. Drakor tilted his head, his eyes narrowing in thought. Agreed. But I have a question. Can the stone be separated from the setting, or is it part of the Horcrux itself? Bill examined the ring closely, his fingers tracing the intricate designs. It's hard to say. Without more thorough analysis. The magic binding the Horcrux to the ring might extend to the stone, but it's possible they are separate. We need to be extremely careful in handling it. Remus added, if there's a way to separate them safely, it could be worth investigating. Drakor nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. However, my plans for the Deathly Hallows will only be successful if I can absorb all 3 Hallows at once. Bill's eyes widened in realization, remembering Drakor's previous mention of the Deathly Hallows. He had thought it was nothing more than a bedtime story, but now, faced with the reality of the Resurrection Stone, it was clear that there was more truth to the legend than he had ever imagined. Bill cleared his throat, breaking the moment of stunned silence. Which other Hallow do you have? He asked, his voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Sirius, leaning forward, responded, the invisibility cloak. It's been in our possession for some time now. We just need to locate the Elder Wand to complete the trio. Drakor nodded, his voice resonating with a sense of determination. Once we have all 3 Hallows, I will absorb them, ascending to a higher form of existence. Bill's expression turned serious as he processed the magnitude of Drakor's plan. The idea of someone wielding the combined power of the Deathly Hallows was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Bill nodded. I'll need some time and the right tools to make the determination whether the ring can be separated or not. We'll need to work quickly but cautiously. Sirius interjected, in the meantime, we should focus on getting the locket. We can't afford to waste any time. Bill agreed. All right, let's move on to the locket. But we need to be prepared for anything. If you know who warded the ring this heavily, the locket is likely to be just as dangerous. Remus stepped forward, his expression determined. I'll come with you this time, he said firmly, 3 heads are better than 2, and we'll need all the help we can get. Sirius nodded, appreciating the support. Agreed. The more of us, the better our chances. Bill gathered his curse-breaking tools, looking at the others with a steely resolve. Let's make sure we're ready for whatever we might face. The locket won't be easy, but together, we can handle it. As they prepared to leave, the weight of their mission hung heavily in the air, but their shared determination gave them strength. They knew the road ahead would be perilous, but they were ready to face it together. After Remus, Sirius and Bill had left, Harry and Drakor returned to their room at the Bones estate. Once inside, Harry sat on the edge of the bed, and Drakor, in his small dragon form, perched next to him. Drakor, Harry began, his brow furrowed with curiosity, about this morning. I felt different, stronger somehow. Do you know why? Drakor tilted his head thoughtfully before responding. I have a theory, he began, his voice calm and measured. By consuming the brains of the Death Eaters, I not only gained the much-needed phenethylamine but also absorbed the essence of their magical abilities. This includes what wizards and witches generally refer to as their magical cores. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. So, you're saying their magical cores were added to mine? Precisely, Drakor confirmed. It's as if their magical essence has merged with yours, enhancing your own power. Harry processed this, feeling a mix of amazement and unease. Is that safe? He asked, concern creeping into his voice. Drakor nodded reassuringly. It is. The process is akin to absorbing raw magical energy. However, there's something else you should know. The cup that I absorbed, Helga. Hufflepuff's cup, also had significant magical properties. I believe some of those properties have been transferred to me, and by extension, to you. So, the cup's magic is now part of us too? Harry asked, still trying to grasp the full implications. Yes, Drakor replied. Hufflepuff's cup was known for its strong protective and restorative properties. You may find yourself more resilient and capable of faster recovery. Harry furrowed his brow, considering Drakor's words. But don't I already have those abilities since I merged with you? He asked, his voice tinged with confusion. Drakor nodded thoughtfully. Yes, you do possess enhanced abilities due to our bond, he explained. However, the power of the cup could further augment your resilience and accelerate your recovery, making you even more formidable in battle. Harry nodded, understanding dawning on him. The combination of Drakor's power and the properties of the cup would make him an even greater force to be reckoned with against Voldemort and his followers. Chapter 19. Bill, Sirius, and Remus stood at the edge of the cliffs of Maher, the wind whipping around them as they surveyed the rugged landscape. The waves crashed against the cliffs far below, the sound echoing through the air. This is the place, Sirius said, his voice carrying over the roar of the ocean. Tom Riddle's orphanage used to come here for trips. The locket is hidden in a cave below the cliff. Accessible only by magic. Bill nodded, his eyes scanning the rocky terrain. All right, let's find this cave. We'll need to be careful. Voldemort's protections could be anything. Remus adjusted his wand, his expression focused. Agreed. Let's proceed cautiously. With their wands at the ready, the three of them began to carefully search the area, looking for any sign of the hidden cave. The wind howled around them, adding an eerie atmosphere to the already desolate landscape. After several minutes of searching, Sirius spotted a narrow opening in the cliff face, partially concealed by a tangle of gnarled roots. Over there, he called out, gesturing to the opening. The three of them approached the cave cautiously, their wands held aloft. As they entered, the darkness enveloped them, the only light coming from the dim glow of their wands. The entrance was blocked by a large stone. Bill stepped forward, his wand at the ready. He cast a few diagnostic charms, his brow furrowing in concentration. The stone will move only after an offering of blood is given, he stated, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. Sirius and Remus exchanged uneasy glances, understanding the gravity of the situation. With a deep breath, Sirius extended his arm, holding it steady as Bill made a precise incision with his wand. A small drop of blood fell onto the stone, and they watched in silence as it began to glow faintly. The stone rumbled, then slowly began to slide aside, revealing the passage beyond. The air grew colder as they ventured deeper into the cave, the darkness pressing in around them. We must proceed with caution, Bill warned, his voice low. With a shared understanding, they entered the cavernous space, their footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. The green light cast an otherworldly glow over the scene, lending an ominous atmosphere to the already foreboding surroundings. In the center of the cavern, an island rose from the dark waters, with a pedestal perched atop it. The pedestal seemed to emanate a faint, pulsating light, drawing their attention like a beacon in the darkness. Remus, his senses attuned to the magical energies surrounding them, spoke in a hushed voice. "This place is heavily enchanted. We must proceed with extreme caution." Bill nodded in agreement, his expression serious. "Agreed. Let's stay together and approach the island carefully." They moved forward cautiously, their eyes scanning the dimly lit cavern for any signs of danger. As they reached the edge of the water, a sense of unease settled over them. "Voldemort must have left a way for him to traverse the lake," Sirius said, his voice low but determined. "We should go around the edge of the lake to see if we find something." The group nodded in agreement, their senses on high alert as they began to follow the perimeter of the underground lake. The water lapped gently against the rocky shore, its surface shrouded in darkness, adding to the eerie atmosphere of the cavern. Bill, trained to spot magic, senses something along the ground, hidden by magic. He grasps at it, only to see a chain materialize out of thin air. Pulling on the chain leads to a small boat. Emerging from the water, its wooden surface glistening in the dim light of the cavern. "Looks like we found our ride," Bill said, his voice echoing in the cavern as he gestured towards the boat. The group approached the boat cautiously, each one eyeing it with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. It was clear that the boat was enchanted, and they knew better than to take anything for granted in the presence of such powerful magic. "It seems this boat is only big enough for one person," Sirius remarked, his brow furrowed as he examined the small vessel. Bill nodded, his expression serious. "Yes, it appears so. We'll have to proceed one at a time." Remus interjected, his tone thoughtful. "Considering Voldemort's hubris, it's likely that the boat is charmed to carry a person with a certain amount of magical power rather than weight. As such, I believe it can carry 2 people and a dog." Sirius and Bill exchanged a glance, considering Remus's analysis. It made sense given Voldemort's tendencies to create magical protections based on power rather than conventional limitations. With a smirk on his face, Sirius suddenly shifted into his animagus form, shocking Bill. He transformed into a sleek, black dog and bounded over to the small boat that would take them across the underground lake. Bill watched, a mixture of surprise and amusement on his face, as Sirius, now in his animagus form, effortlessly climbed onto the boat. He couldn't help but grin at the unexpected turn of events. "Well, that's one way to travel," Bill remarked, a hint of laughter in his voice, as he and Remus joined Sirius on the boat. With a chuckle, he added, "I suppose it's a dog-eat-dog world, after all." Sirius barked in amusement, his tail wagging as they set off across the dark, still waters of the underground lake, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them in their quest to locate the locket of Salazar Slytherin. As the boat set off on its own, wading through the waters towards the small island in the center, the disturbance in the water allowed them to see what was inside it. Dead bodies. The sight was chilling, the corpses eerily still, their faces twisted in expressions of eternal anguish. Bill shuddered, his eyes wide with a mix of horror and determination. In fury, he muttered, recognizing the signs. "Voldemort has placed them here to guard the locket." Sirius, still in his animagus form, growled lowly, the sound reverberating through the tense silence. His instincts were on high alert, sensing the danger that lurked beneath the surface. "We have to stay calm," Remus said, more to himself than to Sirius. "As long as we don't disturb the water too much, they shouldn't attack." Bill, paddling the boat carefully, nodded in agreement. "I'm more worried about what happens after we get our hands on the locket," he said, his voice low. "Voldemort would have made it so that the Inferi become active the moment we touch it." Sirius, still in his animagus form, growled softly, the sound a reminder of the danger they faced. Remus tightened his grip on his wand, his eyes scanning the water's surface for any sign of movement. "Just remember," Remus said, his voice steady and calm despite the tension in the air, "fire destroys an Inferius. Keep your wands ready and stay alert." Bill nodded, his expression serious. "Got it. Let's hope we don't need to use it, but better to be prepared." Sirius, back in his dog form, growled softly in agreement, his eyes also scanning the eerie waters as they continued their journey across the underground lake, every muscle tensed for whatever might lie ahead. As they reached the small island in the center, Sirius, Remus and Bill carefully disembarked from the boat, making sure not to touch the ominous water surrounding them. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding as they stepped onto the rocky surface of the island. In the middle of the island, they spotted what they initially thought was a pedestal. However, as they approached, they realized it was not a pedestal but a basin, filled with a strange, glowing liquid. Bill's eyes narrowed as he studied the basin. This must be where Voldemort hid the Horcrux, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. The liquid likely conceals or protects it. Sirius, now back in his human form, examined the basin closely. It won't be as simple as just taking it, he remarked. There are undoubtedly more protections in place. Remus nodded in agreement. We'll have to figure out how to safely retrieve the Horcrux without triggering any traps. Sirius rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his gray eyes scanning the dimly lit room, taking in every shadow and corner. Knowing Voldemort, he'd never make it easy to get to one of his Horcruxes. That potion, he gestured towards the basin with a grimace, is likely a nasty piece of work. Bill frowned, his mind racing through various spells and enchantments that could possibly counteract the potion's effects. We could try siphoning it off with a Evanesco spell, but there's no telling if that would trigger an alarm or some other defense mechanism. Sirius nodded slowly. True, but we can't just stand here doing nothing. We need that locket. He paused, a determined glint in his eye. I say we take the risk. I'll drink the potion. No, Remus said sharply, his hand reaching out to grasp Sirius's shoulder. You've been through enough because of him. It's my turn to take the lead on this one. A moment of silent understanding passed between them before Sirius reluctantly agreed with a nod. All right, Moony. Just be careful. With a steady hand, Remus conjured a small, silver cup, the light from his wand casting eerie shadows across the stone walls. He dipped the cup into the basin, watching as the clear liquid filled it to the brim. His heart pounded in his chest, not from fear of what the potion might do to him, but from the dread of facing his most painful memories once again. Sirius watched with bated breath, his fists clenched at his sides. He knew all too well the ghosts that haunted Remus, and it pained him to see his friend willingly walk into their grasp. Remember, it's not real, Sirius said, his voice barely above a whisper. Whatever you see, whatever you feel, it's just the potion. Remus nodded, though his eyes never left the cup in his hands. I know, he replied, and with a resolve that only those who have faced darkness can muster, he brought the cup to his lips and drank. The effect was immediate. Remus's knees buckled as he was assaulted by visions of that fateful night when he was bitten by a werewolf, the pain as fresh and sharp as if it were happening all over again. He could hear the distant howls, feel the tearing of his flesh, and the despair that followed knowing his life would never be the same. Sirius rushed to his side, offering support as Remus struggled to stay upright. Fight it, Moony, he urged. You're stronger than this. With each gulp, Remus felt himself sinking deeper into the abyss of his past, but Sirius's voice anchored him to the present. It was a battle of wills between man and memory, and Remus was determined not to let his past defeat him. Bill Weasley had been silent up until now, his focus entirely on the protective enchantments surrounding the room. But seeing Remus in such a state, he couldn't stay quiet any longer. You've got this, Remus, he called out, his voice firm and encouraging. We're all here with you. With each word of support from his friends, Remus felt a renewed strength coursing through him. He drank again and again, each mouthful an act of defiance against the darkness that sought to overwhelm him. The liquid's pull grew weaker with every sip as if the memories it conjured were losing their power. Sirius's hand never left Remus's back, a silent promise that he wasn't alone in this fight. Bill's words echoed in the chamber, blending with Sirius's steady presence to form a shield against the potion's torment. Finally, with one last shuddering breath, Remus drained the cup for the final time. The basin was empty, its once menacing contents defeated by the unyielding spirit of friendship and courage. The room fell silent but for the sound of Remus's labored breathing. He looked up at his friends, a weary smile on his face. It's done, he said simply. Sirius let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding, relief washing over him. You did it, Mooney, he said, pride evident in his voice. Bill stepped forward, clapping Remus on the shoulder. We knew you could. Together, they turned their attention to the now accessible locket, the next challenge that awaited them. The locket trembled in Remus's hand as he lifted it from its resting place. The moment it left the basin, the water's surface erupted, churning with a malevolent force. The Inferi, their skin pallid and eyes vacant, clawed their way out of the murky depths. Sirius's breath caught as he recognized one of them, the unmistakable features of his younger brother, Regulus. His heart wrenched at the sight. Regulus, who had once been so full of life, now reduced to this mindless, tortured existence. Regulus, Sirius whispered, his voice raw with grief. What have they done to you? Bill, wand drawn, stepped forward. We can't stay here, he said urgently. They'll overwhelm us. Remus nodded, determination in his eyes. We need to get back to the shore. The Inferi won't follow us there. As the Inferi closed in, Remus's wand flashed with a fiery intensity. Incendio! He shouted, directing a stream of flames toward the advancing creatures. The fire engulfed them, their icy forms melting and writhing in agony. Bill joined in, casting the same spell, creating a wall of fire that pushed the Inferi back. Sirius hesitated, torn between the heat of battle and the haunting sight of Regulus, but there was no time for sentiment. He clenched his jaw and raised his wand. Incendio! He bellowed, flames erupting from the tip. Regulus stumbled, his waxy skin blistering, but he didn't falter. Together, they fought, fire against darkness, until the last Inferius crumbled into ashes. Remus wiped sweat from his brow, his chest heaving. We did it, he said, his voice hoarse. Sirius's gaze lingered on Regulus's remains. Not all of us, he whispered, a promise etched in his heart. And so, with the locket secured and the memory of flames still dancing in their eyes, they pressed forward. After retrieving the locket, Sirius, Remus, and Bill made their way back to the Bones family estate. The journey back was tense, but they felt a sense of accomplishment having successfully acquired one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. As they approached the grand estate, its familiar sight brought a sense of relief. The estate's protective wards shimmered faintly in the sunlight, reassuring them of the safety within. They were greeted at the entrance by Amelia Bones, her stern expression softening as she saw them. You got it? She asked, her eyes scanning the group for any signs of trouble. Sirius nodded, holding up the locket. We got it. One down, a few more to go. Amelia's eyes widened slightly at the sight of the locket, but she quickly composed herself. Let's get inside. We need to discuss our next steps. Inside the estate, the atmosphere was a mix of anxiety and determination. Harry, Susan, and Drakor were waiting in the main hall, eager to hear the details of the mission. Remus placed the locket on the table, its dark presence palpable even in the well-lit room. This is only the beginning, he said, his voice steady but filled with the weight of their task. Bill, still a bit shaken from the intensity of the mission, added, the curses protecting this thing were formidable. We'll need to be even more prepared for the next ones. Drakor, perched on Harry's shoulder, examined the locket intently. His milky white eyes narrowed as he scrutinized every detail. After a moment, Drakor looked up, his voice resonating with a mix of disappointment and urgency. This is not the locket of Salazar Slytherin, he announced, his tone grave. It is a copy. Sirius growled in frustration, his eyes flashing with anger. We went through all that, he snarled, his voice rough with emotion, even saw my brother turned into an Inferi, for a fake. Bill frowned, the weight of the situation sinking in. If this is a copy, then where's the real locket? He asked, concern etched on his face. Drakor's milky eyes gleamed with determination. We need to find out who created this copy and where the real Horcrux is hidden. Whoever made this must have known the original's importance. Harry, feeling a surge of curiosity, picked up the locket and carefully opened it. As he did, a small piece of parchment fell out. He unfolded it, revealing a handwritten note. To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. Harry's heart pounded as he read the note aloud to the others. Sirius's eyes widened in recognition. Regulus, he whispered. Regulus Arcturus Black, my brother. Bill looked up, intrigued. So, your brother took the real Horcrux and tried to destroy it. We need to find out where he might have hidden it. Sirius nodded, determination setting in. We have to search the Black family home. If Regulus left any clues, they'd be there. Creature, our old house elf, might know something as well. Drakor's eyes gleamed with renewed purpose. Then that's our next move. We find the real Horcrux and destroy it. The group exchanged resolute glances, ready to follow the trail Regulus had left and continue their quest to defeat Voldemort. Sirius, Remus, and Bill arrived outside Grimmauld Place, the Black family home. The imposing, dark structure loomed over the street, its facade echoing with memories both good and bad. Sirius turned to Bill, a hint of nostalgia mixed with apprehension in his eyes. This is it. The Black family home. As they entered the house, the air was thick with the scent of old wood and dust. Almost immediately, they were greeted by a shrill, angry voice. Mudbloods. Blood traitors. Filth besmirching the House of Black. The voice belonged to the portrait of Walburga Black, Sirius's mother. Sirius winced but moved forward with determination. Shut it, you old bat, he muttered, pulling the curtains over the portrait to muffle her screeching. Remus gave Sirius a sympathetic look, still as charming as ever, I see. Bill surveyed the house, noting the layers of dust and the oppressive atmosphere. Where do you think we should start looking? Sirius glanced around the dimly lit room, a mixture of nostalgia and sadness in his eyes. Creature, he said thoughtfully. The Black family house elf was especially loyal to Regulus. If Regulus hid something, Creature would know about it. Without hesitation, Sirius took a deep breath and bellowed, Creature. The sound echoed through the room, and within moments, a loud crack signaled the appearance of the ancient house elf. Creature looked around with his usual disdainful expression until he spotted Sirius. His eyes widened in surprise and wariness. Master Sirius calls Creature? He croaked, his voice dripping with reluctant respect. Sirius nodded firmly. Creature, we need your help. Regulus took something very important from Voldemort and tried to destroy it. We believe you know where he hid it. Creature's eyes flickered with a mix of loyalty and pain at the mention of Regulus. Master Regulus was good and brave, he muttered, mostly to himself. He tried to destroy the Dark Lord's locket. Creature was there when he retrieved it. Bill leaned forward, his interest piqued. Do you know where the locket is now, Creature? The house elf hesitated, wringing his hands nervously. Creature tried to destroy it, but the locket was too strong. Creature failed. The locket is hidden at the Black family home. Sirius's eyes hardened with determination. Then that's where we need to go. Creature, we need you to take us there and show us exactly where it is. Creature nodded, still looking uncertain but willing to help. Yes, Master Sirius. Creature will take you. As he turned to lead the way, Creature muttered under his breath, just loud enough for Sirius to hear, blood traitor, always causing trouble. If Mistress could see him now, she'd turn in her grave. Sirius ignored the muttered insults, focusing on the task at hand. They descended into the lower levels of the house, where Creature stopped in front of a large, ornate cabinet. With a snap of his fingers, the doors creaked open, revealing a clutter of old Black family heirlooms. Creature reached inside and, with surprising tenderness, pulled out a tarnished silver locket. This is it, Creature said, his voice trembling slightly. Master Regulus told Creature to destroy it, but Creature couldn't. Creature tried, but the locket is protected by powerful magic. Sirius took the locket from Creature, his expression a mix of determination and sorrow. Thank you, Creature. You've done well. Bill stepped forward, examining the locket closely. Now that we have the real Horcrux, we need to destroy it. It's not going to be easy. Remus' eyes gleamed with determination. We will. This is just one more step in our mission to defeat Voldemort. Sirius clasped Creature's frail hand warmly, his voice tinged with gratitude and resolve. Thank you, Creature, for your unwavering loyalty to Regulus. We'll finish what he started, we'll destroy the Horcrux. Creature nodded solemnly, his eyes reflecting a mix of sadness and determination. As Sirius, Remus, and Bill stepped through the ornate gates of the Bones family estate, they carried with them the heavy burden of the real Salazar Slytherin's locket. Amelia Bones, Susan, and Harry were waiting anxiously in the grand foyer, illuminated by the warm glow of torches and magical candles. Amelia's expression was a mixture of relief and concern as she approached them. "You found it. Excellent. But how was the journey?" Remus nodded, weariness etched on his face but determination burning bright in his eyes. "It wasn't easy, but we managed. And now," he glanced at the locket in Bill's hands, "we can proceed with the next steps." Harry stood beside them, Drakor coiled protectively around his shoulders. The dragon's eyes gleamed with intelligence as it assessed the situation, its presence a silent reassurance in the midst of uncertainty. "We're ready," Harry said firmly, his voice steady despite the weight of their mission. "Let's destroy this Horcrux once and for all." Drakor, his scaled form shimmering with an ethereal luminescence, wasted no time as he approached the locket, pulsating with dark energy. With an eerie determination, he swallowed it, enveloping it within himself, the very air around him crackling with magical intensity. The Horcrux, sensing its impending doom, thrashed and writhed against Drakor's grasp, but his resolve was unshakable. As Drakor's essence melded with the Horcrux, a tumultuous battle of wills ensued. Dark tendrils of malevolent energy lashed out, attempting to ensnare him, but he countered with an inner strength fueled by purpose. Gradually, the locket's sinister aura began to wane, its hold over the world diminishing with each passing moment. Through gritted teeth, Drakor channeled every fiber of his being into the confrontation. His heart pounded with a rhythm of determination, echoing through his scaled form. The very ground beneath him seemed to tremble in recognition of the pivotal moment unfolding. "It's done," Drakor declared, his voice resonating with newfound clarity, cutting through the lingering echoes of darkness. His milky eyes, once clouded with shadows, now glowed with a fierce light of triumph. Amelia breathed a sigh of relief, her shoulders relaxing as she absorbed Drakor's declaration. "Thank goodness," she murmured, her voice filled with gratitude. Remus nodded, his expression serious yet determined. "Yes, but our mission isn't over yet. We still have to track down the final Horcrux, the one hidden in Hogwarts, in the Room of Requirements. And only Drakor knows its location." Drakor's milky eyes scanned their faces, his newfound clarity holding steady. "I will lead you there," he affirmed, his voice steady and resolute. Chapter 20. Before embarking on their respective tasks, a solemn meeting had convened at the Bones family estate. Bill, Sirius, Remus, Amelia, Harry, Susan and Drakor gathered around the dining table, their faces etched with determination and concern. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on the aged tapestries that adorned the walls, creating an atmosphere tinged with urgency. "It's settled then," Sirius declared, his voice firm yet tinged with weariness. "We'll focus on preparing for the Diadem Horcrux at Hogwarts during the Christmas break. It's risky, but we can't afford to delay any longer." Amelia nodded in agreement, her expression reflecting the weight of their mission. "Agreed. We'll use the time wisely to plan our approach and gather any additional resources we may need." Drakor, his milky eyes fixed on each member of the group in turn, spoke quietly yet resolutely. "Harry and I will guide you to the Room of Requirements. The Horcrux must be destroyed." Remus placed a reassuring hand on Sirius's shoulder, her gaze unwavering. "While you focus on that, Sirius, we'll make sure everything is set for your candy business. Diagon Alley awaits." Amelia, ever the strategist, interjected with a note of caution. "Remember, once we retrieve the diadem, we must act swiftly. Voldemort's forces won't remain idle." With a collective nod, the group dispersed, each member tasked with their part in the intricate plan against Voldemort. Bill Weasley sat at a sturdy wooden table in the dimly lit room of Grimmauld Place. Surrounded by ancient tome and scrolls, his wand, a finely crafted piece of oak, hovered over the resurrection stone embedded in the cursed ring. The stone, a shimmering gray hue with faint hints of opalescence, seemed almost alive under Bill's scrutiny. His brow furrowed in concentration as he delicately probed the magical bonds that intertwined the stone with the ring. Careful not to disturb the delicate balance of magic, Bill muttered incantations under his breath, testing the resilience of the enchantments. Years of experience as a cursebreaker for Gringotts had honed his skills in handling delicate magical artifacts. The resurrection stone was no ordinary gem. It held the power to summon shades of the deceased from beyond the veil. But now, it was also a crucial part of Voldemort's twisted quest for immortality. As he worked, Bill's thoughts drifted to the implications of separating the stone from the Horcrux. If successful, they could destroy one of Voldemort's anchors to mortality without losing the valuable artifact itself. However, any misstep could unleash dangerous consequences. The responsibility weighed heavily on him, knowing that failure could mean not only losing the stone but also jeopardizing their entire strategy against the Dark Lord. Meanwhile, in Diagon Alley, Sirius Black, his cousin Andromeda Tonks, and Remus Lupin walked briskly along the cobbled streets. The bustling marketplace was alive with activity as witches and wizards hurried about their daily business. Sirius, his once shaggy hair now neatly trimmed, exuded an air of determination mixed with excitement. This venture into the candy business wasn't just a distraction from the looming threat of Voldemort. It was a chance to rebuild, to create something positive in a world tainted by darkness. Andromeda, her expression thoughtful yet supportive, pointed out various storefronts that might suit their needs. Her knowledge of the wizarding economy and knack for spotting hidden gems proved invaluable. Remus, his scholarly demeanor softened by a rare smile, added practical insights about foot traffic and customer appeal. Together, they formed a determined trio, united not only by their friendship but also by their shared commitment to Sirius's newfound entrepreneurial endeavor. Discussions flowed freely as they debated the merits of each potential location. Sirius envisioned shelves filled with colorful candies, from Bertie Bott's every flavor beans to fizzing Whizbees and chocolate frogs, along with a range of his own line of candy. The shop would be more than a business, it would be a haven, a place where families could gather and share moments of joy amidst troubled times, each step closer to finding the perfect storefront fueled their optimism, reinforcing their belief that even in the face of darkness, there was always room for sweetness and light. Sirius, Andromeda, and Remus stood outside a quaint, yet promising storefront in Diagon Alley. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow on the cobblestones as they peered through the large display window, imagining shelves filled with colorful confections. Andromeda, what do you think of Sirius Sweets? Sirius suggested, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Andromeda considered the name thoughtfully. It's catchy and straightforward. It immediately tells customers what to expect. Remus nodded in agreement. I like it. It's memorable and aligns perfectly with your vision, Sirius. Sirius grinned, pleased with their response. Excellent, Sirius Sweets it is, then. He turned to face the storefront once more, picturing the sign that would soon hang proudly above the door. Andromeda placed a hand on Sirius's arm, her expression proud yet contemplative. This place will be more than just a candy shop, Sirius. It will be a sanctuary. A place where people can find comfort and happiness, even during these uncertain times. Remus chimed in, his voice soft but earnest. It's important to remind people that amidst darkness, there's always room for sweetness and light. The trio exchanged a knowing glance, united in their belief that Sirius' venture would not only bring joy to the community but also serve as a symbol of resilience in the face of adversity. With renewed determination, they stepped into the shop, ready to turn their vision into reality, one sweet treat at a time. In a corner of the cozy leaky cauldron, Harry and Susan were surrounded by their friends, each engrossed in lively conversation and laughter. Luna Lovegood, her dreamy eyes alight with curiosity, leaned forward as Ginny Weasley animatedly recounted her latest Quidditch practice. I swear, Luna, I almost caught the snitch today. It was just a hair's breadth away, Ginny exclaimed, her freckles dancing across her cheeks as she gestured enthusiastically. Luna nodded sagely, her blonde hair falling over her shoulders. I'm sure you'll catch it next time, Ginny. You have such skill with the broomstick. Neville Longbottom, sitting next to Luna, smiled warmly. I've been practicing too, he said, his voice filled with determination. I want to make the Gryffindor team someday. Ron Weasley, leaning back in his chair with a mischievous grin, interjected, just make sure you don't crash into any Whomping Willows. Padma and Parvati Patil, their identical faces beaming with amusement, giggled as they recounted their recent visit to the magical menagerie. You should have seen the Kneasel we found. It was trying to chase its own tail, Padma chuckled, her dark eyes sparkling with mirth. Across from them, Daphne and Astoria Greengrass, the youngest in the group, whispered excitedly about their plans for Hogwarts. Astoria, her blonde hair tied in a neat braid, leaned forward, her eyes wide with anticipation. I can't wait to see the Sorting Hat. Daphne nodded in agreement, her expression thoughtful. I wonder which house we'll be in. Hannah Abbott, her cheerful demeanor filling the space between them, shared tales of her summer adventures in the countryside. We went exploring the caves nearby. It was scary, but also kind of thrilling. As the conversations ebbed and flowed, the clinking of butterbeer mugs and the occasional burst of laughter filled the air, creating a warm, comforting atmosphere. Amidst the bustling tavern, their bond as friends and fellow witches and wizards grew stronger, a testament to the enduring camaraderie that defined their shared experiences. For Harry and Susan, watching their friends interact with such ease and joy brought a sense of reassurance amidst the challenges that awaited them. In these moments, surrounded by laughter and friendship, they found solace in the knowledge that together, they could face whatever the future held in the magical world they called home. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. The chatter slowly died down as all eyes turned to him and Susan, who exchanged a quick glance before speaking up. Hey everyone, Susan began with a warm smile. Harry and I were thinking of having a get-together at my place tomorrow. We'd love for all of you to come. Luna, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, tilted her head slightly. Oh, what's the occasion, Susan? Susan glanced at Harry briefly before continuing. Sirius and Andromeda are planning to conduct a taste test for their new line of magical candies, and we thought it would be fun to have all of you over to try them out. Ginny's eyes lit up with excitement. Magical candies. Count me in. I can't wait to see what flavors they've come up with. Neville nodded eagerly. That sounds brilliant. I'm always up for trying new sweets. Ron grinned broadly. As long as there's chocolate involved, I'm definitely coming. Padma and Parvati exchanged a look of shared enthusiasm. It'll be like a mini feast, Parvati remarked with a grin. Daphne and Astoria leaned forward, their curiosity piqued. What kind of candies are they? Astoria asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. Hannah Abbott, always up for a gathering, nodded enthusiastically. I'll bring some homemade pumpkin pasties. Amidst the excited chatter and nods of agreement, Sirius and Andromeda exchanged a pleased glance. Sirius leaned in and whispered to Andromeda, looks like we'll have a full house tomorrow. Andromeda nodded, a glint of anticipation in her eyes. It will be wonderful to see everyone together, especially to share our new creations. Harry, pleased with the positive response, nodded to Susan with a grin. Great, we'll see you all at Susan's tomorrow afternoon then. Get ready for a taste adventure. With plans set and anticipation high, their group continued to enjoy the remainder of their time at the Leaky Cauldron, looking forward to the upcoming gathering filled with friendship, laughter, and, of course, magical candies. In the cozy living room of the Bones family estate, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement as Sirius and Andromeda meticulously prepared for their magical candy tasting event. The tables, draped in vibrant cloths, showcased an array of trays adorned with enchanting confections. Sirius, usually known for his disheveled appearance, had his hair neatly combed back, radiating an infectious energy as he arranged chocolate charms that shimmered with a subtle golden sparkle. Beside them, everlasting gobstoppers glinted in various hues, changing colors with every lick, captivating the eye with their magical allure. Andromeda, standing beside a bubbling cauldron, stirred a cauldron filled with fiery fizzballs. The room echoed with the crackling sounds of these spicy candies taking shape, promising an exhilarating taste experience to those bold enough to try them. On a plush couch nearby, Remus, Harry, and Susan observed the bustling activity with warm amusement. Remus savored his tea, a gentle smile playing on his lips as he watched Sirius. Animated gestures. They've truly outdone themselves, he remarked with a chuckle. I haven't seen Sirius this excited since. Well, probably since our Hogwarts days. Harry nodded enthusiastically, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It's amazing to witness their passion for these creations. Our friends are going to love it. Susan, sitting close to Harry, beamed with pride. Absolutely. These candies aren't just magical in flavor but in the joy they bring to everyone here. Amelia Bones, dressed in her dignified ministry robes, joined them at the table with a relaxed demeanor and cheerful disposition. This is quite a delightful change of pace, she commented with a smile. It's refreshing to see such happiness amidst the usual chaos of our world. As the clock inched closer to the appointed time, the room filled with laughter and excitement as the children began to arrive. Luna, Ginny, Neville, Ron, the Pottle twins, Daphne, Astoria, and Hannah entered with bright eyes and eager smiles, each greeted warmly by Sirius and Andromeda. Sirius, his voice filled with enthusiasm, encouraged the children to sample the magical treats. "Come try the chocolate charms," he urged with a grin. "They're sure to bring a smile to your face." Andromeda, her eyes twinkling mischievously, added, "And do be careful with the fiery fizzballs. They pack quite a spicy surprise." The room soon filled with laughter and exclamations as the children indulged in the candies. Some marveled at the shimmering effects of the chocolate charms, while others giggled at the whimsical transformations of the everlasting gobstoppers. The fiery fizzballs elicited a range of reactions from surprised gasps to delighted cheers as they fizzed and crackled with spicy zest. Each candy brought a touch of magic to the gathering, igniting a sense of wonder and joy that filled the air. Harry watched with a heartwarming sense of satisfaction, grateful for these moments of happiness amidst the challenges they faced in their world. Remus raised his teacup in a toast, his voice filled with genuine affection. To Sirius and Andromeda, he toasted warmly, "May their original creations bring joy and sweetness wherever they go." Amidst the clinking of teacups and the delighted exclamations of the children, Sirius and Andromeda exchanged a proud and satisfied glance. They had not only crafted delicious treats but had also created an atmosphere of camaraderie and happiness. In that cozy living room, they had forged connections and spread joy, embodying their dream to bring sweetness and light into a world too often overshadowed by darkness. Meanwhile, at Grimmauld Place, a serene yet intense atmosphere pervaded the secluded room where Bill Weasley focused his efforts. With steady hands and a focused mind, Bill began the delicate process of entangling the magical bonds that fused the stone to the Horcrux. Incantations flowed softly from his lips, each spell carefully chosen to test the resilience of the enchantments without risking the stone's integrity. Hours passed in a meticulous dance of wand movements and whispered commands, each moment bringing Bill closer to his goal. As dawn approached, a sense of anticipation hung in the air, mingling with the quiet determination that filled the room. The soft hues of morning light filtered through the windows of Grimmauld Place, casting a gentle glow upon Bill's efforts, and then, with a final, precise incantation, the magical bonds yielded to Bill's expertise. A faint shimmer passed through the air as the resurrection stone detached from the Horcrux, resting in Bill's palm with a newfound clarity. Its surface, once clouded with the darkness of Voldemort's malevolent magic, now glowed with a serene light that spoke of liberation. Bill's heart swelled with a mixture of relief and triumph, knowing that he had achieved what many deemed impossible. Carefully, Bill secured the resurrection stone, preparing it for its crucial role in the destruction of the Horcrux. This victory was not just a personal triumph but a significant milestone in the ongoing battle against Voldemort and his reign of terror. As he gazed at the stone, now free from its dark imprisonment, Bill felt a renewed sense of purpose. The next steps in their mission awaited, but for now, he allowed himself a moment of quiet satisfaction. A testament to his skill, resolve, and unwavering commitment to the cause of light against the forces of darkness. The next day, after successfully separating the resurrection stone from the cursed ring at Grimmauld Place, Bill Weasley carefully transported both artifacts to the Bones family estate. The estate, nestled amidst sprawling gardens and ancient oaks, provided a serene backdrop for their next crucial steps in the battle against Voldemort. Upon arrival, Bill was greeted by Amelia Bones, who welcomed him into the estate's study, a room adorned with shelves of dusty books and magical artifacts. Drakor, who had accompanied them, hovered nearby, his presence a reminder of the mystical forces at play. With solemn determination, Bill presented the resurrection stone and the now empty ring to Amelia. "I've succeeded in separating the stone from the Horcrux," he explained, his voice carrying the weight of their recent triumph. Amelia nodded gravely, her eyes flickering with both relief and resolve. "Excellent work, Bill. This is a significant step forward." As they discussed the next steps, Drakor, sensing the lingering dark magic within the ring, approached cautiously. With a swift movement, he enveloped the ring within his ethereal form, his milky eyes glowing with an intense light as he absorbed the remnants of the Horcrux. A ripple of arcane energy spread through the room, dissipating as Drakor completed his task, leaving behind a sense of purging and cleansing. Meanwhile, in a quieter corner of the study, Sirius Black turned to Harry Potter, his voice gentle yet earnest. "Harry," he began, his expression softening with empathy, "would you like to use the Resurrection Stone to talk to your parents?" Harry, who had never seen his parents, James and Lily Potter, who perished protecting him from Voldemort, paused, his thoughts racing. The idea of hearing their voices, even through the veil between life and death, stirred a mix of longing and apprehension within him. His hand hovered over the small, smooth surface of the stone, contemplating its power and the emotional weight it carried. Remus Lupin, standing nearby, offered a supportive nod. "It's your decision, Harry," he said quietly, his own memories of James and Lily mingling with the present moment. "No one would blame you either way." Amelia, observing the scene with a compassionate gaze, added, "Using the stone is a deeply personal choice. Take your time, Harry." After a moment of contemplation, Harry nodded, his decision made. With a steady breath, he held the Resurrection Stone in his palm, closing his eyes to focus. His mind filled with memories and unspoken words, he whispered, "I want to speak to them." The room seemed to hold its breath as Harry's request echoed softly in the air. The Resurrection Stone responded, its surface shimmering with a faint, ethereal light. A hushed stillness enveloped them as the magic of the stone bridged the gap between the living and the departed. As the voices of his parents, James and Lily Potter, softly filled the room through the ethereal connection of the Resurrection Stone, Harry's breath caught in his throat. Their presence, though intangible, carried a tangible warmth that enveloped him in a cocoon of familiarity and love. "Harry," Lily's voice began, her tone gentle yet vibrant with an unmistakable motherly warmth, "we're so proud of you, darling. You've grown into such a strong and brave young man." James's voice followed, strong and reassuring as ever. "That's right, Harry. You've got a lot of us in you, you know. Brave, just like your old man." Tears welled in Harry's eyes as he listened, his heart overflowing with emotions long suppressed. He had heard stories and seen glimpses through others' memories, but this was different. This was a direct connection, a conversation where he could speak and hear responses, however brief. I miss you," Harry managed to choke out, his voice thick with emotion. "I wish you were here." "We know, sweetheart," Lily's voice responded softly, a hint of sadness tempered by love. "We're always with you, Harry. In your heart, in your courage. And we're so proud of the man you've become," James added, his voice filled with fatherly pride. "You've faced more than anyone should, but you've kept going. That's our boy." Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Amelia Bones watched with quiet reverence, their own eyes shimmering with unshed tears. They understood the significance of this moment, Harry connecting with his parents in a way that transcended the barriers of life and death. It was a moment of closure, of solace amidst turmoil, and of reaffirmation of the bonds that tied Harry to his past and his future. Around them, the study seemed to resonate with the weight of the emotions shared. The magical artifacts and ancient books stood as silent witnesses to the intimate exchange, honoring the profound love between a son and his departed parents. As the conversation continued, fleeting yet poignant, Harry found himself asking questions he had long carried in his heart. He spoke of his own struggles and victories, of friendships forged and losses endured. In return, James and Lily offered words of wisdom, encouragement, and unconditional love, their voices a steady anchor in the storm that had shaped Harry's life. "You've faced challenges that no young wizard should have to face, Harry," James said, his voice filled with paternal concern. "But you've always had a way of turning adversity into strength. It's something I've always admired about you. And your friendships, Harry," Lily added, her voice gentle yet firm, "they're your greatest asset. Never underestimate the power of loyalty and camaraderie. They will see you through the darkest of times." As the conversation continued, a gentle shift in the atmosphere signaled the presence of another listener. Drakor, who had been silently observing the exchange, now found himself addressed by James and Lily. "Drakor," James began warmly, his tone sincere, "we want to thank you for everything you've done for Harry. For protecting him, guiding him, and for the sacrifices you've made." Lily nodded in agreement, her voice filled with gratitude. "You've been a steadfast ally to Harry, Drakor. We see your loyalty and your dedication. It hasn't gone unnoticed." Drakor, though usually reserved, felt a swell of emotion at their words. I only wish to help, he replied quietly, his deep voice echoing in the room. Harry is important. You are important too, Drakor, Lily assured him gently. Your role in Harry's life is significant, and we are grateful for your presence. James nodded, his expression reflecting respect and admiration. You've become part of our family's story, Drakor, and for that, we are thankful. The conversation continued, weaving together threads of love, understanding, and gratitude. For Harry, hearing his parents acknowledge Drakor's contribution brought a new layer of appreciation for the dragon who had become an unexpected but cherished companion in his journey. As the connection with James and Lily slowly began to fade, leaving Harry with a profound sense of peace and clarity, he turned to Drakor with renewed appreciation. Thank you. Drakor, Harry said sincerely, his voice carrying the weight of all he had experienced and all that lay ahead, for everything. Drakor inclined his head in acknowledgement, a rare glint of emotion in his milky eyes. You are welcome, Harry. In that moment, amidst the echoes of a conversation that bridged life and beyond, Harry knew that he was surrounded by love, both from his parents who watched over him from afar and from the loyal friends and allies who stood beside him in the ongoing battle against darkness. The night draped over the English Channel in a cloak of ominous silence, broken only by the soft lapping of waves against the sides of a weathered wooden boat. Fenrir Greyback stood at the prow, his tall figure silhouetted against the faint moonlight that struggled to pierce through the thick blanket of clouds. Behind him, his pack of werewolves crouched low, their eyes gleaming with feral hunger and anticipation as they rode the choppy waters with an eerie calmness. The wind carried a salty tang, mingling with the primal musk of their presence, marking their passage towards the British shore. As the boat neared the rugged cliffs and jagged coastline of southern England, Greyback's gaze scanned the shoreline with predatory intensity. His arrival in Britain signified the beginning of a grim campaign, driven by a thirst for vengeance and a desire to exploit the chaos left in the wake of recent Death Eater arrests. A gust of wind swept through the boat, stirring the salty spray and carrying the distant echoes of howls and growls from Greyback's pack. The lights of coastal villages flickered faintly in the distance, oblivious to the impending danger creeping towards their shores. Greyback's lips curled into a chilling smile, revealing sharp, predatory teeth as he issued a low, guttural command to his pack. They understood without words, their instincts finely tuned to the hunt that awaited them on unfamiliar soil. With stealthy grace, they disembarked onto the rocky shore, their forms blending seamlessly with the shadows cast by looming cliffs. The night seemed to hold its breath, as if aware of the malevolent presence that had breached its sanctity. In the heart of southern England, Fenrir Greyback and his pack prowled with a primal purpose, their arrival signaling a new chapter of fear and unrest in the wizarding world. Chapter 21. As the clock struck midnight on the 23rd of December, a biting chill swept across the Hogwarts grounds, the cold air carrying the weight of an impending mission. From the darkened silhouette of the Shrieking Shack emerged a determined group. Sirius Black, Bill Weasley, Remus Lupin, and Harry Potter, with Drakor disguised as Harry's clothes, blending seamlessly with the fabric to maintain his stealthy presence. Their breaths misted in the frigid air as they navigated the familiar yet ominous surroundings of the Shrieking Shack, their steps purposeful and silent. Sirius led the way, his wand illuminating the path ahead with a soft, steady glow. The echoes of their footsteps seemed to be swallowed by the night, as if the very walls of the ancient building conspired to keep their presence a secret. Bill, ever the meticulous planner, had ensured every detail of their entry was flawless. He walked with an air of quiet confidence, his eyes scanning their surroundings for any signs of danger or enchantments that might thwart their progress. Remus, ever vigilant, moved with a practiced ease, his senses attuned to the subtle shifts in the environment. The nostalgia of returning to the place that once held so many memories, both harrowing and treasured, was not lost on him. His gaze flickered to Harry, a silent reassurance in his eyes. Harry, his heart pounding with a mix of anxiety and determination, felt the weight of their mission more acutely than ever. The presence of Drakor, though unseen, provided a strange comfort, a reminder of the allies he had, both visible and hidden. Emerging from the Shrieking Shack, they paused momentarily at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, their eyes fixed on the towering silhouette of Hogwarts Castle. Its spires reached into the sky, a beacon of both refuge and peril. The moonlight cast long shadows across the grounds, highlighting the path they would take. Sirius glanced back at his companions, a mixture of determination and camaraderie etched on his face. This is it. From here on, we move with absolute caution. Remember, the room of requirement holds the last Horcrux. We need to destroy it and get out before we're detected. Bill nodded, gripping his wand a little tighter. We'll need to be swift and precise. The wards around the castle are strong, but we have our ways. Remus placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. Stay close, and trust in Drakor. We're in this together. With a collective breath, they moved forward, slipping through the protective enchantments and into the hallowed grounds of Hogwarts. The silence was almost deafening, broken only by the soft rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. As they approached the entrance to the castle, the weight of their mission pressed upon them. The room of requirement awaited, holding within it the key to weakening Voldemort further. Every step was a step closer to that crucial goal, and with every heartbeat, the resolve of Sirius, Bill, Remus, and Harry strengthened, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead within the ancient walls of Hogwarts. As Sirius, Bill, Remus, and Harry approached the grand entrance of Hogwarts Castle, their footsteps echoing softly in the still night air, they spotted two familiar figures waiting in the shadows. Fred and George Weasley, both 12 years old and exuding their characteristic mischief, stepped forward, their identical grins barely visible in the dim light. "Fancy seeing you here," Fred whispered, his eyes twinkling with excitement. George held up a worn piece of parchment, the Marauder's map, its magical ink shimmering faintly. "You asked us to meet you and bring this," he said, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "But what exactly are we doing here?" Sirius smiled, a mixture of pride and urgency in his expression. "We need your help to get somewhere important. We can't tell you everything, but it's crucial." Fred puffed out his chest proudly. "We're always up for some excitement." George nodded, unfolding the map to reveal the intricate layout of Hogwarts, complete with moving dots representing every person within the castle. "We can guide you wherever you need to go." Bill exchanged an amused glance with Remus. "Looks like we have our guides." Remus crouched down to meet Fred and George's eyes. "Listen, this is serious business. We need to be stealthy and quick. Think you can handle that?" Fred and George both nodded vigorously. "We're the best at being sneaky," Fred assured him. "Lead the way," Sirius said, his tone firm yet encouraging. With Fred and George at the helm, the group moved through the castle's silent corridors, the Marauder's map guiding their every step. The twins moved with a confidence that belied their age, expertly navigating secret passages and hidden shortcuts to avoid the patrolling staff and enchanted suits of armor. As they approached the 7th floor, Remus held up a hand, signaling for everyone to stop. "The room of requirement isn't on the map," he whispered. "But we can use Harry to find it. He's got a knack for these things." Harry felt a gentle nudge from Drakor, who was disguised as his clothes. With a nod of understanding, he stepped forward, his heart pounding. "I'll do it," he said, determination in his voice. Fred and George used the map to ensure the coast was clear while Harry, guided subconsciously by Drakor, walked past the blank stretch of wall 3 times, concentrating on their need to destroy the Horcrux. On the 3rd pass, a door materialized, its outline glowing faintly. Taking a deep breath, Harry reached for the handle and pushed the door open. Inside, the room of requirement awaited, filled with an array of items and hidden treasures. The group stepped in, their eyes widening with surprise at the sight of such a marvelous room. "Blimey," Fred whispered, his gaze sweeping over the cluttered space. "I didn't know this place existed." George nodded, equally astonished. "What is this place?" Harry, feeling a nudge from Drakor, stepped forward and began to explain, though the words seemed to flow with an unusual confidence and clarity. "This is the room of requirement. It appears only when someone has real need of it, and it provides whatever is required at the moment." Sirius and Remus exchanged looks of amazement. "Incredible," Remus murmured. "A room that adapts to the user's needs." Bill nodded, his eyes scanning the room with professional curiosity. This could be incredibly useful. Fred and George's faces lit up with identical mischievous grins. "A room that provides whatever you need?" Fred asked, glancing at his brother. George's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Imagine the pranks we could pull with this as our base of operations." Sirius chuckled, shaking his head. Trust you two to think of that first. Fred turned to Harry, his grin widening. Thanks for showing us this, Harry. I think we might just have found our new favorite spot in the castle. Harry, still feeling Drakor's influence, smiled back. Just remember, we have to focus on the task at hand first. We need to find something important here. Right, George said, snapping back to the present. What exactly are we looking for? They all turned to the center of the room, where an assortment of artifacts and items lay. Scattered. Amidst the clutter, a faint glimmer caught Harry's eye. A pedestal in the center of the room, holding an ancient-looking diadem that shimmered faintly in the dim light. That's it, Harry said, pointing to the diadem. That's what we need. Bill stepped forward, his expression serious. Let's make sure it's safe first. He began conducting diagnostic charms, his wand moving with precision as he muttered incantations under his breath. The diadem glowed faintly in response, revealing a web of dark magic intertwined with its delicate structure. It's definitely cursed, Bill confirmed, his tone grim. But I've prepared for this. Reaching into his bag, Bill pulled out a pair of dragonhide gloves and a specially runed box. Carefully, he donned the gloves, their protective magic shimmering faintly in the dim light. With deliberate movements, he lifted the diadem from the pedestal, its dark magic crackling harmlessly against the dragonhide. Once the diadem was securely in his grasp, Bill placed it into the runed box, which closed with a soft click, sealing the dark magic inside. The room seemed to exhale a collective breath of relief as the immediate danger was contained. All done, Bill said, turning to the others with a nod. It's safe for now. Sirius clapped Bill on the back. Good work. Let's get this back to the estate and figure out the next step. As they prepared to leave, Fred and George exchanged a quick glance, their minds clearly racing with ideas for their new discovery. But for now, their focus was on supporting the mission and helping Harry with the task at hand. With the diadem secured, the group exited the room of requirement, each step bringing them closer to their ultimate goal of defeating Voldemort and restoring peace to the wizarding world. Back at the Bones family estate, Amelia and Susan waited anxiously in the spacious, warmly lit sitting room. The clock ticked steadily, each second heightening their anticipation. The room was filled with the comforting aroma of freshly brewed tea, and a fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the room's rich wooden furnishings. Susan paced back and forth, her brow furrowed with concern. I hope everything went smoothly, she murmured, glancing at her aunt. Amelia, sitting composedly but with a keen edge of worry in her eyes, nodded. They'll be back soon, Susan. Sirius, Remus, Bill, and Harry know what they're doing. We have to trust in their abilities. Just then, the sound of the front door opening echoed through the house. Susan's head snapped up, and Amelia rose from her chair, her expression shifting to one of hopeful expectation. The familiar voices of Sirius, Remus, and Bill filled the hallway, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Harry appeared first, followed closely by the others, each of them looking a mix of weary and relieved. We're back, Sirius announced, a triumphant note in his voice. Amelia and Susan hurried to meet them. Did you get it? Susan asked, her eyes scanning their faces for any sign of trouble. Bill held up the runed box. We got it. The diadem is secured. A collective sigh of relief filled the room. Amelia placed a hand on Bill's arm, her eyes conveying deep gratitude. Thank you, all of you. This is a significant step forward. Sirius smiled, his usual mischievous glint tempered by the seriousness of their mission. It wasn't easy, but we managed. Now we need to figure out the next step. Remus nodded, turning to Harry, and Harry, you did brilliantly. Harry, still feeling the weight of the encounter, managed a small smile. Thanks, but we couldn't have done it without everyone working together. As they settled into the sitting room, Amelia poured tea for everyone, the warm cups providing a comforting sense of normalcy amidst the extraordinary circumstances. The soft clinking of china and the gentle murmur of conversation filled the air, offering a brief respite from the tension of their mission. Susan, unable to contain her curiosity and urgency, leaned forward. Can we see the diadem? We need to get rid of the Horcrux as soon as possible. Bill nodded, setting his teacup down and carefully opening the runed box. The room fell silent as the lid was lifted, revealing the ancient diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. It shimmered faintly, its intricate details glinting in the firelight. Sirius, his expression serious, stood up and moved closer to examine the diadem. It's incredible to think that something so beautiful could hold something so dark, he mused. Amelia turned to Drakor, a knowing look in her eyes. Drakor, she said softly. Immediately, Drakor detached from Harry and pounced on the diadem. In one swift motion, the dragon swallowed it whole. Everyone watched in awe as Drakor began to absorb the Horcrux's dark magic. His scales shimmered with a faint, otherworldly light, and an intense, almost tangible energy filled the room. Harry, feeling the connection through Drakor, stood by with a mix of anticipation and concern. Is he going to be all right? He asked, his voice tinged with worry. Amelia nodded reassuringly. Drakor knows what he's doing. He's done this before with the ring. Drakor's body seemed to pulse as he absorbed the Horcrux, the dark magic being neutralized and consumed by his own. The room remained silent, everyone watching the extraordinary process unfold. After what felt like an eternity, the light surrounding Drakor faded, and he let out a low, satisfied growl. He turned to face the group, his milky eyes reflecting a sense of calm and relief. It's done, Amelia said, a smile breaking across her face. The Horcrux has been neutralized. Sirius, Remus, and Bill all exhaled, the tension in the room dissipating. Well done, Drakor, Remus said, a note of admiration in his voice. Harry stepped forward, placing a hand on Drakor's side. Thank you, he said softly, you did it again. Drakor nuzzled Harry gently, a silent acknowledgement of their bond and shared purpose. With this, all of Voldemort's existing Horcruxes were destroyed. The room seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. The weight of their mission, the dangerous and arduous journey they had undertaken, culminated in this triumphant moment. Amelia's eyes shone with determination. This is a significant victory. Voldemort is now mortal again. But we must remain vigilant. Sirius, his usual roguish grin tempered by the gravity of the situation, nodded. Indeed. We have taken away his immortality, but he still has many followers. Our work is far from over. Bill looked around at the group, his face reflecting both exhaustion and triumph. It's been a long journey, but every step has been worth it. We're ready for whatever comes next. Remus placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. You've done incredibly well, Harry. Your parents would be proud. Susan, standing close to her aunt, added, and we're all proud of you, too. You've been so strong through all of this. Harry, feeling a mixture of relief and resolve, looked around at his friends and family. We did it together. We'll face whatever comes next together, too. As the evening drew on, they remained in the sitting room, discussing their next steps and sharing stories of their journey. The mood was one of cautious optimism. They had achieved a monumental task, but they knew the final battle against Voldemort was still ahead. For now, though, they allowed themselves a moment of peace, drawing strength from each other and the knowledge that they had struck a significant blow against the dark forces threatening their world. The destruction of the Horcruxes marked the beginning of the end for Voldemort, and together, they were ready to see it through to the very last battle. Christmas Day dawned crisp and bright, a perfect backdrop for the grand opening of Sirius Sweets in Diagon Alley. The street was alive with festive cheer as families bustled about, their faces aglow with excitement. The air was filled with the scent of freshly baked goods and the sound of cheerful chatter, creating an atmosphere of pure magic. The shop itself was a sight to behold. Its windows were decorated with enchanted snowflakes that sparkled in the winter sun, and a large sign above the door proclaimed the name, Sirius Sweets, in vibrant, swirling letters. Inside, the shelves were lined with colorful candies, each one a testament to Sirius and Andromeda's creativity and hard work. The walls were painted in warm, inviting colors, and twinkling fairy lights added an extra touch of enchantment to the already magical scene. Harry stood with Sirius, Andromeda, and Remus at the entrance, their faces beaming with pride and anticipation. Nearby, Amelia and Susan greeted guests, ensuring everyone felt welcome and at home. Andromeda's careful arrangements ensured that the flow of visitors moved smoothly through the shop, each group greeted with warmth and a sample of their favorite sweets. The first to arrive were the Weasleys, their family filling the street with their boisterous presence. Molly Weasley looked around with a motherly smile, proud of the accomplishment of her extended family. This is wonderful, Sirius, she said, giving him a warm hug. We're so happy for you. Next, Neville arrived with his grandmother, his face lighting up as he saw the assortment of candies. This is incredible, Harry, he said shyly, giving a small smile. Augusta Longbottom, though usually stern, looked impressed and patted Harry on the back in approval. Luna drifted in with her father, Xenophilius Lovegood, her dreamy expression turning to one of pure delight as she spotted the various sweets. These look wonderful, she said, her voice full of genuine awe. Xenophilius immediately started discussing the magical properties of the candies with Andromeda, who was delighted to share the enchanting details. The Pottle twins arrived with their parents, followed closely by the Abbotts and the Bones family. The cheerful atmosphere grew even warmer as the Delacours made their entrance, their elegance adding a touch of international flair to the celebration. Fleur and Gabrielle, accompanied by their parents, were particularly enchanted by the shop. C'est magnifique, Fleur exclaimed, admiring the intricate displays. You have done a marvelous job. As more families arrived, the shop became a bustling hub of laughter and joy. Children ran from one display to another, their eyes wide with wonder as they sampled the magical candies. Adults chatted amiably, sharing in the festive spirit of the day. Ginny and Ron Weasley were particularly excited, running between their friends and trying every sweet they could get their hands on. Finally, with everyone gathered, Sirius stepped forward to address the crowd. Welcome, everyone, to the grand opening of Sirius Sweets, he announced, his voice carrying over the crowd. This shop is a dream come true for Andromeda and me, and we are thrilled to share it with all of you. Enjoy the sweets, and Merry Christmas. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the celebration began in earnest. Friends and family mingled, savoring the delicious treats and sharing in the holiday cheer. For Harry, surrounded by those he loved and the warmth of the season, it was a moment of pure happiness and contentment. He felt a deep sense of belonging and pride as he watched the joy on everyone's faces. As the day wore on and the sun began to set, the lights of Diagon Alley twinkled brightly, casting a magical glow over the scene. The opening of Sirius Sweets was a resounding success, a testament to the power of dreams, hard work, and the unbreakable bonds of friendship and family. Music filled the air as a small band played festive tunes, and the aroma of hot cocoa and peppermint drifted from a nearby stall. In a quiet moment, Harry stood with Sirius and Remus, looking out at the happy crowd. We did it, Sirius said softly, wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulders. We really did it. Harry nodded, his heart full. Yeah, we did, and it's just the beginning. They stood there together, a family forged through love, loss, and triumph, ready to face whatever the future might bring, with a determination that no darkness could extinguish. Meanwhile, in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of London, Fenrir Greyback and his pack of werewolves gathered under the cover of darkness. The night was cold and still, the silence broken only by the occasional drip of water and the distant hum of city life. Greyback, his eyes gleaming with a feral intensity, stood at the center of the group, his presence commanding and dangerous. Around him, his pack moved restlessly, their eyes reflecting a mix of anticipation and hunger. The recent arrests of prominent Death Eaters had left a power vacuum, and Greyback was determined to exploit it. We've been lying low for too long, Greyback growled, his voice a low, menacing rumble. But now, with the Death Eaters in disarray, it's time for us to make our move. A murmur of agreement rippled through the pack, their excitement palpable. They had been waiting for this moment, a chance to unleash chaos and fear upon the wizarding world once more. We'll strike on New Year's Eve, Greyback continued, his plan taking shape in his mind. While the wizards are celebrating, we'll bring them a nightmare they won't forget. We'll hit them where it hurts, make them fear us again. His words ignited a spark of enthusiasm among the werewolves. They relished the idea of causing terror and mayhem, of asserting their dominance in a world that had always sought to suppress them. Our target will be Diagon Alley, Greyback declared, a sinister smile curling on his lips. With all the shops and the crowds, it'll be the perfect place to make our statement. We'll leave a trail of destruction that will remind them who we are. The pack howled in approval, their bloodlust and eagerness to follow Greyback's lead evident in their eyes. They knew the risks, but the thrill of the hunt and the promise of vengeance drove them forward. Greyback raised a hand, silencing the pack. Remember, this isn't just about chaos. It's about sending a message. The wizarding world thinks they can ignore us, but we'll show them their mistake. We'll show them that we are a force to be reckoned with. As the pack dispersed to prepare for the coming attack, Greyback stood alone for a moment, his mind already plotting the details of their assault. He knew that this New Year's Eve would mark the beginning of a new era for his pack. A time when they would no longer hide in the shadows but step into the light, fearsome and unstoppable. The day of the attack, Moody received urgent intelligence from one of his trusted informants. The message conveyed disturbing news of a planned attack on a prominent wizarding location by Fenrir Greyback and his pack of werewolves. Moody's eye narrowed with grim determination as he absorbed the details. "They're targeting Diagon Alley," Moody muttered to himself, his voice edged with concern. He knew the potential devastation such an assault could bring, especially during a time of celebration when the area would be crowded with families and revelers. Quickly formulating a plan, Moody activated the communication mirror he had with Kingsley Shacklebolt, his fellow Auror and trusted ally. Within moments, Kingsley's face appeared in the mirror, his expression serious and alert. "Moody, what's the situation?" Kingsley asked, his voice crisp and commanding. "Fenrir Greyback and his pack are planning an attack on Diagon Alley tonight," Moody replied swiftly. "We need to mobilize Aurors and fortify the area immediately." Kingsley nodded, his brow furrowed in concern. "Understood. I'll alert the Auror department and coordinate reinforcements. We can't let them cause chaos unchecked." Moody swiftly made his way through the bustling corridors of the Ministry of Magic, his magical eye swiveling vigilantly, scanning for any signs of trouble. As he approached the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, his steps quickened with urgency. Amelia Bones, the head of the DMLE, was in her office, poring over a stack of reports when Moody knocked sharply on her door. "Come in," she called, her voice firm and commanding. Moody entered, his grizzled features set in a serious expression. "Amelia, we've got trouble brewing," he announced without preamble. Amelia looked up, her eyes narrowing in concern. "What's happened, Moody?" Moody wasted no time. "Fenrir Greyback and his pack of werewolves are planning an attack on Diagon Alley tonight. They're aiming to cause chaos during the New Year's Eve celebrations." Amelia's face darkened with grim determination. "How do you know this?" Moody explained tersely, detailing the intelligence he had gathered from his sources. "Kingsley's already coordinating reinforcements. We need to act fast." Amelia nodded sharply. "Get the Aurors ready. We'll intercept them before they can carry out their plan. This ends tonight." Moody nodded back, knowing they were in for a dangerous night ahead. With resolve hardening their expressions, they prepared to mobilize the Ministry's forces to protect the wizarding community from the impending threat of Fenrir Greyback and his ruthless pack of werewolves. Diagon Alley was alive with the vibrant colors and festive decorations of New Year's Eve. 10-year-old Harry Potter and Susan Bones skipped along the cobblestone streets, eyes wide with wonder as they admired the magical displays. Sirius accompanied them, keeping a watchful eye on the children amidst the bustling crowd. Remus, unable to join due to the full moon, rested at home under the effects of the Wolfsbane potion. As they approached Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where they planned to treat themselves, a sudden chill swept through the air, causing Harry to shiver involuntarily. Sirius tensed, his hand drifting towards his wand, sensing danger. From the shadows emerged a figure, followed closely by others. Fenrir Greyback, his features contorted into a cruel grin, led a pack of werewolves, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Well, what do we have here?" Greyback growled, his voice dripping with malice as he eyed Harry and Susan. Sirius stepped forward protectively, positioning himself between the children and the approaching threat. "Stay behind me," he instructed in a low voice, his wand now firmly in his grasp. As the first light of the full moon touched Diagon Alley, casting an eerie glow over the cobblestones, the atmosphere shifted palpably. Sirius, with a keen sense of impending danger, tightened his grip on his wand. Harry and Susan instinctively moved closer to him, their earlier excitement now replaced by a growing sense of unease. Greyback and his pack, their eyes now reflecting a predatory gleam, began to transform. Bones cracked audibly, and muscles bulged beneath their skin as they contorted into their bestial forms. Growls and snarls filled the air, drowning out the sounds of the festive celebration that had filled the alley just moments before. Sirius glanced around, assessing their options quickly. He knew they needed to act fast before the transformed werewolves could attack. With a flick of his wand, he sent a burst of red sparks into the sky, a signal for help amidst the chaos. "Harry, Susan, stay close," Sirius commanded, his voice firm but edged with concern. He positioned himself between the children and the encroaching werewolves, his wand held defensively. The transformed werewolves, now fully unleashed in their primal fury, lunged forward with lightning speed. Spells and hexes erupted as Sirius, with his years of experience, deflected their attacks while simultaneously shielding Harry and Susan. Just as a particularly vicious werewolf, its fur matted with blood and saliva, was about to pounce on them, Drakor took over. Harry's form morphed into the massive, black humanoid creature with a draconic head and massive wings, adorned with a striking red and gold symbol on its chest. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the narrow streets of Diagon Alley, Drakor launched itself at the werewolf, its wings spreading wide to provide balance and leverage. The symbiotic dragon seized the werewolf by the throat with its powerful claws, digging deep into the creature's flesh. The werewolf thrashed and snarled in a desperate attempt to break free from Drakor's iron grip. It snapped its jaws with fury, teeth gnashing against the thick scales that protected Drakor's armored hide. But Drakor held fast, its grip unyielding as it stared into the werewolf's wild, fear-stricken eyes. "Insignificant creature," Drakor growled in a deep, resonant voice that seemed to reverberate through the very air. It leaned in close to the werewolf's ear, its draconic features twisted into a menacing grin. "Bad doggy." With a sudden twist of its massive head, Drakor ripped the werewolf's head from its shoulders in a spray of blood and sinew. The sound of tearing flesh echoed sharply against the stone walls of the alley, drowning out the creature's final, gurgling scream. As the werewolf's lifeless body slumped to the ground, Drakor wasted no time. With an almost childlike excitement gleaming in its glowing eyes, it devoured the torn-off head in a single gulp, savoring the taste of blood and victory. "More. Drakor wants more," Harry's voice echoed from the depths of the symbiote's consciousness, blending with Drakor's primal hunger. Without hesitation, Drakor lunged forward with surprising agility, its massive form moving with a predatory grace. The next werewolf in line, caught off guard by the sudden ferocity, barely had time to react before Drakor's claws slashed through the air. Its razor-sharp talons gouged deep into the werewolf's chest, tearing through flesh and bone with brutal efficiency. The werewolf howled in agony, blood spraying from its wounds as it staggered backward, trying desperately to fend off the relentless assault. Drakor pressed its advantage, its massive wings beating with thunderous force to maintain balance and maneuverability. Sirius and Susan watched in awe and concern from a safe distance. Sirius, his wand held ready but momentarily forgotten in the face of Drakor's overwhelming display of power, knew that Harry was no longer fully in control. Yet, he couldn't deny the strange sense of relief that washed over him as Drakor fought with an instinctual ferocity that matched any dark creature's. Chapter 22. The werewolves stood no chance against Drakor's unrelenting ferocity. With each swipe of its claws and snap of its jaws, Drakor tore through the pack, beheading one after another in a gruesome display of primal dominance. As Drakor seized another werewolf by the throat, it lifted the creature effortlessly into the air. With a swift, powerful bite, Drakor tore off the werewolf's head, devouring it in one grotesque gulp. A deep, guttural noise of satisfaction emanated from Drakor, reminiscent of a child savoring their favorite treat. "More. Drakor wants more." Harry's voice echoed with an eerie blend of innocence and primal hunger as Drakor's eyes glowed with a fierce, childlike delight. The symbiote dragon grew slightly larger with each head consumed, its muscles bulging and scales glistening with renewed strength. Sirius and Susan watched in horrified awe as Drakor continued its rampage, the cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley slick with blood. The symbiotic dragon moved with a lethal grace, each movement calculated to maximize its advantage against the attackers. Drakor lunged at another werewolf, its massive form crashing into the creature with formidable force. Claws slashed through fur and flesh, and with a sickening crunch, Drakor's jaws closed around the werewolf's neck. The creature's head was ripped clean off, and Drakor devoured it with the same gruesome enthusiasm, its growls of delight echoing through the alley. "More. Drakor's voice thundered again as it turned its attention to the next werewolf. Each head consumed seemed to fuel its insatiable hunger, the symbiote dragon growing ever more formidable with each kill. Drakor's wings flared wide, casting an imposing shadow over the remaining werewolves, who now hesitated, their primal instincts sensing the danger. One by one, the werewolves fell to Drakor's savage onslaught. Blood sprayed in crimson arcs as Drakor's claws and teeth tore through their ranks. Each beheading was accompanied by the same grotesque ritual. Drakor devouring the severed heads with a noise of pleasure, its form swelling slightly with each meal. Finally, only Fenrir Greyback remained, standing amidst the carnage of his fallen pack. His eyes, once filled with predatory confidence, now flickered with fear and desperation as he faced the monstrous symbiote dragon. Drakor, now significantly larger and more imposing, turned its glowing eyes towards Greyback. The symbiote's chest heaved with exertion and excitement, its bloodstained jaws parting in a menacing grin. "You're next," Drakor growled, its voice a chilling blend of Harry's youthful tone and the symbiote's primal hunger. It advanced slowly, savoring the terror in Greyback's eyes. Greyback snarled, baring his teeth in a last, desperate show of defiance. "You think you can take me, boy?" He spat, though his voice trembled with uncertainty. Drakor's eyes narrowed, its claws flexing in anticipation. "Drakor will enjoy this," it replied coldly. With a sudden burst of speed, Drakor lunged at Greyback, its claws aimed directly for his throat. The final showdown between Drakor and Fenrir Greyback loomed, the air thick with tension and the scent of blood. As Amelia Bones and Moody arrived at Diagon Alley, they were met with a scene of utter devastation. The once festive atmosphere of New Year's Eve had been shattered by the aftermath of a fierce battle. Werewolf bodies lay strewn across the cobblestone streets, their heads gruesomely severed, a testament to the savage power that had been unleashed. Moody's magical eye darted around, taking in every detail with a keen intensity. His scarred face was set in a grim expression as he scanned the area for any lingering threats. Amelia, her brow furrowed with concern, followed closely behind, her wand held at the ready. "Looks like Drakor's been busy," Moody muttered gruffly, his voice tinged with both awe and apprehension. Amelia nodded silently, her mind racing with the implications of what had transpired. "We need to find Harry," Amelia said firmly, her voice cutting through the tense silence, "and Greyback." Moody nodded in agreement, his mechanical eye whirring as he continued to survey the scene. There, he pointed towards the center of the alley where a larger-than-life figure stood amidst the carnage. There, towering over the fallen werewolves, was Drakor. Its massive form, adorned with a striking red and gold symbol on its chest, exuded an aura of primal power. The symbiote dragon appeared slightly larger than before, its scales glistening with the blood of its enemies. Nearby, Fenrir Greyback stood defiantly, his face a mask of rage and fear as he faced Drakor. The werewolf's eyes darted between the symbiote dragon and the approaching aurors, his posture tense and ready to strike or flee. Amelia and Moody approached cautiously, their wands held at the ready but not raised in aggression. They knew the delicate balance of power that hung in the air, a battle on the brink of its final chapter, where only one would emerge victorious. "Greyback," Amelia called out with authority, her voice echoing through the stillness of the alley. "It's over. Surrender now." Greyback's lip curled into a snarl, his gaze narrowing with hatred towards the aurors. Drakor turned its imposing form towards Amelia and Moody, its eyes gleaming with an intensity that seemed to pierce through the darkness. "Drakor finishes this," it declared in Harry's voice, the words carrying an unsettling finality. The tension in Diagon Alley hung heavy, a palpable veil over the aftermath of the brutal confrontation between Drakor and Greyback's pack. The air crackled with the remnants of powerful spells and the metallic tang of blood, a stark reminder of the savage clash that had unfolded moments before. Amelia Bones, her expression a mix of resolve and caution, stood alongside Moody, their wands held at the ready but their movements were strained as they assessed the situation. Moody's magical eye whirred and clicked as it scanned the scene, his scarred face etched with lines of grim determination. As they exchanged a brief glance, their unspoken communication reaffirmed their shared readiness for whatever would unfold next. They were seasoned aurors, accustomed to facing dark and unpredictable threats, yet the presence of Drakor, a force both mysterious and formidable, added a new dimension to their vigilance. Just then, Sirius and Susan arrived at the scene, their footsteps echoing softly against the cobblestones. Sirius, his expression a mixture of concern and determination, approached. Amelia and Moody with measured steps. Susan followed closely behind, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension at the sight before them. Amelia, Moody, Sirius began, his voice steady but urgent. You have to let Drakor handle Greyback. Moody grunted in agreement, his voice a low rumble. Greyback's a bloody menace, he interjected, his tone leaving no room for debate. Drakor's the only thing that'll make sure he stays down. Amelia considered their words carefully, her gaze shifting between the group and the looming figures of Drakor and Greyback. She understood the gravity of the situation. Greyback, a dangerous and relentless adversary, versus Drakor, a force of unknown power bonded with young Harry Potter. Drakor, Amelia called out, addressing the symbiote dragon with a mix of caution and authority. Finish this, but make it quick and clean. Drakor, its massive form towering over the fallen werewolves, turned to regard Amelia with glowing eyes that seemed to reflect the depths of its primal nature. There was a moment of silent acknowledgement between them, a mutual understanding of the task at hand. Greyback, sensing the shift in the balance of power, snarled defiantly but with an edge of fear creeping into his voice. You'll regret this interference, he spat, his eyes flicking nervously between Drakor and the oars. With a sudden surge of movement, Drakor lunged forward. Its wings spread wide, casting a shadow over Greyback as it closed the distance between them in a blur of scales and claws. The symbiote dragon's movements were swift and precise, honed by a primal instinct for combat. In a swift, decisive motion, Drakor's claws found their mark. There was a sickening crunch as they closed around Greyback's neck, severing his head from his body in a single, fluid motion. Blood sprayed in a crimson arc, painting the ground with the finality of Greyback's demise. As Greyback's lifeless body lay crumpled on the ground, Drakor stood over him with an aura of solemn triumph. Its massive form, adorned with the red and gold symbol on its chest, exuded a sense of quiet satisfaction at having ended Greyback's reign of terror. Amelia, Sirius, Susan, and Moody stood in a somber silence, the weight of what had transpired pressing down on them. The aftermath of battle painted a stark picture around them, with the air thick with the remnants of magic and the faint rustling of Drakor's wings as it turned away from its fallen adversary. Moody broke the silence, his voice low and gruff, cutting through the stillness like a blade. Amelia, he began, his magical eye fixed intently on her, how are we going to hide this from the Ministry? Amelia met Moody's gaze with a steady resolve, though concern flickered in her eyes. She understood the implications of revealing Drakor's involvement, especially its connection to Harry Potter. The Ministry's strict regulations on magical creatures and the secrecy surrounding such powerful entities posed a significant challenge. We can't afford to let anyone know about Drakor's bond with Harry, Amelia replied quietly, her voice carrying a sense of urgency. It would raise too many questions, especially from those who wouldn't understand. Sirius, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. The Ministry would see it as a breach of secrecy, he added, his tone grave but resolute. They wouldn't hesitate to take drastic measures. Susan, her voice tinged with apprehension, suggested, what if we report Greyback's death anonymously? We could emphasize that the threat has been neutralized without delving into details. Moody's grizzled brow furrowed in thought as he considered the suggestion. Anonymously reporting might buy us some time, he grunted, his tone reflecting cautious approval. But what about the witnesses? There were people in Diagon Alley who saw what happened. Sirius, his expression serious, stepped forward to address Moody's concern. No one saw Harry becoming Drakor except for Susan and me, he explained firmly. We made sure to keep him hidden and out of sight during the transformation. Moody nodded slowly, his magical eye darting between Sirius and Susan. Good, he muttered, his tone indicating a begrudging acceptance of their precautions. We'll need to keep it that way. No unnecessary risks. Amelia, her attention sharp and focused, interjected with a note of caution. We need to formulate a solid plan before we proceed, she advised, her voice measured and authoritative. Anonymity can buy us time, but we must prepare for the questions that will inevitably come. Meanwhile, Drakor, still lingering in its symbiote form, rumbled softly in agreement. Make the report vague, it suggested in a deep, resonant voice that echoed with Harry's underlying determination. Focus on the threat neutralized, not on the details. Harry, returning to his own form after the intense transformation, ensured no one was watching before joining the discussion. His eyes, reflecting both weariness and relief, scanned the faces of his allies, Amelia, Sirius, Susan, and Moody, as they deliberated on their next steps. Agreed, Harry chimed in, his voice carrying a weight of experience far beyond his years. We keep it simple and straightforward. Greyback attacked, someone intervened, threat neutralized. Amelia nodded approvingly at Harry's words, acknowledging his maturity in handling the situation. That's our narrative, she confirmed, her tone decisive. We stick to the facts and maintain our solidarity. Sirius, his expression a mix of pride and concern for Harry, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. We'll protect you, Harry, he vowed quietly, his voice a steady anchor amidst the uncertainty, and Drakor too. Moody grunted in agreement, his demeanor reflecting a grudging respect for the resolve shown by the group. Let's get to work, he grumbled, already mentally mapping out the logistical details of their report. With a shared nod of determination, Amelia and Moody set to their tasks, crafting a report that would shield Harry's involvement with Drakor while ensuring the Ministry understood the gravity of Greyback's threat. The following day, the wizarding world buzzed with the news splashed across the front page of the Daily Prophet. The headline screamed in bold, dramatic letters. Feral Fury. Greyback's pack decimated by unknown creature in Diagon Alley carnage. By Barnabas Cuff, special correspondent for the Daily Prophet. Diagon Alley, usually the vibrant heart of our magical community, became the site of a terrifying and bloody confrontation last night. Fenrir Greyback, the notorious werewolf, and his feral pack launched a vicious attack amidst the New Year's Eve celebrations. However, the assault was brought to a gruesome end by an unidentified creature, leaving behind a scene of chaos and carnage. On New Year's Eve, as witches and wizards gathered to celebrate, the full moon brought with it a nightmare. The transformation of Greyback and his followers into werewolves turned the festive atmosphere into one of horror. Their howls pierced the air, causing widespread panic. But amidst the chaos, a new and terrifying figure emerged. A massive, black humanoid creature with a draconic head, powerful wings, and a striking red and gold symbol emblazoned on its chest. It was like nothing I'd ever seen, said one witness who chose to remain anonymous. This creature appeared out of nowhere and just tore through the werewolves with incredible power. It was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The battle that ensued was a scene of primal brutality. Eyewitnesses describe how the creature, with its immense strength and ferocity, decapitated the werewolves one by one, consuming their heads in a display of raw dominance. The ground was littered with the remains of Greyback's pack, their blood soaking into the cobblestones of Diagon Alley. The creature's savage actions, though horrifying, were executed with a terrifying precision, leaving no doubt about its lethal capabilities. The Daily Prophet was able to obtain statements from key figures present during the attack. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, provided an official statement regarding the incident. The attack by Fenrir Greyback and his pack was a grave threat to the safety of our community. Fortunately, an unknown entity intervened, neutralizing the threat swiftly and decisively. We are currently conducting an investigation to uncover the identity of this creature and the nature of its involvement. Sirius Black, known for his recent venture into the confectionery business with the opening of Sirius Sweets, was also on the scene. As one of the bystanders who witnessed the event, he recounted his experience with a mixture of shock and admiration. It was chaos when Greyback attacked. People were running and screaming. But then this creature appeared and took down the werewolves with incredible efficiency. It saved many lives that night. We're all still trying to process what happened. The article continued with additional witness testimonies, each recounting the terrifying and awe-inspiring events of the night. The nature of the unknown creature remained a topic of intense speculation, with some suggesting it might be a new breed of magical protector or a previously unknown guardian of the magical realm. One witness, who requested anonymity, described the creature's actions with a mix of horror and fascination. It wasn't just fighting them, it was hunting them. There was a sense of intelligence and purpose behind its movements. Whatever it is, it knew exactly what it was doing. The Ministry of Magic has promised a thorough investigation into the incident. Amelia Bones assured the public that all efforts are being made to understand the events of that night and to ensure the safety of the wizarding community. However, the ministry remains tight-lipped about the specifics of their investigation, fueling further speculation. As the wizarding world grapples with the startling news, the streets of Diagon Alley slowly return to normalcy, though the memory of the New Year's Eve attack lingers in the minds of all who were present. The identity and origin of the mysterious creature remain a topic of fervent discussion and debate, casting a long shadow over the aftermath of a night that would not soon be forgotten. Additional eyewitness accounts. The creature moved so quickly and with such precision, it was like watching a dark force of nature. "I've never seen anything like it," said a shopkeeper who watched from the safety of his storefront. "It saved my daughter's life," recounted a tearful mother. "One of the werewolves was about to attack her, and then this thing just appeared and stopped it. I don't know what it is, but I'm grateful." The ministry's investigation will undoubtedly shed more light on the mysterious entity that turned the tide in Diagon Alley, but for now, it remains an enigma, a dark guardian that appeared when it was most needed. Albus Dumbledore sat in his opulent office at Hogwarts, his piercing blue eyes scanning the parchment spread out before him. The article from the Daily Prophet detailed the dramatic events that had unfolded in Diagon Alley on New Year's Eve, the chaos of Fenrir Greyback's attack and the intervention of an unknown, powerful creature. As he read, Dumbledore's expression remained inscrutable, a mask of contemplation and calculation. His mind, however, was a whirlwind of thoughts and plans. The incident provided him with an opportunity, a piece in the intricate game he perceived himself to be playing, a game where he orchestrated events from behind the scenes for what he deemed the greater good. The creature described in the article intrigued Dumbledore. A force capable of such brutality and yet wielded in defense against Greyback's pack. It could be a powerful ally, or a potential threat if left unchecked. Dumbledore considered the implications carefully, weighing the creature's role in the unfolding narrative of his grand design. Rising from his seat, Dumbledore paced the room with measured steps, his mind weaving schemes and strategies. The ministry's investigation would unfold predictably, but Dumbledore knew he held sway over many aspects of the magical community. His influence was pervasive, his network extensive, a web of connections and favors owed that he could leverage to shape outcomes. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore summoned a quill and parchment. He began drafting a letter, carefully crafting words that hinted at cooperation while subtly asserting his authority and knowledge. The article folded neatly and disappeared into a drawer of his desk, alongside countless other secrets and plans. "Fox," Dumbledore called softly, and the phoenix appeared in a flash of flames, its majestic presence soothing yet intimidating. "Keep watch, my friend. There are developments that require our attention." Fox trilled in response, his understanding evident as he perched on Dumbledore's shoulder. The headmaster's eyes glinted with a mix of satisfaction and anticipation. This creature, this unknown variable, would be integrated into his designs, a tool to further his agenda under the guise of protection and order. As he gazed out over the serene grounds of Hogwarts, Dumbledore's thoughts turned to the broader implications of the incident. It was not just about reacting to events but shaping them, molding them to fit his vision of a safer, more controlled wizarding world. A world where he held the strings, orchestrating the symphony of fate to play out according to his design. And in that moment, Hogwarts felt not just like a school, but a center of power and influence, a fortress from which Dumbledore would continue to wield his authority, his manipulative genius hidden behind a facade of benevolence and wisdom. Dolores Umbridge sat in her lavishly decorated office at the Ministry of Magic, her plump fingers gripping the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. The room was a sea of pink lace, embroidered cushions, and portraits of her beloved cats, whose enchanted eyes followed her every move. Her wide, toad-like eyes scanned the article detailing the events that had unfolded in Diagon Alley on New Year's Eve, and her lips pursed into a thin, disapproving line. The headline blared at her, and she read on with mounting disgust. The article described how Fenrir Greyback and his werewolf pack had attacked the bustling shopping district, only to be violently thwarted by a mysterious, monstrous entity. The descriptions were graphic. A hulking black humanoid with a draconic head and massive wings, tearing through the werewolves, decapitating them, and consuming their heads. As she absorbed the details, Umbridge's distaste turned to outright fury. The idea of such a beast, an unregulated magical creature, rampaging through the heart of the wizarding world was intolerable. In her view, only pureblood witches and wizards deserved a place in society. Half-breeds, magical creatures, and anything else she deemed impure were threats that needed to be eradicated. Setting the newspaper down with a huff, Umbridge adjusted her lace collar and rang a small silver bell on her desk. Her assistant, a timid young witch named Felicia, appeared almost instantly, her eyes wide with apprehension. "Fetch me the latest reports from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures," Umbridge commanded, her voice saccharine sweet but edged with steel. "And inform the minister that I will be addressing this matter personally." Felicia nodded quickly and scurried away, leaving Umbridge to her thoughts. Her mind raced with schemes and plans. She would ensure that this creature was hunted down and eliminated. And if it had any connections to the wizarding community, particularly to any half-breeds or blood traitors, she would expose and punish them as well. Umbridge's hatred for anything that wasn't a pureblood witch or wizard burned fiercely. She saw this incident as an opportunity to further her agenda. She could use the fear and chaos caused by the attack to justify new, stricter laws and regulations. Perhaps she could even gain more power and influence within the ministry. Taking up her quill, she began drafting a memorandum to the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Her handwriting was meticulous, each word carefully chosen to convey a sense of urgency and necessity. "Dear Minister Fudge, in light of the recent and deeply troubling events in Diagon Alley, I must insist that immediate and decisive action be taken to address the presence of dangerous magical creatures within our society. The attack by Fenrir Greyback's pack, while abhorrent, is overshadowed by the terror inflicted by the unknown beast that intervened. This creature's existence poses a direct threat to the safety and stability of our world. I propose the immediate formation of a task force dedicated to identifying, capturing, and eliminating this creature. Furthermore, we must introduce stricter regulations and enforcement measures for all magical creatures and half-breeds. It is imperative that we maintain the purity and security of our society. I trust you will see the wisdom in my proposal and act swiftly. Sincerely, Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic." Satisfied with her letter, Umbridge leaned back in her chair, a smug smile curling her lips. She imagined the creature being hunted down, captured, and subjected to her authority. She would ensure it was studied, controlled, and ultimately destroyed. And if she could use this incident to consolidate her power within the ministry, all the better. Her thoughts turned to the broader implications of the attack. She would leverage the fear and uncertainty it generated to push through her agenda. New laws, tighter controls, increased surveillance. Everything she needed to mold the wizarding world into her vision of a perfect, pure society. A society where she held the reins, where her word was law, and where those she deemed impure were kept firmly in their place. In the quaint and eclectic Lovegood household, nestled deep in the countryside, the air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the soft hum of magical contraptions. The circular house, with its odd angles and towers, was a testament to the family's eccentricity. The walls were lined with shelves overflowing with strange artifacts, mysterious trinkets, and an assortment of peculiar books. Xenophilius Lovegood, editor of Asterisk the Quibbler and a firm believer in the unusual, sat at the cluttered kitchen table, his eyes wide with excitement as he read the latest article from the Daily Prophet. His wife, Pandora, and their young daughter, Luna, joined him, their expressions equally intrigued. "Fascinating, isn't it?" Xenophilius exclaimed, waving the newspaper. "An unknown creature saving the day in Diagon Alley. It could be a crumple-horned Snorkic, finally making itself known." Pandora, her eyes glinting with a mix of curiosity and something deeper, nodded thoughtfully. "Or perhaps it's an entirely new species, something we've never even considered," she mused. "I had a vision last night, you know. I saw a great black beast with wings, protecting a child. It felt significant." Luna, her silvery eyes dreamy and distant, leaned forward, her mind already wandering to fantastic realms. "Do you think it could be a Raxpert manifestation, Daddy?" she asked, her voice soft and filled with wonder. "Maybe it was attracted to all the confusion and chaos." Xenophilius chuckled, patting his daughter's head affectionately. "Anything is possible, Luna dear. The world is full of mysteries just waiting to be discovered." And this creature, whatever it is, certainly has caused quite a stir. Pandora's expression grew more serious. We should keep an eye on this, she said, her voice carrying a weight that belied her usual whimsical tone. There might be more to this creature than meets the eye. My vision felt like a warning, and if we ignore it, we might miss something important. Luna nodded sagely, her fingers playing with the edge of the tablecloth. Mummy's right. The creature might be a friend, or it might be a foe. But it's definitely a sign of something big. Xenophilius beamed at his family, pride and love filling his heart. Well then, it's settled. We'll keep our minds open and our eyes peeled. If anyone can uncover the truth, it's the Lovegoods. We'll publish the real story in * the Quibbler, far beyond the narrow-minded scope of the Daily Prophet. As they sat together, their minds buzzing with theories and possibilities, the Lovegoods knew that their journey to uncover the truth behind the mysterious creature was just beginning. In their world of endless possibilities, where imagination met reality and visions danced on the edge of dreams, they were ready to face whatever came next. Dolores Umbridge's smile widened as she envisioned the future. A future where her vision of the greater good was realized, and where she reigned supreme over a carefully controlled, meticulously regulated magical world. And she would not rest until that vision became a reality. In the cozy, bustling kitchen of the burrow, the Weasley family gathered around the wooden table, the smell of freshly baked bread and sizzling bacon filling the air. The house was a hodgepodge of magical charm and homey warmth, with every nook and cranny filled with the marks of a loving, if somewhat chaotic, family life. Arthur Weasley held the latest edition of the Daily Prophet in his hands, his brow furrowed in concern as he read aloud to his family. Molly Weasley, her face etched with worry, set down a plate of scrambled eggs and joined the discussion. An unknown creature in Diagon Alley? And it killed all those werewolves? This is dreadful, Arthur. Ginny and Ron, sitting across from their parents, listened intently. Ron's eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and excitement. Blimey. I wish I could have seen that. Imagine, a giant creature taking down Greyback and his pack. Ronald. Molly admonished, giving him a stern look. This is serious. People could have been hurt, or worse. Bill, who had been leaning against the counter, arms crossed and a thoughtful expression on his face, spoke up cautiously. It's not every day something like this happens. The prophet makes it sound like this creature is something entirely new. We should be careful about jumping to conclusions. Arthur nodded, his expression grave. Exactly, Bill. We need to understand what we're dealing with here. The Ministry will be all over this, trying to figure out where this creature came from and if it's a threat. Ginny, ever curious, looked at her eldest brother. Do you know anything about this, Bill? You always seem to know more than what's in the papers. Bill hesitated, choosing his words carefully. I've heard a few things, here and there. But you know how it is, Ginny. Rumors get around, and they get twisted. It's best not to believe everything you hear until we have more facts. Molly sighed, her worry lines deepening. I just hope whoever, or whatever, this creature is, that it's not going to cause more trouble. We have enough to worry about without adding this to the mix. Arthur placed a reassuring hand on his wife's shoulder. We'll keep an eye on the situation, Molly. And we'll make sure the children stay safe. The Ministry will get to the bottom of this. As they continued to discuss the article, Bill's mind wandered back to Harry and Drakor. He knew more than he was letting on, but for now, it was best to keep things quiet. The truth would come out eventually, but it needed to be handled delicately. Harry's secret was too important to risk exposure, especially with the Ministry on high alert. For now, Bill resolved to stay vigilant and protect his family while keeping Harry's secret safe. He would keep a close watch on developments and be ready to step in if needed. In the meantime, the Weasleys would continue to look out for one another, as they always had, navigating the ever-changing tides of the wizarding world together. At the Bones family estate, nestled in the serene countryside, the atmosphere was one of both relief and reflection. The stately manor, with its grand halls and lush gardens, provided a peaceful backdrop for the intense conversation taking place inside, in a cozy sitting room. Adorned with elegant tapestries and magical artifacts, Remus Lupin sat in an armchair, looking weary but calm. The effects of the previous night's full moon still lingered, and he was recovering from his time at the werewolf sanctuary. Across from him, Sirius Black and Susan Bones recounted the harrowing events of New Year's Eve. The sitting room was filled with the warm glow of the fireplace, casting flickering shadows on the walls. A tray of tea and biscuits sat untouched on the table, forgotten in the gravity of the moment. Sirius had the Daily Prophet open on his lap, but his focus was on ensuring. Remus understood the gravity and resolution of the situation. Susan sat beside him, her expression a mixture of pride and concern as she began to describe the scene. Diagon Alley was packed with people celebrating New Year's Eve. Sirius began, his voice steady. It was festive, lively, but then everything changed. We were near Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor when Greyback and his pack attacked. It was chaos. People were running, screaming. Greyback was leading the charge, clearly intent on causing as much harm as possible. Susan nodded, her eyes wide as she relived the memory. Harry, Sirius, and I were right in the middle of it. The werewolves were ruthless, attacking anyone in their path. Then, just as things seemed their bleakest, Drakor, took over. He transformed into this massive, black humanoid creature with a draconic head and wings. It was terrifying and awe-inspiring all at once. Remus listened intently, his usually calm demeanor slipping as he processed the information. Greyback was there, he said, more to himself than to them. The one who bit me, who changed my life forever. Sirius nodded, his expression somber. Yes, Greyback was there, but Drakor didn't hesitate. He tore through the werewolves with an unmatched ferocity. It was like watching a force of nature. He beheaded them one by one, consuming their heads, and each time he did, he grew larger, more powerful. Susan shuddered slightly at the memory but continued. When it came to Greyback, Drakor was relentless. He fought with a determination I've never seen before. And in the end, he took Greyback down. Remus's eyes filled with a mix of emotions, relief, gratitude, and a deep, lingering pain from his past. Greyback is dead, he said quietly, almost in disbelief. After all these years, he's finally gone. Sirius placed a comforting hand on Remus's shoulder. Harry, Drakor, did what needed to be done. Greyback can't hurt anyone else. And you don't have to carry that burden anymore. Remus nodded slowly, feeling the weight of decades of fear and hatred begin to lift. I'm grateful to Harry, to Drakor. What they did, it means more to me than I can say. Susan smiled softly. Harry has a good heart, Remus. He didn't just do it because Greyback was a threat. He did it because it was the right thing to do. The room fell silent for a moment, the enormity of the situation settling over them. The crackling of the fire was the only sound, a comforting presence amidst the heavy conversation. Remus took a deep breath, feeling a sense of closure he hadn't thought possible. Thank you for telling me, he said, his voice filled with emotion. And thank you for being there with Harry. He needs people like you in his life. Sirius and Susan exchanged a glance, both feeling the weight of their responsibilities but also the bond that connected them through Harry and their shared experiences. We'll always be there for him, Sirius promised, and for each other. We'll face whatever comes next together. Susan nodded, her determination mirroring Sirius's. We've been through so much already. This is just one more challenge, and we'll face it head on. Remus looked around the room, feeling a sense of warmth and belonging despite the horrors they had just discussed. I can't thank you enough for what you've done for Harry, and for me. Greyback haunted my nightmares for years. Knowing he's gone, it's like a weight has been lifted. As the sun set over the Bones family estate, casting long shadows across the grounds, the three of them sat in quiet companionship, united by their shared past and their hope for a better future, free from the shadow of Greyback's terror. The fire burned low, its warm glow a beacon of comfort and hope as they contemplated the path ahead, fortified by the bonds of friendship and the promise of brighter days. Upstairs, Harry slept soundly, exhausted from the intense battle and the transformative experience of the previous night. His dreams were calm and untroubled, a stark contrast to the chaos he had faced. For the first time in a long while, he felt a profound sense of safety and belonging, wrapped in the knowledge that those who cared for him were nearby. As he rested, the world outside moved on, unaware of the profound shift that had taken place. The victory over Greyback and the strength of their unity promised a brighter, more hopeful future, where they would face whatever came next with renewed courage and solidarity.